You're listening to an exclusive Novel Charter audiobook. We release a new full-length story every day. Subscribe so you never miss one. Now, enjoy the story. Chapter 1. The auditorium floor of Pelham Industries hums at a frequency Odessa Renwick knows by heart. Low voltage glare off monitor banks, the distant churn of climate systems, footsteps muted by carpet engineered to swallow sound. She has been inside these numbers for 9 days. The merger books are clean on the surface, polished quarterly reports with signatures that track and ratios that hold. But surface is where fraud hides best, layered under one layer too many of plausible explanation. Odessa works the way she always works. Slow on the first pass, patient, letting the patterns breathe before she trusts them. She peels back the third quarter transfer schedule and finds a gap. Not a rounding error or a timing mismatch, a gap with a shadow. A transfer of £12 million routed through a subsidiary that should not exist on this side of the restructuring. Routed back into a holding vehicle whose code she recognizes from the archived trust schedule in Appendix G. The appendix flagged as sealed. The appendix she signed a separate non-disclosure to access. Appendix G is supposed to be dead law, a 40-year-old instrument tied to the founding generation, referenced in merger footnotes only to confirm it no longer carries voting weight. The standard language. This trust has been fully settled and holds no active interest in Pelham Industries. Odessa pulls the full document onto her second screen. The body reads like a museum piece. Archaic phrasing, witness signatures in fountain pen, an executor named who died before Odessa was born. Standard dynasty trust architecture, the kind wealthy families built before tax law tightened. She scrolls past the preamble, past the asset schedules, past the boilerplate about remainders and reversionary interests. Then she reaches the third appendix, the one the seal was supposed to protect. The appendix lists a single beneficiary, not a corporate entity, not a charitable foundation, a name, Odessa Renwick. The letters sit on her screen like a photograph developing in reverse, coming into focus from something that should not exist. She reads it 3 times. Each time the words stay the same. The beneficiary, Odessa Renwick, being the sole living issue of the bloodline. Her left hand goes still on the keyboard. She checks her foster mother's wristwatch without thinking. The cracked crystal. The hands telling her it is 2 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. The watch she wears because it is the only physical proof she has that someone once chose to keep her. The watch she checks when she is about to lie about how she feels. Odessa is not lying now. She is not feeling anything yet. That will come later, when the shock dissolves and the implications start breathing. Right now she is only seeing a 40-year-old trust, her name, the sole living issue of a bloodline someone went to great effort to seal away. She runs a rapid scan through the document's metadata. Created 42 years ago, last modified 3 decades back. No digital access trail except her own. No evidence anyone inside Pelham has looked at this appendix since the original filing, or no evidence they left behind. Her phone buzzes. She ignores it. The trust clause is conditional. She reads that part twice too. The shares revert to the beneficiary only upon a specific activation event. She scrolls further, expecting a corporation or a charitable trigger. Something clean. Something she can flag in her audit notes and hand to legal. The activation clause is different. She reads it once, then again, then a third time, because her brain refuses to parse what her eyes are delivering. The trust shall vest in the beneficiary only upon the solemnization of a legal marriage between the beneficiary and the then-sitting Chief Executive Officer of Pelham Industries, with the marriage cadent maintained in good faith for a period of no less than 90 consecutive days. Odessa stops reading. She looks at the wall opposite her desk. Gray, sound-toothed, anonymous. She thinks about the fact that she has spent her entire adult life making sure no one could trap her inside a document. Her phone buzzes again. She picks it up. A message from the front desk. Not her audit liaison, not legal. Security. Ms. Renwick. Mr. Ammerand requests your presence in the private boardroom on 48, immediately. She stares at the message until the screen dims. The CEO knows. She does not know how he knows. Could be the metadata record. Could be a flag she missed. Could be someone in the archive room who watches which files get pulled from sealed storage. But Idris Ammerand knows she opened Appendix G, and he is calling her upstairs before she has finished processing what she found. Odessa saves her work, locks her terminal, stands. Her legs are steady. That surprises her. She expected the floor to feel different after reading her own name in a document that existed before she was born, inside a company she walked into 9 days ago as an outsider. She walks to the elevator bank. The corridor is glass and polished steel. London rain slicks the windows on the west face. 39 floors down, the city grinds through its afternoon. She presses the button for 48 and watches the numbers climb. The elevator doors open onto a different world. Carpet thick enough to silence footsteps. Walls paneled in wood that predates the building. A reception desk attended by someone who does not ask her name, only nods once and gestures toward the boardroom door. Odessa walks in. Idris Ammerand stands at the far end of the table. He is taller than his press photos suggest, broader through the shoulders. His suit is dark, cut close, and the only thing about him that moves is his eyes. They track her from the doorway to the chair he does not offer her to sit in. Beside him, a man Odessa recognizes from the merger filings. Simeon, General Counsel. He holds a tablet like it might bite him. Idris speaks first. You found the appendix. Not a question, a statement. A door closing behind her before she has decided whether she wants to walk through it. Odessa stops at the edge of the table, keeps her hands still at her sides, lets the silence stretch half a beat longer than comfortable. I found a sealed appendix with my name in it, she says. That is not the same thing. Simeon exhales. Idris does not. You are the forensic auditor, he says. Tell me what you think it means. Odessa looks at him, at the controlled stillness, at the hands resting flat on the table, fingers spread, as if he is holding something down. She looks at the wall behind him, where a single painting hangs. A woman in blue standing at a window, her face half in shadow. The woman's hand rests on the sill the same way Idris's hands rest on the table. It means someone in your family wrote my name into a trust 40 years ago, Odessa says. It means that trust carries controlling shares. It means those shares do not activate unless I marry you for 90 days. She lets the words land. It means the document should never have existed. And now that I have seen it, neither of us gets to pretend it does not. Idris holds her gaze. His face gives nothing, but his hands shift. One finger lifts off the table, then settles back. The only crack in the armor. Simeon tears his throat. Ms. Renwick, perhaps we should discuss the legal implications before. No, Odessa says. You called me up here because you needed to see whether I would run or negotiate. I am still deciding. She checks her watch again. The cracked crystal catches the boardroom light. She does not know yet whether she is lying when she says she is still deciding. Chapter 2. The silence stretches long enough to become its own argument. Idris Ammerand stands at the head of the table like a man waiting for a verdict he has already calculated. His hands stay flat on the polished wood. The stillness is deliberate, rehearsed. A man who knows exactly how much control costs. Odessa does not sit. You accessed a sealed corporate document, Idris says. That is a breach of protocol. It could be a breach of contract. The merger agreement gives me full access to all financial instruments tied to the audit period, Odessa says. The appendix was attached to a trust schedule. Your people filed it within scope. I did not break protocol. I found what your archive clerk misfiled. Simeon Velour shifts his weight. The tablet in his hands tilts like a shield. The appendix was classified as settled and inactive, he says. No one has requested access in over a decade. The system flagged your retrieval automatically. Good system, Odessa says. Mad classification. Idris watches her. His eyes move over her face, her posture, her hands. Reading her the way she reads a balance sheet, looking for the entry that does not add up. You said you are still deciding, he says. Deciding what? Whether this is a trap, a mistake, or a buried truth with teeth. And which way are you leaning? I do not lean, Odessa says. I verify. She lets the words sit, watches his hands, still flat, still holding something down. You already know what the appendix says, she continues. So stop circling. Tell me why it exists. Tell me why my name is in it. And tell me why you need me to marry you so badly that security flagged my access before I finished reading the second page. Simeon clears his throat. Ms. Renwick, the trust instrument is not a simple document. It involves multiple generations, shifting control provisions, and a dormant share block that technically represents— I know what it represents, Odessa cuts in. Controlling shares, a 42-year-old dynastic structure, a clause that requires a marriage to unlock. What I do not know is why the sitting CEO of a $15 billion company would let a stranger see that document and still be standing here, instead of calling legal and having me escorted out. She keeps her eyes on Idris. He holds her gaze, does not blink. Because I know those shares, he says, and I need them before my uncle finishes handing my company to a rival consortium that will dismantle everything my father built. The truth lands raw, unpolished. He said it like it cost him something to admit. Odessa lets the silence hold, lets him feel the weight of having exposed a flank. Wiston, she says. Idris's jaw tightens. You know the name. I read the board filings. He is the largest minority holder. He has been voting against your merger strategy since the first round of due diligence. He has been quietly aligning with Felbeer Consortium for 6 months, Idris says. They are positioning for a foreclosure event. If they trigger a covenant breach before the merger closes, Pelham loses its lender protection. Wiston picks up the pieces at a discount and hands operational control to Velbeer on a private settlement. And the trust shares block that. The trust holds 23% of the voting equity. Wiston controls 14% directly. The remaining float is fragmented. No single block can stand against the trust if it is activated. If, Odessa repeats. Not when. Idris's hand lifts off the table. One finger. Taps once. Settles back. The activation clause has a condition I cannot meet alone. Marriage, Odessa says. 90 days. Good faith. Yes. To me. A forensic auditor you hired 9 days ago. A woman whose name you did not know until my access flag hit your system. I knew the trust named a beneficiary, Idris says. I did not know the beneficiary was you. But you knew there was a beneficiary. A pause. His eyes hold hers. I knew the trust existed. I knew it carried a dormant share block. I knew the marriage clause was written into the original instrument by my grandmother 42 years ago. I did not know who she named until this morning. Odessa processes that. The grandmother, the woman in the painting, the hand on the sill. Your grandmother wrote my name into a trust before I was born. It appears so. That is not a coincidence. That is a design. I am aware. And you want me to trust that you had nothing to do with the design? Idris does not answer immediately. He looks at her, not through her, at her, as if he is seeing something he did not expect to find. I want you to verify it, he says. You are an auditor. Verify the chain. Talk to my archivist. Review the grandmother's original correspondence. Satisfy yourself that I did not manufacture this. And if I do, then consider whether the arrangement serves your interests as well as mine. Odessa almost laughs. She stops herself. My interests, she says. I came here to audit a merger. I found a document that suggests I am the heir to a dynasty that paid to bury my mother. And you want me to consider a marriage contract as a professional courtesy. And the audit continues. The audit continues. Without interference, without redirection, without your uncle or your legal team deciding what I can and cannot see. Idris is out. Then consider whether the arrangement serves your interests as well as mine. Odessa almost laughs. She stops herself. My interests, she says. I keep here to audit a merger. I found a document that suggests I am the heir to a dynasty that paid to bury my mother. And you want me to consider a marriage contract as a professional courtesy. The audit continues. The audit continues. Without interference, without redirection, without your uncle or your legal team deciding what I can and cannot see. Idris's eyes narrow. The audit touches areas that involve family estates, private trusts, personal correspondence between deceased members. Then those areas involve the fraud I was hired to find, the same fraud that connects to the trust that names me. You do not get to compartmentalize my investigation because it makes your family uncomfortable. Simeon inhales sharply. Idris holds up one hand. A command. The general counsel goes silent. The audit continues. Idris says, "Full scope, no interference." Odessa studies him. The controlled stillness, the hand that lifted and settled, the way he said those 3 words like an oath. "Why?" she says. "Why what? Why are you agreeing so fast? You do not know me. You do not trust me. You are handing me access to your family's most protected records because I asked. That is not how people like you operate either." The charge between them snaps tight. Odessa feels it in her chest. A pull she did not ask for and does not want to name. She checks her watch. The cracked crystal. The hands still moving. "Draft the contract," she says. "I want to review it before I agree to anything beyond review." "You will have it by end of day," Idris says. "And I want a meeting with your archivist, the one who handles the grandmother's grumpers. I will arrange it. And I want your uncle kept out of my audit room until I decide what to tell him." Idris' mouth presses into a thin line. "That one is not entirely in my control." "Then make it in your control." He looks at her, a long look, the kind that measures more than words. "I will try." Odessa nods once, turns toward the door. "Ms. Renwick." She stops, does not turn back. "You said you were still deciding whether to run or negotiate," Idris says. "Which did you choose?" She looks over her shoulder, meets his eyes. "I chose to review the contract," she says. "That is not the same as choosing you." She walks out. The corridor is glass and polished steel. London rain streams down the windows. She walks past the reception desk, past the elevator bank, past the security station where the guard pretends not to watch her. Her hands are steady. Her pulse is not. She reaches the elevator, presses the button, watches the numbers climb. The doors open. She steps inside, turns to face the closing gap just as a figure rounds the far corner of the corridor. Gray hair, lean build, a black signet ring catching the light as his hand grips the doorframe. Idris Ammerand. He stops at the edge of the glass corridor, looks directly at her through the narrowing gap between the elevator doors. He does not smile. The doors close. Odessa leans her head back against the cool metal wall and exhales. The contract is coming. The uncle is watching. And she still does not know whether she is walking toward a truth or a trap. Chapter 3. The taxi idles at the curb for 3 full breaths before Odessa realizes she has not given the driver an address. She gives him the hotel. Her hands are steady on her knees. Her pulse is still not. The city slides past, rain on glass, wet streets swallowing headlights. She watches London blur and thinks about the way Idris Ammerand said, "full scope," like a door opening onto something she cannot see the bottom of. Her phone buzzes. Bexley. "Still alive, or do I need to call in a welfare check?" Odessa types back, "Alive." Complicated. Bexley. Define complicated. Odessa. "I found something in the files, something that involves me." Bexley. Define involve. Odessa stares at the screen. How do you tell your foster sister that a 40-year-old trust instrument just rewired your entire existence? Odessa. "I will explain when I understand it myself." Bexley. "That is not an answer." Odessa. "It is the only one I have right now." She pockets the phone. The hotel lobby is warm and dim and smells of bergamot. Odessa crosses to the elevator, rides up to the 6th floor, and lets herself into the room she has occupied for 9 days. It is neat, functional, a laptop on the desk, a stack of printed schedules. Her suit jacket hung precisely over the chair back. She pours water from the minibar, drinks it standing at the window, watching the city lights bleed through the rain. The contract is coming. The uncle is watching. and somewhere in the Ammerand archives there is a woman in a blue painting whose hand rests on a sill the same way Idris holds his. She does not sleep well. The courier arrives at 7:14 a.m. Odessa signs for the package in bare feet in yesterday's shirt. She carries it to the desk, slices the seal, and pulls out a bound document that runs 43 pages. Idris Ammerand does not do things by halves. She reads the contract standing up, then sitting, then standing again. It is precise, meticulous, almost surgically careful about boundaries, separate finances, separate counsel, no shared liability, no expectation of cohabitation beyond what public appearances require. Explicit consent language, a 90-day sunset with a clean termination clause, and a clause she did not expect. The beneficiary retains full and unrestricted access to all audit materials, estate records, and trust documentation related to Appendix G, regardless of marital status or trust activation outcome. He gave her the access before she even asked again. She reads that sentence 3 times. Then she calls the number Simeon velour left on the cover letter. Ms. Renwick, he answers, crisp, professional, unreadable. I want my own lawyer review this before I sign anything. Already arranged. Mr. Ammerand authorized independent counsel this morning. I have a list of 3 firms with no prior relationship to Pelham Industries. I can send it to you within the hour. Odessa pauses. I also want to see the grandmother's correspondence, not copies, originals. That can be arranged through Sabine Petrelli. She is expecting your call. Send me her number. Done. She hangs up, stares at the contract. Whiston's face flickers through her mind. The signet ring, the unsmiling eyes, the way he stood in the corridor like he was waiting for her to make a mistake. She picks up the phone again. Sabine Petrelli meets her in a basement archive 2 miles from the Pelham Tower. The room is climate-controlled and silent. Shelves of bound ledgers, filing cabinets stamped with decades. A long table in the center with a single folder open under a lamp. Sabine is in her 60s, silver hair pulled back, reading glasses on a chain, hands that move like they have been handling old paper for a very long time. Ms. Renwick, she says. No warmth, no suspicion, just acknowledgement. Thank you for seeing me on short notice. Sabine gestures at the folder. Mr. Ammerand called at 6:00 a.m. He said you were to have whatever you needed. Odessa sits. The chair is old wood, solid. He also said to tell you that the document you are looking for may not exist yet, Sabine adds. The grandmother, Eleanor, kept personal correspondence separate from the corporate trust. Some of it was destroyed after her death. Some of it was removed. By whom? Sabine's eyes hold hers. I do not have proof, but I have a list of dates when the archive was accessed without logged authorization. Those dates correspond to periods when Wystan Ammerand was the only Felleman with keycard permissions. Odessa's pulse ticks up. Show me. Sabine pulls out a second folder. Inside is a single handwritten note on aged stationery. The ink is faded, the handwriting elegant and sharp. To whomever finds this when I cannot protect it anymore. The girl was not supposed to be erased. She was supposed to be my legacy. If you are reading this, you already know who she is. Do not let them bury her twice. E.A. Odessa reads it once, then again. What girl? She says, but she already knows. Sabine watches her. I believe that is what you are here to find out. Odessa is still holding the note when her phone buzzes. Simeon velour. The contract review is scheduled for 2:00 p.m. at Barnett and Cross. Mr. Ammerand requests a brief meeting beforehand. She types back, tell him I will meet him at 1:30. She does not say why. She does not know why. But something in that nut has pulled a thread she cannot let go of. At 1:28 p.m., she stands outside the Pelham Tower again. This time she takes the elevator to the 48th floor with the note folded inside her jacket pocket. The receptionist nods. Mr. Ammerand is expecting you. She walks past the glass corridor, past the boardroom where everything started. His office is at the far end, large windows, a desk that looks like it was built from a single piece of dark wood. And on the wall, the painting, the woman in blue, her hand on the sill. Idris Ammerand is standing at the window with his back to her. He turns. You read the contract? Yes. And? She pulls out the note, lays it flat on his desk. I want to know who this girl is, she says. And I want to know why your grandmother wrote it like she was already afraid of what your family would do. Idris looks at the note. His jaw tightens. He does not answer. The silence stretches. Chapter 4. The silence in Idris's office has edges. Odessa's hand rests on the note. Eleanor's words face up. The ink seems darker under the overhead light, like the paper is still absorbing whatever confession got written into it. Mr. Ammerand. Idris's jaw works. He does not look at the note. He looks at her. The meeting with Barnett and Cross is in 30 minutes, he says. You are avoiding my question. I am honoring my grandmother's privacy until I know what you intend to do with it. Odessa's fingers curl against the stationery. Your grandmother wrote that note because she was afraid someone would bury me. Your uncle removed her papers. You knew about it. And you still sent me a contract that asks me to trust your family. I sent you a contract that gives you full access to the trust documentation, regardless of whether you sign it. That is not the same thing. No, he says. It is not. He holds her gaze. No flinch, no deflection. She wants to push harder, demand the name he is hiding. But something in his stillness stops her. He is not protecting himself. He is waiting to see if she will run. Barnett and Cross occupies the top 2 floors of a glass building a quarter mile from the Pelham Tower. Odessa arrives at 2:00 p.m. exactly. Black trousers, white blouse, hair tucked behind her ears. The note is still in her jacket pocket. The lawyer assigned to her is named Anya Thorensen, 40-ish, sharp haircut, a wedding band that catches the light when she gestures. She slides the contract across the table. I have marked 15 clauses that need revision. Odessa picks up the document. The margins are dense with red ink. Start with the worst. Anya taps paragraph 7. The cohabitation clause. It says, the parties shall maintain a shared primary residence for the duration of the agreement. That is broad enough to mean any property Mr. Ammerand designates. If you sign this as written, he can move you into his estate, and you have no standing to refuse. Change it to mutually agreed residence. Already drafted. Anya flips to another page. Section 12 covers media appearances. As written, it requires reasonable cooperation with public-facing obligations. Reasonable is vague. Vague means he defines it. What do you recommend? Specific calendar limits. No more than 2 public events per month without your written consent. A 48-hour notice minimum. And a clause that lets you opt out if the event conflicts with the audit or your professional obligations. Do it. Anya's pen moves. Section 19 is the exit provision. If you terminate early, the current language forfeits all trust access rights and requires repayment of any funds advanced. Remove the forfeiture. I already drafted the amendment. Anya slides a page across. You retain full access to trust and audit materials regardless of outcome. The financial independence clause from the original survives termination. Odessa reads it. Clean. Precise. Good. They go through the rest. Anya explains each problem and her proposed fix with the same steady rhythm. Odessa approves every one. The final version sits between them at 3:47 p.m. 23 amendments, 3 entirely rewritten sections. 1 contract that no longer wounds like a merger dressed as a marriage. Anya looks at her. Do you want me to send it to Mr. Ammerand's counsel, or do you want to deliver it yourself? Odessa thinks of Idris's jaw tightening, the way he did not answer her question about Eleanor's note. I will deliver it. She finds him in the same office, same window, same painting watching from the wall. He is on the phone. He ends the call when she enters. Ms. Renwick. Mr. Ammerand. She places the amended contract on his desk. The pages are still warm from the printer. He reads the first page, then the second. His expression does not change. You removed the cohabitation requirement. I narrowed it. He turns to Section 12. 48-hour notice for public appearances. 48 hours is generous. His eyes lift to hers. You understand that Veldmere will use any hesitation you show as evidence that the marriage is a sham. I understand that Veldmere will use anything I do as evidence. The question is whether you want a partner or a hostage. The word hangs. Idris sets the contract down. I want you to sign it, he says. Then accept the terms. He picks up his pen. scans the final page, signs his name at the bottom without reading the amendments again. Odessa watches his signature dry, then she takes the pen from his hand. Her foster mother's cracked wristwatch catches the light as she reaches for the document. She signs in green ink, Odessa Renwick. The letters are sharp, unwavering. She sets the pen down. It is done. She is still looking at her signature when Idris's phone vibrates. He picks it up. His face does not change, but something in his shoulders shifts. What? He reads the screen. Once, twice. Nadine Verhoeven just sent notice to the board. Veldmere is accelerating lender talks. She wants a preliminary covenant review by Friday. Odessa's stomach tightens. That is 3 days. Yes. Before the marriage is even public. Yes. She watches him set the phone down. His hand is steady, but she saw the shift. He was not expecting this. Who told her? Odessa says. Idris's eyes meet hers. I do not know, but someone in this building is feeding her information. She thinks of Whiston, the signet ring, the corridor, the way he watched her like he already knew what she would choose. Then we give them nothing to report. Idris tilts his head. How? She picks up the contract. Her signature is still wet. Tell the board we married this morning. Quiet. Legal. Already done. By the time Veldmere tries to challenge the timing, the trust will be active enough to block the foreclosure. Idris stares at her. You want me to lie about the date? I want you to control the narrative before Nadine does. He is silent. Then he picks up his phone and dials. Simeon, I need a retroactive filing on the marriage certificate. Yes, today. He listens. I knew it is irregular, I do not care. He hangs up. Odessa watches him. You just boned a bridge. I just built a wall. He looks at her, and for the first time she sees something other than calculation in his face. Worry. Nadine will not stop, he says. She will test every seam in this arrangement. She will find every crack. Odessa's hand moves to her jacket pocket. Eleanor's note is still there. Then we do not give her any. Chapter 5. The registry is smaller than she expected. White walls, a single window that faces a car park. No flowers, no music, no audience beyond the 2 witnesses Simeon arranged, his assistant and a clerk from Barnett and Cross who Odessa has never met. She stands at the front in the charcoal dress she wore to the office yesterday. It is the only appropriate thing she owns. Her foster mother's wristwatch ticks against her pulse. Beside her, Idris wears a dark suit she has seen before. No new flowers in his lapel. No sign that today is different from any other Tuesday. The registrar reads the standard words. They sound like statutes. Wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife? Idris's voice is steady. I will. Wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband? Odessa's throat is dry. I will. The registrar looks at Dijwet. Repeat after me. He does. The words land one by one, clean and unadorned. No embellishment, no warmth. He speaks them like he is reciting terms from a contract, which she supposes he is. Her turn. She says the words. They feel foreign in her mouth, like a language she learned from a book but never spoke aloud. The registrar pronounces them married. No applause, no confetti. Idris slides a ring onto her finger. It is simple. Gold. Old. It fits perfectly, which means he had her size measured without asking. She has no ring for him. The registrar does not seem to notice. Simeon's assistant signs as a witness. The clerk signs. Odessa signs her new name in green ink, then stops. Odessa Ammerand. She stares at it. We are done, Simeon says quietly. They step into the corridor. The light is gray through the high windows. A woman in a coat waits near the exit, holding a clipboard. She looks like she is here for a different appointment entirely. Then Odessa sees the girl. She is sitting on a bench against the far wall, twisting a piece of hair around her finger, watching everyone with the stillness of a child who has learned not to ask for things. Calla Ammerand, 12 years old, Idris's niece. She wears a navy dress and shoes that look new. A small white flower is pinned to her collar, like she dressed for a wedding no one told her was real. Odessa's chest tightens. Idris walks toward her. Calla. The girl stands. Her eyes move from Idris to Odessa and back. You did it then? We did. Calla nods. Her face gives nothing away. Then she looks at Odessa. You are her. It is not a question. I am. Calla takes a step forward, another. She stops a foot away, close enough that Odessa can see the small freckles across her nose. The girl's hand lifts. For a second, Odessa thinks she will point, or push, or turn away. Instead, Calla takes her hand. Fingers slide between Odessa's. Small, cool, brief. One heartbeat. Then Calla pulls away, shoving both hands into her pockets like the touch cost her something she cannot name. Okay, she says. She walks toward the exit. Idris watches her go. His face is unreadable, but his jaw is tight. She does not trust adults, he says. Odessa looks at her own hand. She can still feel the ghost of Calla's fingers. She trusts even less now, she says. They drive back to Pelham in separate cars. It was Odessa's choice. She told herself she needed space to think, to adjust, to pretend this was just another meeting with a signed outcome. But the ring on her finger catches the light as the taxi turns a corner, and she cannot stop looking at it. Her phone buzzes. Bexley. You alive? Odessa types. Legally married. A pause. Then, I need details. Actual details. Not corporate ones. Later. Fine. But if he hurts you, I have access to his medical records and a very forgiving sense of triage. Odessa almost smiles. Almost. The Pelham lobby is empty when she walks through. The security guard nods. She nods back. He does not know that her name changed 3 hours ago. She takes the elevator to the 48th floor. Idris is already there, standing at the same window, watching the same city. We need to tell the board by end of day, he says without turning. I know. Nadine will have confirmation within the hour. Someone on our side already knows. And your side. He turns. Whiston will call a special session. He will argue the marriage cannot hold because the date is irregular, because I did not inform the board, because we are not what a marriage looks like. Odessa steps closer. We are what it looks like for 90 days. That is what I am counting on. He holds her gaze, and for a moment she sees something beneath the control, something raw. The ring, she says. Where did you get it? He looks at her hand. It was my grandmother's. Odessa's breath catches. Eleanor's? Yes. She looks at the gold band, the simple curve, the weight of 40 years and a buried bloodline resting against her skin. Why? Idris's voice is quiet. Because she would have wanted you to have it. He does not say more. He does not need to. Odessa is in the audit room at 6:47 p.m. when her phone lights up. A message from an unknown number. Congratulations on the marriage. I hope you enjoy the estate. It comes with a history not even Idris can protect you from. She reads it twice. Then she looks at her hand. The ring. The cracked watch. The green ink still faint on her thumb from signing her new name. She does not answer, but she saves the message. Chapter 6. The car turns off the main road through a set of iron gates that open without a sound. The driveway curves between old trees, their branches meeting overhead like a tunnel. Odessa watches the light change through the leaves, green to deeper green to almost dark. The taxi's tires crush gravel as the house emerges. It is not a mansion the way she expected a mansion. It is older, stone that has weathered centuries, windows that catch the low sun and hold it, a river at the edge of the lawn, visible between the trunks of ancient yews. The house sits like it has always been here, like it will always be here, like she is the first thing that might leave. The taxi stops. Odessa steps out. Her single bag is in the trunk. She backed lightly because she is still pretending this is temporary. The front door opens before she reaches it. A woman stands there, 50s, gray hair pulled into a tight bun, an apron that looks professional starched. Mrs. Ammerand, I am Mrs. Felder, the housekeeper. Mr. Ammerand asked me to ensure you have everything you need. Mrs. Ammerand. The name lands like a stone dropped into still water. Thank you. The housekeeper steps aside. Odessa crosses the threshold. The entrance hall is 2 stories of pale stone and dark wood. A chandelier hangs above, its crystals catching the last of the daylight. To the left, a hallway lined with paintings. To the right, a staircase that curves up into shadow. It is beautiful. It is also curated. Every piece chosen, every surface polished, nothing out of place, nothing accidental. Like a museum where the exhibit is ownership itself. "Mr. Ammerand is in the library," Mrs. Felder says. "He asked me to show you to your rooms first. I believe you will want to freshen up after drive." Your rooms, not our rooms. Odessa follows her up the staircase. The steps are worn in the center, centuries of feet carving a shallow groove into the stone. She runs her finger along the banister. Oak. Smooth as silk. The housekeeper stops at a door on the first landing. "These are yours. Mr. Ammerand's suite is at the end of the hall. He asked me to tell you there is no expectation. You may come and go as you please. If you need anything, the staff are instructed to accommodate it." Odessa pushes the door open. The room is large, a 4-poster bed with pale linen, a window overlooking the river. A desk near the fireplace, already set with a lamp and a leather blotter. Flowers on the sideboard. White roses. She steps inside. The room smells like lavender and old wood. "Thank you, Mrs. Felder." The housekeeper nods once. "Dinner is served at 8. Mr. Ammerand prefers informality when it is only the household. There is no dress code." She leaves. Odessa stands in the center of the room. Her bag sits at her feet. The flowers catch the light. She has never slept in a room that was prepared for her before. Not like this. Not with intention. She unpacks. It takes 4 minutes. She hangs her jacket in the wardrobe and finds it already half full of empty hangers, like the room has been waiting. Then she walks to the window. The river moves slow below. The lawn stretches green to the tree line. Beyond that, the world she came from, the audit room, the taxi, the life she built on being untethered. She touches the ring on her finger. At 7:30, she changes into a dark dress, plain, professional, honor disguised as fabric. She finds the library at the end of the ground floor hall. The door is open. Idris stands near the fireplace, a glass of something dark in his hand. He has changed too. A charcoal sweater instead of the suit, no tie. His feet are bare. He looks younger like this, softened at the edges. He also looks like someone has always stood in this room. "Did you find the room acceptable?" "Perfectly. There is a study 2 doors down from yours. I had it cleared for your work. You will have complete privacy. No one enters without your permission." She steps inside. The walls are lined with books, leather spines, gold lettering. A fire crackles in the hearth. "Thank you. I also told the staff you are to be treated as family, not as a guest." The word lands. Family. She does not know what to do with it. "What did you tell them about the marriage?" "The truth, that it is legal, that it is private, that you are not to be questioned." "And if they do not believe it?" He takes a slow drink. "That is not your concern." She walks to the bookshelves. Her fingers trail the spines. History, law, architecture, a whole wall of poetry. "Your grandmother read these?" "Some of them. My grandfather collected the rest. The library has not been changed since she died." "And the one beside it? The empty frame?" She saw it on the way to the library, a gold oval hanging beside Eleanor's portrait. But instead of a painting, there was only dark fabric stretched across the backing. Idris's jaw tightens. That frame held her daughter. "Your mother?" "No." He walks to the window. His reflection ghosts across the glass. "My aunt. Eleanor's firstborn. She was removed from every portrait after she left the family. The empty frame is a reminder." "A reminder of what?" He turns. His eyes meet hers. "That some erasures are deliberate." Odessa holds his gaze. The fire pops. She thinks of Eleanor's note. The girl was not supposed to be erased. She thinks of the empty frame. A woman cut from her own family's history. A child buried twice. And she is standing inside the house that did the burying. Who removed her? I do not know. but you know why. His silence is the answer again. She walks past him to the door. Dinner is at 8. Odessa. She stops. He is still at the window, his back to her. The empty frame is not the only one. She waits. The painting in my office, he says. The woman in blue. She was not the original subject. Who was? My aunt. The woman who was supposed to be in the frame. The woman who was erased. Odessa steps into the hallway. She looks at the empty oval on the wall. Chapter 7. She wakes before dawn. The room is unfamiliar. The ceiling is higher than any ceiling she has ever slept under. The light through the curtains is pale and watery, reflecting off the river below. She lies still for a moment, orienting herself by sound. Birds. The distant hum of a motor. The house settling. No traffics, no sirens, no neighbor's television through thin walls. She sits up. The white roses on the dresser have opened slightly overnight. They look organic in this room, like they grew there. She finds the kitchen by following the smell of coffee. It is not a kitchen. It is a room built for feeding people who have never had to think about the cost of food. Marble counters, a stove that could serve a restaurant, a wooden table long enough for 12. Only one place is set. Mrs. Felder looks up from the stove. Good morning, Mrs. Ammerand. Good morning. I did not know your preferences. I took the liberty of preparing tea and toast. There is also porridge, cold meats, cheese, and fruit. If you would like something else, tell me now and I will have it ready tomorrow. Odessa looks at the spread. A breakfast for 4, arranged for 1 person. Tea is perfect. She sits. The chair is heavy, solid. It does not scrape when she pulls it in. The door opens. Calla walks in, still in her school uniform. Her hair is tied back. She stops when she sees Odessa. Good morning, Odessa says. Calla does not answer. She walks to the sideboard, takes an apple, and sits at the far end of the table. Mrs. Felder sets a plate of porridge in front of her. Calla picks up her spoon, eats. The silence stretches. Odessa sips her tea. The cup is porcelain, thin. She can see the light through the rim. Did you sleep? She asks. Calla looks at her. Yes. Good. You did not. It is not a question. No, not very well. New places are hard. Yes. Calla eats another spoonful. Are you staying for breakfast? I am here. No, I mean, are you staying for the whole breakfast? Or do you leave before it is over? The question lands with more weight than a child should be able to carry. Odessa sets her cup down. I will stay until I am finished. Calla nods. She goes back to her porridge. The door opens again. Idris enters. Suit, tie, hair still slightly damp. He stops when he sees them at the table. He looks at the arrangement. Odessa at one end, Calla at the other. A vast, empty stretch of oak between them. Good morning. Good morning, Odessa says. Calla says nothing. Idris walks to the sideboard. He does not take a plate. He pours coffee. Black, no sugar. I have a call with the Singapore office in 20 minutes. The morning briefing is at 9. There is a board packet waiting in your study. Thank you. I also requested a visitor badge for Sabine Petrelli. She will have access to the estate archive today if you wish to continue the document review. Odessa nods. I do. Then she will be here at 10. He takes a drink of his coffee, stands by the window. His silhouette cuts against the gray morning light. Calla sets her spoon down. Are we having dinner together tonight? The question is directed at no one in particular. Idris turns. I have a dinner with the due diligence team. Oh. The single syllable carries the weight of too many nights alone. Odessa watches him watch his niece. Something passes between them. A silent negotiation. I will cancel it, he says. You do not have to, Odessa says. The words come out before she decides whether she means them. He looks at her. I do not want to. 3 words, simple, direct. She does not know what to do with them. The morning briefing is delivered via tablet. Odessa sits in the study 2 doors down from her bedroom. It is smaller than the library, a desk, a chair, a window that faces the garden. bookshelves that had been partially cleared to make space for her laptop, her files, the folder of audit schematics she brought from London. Someone moved her things here while she was at breakfast. She does not know how she feels about that. The board packet is thorough. Covenants, loan structures, timeline of the due diligence phase, notes from the preliminary meeting with Feldemir representatives. Someone has highlighted a name in yellow, Nadine Verhoeven. She reads the notes from the meeting. The tone is professional. The subtext is war. Nadine asked questions about the company's governance stability, about the ownership structure, about whether recent changes in the executive suite had been properly disclosed to lenders. Recent changes. The marriage. She closes the packet. At 10, Sabine arrives. She looks exactly as she did in the archive. Silver hair, reading glasses on a chain, hands that move like she has handled old paper for a long time. Mrs. Ammerand, the house called ahead? Mr. Ammerand's office did. They said you had full access to any documentation I could source from the estate vault. Can you? I can try. Much of what remains is not catalogued. The family kept records in ways that make sense only to them. She sets a leather case on the desk, opens it. Inside are folders, photographs, a small box wrapped in linen. I brought what I could carry. The rest will take time to locate. Odessa looks at the box. What is that? It came from Eleanor's personal safe. I did not open it. I thought you should be the first. She opens the box after Sabine leaves. The linen falls away. Inside is a photograph, black and white, faded at the edges. A young woman stands in front of the estate, the same stone facade, the same river in the background. She wears a light dress. Her hand rests on the shoulder of a small girl. The girl is perhaps 4 years old. She looks up at the woman with an expression of pure trust. Odessa turns the photograph over. On the back, in handwriting that matches Eleanor's note, 3 words. My daughter. Margot. Margot. He says it like he is testing how it feels in his mouth. She looks at a shift. He says, You do not have to. I believe. I've been trying to find out for 20 years. The confession lands like a stone. Outside the window, no, a sound. A high, thin whine, growing louder. Odessa turns, looks through the glass. A shadow passes over the lawn. A drone. Black, bomb-packed, hovering at tree-line height. The camera is pointed directly at the house. At them. Idris. He is already moving. Phone to his ear. I know. The drone rises, holds position. The lens catches the light. It stays for 3 full seconds. Then it banks and disappears over the river. Idris's jaw is tight. That will be on a news site within the hour. She watches the empty sky where the drone was. Does it matter? It matters if they got the study window. It matters if they got you holding that photograph. It matters if they frame the story before we do. He is already walking. I need to call Simeon. Do not answer your phone. Do not open the door. I will handle the press. He stops at the threshold. This is what it looks like. The life you agreed to. You would be photographed entering buildings, leaving cars, standing at windows. Every moment of your minded days will be watched by people who want us to fail. She does not look away. I know. You said that before you had a drone over your garden. I said it knowing the terms. He holds her gaze. Then he is gone. She looks down at the photograph in her hands. Margot, the erased aunt. She wonders if Margot ever stood at this window. If she ever watched a drone flee over the river. If she ever married a man who could not tell her the whole truth. The ring on Odessa's finger feels heavier than it did this morning. Her phone buzzes. She should not answer. He told her not to. She looks anyway. A new message. No caller, 499. They will crop the drone out of the photo. They will not crop you out of the story. Watch your back, Mrs. Ammerand. She saves the message. Then she goes back to the window. The garden is empty. The sky is blue. But she feels watched. Chapter 8. She turns the photograph over again. Margot. The name is 3 generations old and it still feels like a wound. She places it face down on the desk. The glass is cool. The room is quiet. The drone is gone, but the shape of it lingers behind her eyes. She needs to work. The board packet is still open on the desk. Nadine Verhoeven's highlighted name, the covenant review notes, the merger timeline. None of it explains the woman in the photograph or the money that moved through accounts that should not exist. But the money is her language. She opens her laptop, syncs the audit files, pulls the merger schedules she was hired to review. The irregularities are still there. Small, buried in currency conversion columns and subsidiary overhead allocations. A decimal shift here, a line item reclassification there. The kind of noise an auditor catches when she is not distracted by family portraits and anonymous threats. She traces one thread backward. It leads to a holding vehicle registered in Luxembourg, a shell with no active contracts and no revenue, but money flows through it, quarterly, clean increments, too precise for legitimate operational drift. She cross-references the beneficiary codes. The shell funnels into an estate-linked trust. The trust name is neutral, administrated, the kind of vehicle a family lawyer sets up to manage property tax. But the date stamp on the first transfer is 32 years old. She stops typing. 32 years. That is before the merger, before the current restructuring, before anyone at Pelham Industries had a reason to hide money from a deal that did not yet exist. She pulls the original trust schedules from Appendix G. The numbers do not match the shell. Different account ranges, different signatories, but the pattern is the same. Money mounted through a vehicle that should not exist, into a trust with no beneficiary name. She looks at the photograph. Margot. 32 years ago, Margot was alive. The small girl in the photograph would have been grown, old enough to be erased by someone who wanted her gone. Odessa reaches for her phone. She calls Sabine Petrelle. It rings 4 times, goes to voicemail. Sabine, it is Odessa. I need to know if there is an estate trust linked to Eleanor's daughter. Not the main family trust, a separate vehicle. The audit trail shows a payout structure that predates the merger by 3 decades. I need to know if Margot had access to it, or if someone used her name to move money. She hangs up. The room settles into silence. She goes back to the shell accounts, maps the quarterly increments, pulls the signatory authorizations from the Luxembourg registry. The signatory is a name she does not recognize, G. Farragut. She searches the Pelham employee directory. No G. Farragut. Not current, not past. She searches the wider corporate registry. Nothing. A ghost signature on a ghost account. She leans back. The chair creaks. Outside, the river catches the afternoon light. The garden is still. No drones, no shadows. But the shell account is moving money right now, quarterly, like clockwork. The most recent transfer is dated 4 days ago. 4 days after she signed the contract, after she married Idris, after the anonymous messages started. Someone is still feeding the account. She pulls the payment routing. It originates from a Pelham subsidiary. A real one with active contracts and payroll and a board-approved budget. She checks the subsidiary's current filings. It is flagged for divestiture, slated to be sold off in the merger restructure. She checks the divestiture timeline. Closing date, 90 days from now. The exact lifespan of her marriage. She stares at the screen. The payout is timed to the merger close. The shell account is designed to survive the sale. The money will keep moving even after Pelham no longer owns the subsidiary. Someone built this to outlast the company. She pulls the subsidiary's authorized signatory list. Eamon Cater's name is at the top. She calls his office. His assistant picks up, hesitates, then transfers her. Odessa. His voice is smooth, professional. The voice of a man who has answered difficult questions for 30 years. Eamon, I need clarification on the Vestra holding vehicle. Silence. Which vehicle? The Luxembourg shell that sheeds into an estate-linked trust with no named beneficiary. The one that predates the merger by 3 decades. The one you signed off on 4 days ago. Longer silence. I am not sure what you are referring to. I have the routing codes, the signatory authorization, your name on the current approval line. You should not have access to those approvals. I am the forensic auditor. Everything is in scope. Another pause. She hears him breathing. Eamon, I am not asking you to confess. I am asking you to tell me what the money is for, because right now it looks like a payout structure designed to survive the merger. And if that is true, it means the sabotage in these books predates the current deal by years. It means someone has been planning this longer than Idris has been CEO. The line is quiet. Then, carefully, some records are older than the current management structure. I know. You may find that the estate-linked sickles do not appear in any major memo because they were never meant to be part of the public audit. Whose estate? The question hangs. He does not answer. Eamon, whose estate? I cannot have this conversation on a recorded line. Then have it in person. I will send you a time for tomorrow. I need it today. The subsidiary compliance alert was automated. I cannot override the system before end of business. She freezes. What compliance alert? The one that just went out. You triggered it when you queried the routing codes. Internal audit will receive a flag within the hour. She pulls up her access dashboard. A red notification blinks in the corner. Access alert. Usual query pattern detected. Escalation pending. I did not trigger a compliance alert by reviewing authorized records. You triggered it by cross-referencing the estate trust with Appendix G. Those two datasets are not supposed to connect. The system treats that as anomalous activity. She looks at the screen. The notification is time-stamped 3 minutes ago. The system is watching you, Odessa, the same way it watched whoever accessed the sealed archive before you. I will send you a time for tomorrow. Do not call this number again until then. The line goes dead. She sets the phone down. The red light on her access dashboard pulses. Inside the Shell account, the most recent transfer is 4 days old. The money is clean. The routing is clean. The signatory is a ghost. But the payout is still moving. And Heyman Caden knows exactly where it is going. She looks at the photograph of Margot, the erased aunt, the hidden trust, the money that predates the merger by 30 years. She wonders if Margot knew she was being erased, or if she only realized it then the money stopped arriving. The pulse light blinks. She reaches for her phone again. She texts Idris. I found something in the Vestra shell. Payout structure predates the merger by decades. Eamon stonewalling. Compliance alert triggered. She hits send. Then she opens the audit log and saves every file she has accessed in the last hour to a private drive. The screen flickers. The access dashboard goes dark. She tries to refresh. Nothing. The system has locked it out. Chapter 9. The estate feels different after the lockout. Odessa stands at the study window, phone still warm in her hand, and watches the river slide past the yew hedge. She sent Idris the text 8 minutes ago. No reply. The system is dark. Her files sit on a private drive she cannot access from any Pelham terminal because she no longer has a terminal. She should be furious. Instead, she feels the old familiar slide into detachment, the one that kept her safe through 3 foster placements and a dozen caseworkers who stopped returning calls. You do not fight for access to a burning building. You walk away before the roof caves in. But she does not walk. She stays at the window because the photograph of Margot is still in her pocket, and the Shell account is still moving money. And somewhere inside this house, there is a name that connects the erased daughter to the ghost signatory. The front door opens. Calla is home. The girl appears in the study doorway without knocking, school bag still strapped across her chest, navy blazer wrinkled from a day of being 12. Her small, freckled face is unreadable. You are in my uncle's study. Your uncle gave it to me. Calla steps inside. She does not sit. She stands with her weight on one foot, the way children do when they are preparing to leave a room fast. Mrs. Felder said you had a bad day. Odessa turns from the window. Mrs. Felder is observant. She said you got locked out of your computer. The precision of the statement lands. Calla has been listening. The adults in this house talk around her, but she hears everything. Something like that. Is someone trying to stop you from working? Odessa considers how much truth a 12-year-old can hold, decides the girl already holds more than she shows. Yes. Calla nods. She does not look surprised. Did my uncle know they would lock you out? No, he did not. Good. The word drops like a stone. Calla shifts her weight. Then she asks the question Odessa has been waiting for since the wedding. How long do contract wives stay? The room goes quiet. Who told you about the contract? I heard Mr. Valier talking to my uncle on the phone before the wedding. He said the contract had a time limit, 90 days. That is 3 months. Odessa keeps her voice even. That is the legal arrangement. It does not mean I will leave at exactly 90 days. Does not mean you will stay either. Calla's eyes hold hers. There is no accusation in them, only the blunt assessment of a child who has learned that adults make promises they do not keep. My mother left. The words land clean. I know. She left me with him, my uncle. She said she would come back, and she did not. Odessa's chest tightens. Calla, did you have a mother? The question is not cruel. It is clinical, a child collecting data. I had a foster mother. She died when I was 16. Did she leave before that? No, she stayed. Then you know it is possible. Possible? To stay. The word hangs between them. Odessa feels the weight of it pressing against her ribs. I do not know if I can promise you that yet, Odessa says slowly. But I am here now, and I am not planning to leave until I find out why my name is in that trust. Calla studies her for a long moment. Then she does something Odessa does not expect. She crosses the room and sits on the floor beside the desk, legs crossed, bag still strapped across her chest. I will wait here while you work. There is no work. I am locked out. Then I will wait here anyway. Odessa looks at the girl on the floor, the small, determined shape of her, the way she has planted herself like she expects to be pried loose. All right, Odessa says. Then I will wait with you. They sit in silence for 40 minutes. Odessa does not try to fill it with conversation. She learned long ago that silence is not empty. It is where people show you what they are carrying. Calla pulls a book from her bag and reads. Her lips move slightly when she concentrates. She has Idris's focus, the same way of narrowing her attention until the rest of the world falls away. At 6, Mrs. Felder calls them to dinner. Calla eats quickly and asks no more questions. She watches Odessa across the table with the same careful assessment she used in the study. Testing, weighing, deciding. When she finishes, she stands. Good night, Odessa. The name lands without the formal Mrs. Ammerand. Odessa does not correct her. Good night, Calla. The girl leaves. Her footsteps fade down the hallway. At 10, the house goes dark. Odessa lies in her bed, the room lit only by the river's reflected glow. She has not heard from Idris. The system is still dark. The shell account is still moving money. She should be planning her next move. Instead, she listens. The old house settles around her. Floorboards contract. Pipes sigh. Wind pushes against the leaded glass. And then she hears it. A sound from down the hall. Muffled. Mothmic. Crying. Odessa sits up. The sound comes from the third door on the left, the one with a small brass star hung at eye level. Calla's room. The door is half open, a sliver of light falling across the hallway floor. Odessa approaches slowly. She does not knock. She stands in the dark hallway, bare feet on cold wood, and listens to the girl cry. The sound is not loud. It is the kind of crying that has learned to be quiet, the kind that expects no one to answer. Odessa raises her hand, then she lowers it. She does not know if she is allowed to comfort a child she has known for 4 days. She does not know if her presence would help or make it worse. She does not know if she is staying or leaving, and a girl who has been left before does not need someone who cannot promise permanence. She steps back. A hand catches her wrist. She turns. Idris stands in the dark hallway. He is in shirt sleeves, collar open, face half in shadow. He must have come up the bad stairs. She did not hear him. He does not let go of her wrist. Do not, he says quietly. Do not what? Do not walk away from her door because you are afraid of what you cannot promise. The words land like a blade. I do not know what to say to her, Odessa whispers. Neither do I. I have been failing to find the words for 12 years. His grip loosens but does not release. She lost her mother. She lost the only person who was supposed to stay. And she is terrified that you will be the next one who leaves without saying goodbye. I am not her mother. No, but you are the first person she has asked to stay. The crying behind the door shifts, quiets, then starts again, softer. Idris releases her wrist. Go to bed, Odessa. There is nothing either of us can say tonight that will fix this. He turns toward his own room. She steps forward, catches his sleeve. Idris. He stops. Why will the household not survive another disappearance? He turns back. His face is unreadable, but his voice drops. Because I will not survive watching her break again. He walks away. She stands in the dark hallway. Behind the half-closed door, Calla's crying has stopped, and Odessa realizes she has just been told something she was not meant to hear. A confession, a warning, and the first true thing Idris has said to her that was not protected by the contract's armor. Chapter 10. The car glides through London rain, wet streets smearing the window lights into gold streaks. Odessa sits with her hands folded, Eleanor Ammerand's ring catching the passing headlamps. She wears black. A gown Idris had delivered that morning, cut clean and high at the collar. No jewelry except the ring. The stylist who arrived with the dress asked no questions. The makeup artist worked in silence. Everyone knows what this is. A display. Idris sits across from her in the jump seat, tuxedo immaculate, face unreadable. He has not spoken since they left the estate. You do not have to do this. She looks at him. Do not have to what? Attend or perform? Either. The car turns. The Grosvenor House entrance appears ahead. Awnings lit, press gathered behind barriers. Flashbulbs begin popping before the wheels stop. 90 days, she says. I agreed to 90 days. That includes the parts I do not like. He holds her gaze. Something flickers behind his control. Worry or recognition. Then let me warn you now. Wistan will be gracious. Nadine will be warm. And everyone in that room will be waiting for you to prove you do not belong. She reaches for the door handle. Then I will give them something to watch. The ballroom is gilt and crystal, and the weight of old money breathing through every chandelier. Odessa steps inside with Idris's hand at her lower back. The touch is light, proprietary. She does not lean into it, but she does not pull away. Heads turn, Hespers rise like a current. That is her, the auditor, the one who found the trust. No, the one who married him. Both. She keeps her chin level and her pace steady. She has walked into hostile boardrooms before. This is just a boardroom with better champagne and worse intention. Idris guides her through the crowd with practiced ease. He knows everyone. He introduces her with the same phrase each time. My wife, Odessa. The title lands differently each time she hears it. Some recipients smile too quickly. Others pause, recalculating. A few avoid eye contact altogether. She catalogues each reaction, stores them. Wistan finds her by the terrace doors. You survived Wistan and Nadine in the same hour. That is either resilience or recklessness. Both. He almost smiles. The corner of his mouth moves, then stops. There is a donor alliance meeting in the library. They want to meet you. To meet me or to test me? Both. He pauses. I can tell them you are unwell. Tell them I am coming, and tell them to bring their best questions. I have been polite all evening. I am running out of patience. He looks at her for a long moment. Something shifts in his expression. Warmer, softer. You are not what I expected. Neither are you. He extends his arm. Then let us disappoint some people together. The library is paneled in dark wood. A fire burns low. 12 people sit in leather chairs watching the door. Odessa recognizes 3 from the board packet. The rest are strangers. Old money, the kind that does not need to introduce itself. A man in his 70s rises first. Mrs. Ammerand, We have heard a great deal about you. Most of it inaccurate, I am sure. A ripple of surprise. Someone laughs. The man gestures to a chair. Please, sit. We have questions. She sits. Idris stands behind her. No, beside her. The difference matters. Then ask them, she says. I have answers. The interrogation lasts 40 minutes. They probe the marriage's legitimacy, her qualifications, her intentions, her knowledge of Pelham's operations, her relationship to the trust. She answers each question with precision. No hedging, no hesitation. Idris does not interrupt once. When the man in his 70s finally nods, the tension in the room shifts. Not acceptance, but acknowledgement. Your answers are satisfactory, Mrs. Ammerand. Good. Now I have one for you. The room stills. Who among you knew about the erased daughter before I walked into this building? Silence. The fire pops. No one answers. She stands. I thought so. Enjoy your evening. She walks out. Idris catches her in the hallway. That was aggressive. I am tired of being the only one who says the thing everyone else is pretending does not exist. Odessa. She stops, taunts. He steps close, closer than he has been all night. I did not know about Margot until you showed me the photograph, but I know who did. Her breath catches. Who? He opens his mouth to answer. A phone buzzes. His. He checks the screen. His face goes still. What? He turns the phone toward her. A news alert. Headline already live. Pelham Industries CEO's new wife linked to hidden trust. Sources question marriage legitimacy. Below it, a photo of Ho exiting the registry, the morning of the wedding, and beside her, face partially visible, the same anonymous figure who sent the first threat. Idris lowers the phone. Someone inside this room just fed them the story. The gala continues behind them. Music, laughter, the sound of a trap closing, and Odessa realizes the night is not over. It is just beginning. Chapter 11. The headline hangs between them like a second skin. Odessa stares at the phone in Idris's hand, her own image. The registry steps, the anonymous figure caught mid-stride beside her. Someone in this building fed that photo. Music spills from the ballroom, laughter, the clink of glasses. The sound of people who do not yet know the story is already eating through the walls. Idris tucks the phone away. We need to move. Where? Home. We are done here. She follows him down the corridor, past the terrace where Nadine stood, past the library where the Donor Alliance refused to answer her question. A man steps into their path. 70s, tailored suit, the kind of face that expects doors to open before he touches the handle. Idris, a word. Idris stops. His shoulders tighten. Lord Ashworth, this is not a good time. It is the only time I have, and it will not wait. Ashworth's eyes slide to Odessa, assessing, weighing. Mrs. Ammerand, I apologize for the intrusion. I need a moment with your husband. She does not move. Anything you need to say to him, you can say to me. Ashworth's smile does not reach his eyes. Very well. The Alliance is nervous, Idris. This new story is precisely the kind of instability we have been trying to avoid. Lenders watch these things. So do regulators. Idris says nothing. Ashworth continues. I have a solution. The founders' dinner is in 6 days. It is the one event this city takes seriously. If Mrs. Ammerand sits at the head table, visible, composed, and publicly introduces herself as your wife, it will quiet the noise. Odessa understands. She is being asked to perform, to smile, to be decorative proof that the house is stable. And if I do not? She asks. Ashworth's gaze hardens. Then the Alliance will have to reconsider its confidence in this leadership, permanently. The threat is clean, surgical. Either she submits to the ritual, or they lose the donor block that Idris has spent months securing. She opens her mouth to answer. Idris speaks first. No. Ashworth blinks. Excuse me? She will not be displayed at the founders' dinner. She will not be trotted out like a trophy to reassure men who should already trust the numbers. Idris, I have been a friend to this family for 30 years. Do not let a temporary arrangement cost you a permanent alliance. Then trust me enough not to ask her to perform. The silence between them is razor thin. Ashworth's face closes. That is a regrettable answer. It is the only one I have. Ashworth turns, walks away. The corridor feels 10 degrees colder. Odessa stares at Idris. You just cost yourself the Ashworth block. I know. Why? He looks at her. His eyes are dark, unreadable. Because you are not a prop for their peace of mind. Her chest tightens. You did that for me. I did it because it was true. A steward approaches, hesitant. Mr. Ammerand, Mr. Velour is on line 1. He says it is urgent. Idris takes the call. Odessa watches his face. The controlled stillness, the slight hardening of his jaw. He hangs up. Whiston has called an emergency board session, tomorrow morning. For what? He is moving to invalidate the trust, on the grounds of fraud. The word lands like a slap. Fraud. Her marriage, her identity, the legal foundation holding them together. If he succeeds? Idris' voice is flat. Then the trust dissolves before the 90 days. The shares revert to Whiston, and Velvinir takes Pelham before the end of the month. The gala continues behind them. Music, laughter, the sound of people dancing on ground that is about to collapse. Odessa grips the clutch in her hand. The hidden drive is inside. Every record she saved, every thread she pulled. Then we stop him. How? She meets his eyes. I have the truth on that drive. Let them call it fraud. I will show them what fraud actually looks like. The corridor is empty now. The trap is set. But Odessa Renwick has never walked quietly into a closing room. Chapter 12. The corridor narrows as they move. Odessa's heels strike marble. Idris's hand is at her lower back, a pressure she feels through the silk. Side entrance, he says. Service lift to the basement garage. They will have the main doors covered. They will have every door covered, but the service lift buys us 90 seconds. She does not ask how he knows. The man has spent his life navigating traps dressed as ballrooms. They hit the service corridor. Gray walls, exposed pipes. A cleaner stares at them, mop frozen mid-swipe, and Odessa registers how they must look. A woman in black silk and a man in evening dress fleeing through the guts of a 5-star hotel. The lift arrives. They step in. The doors close. Silence. Idris presses the basement button. His jaw is set. His hand drops from her back. Ashworth will not be the last, she says. I know. They will all want a piece of me. The dinner, the photo op, the interview where I smile and tell the world how happy I am. Yes. She turns to face him. And you will keep saying no? He looks at her. The lift hums between floors. Yes. Why? The same question from the corridor. He gave her an answer then. She wants to hear it again, wants to see if it holds. His voice is lower. Because I did not bring you into this to be consumed. The lift stops, doors open, basement garage, concrete pillars, the black car idling 20 feet away, engine running, driver holding the rear door. They cross the space fast. Odessa slides in first. Idris follows. The door closes and the car is moving before she settles into the seat. The driver does not ask where. Idris must have signaled. A protocol, a pre-arranged escape route. They emerge from the ramp into the London night. Streetlights flick past, the river glints between buildings. Odessa exhales. And then she sees them. A cluster of figures at the gated exit. Cameras, boom microphones, the white flash of phone lights. The driver does alert slow. Mr. Ammerand, they are blocking the junction. Push through. They are standing in the road. Then push through slowly. Do not stop. The car eases forward. The pack of reporters parts like a living tide, then closes again, hands pressing against the glass, faces contorted through the tinted windows. Odessa sees her own photograph on a phone screen held up by a woman in a trench coat. Her face. The registry steps. The anonymous figure beside her. The headline beneath, Who's Idris Ammerand's mystery bride? She looks away. The car clears the junction, accelerates. The shouts fade into traffic noise. The tinted glass rises. The cabin goes quiet. Odessa's hands are shaking. She does not know when that started. She presses them flat against her thighs, breathes, counts. Idris is washing her. You handled that better than most. Most have not spent their lives being examined. Foster care is not the same as a tabloid ambush. No, in foster care, they at least pretend to care about you before they take notes. The words come out sharper than she means. She does not apologize. Idris does not flinch. I am sorry, he says. For what? For the photograph, for the story, for the fact that you cannot walk out of a building without your face being sold. She turns to him. The streetlights catch his face in intervals. Dark, light, dark. You did not take the photograph. No, but I knew what I was asking when I brought you into this. You asked me to sign a contract. You did not ask me to be hunted. True, he holds her gaze. But I knew it would happen, and I chose not to warn you fully because I was afraid you would run. The Rost loads through the night. The river is gone. They are threading through back streets, away from the lights. What have you not told me, Idris? He looks at her. His eyes are dark, unreadable, but there is something beneath the control now, something raw. I do not know how to answer that without losing you. Then risk it. The silence stretches. The car slows at a light. She watches his throat move as he swallows. You are not what I expected, he says. Neither are you. The first night, in my office, when I told you how the trust worked, you did not flinch. You did not ask for more time. You asked for control of the terms. I do not like being owned. I know, his voice drops, and I do not like owing anyone, but I owe you the truth, and I am still trying to find the way to give it without watching you walk out of that car. She feels the words in her chest. He is afraid. The man who controls billions, who shut down Ashworth without blinking, who walked through a gauntlet of cameras with his spine straight, is afraid of her leaving. The car turns. The street narrows. She does not know what moves her. The adrenaline, the anger, the fact that he said her name like it cost him something. She leans in. He meets her halfway. Their faces inches apart. She can smell his cologne. Cedar. Something clean. She can see the line of his jaw, the slight part of his lips. Her hand lifts, hovers. His breath catches. Odessa. Her name. His voice. Barely a whisper. The car phone rings. Idris stops. The moment shatters. He reaches for the handset. His voice is rough when he speaks. Yes. Pause. His face changes. Simeon. What? She watches his grip tighten on the receiver. Which archive? Pause. Who accessed it? The car turns again. The streetlights flicker across his face. Then lock the entire permission set. Do not let anyone in or out until I arrive. He hangs up. The silence is worse than before. What is it? Idris looks at her. Someone accessed the sealed archival permissions, not the main archive, the secondary set, the one that holds the grandmother's personal papers. Her blood goes cold. The papers Sabine was authenticating. Yes. Who? He shakes his head. Simeon does not know. The system logged the access, but the session was wiped clean before the trace could run. Wiped clean. As in someone inside the system? Someone with credentials. Someone who knew the security protocols. She thinks of Eamon, of Whiston, of the ghost signatory on the Luxembourg shell. Sabine, she says. Is she safe? I do not know. The car accelerates. London slides past, dark, indifferent. Odessa presses her hand to the window and feels the vibration of the road. The trap was never just the tabloids. The track was always the archive. Chapter 13. The car does not stop at the estate. Idris gives the driver an address Odessa does not recognize. A commercial district south of the river. Low buildings, security lights. Where are we going? Eamon Cater keeps a secondary office near the old Bermondsey site. He does not tell anyone when he works there. You know this how? Because I pay attention to people who avoid me. The car pulls into a lot behind a converted warehouse. Idris kills the engine and turns to her. He will not talk to me. He has never talked to me, but he might talk to you. Why? Because you were the one who found the shell, because you were the one who called him, and because he knows I cannot make you disappear the way I could make him disappear. She stares at him. That is not a compliment. It is the truth, which is rarer. They cross the lot, a single door with a keypad. Idris enters a code she does not see him look up. You know his door code? I know a lot of things I am not supposed to know. The door clicks open. Inside, a narrow staircase, fluorescent lights, the smell of old paper and machine oil. At the top, a glass door with Eamon Cater's name stenciled in faded letters. Eamon is already there. He sits behind a metal desk, sleeves rolled, reading glasses on. He does not look surprised to see them. Mr. Ammerand, Mrs. Ammerand. Eamon, you should not be here. Neither should the Luxembourg account. Eamon's jaw tightens. He removes his glasses and sets them down slowly. I told your wife. There are protocols, systems that watch. Someone already accessed the secondary archive tonight. The grandmother's papers. They wiped the log. Eamon goes still. That is not possible. It happened. Your security protocols are supposed to. But yes. And yet, the silence presses. Odessa steps forward. I need to understand the shell. Eamon looks at her. His eyes are tired. Not evasive. Tired. It is old. Older than the merger. Older than you. How old? 32 years. The first transfer predates your birth. I know. I saw the date. Then you know it was set up before anyone in this room had power over it. Who set it up? Eamon hesitates. I do not know. You are the authorized signatory for the subsidiary that feeds it. I am the signatory now. I was not the signatory then. The role passed to you. Yes. From whom? His pause is longer this time. From your grandmother's estate attorney, after she died. Eleanor's attorney. Yes. So the shell was set up during Eleanor's lifetime. I believe so. You believe or you know. He holds her gaze. I know, but I have never been able to confirm it. The original formation documents were sealed. I only inherited the signatory role, not the paper trail. Idris moves to the window. He does not interrupt. He watches. Odessa pulls the chair across from Eamon and sits. There is a beneficiary. The estate-linked trust you feed. No name, no designation, just a code. Yes, who is it? I do not know. The document does not say. It only references a sealed appendix. The word hits her like a current. Appendix G. Eamon's face changes. How do you know that number? Because I opened it. He goes pale. You opened Appendix G. Yes. Mrs. Renwick. That appendix was classified, settled, and inactive for over a decade. I know. The system would have flagged your access. It did. Then the same people who built the compliance alert know you saw it. Yes. He sits back. His hand moves to his collar. You do not understand what you have done. I understand exactly what I have done. I found my own name inside a 40-year-old trust instrument. I married the CEO to unlock the shares, and I discovered that the same trust is connected to a Luxembourg shell that has been paying an unnamed beneficiary for 32 years. Eamon stares at her. Your name, inside the appendix. Yes. That is not possible. It is, and you know it. He shakes his head. I did not know. I swear to you. I knew the appendix existed. I knew it was sealed. I never knew what it contained. Who knew? The only person who could have known was Eleanor, and she is dead. Then who sealed it after her death? Silence. Idris turns from the window. Eamon. Eamon does not look at him. Eamon, who sealed the appendix. I cannot answer that. You will answer it. I cannot, because the person who sealed it is dead, and the person who ordered it sealed is still alive. The room goes cold. Who? Odessa says. Eamon looks at her. His face is gray. If I tell you, I am signing my own termination. You are already signed. The compliance alert is triggered. The archive is breached. There is nowhere left to hide. He holds her gaze. Idris Ammerand ordered the Appendix sealed 12 years ago, when he became acting chairman after your grandmother's death. Idris goes still. Idris sealed it. Yes. Why? Because he knew what it contained, and he knew that if it ever surfaced, it would cost him everything. Cost him what? Eamon's voice drops. Control. Of the company. Of the narrative. Of the inheritance. What inheritance? Eamon looks at her. His eyes are wet. The one that belongs to you. The words hang. Odessa feels them in her chest. Explain. The trust was never supposed to be buried. It was written to protect the bloodline. But when Eleanor died, Whiston found the appendix among her personal papers. He recognized what it meant, and he made a choice. To erase me. To erase the evidence that you existed, because if the trust was activated, the shares would pass outside his control, and he could not allow that. And you helped him. Eamon closes his eyes. I processed the payments. I kept the shell running. I told myself I was following Eleanor's original instructions, that I was preserving her intent. Her intent was to protect me. Her intent was to protect you, and I helped bury you. The silence is brutal. Odessa's hand moves to her wrist, the cracked watch, her tell. She is not lying. She was holding herself together. Why are you telling me this now? Because the archive breach means someone else already knows, and because I am tired. Tired of what? Tired of being the man who kept the secret. He reaches for a drawer, pulls out a thick manila folder. Everything I have. The original standing instruction, the verification records, the correspondence chain from 12 years ago when Whiston ordered the seal. He slides it across the desk. Odessa does not touch it. Why now? Because the archive breach was not Whiston. Who was it? I do not know, but I know someone is moving faster than any of us anticipated. His phone chimes. He looks at it. His face drains. What is it? He turns the phone toward her. A system notification. Compliance alert. L7th Berwick ledger access revoked. Active session terminated. Remaining linked ledgers, 0. Eamon. What is that? He looks up. The Shell's primary holding ledger. The one that tracks the quarterly disbursements. It is gone. Wiped. In real time, while we were sitting here. He sets the phone down. Whoever breached the archive just closed the last open door. Odessa looks at Idris. His face is unreadable, but his hands are fists. She reaches for the folder, opens it. The first page is Eleanor's handwriting, and the date, 42 years ago. Chapter 14. The car is silent through the last mile to the estate. Odessa holds the folder in her lap, 42 years of Eleanor's handwriting. Standing instructions, Whiston's seal order correspondence. The proof of her own erasure folded into paper thick enough to survive generations. She does not open it again. She cannot. Not with Idris beside her, his hands still fists on his thighs. The gates open. The house rises ahead, dark and patient, its windows holding nothing but night. They step inside. Mrs. Felder has left a single lamp burning in the entrance hall. The rest of the house is shadows. Odessa's footsteps echo on the stone as she crosses to the staircase, the folder pressed against her ribs. Odessa. She stops, does not turn. Say it. She turns. He stands in the pool of lamplight, his tie pulled loose, his face carved from the same stone as the walls. Say what? That you already knew? I did not know. You knew Whiston sealed the appendix. I suspected. I did not know. But you knew what the appendix contained. Silence. The truth lands between them, heavy and undeniable. You knew, she says. Before the boardroom, before the contract, before you walked me to that registry, you knew my name was inside that trust. I knew my grandmother had written an appendix. I did not know what it contained until you accessed it, but you knew it named someone. I knew it named a descendant. I did not know it was you. She laughs. The sound is hollow. Close enough. Odessa. No. She shakes her head. You stood in that boardroom and let me negotiate for terms while you already knew marriage to you would activate a trust that controls 23% of your company. You don't tell me. I could not tell you. The appendix was sealed. I had no legal right to. Do not. The word cuts. She steps toward him. Do not hide behind legal right. You are Idris Ammerand. You can access anything. What you could not do was risk me walking away before you secured the shares. His jaw tightens. You are not wrong. The admission lands like a blow. And now, she says, now that the shares are secured and the archive is breached and someone is wiping ledgers in real time, now that I have a folder full of your uncle's correspondence proving he ordered my bloodline erased, I am still standing beside you. Are you? Or are you standing beside the trust that keeps Pelham in your control? His eyes flash. You want me to choose between the company and the truth. I cannot. Because if I choose the truth without strategy, Whiston takes Pelham by morning. The trust dissolves, the shares revert to him, and everything your grandmother built to protect you burns. Then let it burn. The words hang. He stares at her. You do not mean that. I mean every word. If Pelham can only survive by keeping my existence buried, then Pelham does not deserve to survive. And what about the people who depend on it? The 14,000 employees, the contractors, the families. Do not weaponize their jobs against my truth. I am not weaponizing anything. I am telling you that the world is not clean, that right and wrong do not always move in the same direction, that your grandmother built that trust inside the law of a company she also built, and tearing one down tears at the other. Then find another way. I am trying. You are protecting. I am strategizing. There is a difference. Is there? She holds his gaze. Because from where I stand, you look like a man who has spent 12 years failing to find words for his niece, and 20 years failing to find what happened to his aunt, and now you are failing to tell me whether you married me for the shares or for myself. The words land. She watches them hit. His face does not change, but something behind his eyes shifts, a crack, a fault line. I married you for both, he says, and I have been trying to prove the second ever since. The silence stretches. She does not answer. She turns and climbs the stairs. The folder is heavy in her hands. Eleanor's handwriting waits, but she cannot open it. Not yet. Not with his words still hanging in the air. She reaches the landing. The corridor is dark. At the far end, a light glows from Calla's door, a sliver of gold against the floor. Odessa walks past it, reaches her own room, pushes the door open. Inside, she sets the folder on the desk. Her hands are shaking. She presses them flat against the wood. She needs a moment. She needs to breathe. She turns and walks back into the corridor. The light from Calla's room is still burning. She moves toward it. The door is slightly ajar. She pushes it gently. The room is empty. The bed made. A single lamp on the nightstand. But the light is not from the lamp. It is from the study at the end of the hall. She walks. The study door is open. Idris sits at the desk, his back to her, his shoulders curved. In front of him, a file folder lies open. Calla's school file. Her name in neat print at the top. A photograph clipped to the inside cover. The same small face that watched Odessa from across the registry table. He is not reading. He is staring at the photograph. His hand rests beside it, uncurled. He looks smaller than she has ever seen him. The invincible man reduced to this: a desk, a file, a girl he has spent 12 years failing to protect. Odessa steps forward. He does not turn. She reaches past him and touches the edge of the photograph. Idris. His voice is raw. She does not know about Margot. I know. She asks me questions I cannot answer. You do not need to answer them alone. He looks up. His eyes are red. Then help me. The words break something inside her. She pulls the chair beside his and sits. The file lies between them. Calla's face. Margot's legacy. The weight of a family built on erased women and the men who tried to bury them. Odessa reaches for his hand. He lets her take it. And for a long moment, neither of them speaks. The house settles around them. The earth shifts beneath. And somewhere in the dark, a phone vibrates. Idris's. He looks at the screen. His face changes. What is it? He turns the phone toward her. A single line of text. You should check the L7L secondary ledger, the one no one knows exists. The message is unsigned, the number is blocked, and the timestamp reads 30 seconds ago. Chapter 15. The boardroom is glass and gray light, the Thames a flat ribbon through floor-to-ceiling windows, and the 8 men and women seated around the polished table look like they have already decided how this morning ends. Odessa takes the seat beside Idris, not behind him, beside. Simeon Velour sits at the far end, his laptop open, his face unreadable. Whiston occupies the head of the table like a throne he has never fully vacated. Beside him, 2 board members Odessa has never met in person study her with the clinical interest of people assessing an asset. Nadine Verhoeven is not on the board. She does not need to be. Her presence fills the room anyway. 2 of the 4 lenders she represents have sent observers. They sit along the back wall, silent, their expressions blank, their presence a warning. Whiston begins without ceremony. Thank you for gathering on short notice. We have an urgent matter of governance to address. He does not look at Odessa. He looks at Idris. The trust activated by your marriage has created significant concern among our lenders. 2 covenants tied to ownership stability are now at risk of technical breach. If they are breached, the merger stalls. If the merger stalls, Valdemir's standing offer to acquire our distressed assets becomes the only viable path forward. He slides a document across the table. I have here an independent assessment from Pelham's compliance team. They confirm that the trust's activation constitutes a material change in beneficial ownership without prior board notification. That change triggers a covenant review window of 48 hours. If we cannot demonstrate stable ownership by close of business tomorrow, the lenders have the right to accelerate. Idris does not stop her. She takes the document from the table, scans it. Her eyes move fast. The numbers do not lie, but the timing does. This assessment is dated 3 days ago. Whiston's face does not change. Preliminary work. Preliminary work which predates the public announcement of my marriage by 24 hours. She looks up. You commissioned this before the story broke, before anyone outside this room knew the trust had been activated. The silence sharpens. Simeon clears his throat. Mrs. Ammerand, are you suggesting the assessment was prepared in anticipation of a known event? I am suggesting that someone in this room knew the trust activation was coming before it happened, and that the covenant concerns being raised today are not a response to a material change. They are a manufactured trigger designed to force a crisis at a specific moment. She holds Whiston's gaze. The question is why? Whiston's jaw tightens. You are new to this world, Mrs. Ammerand. You do not understand the speed at which these instruments move. I understand that a compliance assessment commissioned 3 days before a public announcement is not a reaction. It is a prepared weapon. She turns to the lender observers. If Pelham's compliance team had genuine concerns about the trust's activation, they would have flagged them the moment my marriage was registered. Instead, they waited 3 days, because they were told to wait. One of the observers shists, a bead of sweat on his temple. Nadine Verhoeven rises from her seat against the back wall. She is not supposed to speak. She speaks anyway. Mrs. Ammerand raises a valid point about timing. However, valid or not, the covenant clause does not require the assessment to predate the event. It only requires that the assessment exists and that ownership stability cannot be demonstrated by close of business tomorrow. Her voice is silk. The trust's 90-day condition is not stable ownership. It is conditional ownership. The lenders are not required to treat it as equivalent. Odessa does not look away. The lenders are required to follow their own covenants, and the covenant in question specifies that a change in beneficial ownership triggers a review window of 48 hours. It does not specify accelerated action within that window. She pulls a printed page from her bag, slides it across the table. I checked this morning. Nadine's smile does not reach her eyes. The 90-day condition still applies. Then the lenders have 90 days to review, not 48 hours, not tomorrow, 90 days. She stands. The manufactured urgency in this ring is not coming from the lenders. It is coming from someone who wants a decision before the full truth is available. She looks at Whiston. I have documents in my possession that will change how everyone in this room understands the trust, the family history, and the legitimacy of my claim. If you force a vote today, I will release them to the entire board. If you wait, We can do this properly. The rune holds its breath. Whiston's hand rests on the table. His signet ring presses into the polished wood. I have never been threatened by an auditor before. Then you never met the right auditor. For a long moment, no one speaks. Then Idris pushes his chair back. The vote is tabled. We reconvene in 72 hours with full disclosure of the trust's history and the beneficiary's verified lineage. He looks at Whiston. And if anyone in this room has already made arrangements with Feldemir, they have 3 days to reconsider. The board members exchange glances. No one objects. Whiston holds Idris's gaze, then looks away first. The observers rise. Nadine walks toward the door. She passes Odessa. Pauses. Her voice is barely a whisper. That was impressive. Odessa does not answer. Nadine leans closer. But the trap was never this room. She smiles. Good luck tomorrow. She walks out. Odessa stands frozen. Tomorrow. The word echoes. She turns to find Idris watching the door when Nadine disappeared. His face is hard. His hands are fists. She knows something we do not. Odessa's phone vibrates. She looks down. A single line of text from an unknown number. The L7L secondary ledger was never in Luxembourg. It was in your grandmother's bedroom. And he knows you have it now. The message is unsigned. The number is blocked. The timestamp reads 12 seconds ago. Chapter 16. The car hums through Surrey darkness, headlights cutting the winding road. Odessa stares at her phone until the screen goes black, then watches the reflection of her own face disappear into the glass. He knows you have it now. She turns to Idris. Whoever sent that text knows about Eamon's folder. They know I have the documents. The same person who wiped the ledger. Or someone watching the same game from a different angle. The car slows at the estate gates. Iron scrollwork slides past, then the crunch of gravel, the warm glow of the entrance hall through the trees. Idris kills the engine but does not move. You saved the board. She looks at him. The vote. You saved it. I bought us 72 hours. You bought us the only thing that matters. His voice drops. I could not have done what you did in that room. The words hang. He is not deflecting, not redistributing credit. He is stating a fact, and the admission costs him something visible in the set of his jaw. She studies him. That cost you to say. It should not, but yes. Why? He turns toward her. The overhead light catches the exhaustion in his face, the line between his brows, the way his hands stay locked on the steering wheel even after the engine has stopped. Because I have spent 12 years being the person who holds things together. I have forgotten what it feels like to watch someone else do it. She does not look away. Is it uncomfortable? Yes. Is it a relief? He is quiet for a long moment. Terrifying, he says. And yes. The air between them shifts. Not the charged, near touch of the car in London, but something quieter, more dangerous. The kind of honesty that does not need proximity to feel intimate. She opens her door. I need to find that ledger. If it was in Eleanor's bedroom, it is still in this house. He follows her inside. The estate is dim, the hallway sconces turned low. Mrs. Felder has left a single lamp burning in the library and a covered tray on the sideboard. Odessa stops at the foot of the staircase. Where is Eleanor's bedroom? Second floor, east wing. It has been kept as it was. Show me. He leads her up the stairs, past the portrait of Eleanor, past the empty gold oval frame that catches the light like a wound. The corridor narrows. The carpet changes from runner to deep pile, older, worn by decades of footsteps. Idris stops at a door with a brass handle. I have not opened this room in years. When did you last open it? He does not answer. He turns the handle. The door swings inward. The bedroom is frozen in time. A 4-poster bed with cream linen, a vanity with a silver brush set, a writing desk by the window where the curtains are drawn. The air smells of lavender and old paper. Odessa steps inside. The room feels inhabited. Not preserved in amber, but waiting, as if Eleanor might walk back in at any moment. She moves to the writing desk. Drawers. Empty. She checks the bedside table. Nothing. The vanity drawers hold only hairpins, a jar of hand cream, a pair of reading glasses. She turns in a slow circle. The L. secondary ledger was never in Luxembourg. It was in your grandmother's bedroom. He knows you have it now. She stops. The bed. She kneels and runs her hand under the mattress frame. Nothing. Idris watches from the doorway. There is a false panel in the wardrobe. My father showed me once when I was a child. She crosses to the wardrobe. Oak, carved, tall in her. She runs her fingers along the interior back panel until she feels the seam. Pressed. It gives. The panel swings open on hidden hinges. Inside, a leather-bound ledger sits in a hollow space. Thick, tarnished brass corners, the spine cracked with age. She lifts it out. The cover reads, L7 Berwick, Principal Register, sealed by instrument of Eleanor Ammerand, 1982. Her hands are steady, but her heart is not. She opens it. The first page is handwritten. Eleanor's handwriting. To whomever finds this. If you are reading these words, then you are the heir I tried to protect and the family I could not save. What follows is the truth they paid to bury. Use it carefully. It will cost you everything you thought you knew. She looks up at Idris. His face is pale. I did not know that existed. She believes him. She closes the ledger. What else did your father show you? I remember a letter. Eleanor wrote it before she died. My father read it once, then locked it in the safe in his study. I never saw it again. Where is the safe? Hidden behind the portrait in the library. She is already moving. He follows. They descend the stairs fast, the ledger pressed against her chest, her pulse hammering against the leather spine. The library is dark. She does not wait for the light. She crosses to the portrait of Eleanor, the one from Idris's office, the woman in blue, the hand on the sill. She pushes it. It swings open on a silent hinge. Behind it, a small, safe black steel combination lock. She turns to Idris. Do you know the combination? He stares at the safe. I was never told. She looks at the portrait, at Eleanor's hand resting on the sill, at the ring on her finger. The same ring Idris gave her at the wedding. She lifts her left hand. The ring catches the dim light. She tries the date of the trust, 42 years ago. The lock does not move. She tries the year Eleanor died. Nothing. She tries the date of the photograph of Margot. The lock clicks. The door swings open. Inside, a single envelope, cream paper, sealed with crimson wax, the Ammerand crest pressed into it. She reaches for it. Her fingers touch the wax, and the estate lights go out. Chapter 17. She does not let herself freeze. The blackout hits like a held breath. No flicker, no warning. One moment the library is dim, and the next it is absolute. The kind of dark that has weight, that presses against the eyes. Odessa's fingers stay on the wax seal. She hears Idris shift somewhere to her left, the rustle of his jacket, the scrape of his shoe on the floorboards. Do not move, she says. Odessa, I said do not move. She holds her breath and listens. The house is silent. Not the settled silence of an old building settling into its foundations, but the held silence of something waiting. The estate has old wiring. Mrs. Felder mentioned a fuse box in the cellar, a generator that kicks in after 30 seconds if the mains fail. 30 seconds has passed, maybe 40. The generator has not kicked in. Someone cut the line. She hears it then, the softest footfall. Not from the hallway, from the garden. The terrace doors at the far end of the library. She cannot see Idris, cannot see the door, cannot see the envelope in her hand. She feels for the edge of the safe, pushes the envelope inside without looking, closes the door, spins the lock. The click is loud in the dark. Idris. Here. Get down. She drops to her knees, crawls blind toward his voice, one hand on the floor, the other reaching. Her fingers find his sleeve, then his forearm, then his hand. He grips her back. She pulls him down beside her. The footfall again. Closer. A strip of dim light appears at the edge of the library door. A flashlight. Moving. It sweeps the room. She sees the shape of the furniture, the edge of the desk, the portrait of Eleanor still swung open on its hinge. The light hits the portrait, pauses, then moves on. The footsteps retreat. She counts to 60. Her hand is still locked around Idris's. She releases him slowly. Generator. It should have triggered. Someone disabled it. He does not argue. They wait another 30 seconds before she stands, keeping low, moving along the wall toward the door. The flashlight beam is gone. The hallway is dark. Stay behind me, she says. You do not have a weapon. I have a ledger and a sealed letter that someone just tried to steal. That is going to cost them more than a gun would. She hears him exhale. It might be a laugh. They move through the dark hall toward the entrance. The front door is still locked. She checks the side door. Locked. The service entrance. She opens it. The night air hits her face, cold and wet. The garden is dark. No lights from the neighboring estate. No movement. Whoever it was is gone. She closes the door, locks it, and leans her forehead against the wood. The generator kicks in 3 minutes later. The lights flicker back on, one by one, casting long shadows across the entrance hall. Odessa stands in the center of the room, the ledger still pressed against her chest, the sealed envelope tucked into her jacket pocket. Idris watches her from the staircase. Your hands are shaking. She looks down. They are. She does not drop them. They found us in the dark faster than I expected. Who? The same person who breached the archive. Wiped the ledger, cut the lights the moment I touched the letter. She turns the envelope over in her hands. The wax is intact, the seal unbroken. They did not get what they came for. They will try again, she says. I know. Then we open it now. She breaks the seal. The wax cracks clean, falling onto the library desk in 3 pieces. She slides out the letter. Eleanor Ammerand's handwriting. Dated 3 days before her death. My dearest grandchild, if you are reading this, then I am gone and the truth I buried with has risen. You are not a mistake. You are the heir I tried to protect. Your mother was my daughter, Margot, and she was removed from this family because she refused to let them control her. They erased her from every record they could reach, but they could not erase her from my heart or from the trust I built for her blood. I left you something. Not money, not shares, a name, a date, a place. Use it to find the rest. The ledger in my wardrobe will show you where the money went. The letter in this safe tells you why. But the truth they fear most is not in this house. It is in the hospital records they destroyed 30 years ago. They paid to make your mother disappear from history, but they could not pay her midwife. Find the woman who held your mother's hand. She knows your name. The letter ends there. No signature, no seal, just the date and the initials E.A. Odessa reads it twice. Her hands have stopped shaking. She looks up at Idris. Your grandmother kept a midwife? A what? A woman who delivered Margot's baby. Your father paid to destroy the hospital records, but he could not pay her. How do you know? Because I am that baby. And if the midwife is still alive, she is the one witness who can prove I was born in Ammerand. She folds the letter carefully, slides it back into the envelope, and tucks it into her jacket pocket. First, I need to find out who cut our lights. She looks at her phone. No signal. Second, I need to call Bexley. She walks to the landline in the hall, picks it up. Dead. She sets it down. The line is cut. I have a burner in my study. Then we have 2 minutes before they realize we are not hiding. They move. Bexley arrives at dawn. She pulls up the gravel drive in a rusted hatchback that looks like it survived a war, parks it next to Idris's Bentley, and gets out wearing paramedic boots, dark jeans, and a leather jacket that has seen worse weather. She looks at the estate, looks at Odessa, looks at Idris standing in the doorway. You look like hell, she says to Odessa. You look like a corporate poster, she says to Idris, and someone has been cutting power lines. How do you... I saw the fuse box on my way in. Taped, clean job, professional. She walks past them into the house, carrying a duffel bag. I brought coffee, real coffee, not that pressed oat milk nonsense rich people drink. She drops the bag in the entrance hall. So, who is trying to kill you and what do we blow up first? Odessa almost smiles. It is the closest she has come to one in hours. Bexley listens to the whole thing without interrupting. The ledger, the letter, the midwife, the blackout. She does not ask questions about the trust or the board or the legal strategy. She asks one question. Where was your mother when she had you? I do not know. Then we start there. She pulls a tablet from her duffel bag, taps it awake. I have been digging, off the record. through old foster placement files, medical intake forms, any document that might have survived the purge. She turns the tablet toward Odessa. I found this. A scanned document. Hospital admission form. 29 years ago. Patient name. Blank. Date of birth. Matching Odessa's. Attending physician. Crossed out. But at the bottom, in the remarks section, a handwritten note. Patient transferred from private residence. Attended by midwife. No further records available. No identifying information provided. Discharged in the care of social services. The attending signature is illegible, but the note at the bottom is not. Midwife reference. M. St. Clair. Odessa stares at the name. M. St. Clair. Bexley nods. She is the one who held your mother's hand. Odessa looks up from the tablet. How did you find this? The foster system archives. The file says destroyed, but someone forgot to burn the backup index. The index still shows the entry. I cross-referenced the date against Pelham's known payout schedule. She pauses. The payout that bought your mother's silence? It was processed 3 weeks after this admission form. Idris steps forward. Then the midwife is still alive. Bexley shakes her head. I do not know. The name is old, could be dead, could be anywhere. She looks at Odessa. But if she is alive, she is the only person who can prove you are an Ammerand by blood, not just by contract. The entrance hall is silent. Odessa looks at the name on the screen. M. St. Clair. Somewhere out there, a woman held her mother's hand, and somewhere, that woman still knows her name. She looks up. Then we find her before they do. The lights flicker. The burner phone rings. Chapter 18. The burner phone is still ringing when Odessa picks it up. Simeon Velour's voice, tight and clipped. The compliance system flagged another access attempt. 10 minutes ago, someone tried to pull the estate trust records from inside Pelham's mainframe. Who? The credential trace shows a terminated employee 499, disabled 6 years ago. That should not be possible unless someone inside reactivated it. Odessa's grip tightens on the phone. 6 years. That is before the merger talk started, before I even knew Pelham existed. Which means whoever reactivated it has been waiting longer than we thought. She ends the call and turns to Idris and Bexley. We need to bring Sabine in. Idris's jaw tightens. She is already on her way. I called her after the lights came back on. Sabine Patelli arrives within the hour. Silver hair pulled back, reading glasses on a chain, hands that move like she has handled old paper for a long time. She does not ask about the blackout. She asks to see the letter. Odessa hands it over, watching Sabine's face as she reads. The archivist takes her time. She examines the paper, the ink, the seal. Then she sets it down. This is real. I know. You do not know what I mean. Sabine removes her glasses. I have authenticated 23 disputed Ammerand documents over the past 15 years. This is the first one that a living family member did not want me to find. She taps the letter with one finger. Eleanor Ammerand wrote this 3 days before she died, but the paper it is written on was manufactured 6 months after her death. The room goes quiet. What? I check the watermark, the batch code. It matches a run that was not produced until the following year. Sabine looks at Odessa. This is a copy, a faithful one. Whoever transcribed it had access to the original and knew exactly what it said. She turns the letter over. But the original is gone, destroyed. And someone replaced it with a reproduction because they needed the message to survive without the handwriting being authenticated. Odessa's mind races. Then the midwife pregnancy is real. The name is. Whether the woman who wrote this copy knew her, that is a different question. Sabine opens her bag and pulls out a leather folder. I have been through the archive index again. Everything I can access anyway. There are gaps. Gaps. 42 years of correspondence between Eleanor Ammerand and her eldest daughter. Field, catalogued, sealed, and then removed from the central register. Someone went through the entire collection and pulled every letter that referenced Margot by name. How many? Over 300 individual documents. Idris steps forward. And you found this now? I found the index of what was removed. The documents themselves were burned. I found the ash residue in a sealed incinerator log from 12 years ago. She looks at Idris. The same year Whiston became acting chairman. Bexley speaks from the doorway. So we have a copy of a letter that tells us a midwife exists, but no way to prove the original ever said it. Not yet. Sabine pulls a photograph from her folder. But I found this in a secondary file, one that was cataloged under a different name, Misdirection. She sets it on the table. A black and white image, a woman in her 30s holding an infant, standing outside a small cottage. The woman's face is partially obscured by shadow, but the cottage number is visible. No. 73. That is the address attached to the midwife's registration records, the ones that were supposed to be destroyed. Odessa picks up the photograph. This is her. I cannot confirm that, but the cottage matches the address in the surviving tax registry, and the date stamp on the back matches your birth month. She looks at Odessa. If M. St. Clair is still alive, she is the only living witness to what happened that day. The entrance hall clock chimes. Odessa sets the photograph down. How do we find her? She was old even then, 29 years ago. She could be dead, or she could be somewhere no one has thought to look. Sabine closes her folder. But there is another problem. She looks at Idris. Someone inside the Ammerand circle knows I have been hired. I received a message this morning, anonymous, telling me to reconsider my involvement with the family archive. Odessa's blood goes cold. The same person who cut our lights, or someone who is watching both of us. Sabine stands. I have authenticated the letter. I have identified the address. The rest is up to you. She walks to the door. But if you find her, do not tell me where. The less I know, the longer I survive. She leaves. The door closes behind her. Odessa looks at the photograph. 73. Someone held her mother's hand in that cottage, and somewhere that someone still knows her name. She folds the photograph into her jacket pocket. Bexley, how fast can you run a property search on that address? Before lunch? Then we go. Idris steps forward. I am coming. You have a board vote in 72 hours. I know. He holds her gaze. But I am not letting you face whoever cut that fuse box alone. The landline rings. Odessa picks it up. A voice she does not recognize. Mrs. Ammerand, I understand you have been looking for me. Silence. Who is this? I am the woman who cut your lights. The line goes dead. Chapter 19. The landline receiver stays in Odessa's hand long after the line goes dead. Bexley is already on her feet. Trace it. Unlisted. Blocked. She knew exactly how long to stay on before anyone could lock the signal. Idris takes the receiver from Odessa's fingers and sets it back in the cradle. His hand does not leave the phone. He is looking at the window, at the dark beyond the glass, at the shape of someone who knows the estate well enough to find the fuse box in silence and the number that rings the main hall. She wants us to know she is watching, Odessa says, or she wants us to stop looking. You do not cut a power line and then call to introduce yourself if you want the search to end. Bexley pulls out her phone. I am running that address now. Give me 20 minutes. She disappears toward the study, boots loud on the marble. The entrance hall settles into a silence so deep Odessa can hear the grandfather clock's pendulum scraping against its own rhythm. She looks at Idris. Can you sleep? No. Then neither can I. She does not wait for his response. She walks to the library, where the L7L register is still open on the desk where she left it when the lights went out. Eleanor's handwriting on the first page, the warning about costing everything. She sits, begins reading. Idris appears in the doorway. He does not speak. He walks to the far end of the desk and pulls the second chair closer, not directly beside her, but not across from her either. Close enough to read the same page if he wanted to. He pulls a stack of audit schedules from his briefcase. The covenant assessment, the compliance report, the notes she left on the board packet. She watches him work for a moment. You keep my notes. I keep everything you write. He says it without looking up, like it is obvious, like keeping fragments of her handwriting is natural. She looks back at the ledger. For an hour, they work in parallel. She traces Eleanor's entries through the L7L register. Names, dates, reference codes that do not match any modern filing system. A language of silent transactions, payments made to unnamed recipients, withdrawal slips signed with initials that do not appear in any Pelham directory. Idris turns pages, makes notes. His phone buzzes 3 times. He ignores it. At midnight, Mrs. Felder appears with a tray. Coffee, milk, a plate of sandwiches cut into triangles. She sets it down without asking if they want it, and leaves without looking back. Odessa reaches for the coffee. The mug is warm. The milk is fresh. The sandwiches are made with the bread she ate at breakfast, the one she reached for first when Mrs. Felder laid out the basket. She stops. Does she always do this? Idris looks up. Do what? Remember what I ate this morning, and bring it at midnight without being asked. He follows her gaze to the tray. Something shifts in his expression. A crack so small she almost misses it. I asked her to pay attention when you arrived. You asked her. The first night, after you went to bed. She holds the mug without drinking. You told your housekeeper to remember what I eat. I told her to notice what you need so you do not have to ask for it. He says it like a fact, like it costs him nothing to admit. But his pen has stopped moving, and his jaw is tight in that way she is learning means he has said more than he intended. She sets the mug down. Why? He meets her eyes. Because you have spent your life learning how to want nothing so no one can use it against you, and I did not want that to be necessary here. The room holds its breath. She should look away. She should pick up the ledger and bury herself in figures that mean nothing personal. That is what she does. That is how she survives reams like this, with men who see too much and admit even more. Instead, she stays. You notice that. I notice everything about you. His voice is low, unarmored. He is not looking at her like a CEO reviewing a contract. He is looking at her like a man who has spent 9 days memorizing the way she moves through his house. I notice that you pour your tea before you add milk, that you read every document twice, once for structure and once for detail, that you check your watch when someone asks you a question you are not ready to answer. She touches her wrist, the cracked watch face. That is not a tell. It is not a flaw. It is a signal, and I have been reading it. She does not know who moves first, but suddenly the space between them is smaller. The desk edge is the only thing keeping them on opposite sides, and she can see the exhaustion in his face, the kind that comes from carrying weight so long that the shoulders forget what it feels like to be empty. When did you last sleep? He almost smiles. Define sleep. Lying down, eyes closed, not reviewing documents in the dark. Tuesday. Today is Friday. I am aware. She reaches across the desk. Not his hand, just the edge of the stack he is working from. Her fingers rest on the paper. This can wait until morning. The security alert cannot. She goes still. What security alert? He pulls his phone from his pocket, taps the screen, turns it toward her. A notification from the estate security system. Motion detected. East Archive Wing, 12:04 for NM. She is already standing. Did it trigger again? No, that was the first. The same night someone cut our lights and called the main line. He is standing now too. Which is why I was not going to tell you until I checked it myself. She grabs her jacket from the back of the chair. Then we check it together. They move through the corridor without lights. Idris knows the house well enough to navigate by memory, and she follows the sound of his breathing. The East Archive Wing is at the far end of the ground floor, past the library, past the study where Bexley is still working, past the empty gold frame that still hangs beside Eleanor's portrait. At the junction, Idris stops. He puts a hand out, not blocking her. Warning. She stops too. The door to the archive wing is open. It was closed when they passed it at 11. He steps forward. She follows. The archive wing is a narrow corridor lined with filing cabinets and sealed boxes. The air is colder here. Older, like no one has breathed it in years. The security panel on the far wall is blinking. Access granted. 12:04 a.m. Idris studies it. Someone used a valid credential. Whose? He scrolls through the log. His face changes. Mine. She stares at him. Your keycard accessed this wing at midnight. I was in the library with you at midnight. Then someone has a copy of your credentials. He pulls out his phone, dials a number, waits. We have a breach. Secure the East Archive and lock down all mainframe access until I confirm otherwise. He hangs up. The board vote is in 72 hours. She knows what he is not saying. Whiston did not cut lights. Whiston did not call their landline. But someone who wants Whiston to win is inside the house. And they have Idris's keycard. The corridor hums. Odessa looks at the open door. Then we stop working in the opening. What are you suggesting? She turns to face him. We take the L7L register, the photographs, and the copy of Eleanor's letter somewhere where one inside this house knows about. And where is that? She holds his gaze. Chapter 20. Sabine Petrelli arrives before Odessa can pack the letters. She stands in the library doorway with rain glistening on her coat and a letter satchel clutched against her chest. Her silver hair is loose, pulled back in a hasty twist. The reading glasses on their chain swing as she steps inside. I found something. Odessa still has the L7L register open on the desk. The photograph of Cottage 73 is tucked inside Eleanor's letter. The burner phone sits silent. Idris rises for his chair. We were about to leave. Then this is good timing. Sabine sets the satchel on the desk. Her hands are trembling. I stayed after I left you. Went back through the secondary indexes I did not check properly the first time, the ones someone assumed no one would look at because they are so obviously empty. She pulls out a bundle wrapped in acid-free tissue. Eleanor Ammerand kept a second for correspondence file. Not the letters to Margot. Those were burned. This is something else. She unwraps the tissue. Inside is a stack of envelopes, maybe 20 of them, tied with a faded silk ribbon the color of dried blood. The top envelope is addressed in Eleanor's handwriting, for the child who will need to know. Odessa's breath catches. These are not addressed to anyone specific. Sabine's voice is careful. They are dated over a span of 12 years. The earliest is from the year after Margot left. The latest is 6 months before Eleanor died. Who are they for? Odessa asks. That is the question. Sabine unties the ribbon with deliberate care. She pulls out the top letter, still sealed. The curious thing is the addressee field. It says, my removed daughter. Not Margot, a different daughter. The room goes still. Idris attacks closer. There was no other daughter. According to the public family tree, no. Sabine holds his gaze. According to these letters, there was a second child, born after Margot, removed from every record and every portrait before her first birthday. Odessa's hand finds the edge of the desk. You are saying Eleanor had a third child. I am saying she wrote 20 letters to someone she calls her removed daughter, and that she took specific measures for that child's protection that are not part of any trust amendment or will I have ever seen. The silence is heavy. Idris reaches for the letter, stops. Where did you find these? In a false bust beneath the archive's oldest filing cabinet, the one everyone avoids because it is marked Decommissioned 1989. Sabine's mouth tightens. Someone wanted these found eventually, but not easily. Odessa picks up the top envelope. The wax seal is intact, the same Ammerand crest that marked the letter in the safe. Have you read any of them? Not without you present. Sabine folds her hands. I called instead of reading, because the last time I opened something without witnesses, I received a threat. Odessa breaks the seal. The paper inside is thin, almost translucent with age. Eleanor's handwriting is careful, precise, the same slant that marks the stamped instructions in Eamon's folder. My removed daughter. By the time you read this, you will know that you were never meant to find me. That is the cost of the protection I built around you. To keep you safe, I had to make you invisible. You have a sister. Her name was Margot. She was arrested before you, and I could not save her. But I could save you. I put you where no one would look. I gave you to people who would never connect you to this house. I paid them to forget where you came from. And I wrote these letters so that one day, if the trust ever surfaced, you would know you were chosen, not abandoned. Your name, before I gave it away, was Alara. Odessa stops reading. The name lands in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. Alara. She looks up. Sabine is watching her. Idris is very still. There is another one. Odessa's voice is steady. Another heir. Eleanor hid a second child. not a child. Sabine points to the date on the letter. She was born 32 years ago. She would be older than you. The calculation is instant. If Eleanor's removed daughter is 32, she was born 2 years after Margot left. Which means Eleanor had a child she never acknowledged, never recorded, and never protected through the trust. But she wrote 20 letters, and she paid to hide her. She is alive. Odessa says it is fact. Eleanor's removed daughter is still alive. We do not know that. Idris's voice is careful. We know Eleanor believed she would wed these. Odessa holds up the letter. She addressed them to her. She kept them hidden. That is not the behavior of a woman who expected her daughter to die unknown. Sabine reaches for the satchel again. There is more. The correspondence references measures taken for the child's protection, financial measures, identity measures, and one specific instruction that I cannot interpret without more context. She pulls out a single sheet, separate from the tied bundle. Eleanor wrote this note 6 weeks before she died. It references a person, not a trust, holding something the removed daughter would need to claim her identity. A name, a date, and an address in Edinburgh. Odessa takes the sheet. The handwriting is shakier than the letter. Eleanor was deteriorating. For Alara, the one who holds your name is the one who held you first. She lives at 14 Marchmont Crescent. She knows what I paid. She will tell you when you are ready. A midwife, not M. St. Clair, another one. Eleanor had a separate midwife for this child. Odessa's mind is moving fast. She paid someone to take the baby and raise her. Someone with no connection to the Ammerand estate. Someone who is still alive, Sabine says quiet. The colloquialization's the perfect, the sung be everything. Without the manage past the first. There is more. The correspondence references measures taken for the child's protection, financial measures, identity measures, and one specific instruction that I cannot interpret without more context. She pulls out a single sheet, separate from the tied bundle. Eleanor wrote this note 6 weeks before she died. It references a person, not a trust, holding something the removed daughter would know to claim her identity. A name, a date, and an address in Edinburgh. Odessa takes the sheet. The heart revenced my ceiling. The woman who hired Odessa for her first major forensic audit. The woman who died 3 weeks after signing the engagement letter. The woman who left Odessa a sealed envelope that said, I hit this audit helps you find what you are looking for. Odessa still has that envelope, unopened, in her personal safe deposit box, because she was never ready to read it. Odie? Bexley's voice cuts through. I am looking at Clara Ashford's face in a photograph that was taken 32 years ago, holding a baby that is not you. She was not your client by accident. She was waiting for you. The line goes quiet. Odessa stares at the address on Eleanor's note. 14 Marchmont Crescent. Clara Ashford's firm was based in Edinburgh. Clara Ashford was Eleanor's removed daughter's godmother, which means Clara Ashford knew everything. And she died before she could tell Odessa. Odie? Bexley again. There is more. The lockbox also contains a birth certificate for a female child registered to Eleanor Ammerand at 14 Marchmont Crescent. No father listed. A copy? Original, with a notary stamp from 32 years ago. The name on the certificate is Ilara Grace Ammerand. The name is real. Registered. Notarized. The removed daughter existed. On paper. In the eyes of the law. And Odessa just found her. Bring everything. Odessa's voice is controlled. The lockbox, the photograph, the certificate. Do not let anyone see you. Already in the car. The line dies. Odessa sets the phone down. She looks at the stack of Eleanor's letters, at the Edinburgh address, at the photograph of a woman she trusted holding a child she never knew existed. Idris is watching her. Clara Ashford was your client? She was the first person who trusted me. Odessa's throat is tight. She gave me a case no one else would take. She paid me more than I asked, and when she died, she left me a letter I have never opened. Because you knew what it would say. Because I knew it would change everything. She looks at the bundle of letters. At the name Eleanor gave her removed daughter, Ilara. Somewhere in Edinburgh there is a woman who does not know she is an Ammerand. Or maybe she does. Maybe Clara Ashford told her before she died. Maybe the removed daughter is not hidden at all. Maybe she has been waiting. The estate's security system chimes. A vehicle has entered the main gate. Idris's phone lights up with a notification. Visitor, Wistan Ammerand, ETA, 2 minutes. Odessa looks at the evidence spread across the desk, the letters, the address, the name that rewrites everything. Your uncle has terrible timing. He has perfect timing. Idris's voice is flat. He knows Sabine is here. Sabine moves toward the window, peers through the gap in the curtains. He is alone, but he has a briefcase. He always does. Odessa gathers the letters, the photograph, the note with the Edinburgh address. She slides them into her jacket's inner pocket. Then let him see the woman who uncovered his grandmother's second secret and ask him what inherited chaos really costs. She walks toward the front hall. The doorbell rings before she reaches it. Chapter 21. The door swings open. Wistan Ammerand stands on the threshold, rain glistening on the shoulders of his black overcoat. His silver hair is dry, sheltered by the carport, but the damp clings to him like a second skin. The briefcase in his left hand is calfskin, old, the leather worn at the corners from decades of use. He does not smile. Odessa, Wistan. He steps past her without waiting for an invitation. His shoes echo on the marble floor of the entrance hall. He stops at the base of the staircase, turns, and surveys the space with the practiced ownership of a man who has walked these corridors since childhood. I assume Sabine Petrelli is here. Her car is in the drive. She is. Good. I would prefer to say this once. He walks toward the library, not asking, not waiting. The assumption that he belongs in every room of this house is so complete it does not register as arrogance. It is simply the truth of how he has always moved through the world. Odessa follows. She feels Idris behind her, a solid presence at her back. The library doors are open. Sabine stands near the fireplace, her satchel clutched against her chest, her face pale but composed. The Eleanor letters are out of sight in Odessa's jacket, but Wistan does not look for them. He sets his briefcase on the reading table and opens it. I am not here to fight you. Idris steps past Odessa. Then why are you here? To offer you a way out before you destroy everything my father built and my brother tried to preserve. Wistan pulls a single folder from the briefcase. He does not open it. He sets it on the table like an offering. I know about the letters. I know about Ilara. I know about Marchmont Crescent. The words land like a blade. You do not know anything, Odessa says. I know Eleanor sent money to a midwife in Edinburgh for 18 years. I know Clara Ashford was listed as godmother to a child who does not appear in any family register. I know you found a birth certificate with the name Ilara Grace Ammerand, notarized 32 years ago by a solicitor who died under suspicious circumstances 11 months later. Wistan's voice is calm, clinical. I have known about Ilara for 20 years. I chose not to act because she does not matter to Pelham. She matters to Eleanor. Eleanor is dead. Wistan says it without cruelty, as fact. She made a choice to hide that child for protection. I made a choice to keep her hidden for stability. The difference between us is I am still alive to defend what I built. Idris steps closer. You sealed the appendix. You buried Odessa's claim. You burned 300 letters that could have proven who she was. I burned letters that would have torn this family apart in a discovery cycle that none of us could control. Wistan's jaw tightens. You think I enjoyed it? You think I walked into that incinerator without knowing exactly what I was destroying? I spent 30 years keeping Pelham solvent, while your father grieved, while your grandfather faded, while everyone around me made decisions based on sentiment rather than survival. Sentiment, Odessa repeats. That is what you call a woman protecting her grandchildren. I call it poor timing. Wistan turns to face her fully. His gray eyes are flat, assessing. You are a forensic auditor with no executive experience, no board relationships, and no institutional knowledge of how Pelham actually operates. You entered this company 10 days ago. In 6 months, if the trust vests, you will hold the largest voting bloc in an infrastructure conglomerate that employs 8,000 people across 17 countries. And you expect me to believe that is good for anyone? It is not about what I'd expect you to believe. No, it is about what the lenders believes. And right now, Nadine Verhoeven is circulating a dossier that frames your marriage as a liquidity event disguised as a love story. She has modeling that shows what happens to Pelham's bond rating if the trust activates. She has projections that assume board fracturing, management turnover, and a 30% valuation drop inside 90 days. Whiston pauses. She sent me a copy, out of courtesy. Idris's phone vibrates. He does not look at it. You are working with her. I am watching her. There is a difference. Whiston closes the briefcase. I will leave the folder. Read it. Make your choice. But do not take 60 days to decide what you already know. He walks past them both. His footsteps recede down the hall. The front door opens, closes. Silence. Sabine exhales like she has been holding her breath for minutes. She moves toward the window, watching Whiston's car pull away. Odessa turns to Idris. Say something. He raised me. Idris's voice quiet, toneless. After my father died, he was the one who told me that crying was not productive, that attachment was the first thing an enemy exploits, that Calla would be safer if I treated her like a responsibility rather than a person. And you believed him? For a long time. He looks at her. The hardness fractures, just for a moment. On still unlearning it. His phone vibrates again. This time he glances at the screen. His face changes. Velbenier just filed a motion to freeze the trust shares pending a forensic review of the marriage timeline. They are claiming the retroactive filing constitutes fraud. He reads further. The hearing is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. If they succeed, the trust is suspended. The inheritance freezes, and we have no legal path to activate the clause before the foreclosure vote. Odessa looks at the folder on the table. Nadine's plan. Whiston's offer. A house full of secrets that keeps growing. She touches the letter in her jacket. Ilara's name. Marchmont Crescent. A sister she has never met. There is a woman in Edinburgh who might know the truth. Idris is already pulling out his phone. I will arrange the jet. 60 minutes. 45. The estate lights flicker once, then hold steady. But Odessa knows the power is still out somewhere. In the lines, in the system, in the long buried grid that connects one erased daughter to another. And someone is still holding the switch. Chapter 22. Sabine does not move from the window. The car is gone. The drive is empty. But she stands there like she is still watching something. Sabine, Odessa's voice cuts the silence. What else? The archivist turns. Her hands are steady, but there is something new in her face, a weight that was not there before. I have not shown you everything. She crosses to the satchel she left on the library table. The letter is wet from the rain. She pulls out a second envelope, thicker than the others. The paper is cream, aged, and the seal is intact. Not crimson like Eleanor's letter. Black. Where was this? Idris asks. In the same false bottom, beneath the correspondence bundle, hidden as if she wanted it found last. Sabine holds it out to Odessa. I have not read it. The seal is original, but I know what it is. Odessa takes it. The paper is heavy. The black wax bears the same Ammerand crest, but smaller, more private. I need you to open it in front of me, Sabine says. I need to authenticate the handwriting and the notary stamp before I can attest to it legally. You think it is a confession? I know it is. Sabine's voice drops. Eleanor Ammerand died with one secret she could not risk writing plainly in the first letter. This is that secret. Odessa breaks the seal. The paper inside is formal, legal stock. The notary stamp is embossed at the bottom, dated 3 weeks before Eleanor's death. The handwriting matches the letters. The same slant, the same precision, but the words are different. I, Eleanor Marguerite Ammerand, being of sound mind and under no duress, do hereby affirm the following. My daughter Margot Eleanor Ammerand gave birth to a child on the 15th of June, 31 years ago. That child is the sole living issue of my bloodline beyond my son's line. I caused my daughter's name to be removed from all family records to protect her from the consequences of her refusal to be controlled by the men who now run my estate. I caused the child to be placed with a trusted intermediary who swore never to reveal the bloodline until I directed otherwise. The trust I established in 1982 was designed to hold the controlling shares of Pelham Industries for that child, or for that child's heir, should I not opt to see the truth restored. The marriage clause was not an afterthought. It was a safeguard. If the controlling shares were to be reunited with the active head of the company, the marriage would ensure that the restoration did not fracture the company's leadership. The clause was written to bind the bloodline to the leadership so that the truth would heal the family rather than destroy it. I knew the men who would come after me would bury this. I knew Whiston would seal the appendix. I knew Idris's father would not have the courage to unseal it. But I also knew that paper outlasts people, and that one day someone would find this letter and know that the child in that trust was not a stranger. She was my granddaughter. Her name is the one the midwife knows. I never wrote it down. I never risked that much. But the midwife was. And the midwife was never paid off because I made sure the payout went to the wrong person on purpose. If you are reading this, you have already found the first letter. You are already further than Whiston ever expected anyone to get. Do not stop now. Find the midwife. Claim your name. And know that every word of this is sworn before a notary and witnessed by God. Eleanor Marguerite Ammerand. Odessa's hands are shaking. She does not notice at first. The words are still burning through her. Granddaughter. Sole, living issue. The marriage clause was a safeguard. The marriage she signed was not just a strategy. It was the mechanism Eleanor built to restore what was stolen. She looks up. Idris is watching her. His face is pale. His jaw is tight. You knew, she says. It is not an accusation. It is a statement of fact, hanging in the air between them. I knew the clause existed. I knew it named a descendant. His voice is careful. I did not know it was you until you accessed the appendix, and I did not know the marriage clause was designed as a restoration mechanism, not until this letter. You married me to unlock shares that were already mine. I married you because if I did not, Whiston would have buried the truth forever, and Pelham would have fallen to Velmedere before anyone could prove what Eleanor built. He steps closer. But I also married you because from the moment you walked into my boardroom, I could not stop seeing you, to know you, to stand beside you, or betray everything she believed. And you chose to stand beside me? I chose you. His voice cracks. Before I knew the letter existed, before I knew the clause was designed, I chose you in the boardroom when you called Whiston's bluff. I chose you in the dark when the lights went out. I chose you every time you gave me a reason to trust that I could be more than what he wanted me. Odessa steps toward him. The letter is in her hand. The notarized confession that turns her into something more than a forensic auditor who found her name in a sealed file. She is Eleanor's granddaughter. She is the heir the trust was built to protect. She is the living proof that the crime Whiston committed was never complete. But standing here, in the quiet library, with Idris' voice still raw in her ears, she realizes something else. Eleanor built the marriage clause not just to restore the shares. She built it to make sure the heir and the CEO would have to know each other, would have to trust each other, would have to choose each other before the truth could set them free. And that choice has already been made. We need to go to Edinburgh, Odessa says. We need to find the midwife. We need to know my birth name. I already arranged the jet. 45 minutes. Then we have 44. She folds the letter, slides it into her jacket. The paper is warm against her chest. But as she turns towards the door, Sabine appears in the hallway. Her face is tight. The notary's office confirmed the registry number, Sabine says. But there is a problem. Why? The notary who stamped Eleanor's affidavit died 6 years ago. His records were supposed to be transferred to the National Archive. They were not. They were seized by a private firm during a probate dispute. Which firm? Sabine's voice drops. The one that represents Velmedere consortium in all inheritance matters. The room goes cold. And in the silence, Odessa feels the trap Whiston laid closing around them all over again. Chapter 23. The letter is warm against her chest. The weight of Eleanor's confession presses into her ribs like a second heartbeat. Odessa stands in the library doorway, Sabine's words still hanging in the air. The notary's records seized by Veldmere's firm, the trap tightening before they can even leave the room. Idris moves past her, phone already at his ear. I need a legal team at the Edinburgh airfield in 3 hours. Someone who does not answer to the consortium. Sabine is still pale. If Veldmere's lawyers have the notary registry, they already know the affidavit exists. They will move to suppress it before morning. Then we move faster. Idris's voice is flat, controlled, the CEO voice. Odessa watches him, the way his shoulders square, the way his jaw sets, the way he reaches for command because command is the only language that has never failed him. And she feels something crack open in her chest. Not gratitude, not relief, anger. It rises without permission, without logic, without the careful calibration she has spent 31 years perfecting. She sees him standing there, phone pressed to his ear, arranging jets and legal teams and escape routes, and all she can think is, he has always had the power to run, he has always had the resources to fight. He has never been the one who had to disappear. Idris. He pauses, lowers the phone. Something in her voice makes him stop. We need to leave in 30 minutes, he says. The jet is fueled. I can have a car at the gate in 10. I know. Then why are you looking at me like that? She does not answer. Instead, she steps past him into the hallway, where Sabine stands with her phone still in her hand and her reading glasses catching the light. Sabine, Odessa says. The affidavit. How long until Veldmere's lawyers can use the notary records against us? If they already have them, they could file a motion to suppress by midday tomorrow. Argue the document is unverifiable if the original notary's chain of custody is broken. And if we file first, then the burden shifts. They have to prove the affidavit is fraudulent, instead of us proving it is real. But we need a judge who will hear us before the consortium's legal team buries the docket. Odessa nods. She turns back to Idris. The hearing is in 2 days. That gives us 48 hours to find the midwife, open Clara Ashford's letter, and file the affidavit before they suppress it. That is not enough time. No, it is not. She watches him process the math, the same calculation she is running. Edinburgh is 4 hours by car, 90 minutes by jet. Finding the midwife could take hours more if she has moved, changed her name, died. Opening Clara's letter means facing whatever truth Clara was afraid to write plainly. Filing the affidavit requires a judge who is not already in Veldmere's pocket. And underneath all of it, the thing she cannot stop feeling. He has always had the resources, the connections, the name that opens doors instead of closing them. She has always been the one who arrives with nothing and has to prove she belongs. Odessa. His voice is quieter now. He has crossed the hallway without her noticing. Talk to me. I am talking. No, you are calculating. There is a difference. She looks at him. Really looks. The lines around his eyes, the tremor in his hands that he thinks she does not see. The way he is trying so hard to be steady when everything he believed about his family has been dismantled in a single night. He is not Whiston. She knows this. But he is still an Ammerand. He has still lived 40 years inside the warmth of a name that was built on her erasure. He has still inherited a company that paid to make her mother disappear. He has still walked through the world as the legitimate heir, while she walked through it as no one. You asked me once, she says slowly, whether I could tell the difference between being chosen and being claimed. Do you remember? He nods. I told you I knew the difference. I was wrong. I am not claiming you, Odessa. I am standing beside you. Are you? Her voice is not cruel. It is tired. Or are you standing beside the shares I carry? The bloodline that validates your grandmother's trust. The evidence that keeps your company from collapsing. His face goes still. What do you want me to say? I want you to tell me what you saw first. The shares, or me. The question hangs between them. Sabine has retreated to the far end of the hallway. The house is silent. The rain has stopped. The only sound is the low hum of the restored generator and the beating of her own heart. Idris does not look away. I saw the shares first, he says. I will not lie to you. I called you to my office because the trust clause named a descendant, and I needed to know who you were and whether you could be controlled. She feels the words land. They are honest. They are brutal. They are exactly what she asked for. But I also saw you. He continues. I saw a woman who walked into a boardroom with nothing but a folder and a green pen and dismantled my uncle's entire strategy in 90 seconds. I saw someone who found a photograph of a woman she had never met and wept over her because the injustice of it was so clear. I saw someone who let my niece hold her hand because she understood that sometimes all a child needs is proof that an adult will stay. His voice cracks. I saw the shares first, but I chose you after, and I would burn every share I own if it meant you believed that. Odessa does not move. She wants to believe him. She wants to step forward and let him hold her and pretend that the last 31 years of being no one did not carve a hollow inside her that no amount of proof can fill. But the affidavit is still warm against her chest, and Eleanor's handwriting is still burned into her memory. I placed her with a trusted intermediary who swore never to reveal the bloodline until I directed otherwise. I caused her names be removed from all family records. I arrest her to save her. Eleanor chose erasure to protect her. Eleanor chose loved looked like abandonment. And Odessa has spent her entire life trying to unlearn the lesson that being loved always costs you something. I need to pack, she says. Odessa, I need to pack, and I need to find the midwife, and I need to open Clara's letter, and I need to file the affidavit before Velmir's lawyers destroy it. She looks at him. I cannot do those things and also figure out whether I trust you right now, so I am going to focus on what I can do. He does not argue. He steps back. 30 minutes, he says. I will have the car at the gate. Slee case. He turns and walks toward the stairs. Behind her, she hears him exhale. A sound that is not relief, a sound that is something closer to survival. And as she climbs the stairs, her hand pressed against the affidavit in her jacket, Odessa realizes the truth she has been trying not to feel. She does not know whether she is running toward the truth or running away from what it means to stop running alone. Chapter 24. The headline hits before the car reaches the gate. Odessa sees it on Idris's phone when he checks the route. A notification from the financial desk, the preview text visible without unlocking. Pelham heir questioned. Forensic auditor's marriage to CEO raises fraud concerns. She does not ask him to read it aloud. She pulls her own phone from her jacket and opens the article herself. The photograph is the one from the registry, the one someone fed to the press the night of the gala, the one that proves whoever leaked it has been holding ammunition for exactly the right moment. Odessa Renwick, a 31-year-old forensic auditor with no known family connection to the Ammerand dynasty, married CEO Idris Ammerand in a closed civil ceremony 15 days ago. Sources close to the family confirm that the marriage coincides with the activation of a dormant trust clause that would transfer significant voting control to Mrs. Ammerand upon fulfillment of a 90-day condition. Wisdon Ammerand, the company's deputy chairman and uncle of the CEO, declined to comment directly but issued a statement expressing concern that corporate governance must not be bypassed by personal arrangements that lack transparency. She reads the paragraph twice. Lack of transparency. The man who burned 300 letters. The man who sealed the appendix that erased her from the bloodline. The man who offered her a deal to stay silent and walk away. He is calling her a fraud in the press. Odessa. She looks up. Idris is watching her from the driver's seat. They did not wait for the car. He took the keys himself when she came down the stairs with her bag, and she did not argue. I am fine. You are not. I am processing. She holds up the phone. There is a difference. He pulls the car through the estate gates. The headlights sweep across the stone pillars, and for a moment, she sees the photographer's van parked on the verge, a silhouette behind glass, a long lens aimed at the exit. They are already being watched. Your uncle moved fast, she says. He prepared this months ago. The article did not write itself overnight. She scrolls further. The article quotes an unnamed, unfamily insider who describes Odessa as a stranger with no institutional knowledge, no board relationships, and no executive experience, merely a name that surfaced in an old file at the exact moment the company needed stability. The phrasing is surgical. It does not accuse her of anything illegal. It does not need to. It simply paints her as an opportunist who exploited an archival loophole to insert herself into a dynasty she has no right to claim. Simeon is going to have a response ready to put time with land, Idris says. Response to what? The article is careful. It does not mention the trust. It does not mention the affidavit. It just implies I am a gold digger with good timing. It implies an us. She locks the phone and drops it into her lap. The car hums through the dark Surrey roads. Street lamps flash across the windshield in steady intervals, and she counts them because counting keeps her from screaming. Your grandmother built a legal mechanism designed to restore its bloodline, she says slowly. She wrote an affidavit. She hid letters. She left a trail that took 31 years to surface. And your uncle is going to bury it all with a single anonymous quote about transparency. He is trying. It is working. Idris says nothing. The silence is not evasion, it is agreement. Her phone rings. She does not recognize the number, but she answers anyway because the alternative is sitting in the dark with her own thoughts. Mrs. Ammerand. Nadine Verhoeven's voice is silk wrapped around a razor. I wanted to offer my condolences on the unfortunate headline. It is never pleasant to see your private affairs dissected in public. Odessa's grip tightens on the phone. Did you call to gloat, Ms. Verhoeven? I called to give you a professional courtesy. The lenders are already circulating the article. By midday, 3 of them will have formally requested a governance review. By close of business, the freeze motion will cite the press coverage as evidence of reputational risk. Then the freeze motion is based on headlines, not facts. The freeze motion is based on whatever a judge will accept. Nadine's voice does not waver. And judges are people who read the same newspapers as everyone else. You have 48 hours to prove you are not what the article says you are. That is not much time to authenticate a dead grandmother's affidavit, locate a missing midwife, and convince a court that a 30-year-old erased trust should stand. Odessa closes her eyes. I am not your enemy, Odessa. I represent a consortium that sees an opportunity in instability. The instability exists whether I create it or not. I am simply the one who arrives with a solution. Get to the point. The point is that you are fighting a narrative, not a legal case, and narratives move faster than evidence. A pause. I will see you at the hearing. The car is approaching the airfield now, small, private. A single jet waiting on the tarmac with its cabin lights burning. Idris pulls up to the security gate and gives his name. The guard waves them through without checking identification. Money still opens doors faster than paperwork. She should feel relief. They are leaving. They are escaping the press. They have a destination and a plan and a legal team standing by. But as the car stops beside the jet and Idris cuts the engine, she hears something that makes her freeze. Her phone is ringing again. Not a call. An alert. A news notification. She opens it. Swiss empath prodding. For the death. The 50 of CDOs easily winks as the world were termined. I am to show you the apropos crackening, a share, a saturation, a stanchion, takes probably. Anyway, trying to say, when you look at the figure, for the world where perception decides everything. But she has spent her entire life being no one. She knows how quickly people decide that a woman without a paper trail is a woman without a claim. Her phone rings again. This time, the screen shows Simeon's name. I am here, she says. Where are you physically? En route to the airfield. Idris is driving. Good. Do not stop. Do not turn around. The press has started circling the estate, and I have received 3 calls from board members asking whether the marriage was ever legally valid. What did you tell them? I told them the marriage is valid and the trust clause is being fulfilled in real time. A pause. But I also told them that verification is pending. I bought you a window. It is not a large one. How large? If you can locate the white wife and authenticate Eleanor's affidavit before the freeze hearing, the legal argument shifts from "is this real" to "why was it suppressed?" That is a stronger position. Another pause. But if Valdemar's lawyers file their suppression motion first, the burden shifts to us to prove Eleanor was of sound mind when she wrote it. And the notary who could have confirmed that is dead. She feels the weight of it, the narrowness of the window, the precision required. What do you need from me? She asks. File the moment you have anything concrete. A name, a signature, a witness statement. I will handle the court. But I need you to understand something, Odessa. His voice drops. If Whiston's narrative solidifies before we file, it will not matter how good the evidence is. Perception will have already determined the outcome. She nods before remembering he cannot see her. I understand. She ends the call. The car is approaching the airfield now. Small. Private. A single jet waiting on the tarmac with its cabin lights burning. Idris pulls up to the security gate and gives his name. The guard waves them through without checking identification. Money still opens doors faster than paperwork. She should feel relief. They are leaving. They are escaping the press. They have a destination and a plan and a legal team standing by. But as the car stops beside the jet and Idris cuts the engine, she hears something that makes her freeze. Her phone is ringing again. Not a call. An alert. A news notification. She opens it. Breaking. Valdemir Consortium files emergency motion to freeze Ammerand trust shares, citing concerns over marriage validity and missing notary records. The article includes a photograph she has never seen before. A photograph of Eleanor Ammerand's affidavit. The seal is visible. The signature is visible. The document is dated 3 weeks before Eleanor's death. Someone inside Velmir's firm has already leaked it, framed not as proof of Odessa's legitimacy, but as evidence of a dying woman's manipulation. She looks up at Idris. His face tells her he has seen the same notification. 48 hours just became 24, she says. The cabin lights of the jet burn ahead of them, steady and patient. And for the first time since she found her name in that sealed appendix, Odessa does not know whether she is running toward the truth or into a trap that was laid before she was born. Chapter 25. Calla does not look up when Odessa steps into the estate kitchen. She sits at the long oak table with a glass of milk and a half-eaten biscuit, her school workbook open to a page of unsolved equations. The house is too quiet. The staff have retreated. Mrs. Felder stands by the sink with her back turned, scrubbing a pan that is already clean. Calla still does not look up. I need to tell you something. You are leaving. Not a question. Calla's voice is flat, the tone of someone who has already heard the answer and is just waiting for the confirmation. No, we are going to Edinburgh, your uncle and I. For work. The pencil stops. For how long? I do not know yet. A few days, maybe less. Calla sets the pencil down with careful precision. She aligns it with the edge of the workbook. She does everything slowly, deliberately, as if each movement costs her something. Miss Filder said there are reporters at the gate. I know. She said they are writing lies about you. Odessa waits. The child's composure is worse than tears. Tears would mean she still hopes someone will catch her. May I see your phone? Calla asks. The request is so unexpected that Odessa hesitates before pulling the phone from her jacket and sliding it across the table. Calla picks it up. Her small fingers find the news notification without fumbling. She reads the headline, reads the article, scrolls slowly, her face unreadable. When she sets the phone down, her hands are shaking. It says you tricked my uncle into marrying you. I did not. It says grandmother Eleanor was confused when she wrote the papers. Eleanor, not grandmother Eleanor, as if she is already practicing the distance. Your grandmother was not confused, Odessa says. She was protecting someone. Protecting me. The people writing those articles want you to believe a different story because that story benefits them. Calla's jaw tightens. She stares at the workbook but does not see it. Is that what happens? She asks. People decide who you are and then you cannot change it back? The question lands like a blade. Odessa has spent her whole life answering it with paperwork, with records, with evidence that proves what she is not. But Calla is not asking about legal proof. She is asking about something far more fragile. No, Odessa says. That is what happens when you let them decide. Calla looks up. Her eyes are dry, but the rims are red. You said 90 days was long enough to stop leaving. I remember. Is that still true? The kitchen holds its breath. Mrs. Felder's hand freezes over the pan. Odessa wants to say yes. She wants to promise permanence, to give Calla the guarantee that no headline can take away. But her throat closes around the words because she knows what it costs to break that kind of promise. She knows what it feels like to be the adult who vanishes. "I am trying," she says. "I am trying very hard for it to be true." Calla absorbs this. Her face does not crumple. She simply accepts the answer the way she has clearly accepted so many others. She picks up her pencil. "Okay. That is all. One word." Then she bends over her workbook and writes a number in the empty box. Odessa stays at the table for a full minute. Then she rises, touches the back of Calla's chair, and leaves. She finds Idris in the library, his phone pressed to his ear, his free hand gripping the back of a leather armchair. He is speaking low and fast, words she cannot catch, but his knuckles are white. He sees her, finishes the call. "Where's Calla?" "Kitchen, doing equations." He watches her face, reads what she is not saying. "What happened?" "She saw the article. On my phone." His jaw tightens. "I should have warned her. I should have told her before she heard it from—" She is not angry. She is preparing. "Preparing for what?" Odessa holds his gaze. "For me to leave." The words hanged angry. Idris pulling piece Repentance. Who looks any in folia, the Amauer intermittently Cosco. First year this receiver went back at the Ida raced. The Gmail settings knew the adulth of his platy would definitely turn them a low. It's Blukes, these Troom Dages contents to mark, with the data Rasky. Would it crack will with her? His already orders the article waiting Fenia. Everly Collar as he spied out on the way chested, is in this life, that is saffished, while the siege to the friend dap the device for the gaze. Her whole stuff isn't Dell, but the fire contrasts to ready out from a blusks. A stake of volunty. As per Blue, Chapter 26. Bexley is waiting on the tarmac when the jet door opens. Edinburgh air is colder than Surrey, sharp with sea salt and diesel. She stands with her arms crossed, paramedic jacket zipped to the chin, her rusted hatchback parked at the edge of the private apron like a challenge to the polished Gulf Stream behind her. Odessa steps down, Calla's hand in hers. Bexley's eyes move from Odessa to the girl, then back. She does not ask why Calla is here. She just nods once. "Got a room, 2 beds, 1 pull-out. Figured you would not want a hotel that takes Ammerand cards." Odessa exhales. "Thank you." "Save it." Bexley turns toward the car. "We have 4 hours before the county clerk's office opens, and I found something you need to see before we walk in there." The flat is above a laundromat on a street that still has cobblestones. Bexley's laptop is open on a folding table, a stack of printed pages spread to snod. She locks the door behind them, checks the window, and pulls the curtain closed. Calla sits on the edge of the pull-out, duffel bag on her lap. "It is okay," Odessa tells her. "Bexley is family." Bexley's mouth tightens at the word, but she does not argue. She turns the laptop toward Odessa. "I pulled the hospital index through a back channel. The admission form your grandmother signed, the one that got destroyed, I found the carbon copy log from the processing office." She points at a line on the screen. "Pelham Industries legal department requested a verified copy of the admission form 72 hours after your mother checked in. The request was logged, approved, and paid out of an estate account that does not exist anymore." Idris steps closer. "Which account?" "Berwick Trust Holdings, dissolved 6 months later." Bexley's finger moves down the page, but the bank routing number survived the dissolution. It feeds into a secondary ledger that was merged into the L7L shell. Odessa's pulse kicks. The L7L Berwick ledger, the one Eamon kept, the one that was wiped in real time the night they found Eleanor's letter. "Someone paid to see my mother's admission form 3 days after I was born." "Someone did." Bexley pulls out another sheet. "And then someone paid to make sure the midwife's name never appeared on any official record. Look at the margin." Odessa bends over the photocopy. Faint pencil marks in the margin, almost erased. M. St. Clair, midwife of record, birth certificate filed under separate cover, registry location Edinburgh. "The original certificate is here," Bexley says. "In this city. Field under a sealed docket number that was supposed to be destroyed 5 years ago. But the clerk who processed the destruction order died before signing it, and the file never got purged." "Where?" Bexley checks her watch. "County clerk's office. Opens in 3 hours. But there's a problem." She pulls out her phone and turns the screen toward Odessa. A text message. No caller 499. The Berwick file is not yours to take. Walk away and the offer stands. Push and the girl pays. Odessa's blood goes cold. Where did this come from? Anonymous number. Came through 10 minutes before you landed. Bexley's voice is flat, but her hands are trembling. They know I found it, and they know Calla is with you. Idris is already reaching for his phone. I am calling Simeon. We need protection. No, Moto. Odessa's voice cuts through. If we bring in security, they will know we are here. They already know too much. Odessa, if I run scared, they win. If I hide Calla, they win. She turns to face him. We go to the clerk's office when it opens. We file the affidavit and request the sealed docket before they can stop us. And the text? Odessa holds up her own phone. She has already started typing. The Berwick file is evidence in an active trust claim. Any attempt to suppress it will be cited in the legal record. The girl is under my protection. Touch her, and I will burn every account you have ever touched. She sends it to the anonymous number. Bexley stares at her. That was not the play I was expecting. I am done letting them write the rules. Odessa puts the phone down. Now show me everything else you found. Bexley hesitates. Then she reaches into her jacket and pulls out a sealed envelope. This came with the hospital records. The clerk who kept the carbon copy said your mother left it, a letter addressed to the child she was giving up. She told the clerk to hold it until someone came looking. Odessa's hands are steady as she takes it. Her mother's handwriting. Faint, tired. She does not open it. Later, she says. After we have the docket. Bexley watches her with an expression that is part pride, part grief. You know I never trusted this. The marriage, the house, the billionaire with the dead grandmother and the convenient clause. She pauses. But you are not the same person who walked into that audit 9 days ago. Odessa meets her eyes. I do not know if that is a good thing. It is not about good. Bexley's voice softens. It is about whether you are letting yourself be claimed by something that wants to own you, or choosing something that wants to hold you. The room is silent. Calla's voice comes from the pullout, small, Soten. She chose us. Odessa closes her eyes. When she opens them, she looks at Idris. He is watching her the way he did on the jet. Raw, unguarded, as if she is the only fixed point in a collapsing sky. We go at opening, she says. Together. Dawn breaks gray over Edinburgh as they walk toward the clerk's office. Bexley is 2 steps ahead, scanning the street. Idris keeps Calla close on his left, his hand on her shoulder. Odessa carries the envelope, the affidavit, and the photograph of a woman holding an infant outside Cottage 73. The building is old sandstone, narrow windows, a brass plate worn smooth by weather. They push through the doors. The clerk is a woman in her 50s with reading glasses and a nameplate that says Morrison. She looks up as they approach, her face already closed. I know who you are, she says. And I have instructions. Odessa's stomach drops. From whom? Morrison slides a folder across the counter. Someone bought the sealed docket this morning. Paid cash. Signed the release before we opened. Bexley slams her hand on the counter. You cannot release a sealed file without... I can when the court order was vacated last night. Morrison's voice is tired, not cruel. The freeze motion on the Ammerand Trust was granted. All related evidentiary holds are suspended pending the hearing. Odessa's phone buzzes. She looks down. A breaking news alert. Court grants emergency freeze on Pelham shares. Marriage validity questioned as heir claim halted. The hearing is not in 2 days. It is this afternoon, and the file they came for is already gone. Chapter 27. The clerk's office closes around them like a sealed vault. Odessa stands at the counter with the empty folder in her hands. Morrison has already stepped back. Her face says she has seen this before. People arriving too late, files vanishing before they can be claimed. Who bought it? I told you. Cash. No name. You remember what they looked like? I remember everyone who walks through that door. Morrison's voice is flat. Man in his 50s, gray suit, signet ring. He knew exactly which docket he wanted and where to find it. Odessa's blood turns to ice. Signet ring. Whiston. He left Edinburgh 2 hours ago, Morrison adds. Took a car south. Idris is already moving. He pulls out his phone, fingers finding the contact before she can speak. Simeon, conference call, now. The line clicks once, twice. Then Simeon Velour's voice comes through, clipped and professional. I saw the alert. The hearing was moved. Where are you? Edinburgh, Idris says. The docket is gone. Whiston bought it this morning. Silence. Then a sound she has never heard from Simeon before. A breath that is almost a crack. He moved faster than I expected. You knew he would. I knew he had someone positioned to act. Simeon's voice tightens. I did not know who or how close. Odessa takes the phone from Idris's hand. Then tell us what else you know, because I am tired of discovering the shape of the trap after it closes. Another silence. Longer. I need to tell you something I should have said the day you signed the contract. Odessa's grip tightens on the phone. Go on. There were 3 sealed appendices in the original trust instrument. You know about Appendix G, the marriage clause. What I did not tell you is that Appendix E existed. It was a secondary validation requirement, a failsafe. Idris steps closer. What kind of failsafe? If the marriage clause was activated, Appendix E required the trust administrator to verify the heir's identity against the physical record held outside the family. A birth record, fielded separately, sealed separately, never digitized. Simeon pauses. I knew it existed. I did not know where it was held. Odessa stares at the empty folder. Edinburgh. Yes. You knew the docket existed and did not tell us. I knew it might exist. The notation in the margin of the trust preamble was partial. I could not confirm without triggering a search that would alert Whiston to what I was doing. So you protected yourself instead of us. I protected the chain of evidence. If I had confirmed the location and Whiston moved against it before we had the affidavit, the entire validation path would have been compromised. Simeon's voice drops. I made a calculation. I may have been wrong. Idris takes the phone back. How much else are you holding? The original trust filing, the one Eleanor signed. It contains a clause that supersedes the retroactive marriage argument Velbedier is using. I found it last night. And you are telling us now because the hearing is in 5 hours. Because I wanted to verify it against the notary's register before I put it in evidence. The register is gone. Whiston has the docket. The window for verifiable truth is closing. Odessa's hands are shaking. She thinks about Eleanor's affidavit, about the midwife who knows her name, about the sealed letter still in her pocket. She thinks about the cost of Simeon's caution. Where is the original trust filing? My office safe, understanding instruction to the archive that it was destroyed. You lied the file was destroyed. I preserved it. The distinction matters. Not to a judge, to me. Simeon's voice fractions for a fraction of a second. I swore an oath to the company. I swore a different one to Eleanor before she died. I have been trying to keep both. Idris goes still. What did my grandmother ask you to do? Wait, until someone came looking who was not afraid to find what was buried. A pause. She told me I would know them when they arrived. The line hums. Odessa sees Idris's hands, trembling. She was talking about me. Yes, you knew. Not at first, not until you accessed the appendix. Not until I saw how you handled the board. Not until Sabine confirmed the bloodline. Simeon's voice is raw now. By then, telling you would have sounded like manipulation, so I waited for the evidence to speak. Evidence Whiston just bought. Evidence I still have the second copy of. Odessa's head snaps up. What? The original trust filing I mentioned. It is not the only copy. Nora made 2. One went to the notary. The other stayed with the instrument itself. Simeon exhales. I have the trust preamble, the superseding clause, and a marginal note in Eleanor's handwriting that references your birth name. You have my birth name? I have a reference to it. The name itself was kept by the midwife. The same midwife who attended your birth. The same midwife whose location was listed as 14 Marchmont Crescent. Odessa's chest tightens. You knew where she was. I knew she existed. I did not know if she was still alive. I did not know if the address was current. I did not want to send you into a trap. So you sent us blind. I sent you with the affidavit and the photograph. I thought that would be enough to persuade her to speak. A pause. I underestimated Whiston's speed. The door to the clerk's office opens. A man in a dark coat walks in. He does not look at them. He walks to Morrison's counter and slides a document across it. Morrison reads it. Her face goes pale. What is that? Notice from the estate, the man says. All Ammerand family archive material is frozen pending review. Effective immediately. Any requests for sealed records, birth certificates, or trust filings must be submitted to the estate's legal counsel. Odessa turns to face him. On whose authority? The man meets her eyes. Idris Ammerand, acting chairman of Pelham Industries. The document lies open on the counter. Signed, stamped, dated an hour ago. Idris is already on the phone. Simeon, tell me you can challenge this. Not from here. Not in time. The freeze covers every archive the estate controls. That includes Edinburgh. That includes the register Edison was about to search. A heavy pause. We have 5 hours to find the midwife before the hearing. Odessa looks at the empty folder, at the sealed letter in her pocket, at the photograph of a woman holding an infant outside a stone cottage. She turns to Idris. Then we stop looking backward. What? Whiston has the docket. He has the legal freeze. He thinks he has closed every path. She pulls out the photograph. But he does not have this. He does not have the letter, and he does not have the midwife. Morrison clears her throat. Before you go, there was something else. Odessa looks up. The man who bought the docket. He asked about a woman matching your description. Wanted to know if you had been here yet. Who did he say he was? He said he was family. Chapter 28. The man who bought the docket asked about a woman matching your description. Wanted to know if you had been here yet. He said he was family. Odessa's hand tightens around the photograph. Family. The word lands like a blade between her ribs. Idris is already moving. We need to leave. Now. But Odessa does not move. She looks at Morrison. What did he look like? 60s, silver hair, signet ring. Whiston. Not a proxy. Not a hired man. Whiston himself came to Edinburgh, bought the docket, asked about her, claimed family. The truth dressed as a lie dressed as the truth. Odessa. Idris's hand touches her elbow. We cannot stay here. She lets him guide her out of the office, but her mind is already calculating. Whiston is in Edinburgh. Whiston has the docket. Whiston knows she is here, which means he also knows about Marchmont Crescent. They step into the narrow Inverse Street. Bexley is already on the phone, back to the wall, low voice. Calla stands close to Idris, duffel bag still clutched against her chest. We go to the midwife, Odessa says. Now, before he... Her phone rings. Unknown number. Edinburgh prefix. She answers. Ms. Renwick. The voice is rough, familiar. It is Eamon. She stops walking. Why are you calling from an Edinburgh number? Because I am in Edinburgh. A pause. I've been here since yesterday. I knew about the docket. I knew Whiston would move on it. I should have told you before the compliance meeting. I should have told you a lot of things. Odessa's grip tightens on the phone. Where are you? Finnegan's, a cafe on West Bow, 3 blocks from where you are standing. How do you know where I am standing? I have been following you since you left the clerk's office. Another pause. I am tired of running. I am tired of being the man who helped bury your mother and then watched you search for her. The cafe smells of old wood and bitter coffee. Eamon Cater sits at a corner table, hands wrapped around a cup that has gone cold. He looks smaller than he did in his Bermondsey office. Older. The tailored suit still fits, but the man inside it has collapsed. Odessa sits across from him. Idris stands at the counter, positioned to watch the door. Bexley took Calla to a booth near the back, out of earshot but visible. Eamon does not look up. I processed the payments. The words fall flat between them. Which payments? The ones that bought your mother's silence. He finally raises his eyes. 3 weeks after you were born, a lump sum routed through Berwick Trust Holdings. Another payment 6 months later to ensure the admitting physician's records were transferred to a file that no longer exists. A third payment to the clerk who logged the Vothregister. Odessa's chest goes cold. How much? 300,000 total. Enough to make people forget. Enough to make people agree they never saw anything at all. And you authorized this? I executed it. Whiston ordered it. Eleanor knew about it after the fact and did not stop it because by then the damage was done. Eamon's voice cracks. I told myself I was following instructions, that the company needed stability, that the trust was a legal complication, not a person. But you knew it was a person. I knew it was a child. He presses the heels of his hands against his eyes. I knew it was a child who would grow up without knowing she belonged anywhere because we made sure her name was erased from every record we could reach. Odessa watches him. She should feel something sharper, rage, grief, the weight of a life stolen by men in boardrooms signing papers. Instead, she feels the familiar cold precision of a case file clicking into place. Who else knew? Whiston, the admitting physician, the clerk, me. The midwife? Mama St. Clair refused the payment. She took cash for the delivery and nothing more. She told Eleanor she would keep the child's birth name in her own records, and that if anyone came looking, she would decide whether to speak. Odessa's breath catches. She has the name. She has your name, the one Eleanor gave you before she handed you over. What is it? Eamon shakes his head. I never asked. I did not want to know. It was easier to pretend there was no child attached to the payments I was processing. The cafe door opens. Two men in dark suits step inside. They scan the room with the practiced stillness of people who have done this before. Idris straightens. The men walk to the table. One of them holds out a leather folio to Eamon. Eamon Cater, Compliance Review. You are required to accompany us for a standard off-site interview regarding Pelham Industries payment authorizations. Eamon's face goes gray. On whose authority? The second man produces a document. Signed, stamped. Idris takes it before Eamon can. He reads it. His jaw tightens. This is signed by Pelham Legal. It requests immediate cooperation. The first man nods. Standard procedure. Mr. Cater will be released after the interview is complete. Odessa looks at the signature. It is clean, precise, legal. But something is wrong. She has seen Pelham compliance forms. She reviewed 30 of them during her audit. Every one of them had a date stamp in the upper right corner, applied by the machine in the legal department. This one does not. She looks closer at the signature. The ink is too dark, the pen pressure too uniform. A real signature has variation, hesitation, the natural rhythm of a hand moving. This signature is a photograph, printed onto the document. Those are forged. The first man's eyes shift. Excuse me? The signature. Odessa's voice is steady. It is a reproduction. Someone scanned a real signature and printed it onto a blank template. The ink is wrong. The pressure is wrong. And there is no date stamp from the legal department machine. The two men exchange a glance. Idris steps between them and Odessa. Who sent you? The first man's hand moves toward his jacket. Eamon stands. His chair scrapes the floor. I will go with them. Odessa turns. Eamon, those documents are forged. They are not compliance officers. They are… I know. Eamon's voice is quiet. But if I do not go, they will come for Calla next. He looks at her. That is how this works. That is how it has always worked. Whiston does not threaten the person holding the evidence. He threatens the person who makes the evidence worth holding. The first man takes Eamon by the arm. Eamon does not resist. At the door, he stops. Looks back at Odessa. 14 Marchmont Crescent. Go now. Before he finds her too. Then he is gone. The casse d'oeuvre swings shut. Odessa stands frozen, the forged compliance document still in Idris's hand, the photograph of a woman and an infant burning against her chest, and the clock ticking toward a hearing she can no longer afford to lose. Chapter 29. The cafe door swings shut. Odessa does not move. The forged document is still in Idris's hand. The photograph presses against her ribs. Outside, the Edinburgh street carries on, buses and pedestrians, and a vendor selling roasted chestnuts, and none of it touches her. He knew. Her voice is flat. Eamon knew they would come. He walked into it. Idris folds the forged document, tucks it into his jacket. He walked into it to protect Calla. Because Whiston has already decided she is leverage. Whiston has always decided that. He just never needed to use her before. The words land clean and brutal. Odessa turns to face him. Then we stop him before he can. How? The question hangs. She should have an answer. She is the forensic auditor, the one who sees what others miss, the one who turns paper trails into weapons. But the paper trail just walked out of a cafe with two men who do not exist in any compliance department, and Wistan is still one step ahead. I need to find the midwife. Then we find the midwife. You heard what Eamon said. Wistan already bought the docket. He knows about Marchmont Crescent. He could be there right now. Idris holds her gaze. Then we move faster. It is not a command. It is not a plan. It is a statement of fact delivered with the same steadiness he uses in boardrooms, and it unsettles her more than shouting would. She turns away, gathers her bag. The photograph of the woman and infant is tucked into the inner pocket, and she feels its weight like a second heartbeat. Bexley appears at the edge of the table with Calla beside her. Calla's duffel bag is clutched against her chest, her face carefully blank in the way of children who have learned that showing fear costs more than hiding it. We heard. Bexley's voice is clipped. The whole cafe heard. That was not subtle. Nothing about this is subtle anymore. Odessa looks at Calla. We are going to find someone who knew my mother. She lives on Marchmont Crescent. We need to get there before the man who took Eamon does. Calla nods once. She does not ask if it is dangerous. She does not ask if they will succeed. She just adjusts her grip on the duffel bag and waits. The taxi ride is 7 minutes. 7 minutes of Edinburgh sliding past wet stone and gray light, of Odessa staring at the street numbers increasing, of Idris in the seat beside her with his phone dark and his jaw set. Neither of them speaks. Calla is pressed against the left window, watching the city like she is memorizing an escape route. Bexley is in the front seat, her body half turned so she can see the rearview mirror and the street behind them simultaneously. The taxi stops at number 14. It is a sandstone townhouse, narrow, 3 stories, with a blue door and a brass knocker shaped like a thistle. A light burns in the ground floor window. Odessa pays before Idris can. She does not know why that matters. It just does. They stand on the pavement. 14 Marchmont Crescent, the midwife's address. The place where a woman who refused to pay off lives with the name Eleanor gave to the child she was protecting. Let me go first. Odessa's voice is steady. She does not know any of you. She might open the door for a woman alone. If she sees 3 strangers, she closes it. Idris's jaw tightens. We stay in sight. From across the street. From the next step down. She waits to argue. The reflex is there, quick and hot. But his face is not demanding. It is asking. And she does not have the energy to build the wall back up between them. Fine. She climbs the 3 steps. The brass thistle is cold in her hand. She knocks. The light in the ground floor window shifts. Curtains part, just barely. A shadow moves behind the glass. The door opens a crack. The woman is older than Odessa expected. 70, maybe more. Gray hair pinned loosely, a cardigan buttoned to the throat, eyes the color of sea glass that have been watching the world long enough to know when to trust and when to bolt. Yes. Her voice is low, Scottish, careful. Odessa's throat closes. She was ready for a confrontation. She was ready to explain the trust, the affidavit, the marriage, the hearing. She was ready to show the photograph and the birth certificate and the letter burning against her chest. Instead, she stands on a stranger's doorstep in Edinburgh and cannot find a single word that matters. My name is Odessa. Her voice cracks. I think you knew my grandmother. The midwife's eyes do not change, but her hand tightens on the doorframe. Who was your grandmother? Eleanor Ammerand. The silence stretches. Then the door opens wider. Come inside, all of you. The sitting room smells of lavender and old wood. A fire burns low in the grate. Photographs cover every surface, not arranged for guests, just lived among. The midwife does not offer tea. She stands by the mantel with her arms crossed and looks at Odessa like she is reading a document she has been waiting 40 years to open. You have Eleanor's eyes, not the color, the weight. Odessa's breath catches. Eleanor sent me a letter 30 years ago, hand-delivered by a man who would not give me his name. She told me a child would kill one day, asking questions, and that I would know it was time because the child would arrive carrying more truth than she knew what to do with. The midwife pauses. She said the child would look at me and wait instead of demanding. Odessa is not breathing. She asked me to keep your name safe. She said you would need it when the men who buried your mother were finished pretending they had the right to decide who belonged. The midwife uncrosses her arms. You want to know what your grandmother called you? Odessa nods. The midwife crosses to a desk in the corner, pulls open a drawer that sticks, lifts out a leather-bound register, its spine cracked with age. She opens it to a marked page, turns it toward Odessa. The ink is faded, but the handwriting is clear, elegant, familiar from the letters Odessa found in the false archive bottom. 2 words. Margot's daughter. Odessa Marguerite Ammerand. Not Renwick. Ammerand. The grandmother who could not keep her gave her a name that belonged nowhere, signed by Eleanor herself. Odessa's fingers touch the page. The ink does not bleed. It is just there, the truth that has been waiting for 31 years, written by the woman who orchestrated an entire restoration from her deathbed. Now you know. The midwife closes the register. The question is what you do with it. Behind her, Idris has not moved. Calla is standing at the window watching the street. Bexley is already on her phone. And in the silence before Odessa can answer, Idris's phone lights up. He reads the message. His face does not change, but something behind his eyes does still. What is it? Simeon. His voice is controlled. Rewritten just called an emergency lender session. 4 a.m. at Pelham House. He is framing it as a governance review of the marriage. That is 6 hours from now. It is 6 hours to lose everything we have not already locked down. Odessa looks at the register, at her name, at the proof that she has always belonged somewhere, even when the world told her she did not. She closes the book. Then we are not losing. She turns to the midwife. I need your testimony, written, sworn, whatever form holds in court. The midwife studies her. I have been waiting 31 years to give it. Chapter 30. The emergency session is not in a boardroom. Weston has moved it to the Pelham House Conservatory, glass and wrought iron, where the morning light is merciless and every lender can see exactly who is sweating and who is not. Odessa steps through the door at 3:57 a.m., with the midwife's testimony sealed in her jacket pocket and her birth name burning behind her teeth. The room is full of men in suits that cost more than her first car. Nadine sits at the far end, elegant in charcoal silk, a closed folder in front of her. Weston stands by the windows, silver hair catching the first gray light, signet ring tapping against the glass. Idris walks in beside her. Calla is with Bexley in the car, parked but 3 blocks away watching the street. Mrs. Ammerand, Nadine's voice is smooth. I am impressed you made the flight. I am impressed you thought I would not. A flicker, not quite a smile. Weston turns from the window. This is not a tribunal, Odessa. It is a governance review. The lenders need to understand the structure before the freeze hearing determines whether the trust activation is valid. Then I will save everyone time. Odessa walks to the table, pulls out a chair, sits. The trust is valid. The marriage satisfies the clause. The affidavit from my grandmother's notary is being contested by the same firm that seized the notary's records before I could file. You do not have a governance problem. You have a suppression problem. More of the lenders, a man with silver glasses and a pinched mouth, clears his throat. The concern is not the trust's language. The concern is the timing. A dormant appendix resurfaces at exactly the moment Pelham needs capital stability. A forensic auditor appears in the records as the sole beneficiary. She marries the CEO within 72 hours of discovery. Odessa meets his gaze. You are describing a coincidence. I can show you 37 coincidences in Pelham's own ledgers over the last 5 years that trace back to a single Luxembourg shell. If you want to talk about fabricated timing, we can start with the Berwick trust holding payout that requested my mother's hospital records 3 days after I was born. The pinched mouth tightens. Nadine opens her folder. Mrs. Ammerand's professional instincts are impressive, but this is not a court of law. This is a covenant review, and the covenant requires that Pelham's executive leadership is not structurally compromised by litigation risk. She slides a sheet across the table. The freeze motion will almost certainly be granted this afternoon. When it is, the trust shares become untouchable. Pelham loses 23% of its voting equity. Lenders will be forced to call their covenants. And that is before the media narrative settles. She lets that hang, then she turns a page. Mrs. Ammerand's professional instincts are impressive, but this is not a court of law. This is a covenant review, and the covenant requires that Pelham's executive leadership is not structurally compromised by litigation risk. She slides a sheet across the table. The freeze motion will almost certainly be granted this afternoon. When it is, the trust shares become untouchable. Pelham loses 23% of its voting equity. Lenders will be forced to call their covenants. And that is before the media narrative settles. She lets that hang. Then she turns a page. Mrs. Ammerand has no institutional history. No family ties recognized by the estate before her marriage. No verifiable chain of custody for the documents she claims prove her lineage. Another page. Her foster history contains 3 placements, 2 disrupted before her 16th birthday. The third ended when her foster mother died. Odessa's hand is still. Nadine's voice does not change. The concern is not whether Mrs. Ammerand believes she is telling the truth. The concern is that a woman with no fixed family, no settled identity, and no institutional loyalty has been given access to the most sensitive governance instruments in a multi-billion-pound infrastructure company. The room goes quiet. Odessa can feel every pair of eyes on her, waiting, measuring. She thinks of the midwife's register, of her name in Eleanor's handwriting, of Clara Ashford's unopened letter still in her bag, of her mother's letter, also unopened, burning against her ribs. She checks her wristwatch. The cracked face catches the light. "I was placed in foster care at 18 months old," she says. "I aged out at 18. I attended university on a full scholarship funded by a woman whose name I did not learn until 2 weeks ago. I built a career that made me the person Pelham hired to clean up its books before the merger collapsed." She looks at Nadine. "You are counting on the room to see my history as instability. But the truth is that I survived a system designed to erase people like me, and I turned that survival into a skill set that lets me read a balance sheet like other people read a map. The only person in this room who has something to hide is your ally." She does not look at Whiston, but she feels him go still by the window. Nadine closes her folder at B. "That is a compelling personal narrative, but personal narratives do not satisfy lender covenants. The freeze hearing is in 9 hours. If the marriage is ruled invalid, the trust is void, and the foreclosure timeline accelerates." She stands. "I recommend you use those gnawed hours to negotiate a settlement that protects the company. Because if we go to the hearing, Veldmere will argue that the marriage was a forensic gambit designed to unlock controlling equity, and that Mrs. Ammerand's emotional investment in the outcome makes her an unreliable steward of institutional assets." She walks toward the door, pauses. "One more thing." She turns back. "The Berwick Trust holding that paid for your mother's records 3 days after your birth. We have the full payment chain, signed by Eamon Cater, authorized by a standing instruction from a board member who has been dead for 30 years. She lets that land. The dead board member was Eleanor Ammerand. The door closes behind her. Odessa does not move. The room is silent, and Whiston, by the window, has stopped tapping his ring. Chapter 31. The conservatory empties in stages. First, the lenders, briefcases snapping shut, shoes clicking against the marble, faces that give nothing away. Then Nadine, already on her phone in the hallway, her voice a low murmur that does not carry. Finally, Whiston, who passes Odessa without looking at her, his signet ring catching the pale dawn light as his hand grips the doorframe. He lingers 1 beat too long. Then he is gone. Odessa does not move from her chair. The midwife's testimony is still pressed against her ribs inside her jacket pocket. The letter from Clara Ashford. The letter from her mother. All of it carried through a room that tried to reduce her to a narrative of instability. Idris stands at the window where Whiston stood. His back is to her. His hands are braced against the glass. She watches the line of his shoulders, the way he holds himself still. "You found it," he says. Not a question. "Lenore authorized the payments." She says it flat, testing how the words feel in her mouth. "She paid for my mother's hospital records 3 days after I was born. The same grandmother who wrote the affidavit, who built the trust, who left me the midwife's address." He turns. His face is unreadable, but his eyes are not. "I know. You knew. I suspected." He crosses the room, stops 3 feet from her chair. When Simeon told me about Eleanor's standing instruction, I asked him to trace the Berwick chain. He confirmed it 2 hours before the session. She should feel angry. He held this back while she walked into that room blind to Nadine's reveal. But the anger does not come. What comes is something colder, sharper. Why didn't you tell me? Because you were carrying enough. He holds her gaze, and because I needed to see whether knowing it changed how the room treated you. It did not. They have already decided what you are. That is not your failure to fix. It is theirs to prove wrong. She wants to argue, wants to find the wound in his logic and press until something bleeds. But the truth is that he is right. Nadine had the payment chain ready whether Odessa knew about it or not. I found the source of the dossier, he says. It takes her a second to shift tracks. What? The file Nadine used, the foster history, the disrupted placements, the chain of custody gaps. He pulls his phone from his pocket. Someone inside the estate compiled it, cross-referenced your foster records with the press timeline, fed it to Velmir 48 hours before the gala. Who? Mrs. Felder's assistant. A man named Hartley. He has been with Pelham for 12 years. His wife works for Nadine's firm. The name means nothing to her. Another faceless functionary in a machine built to protect itself. He is still in the house, Idris says. I could have him removed. I could have him charged with breach of confidentiality. I could make sure he never works in this city again. He pauses, but I will not. She looks at him. Because you want to know why, he says, and you want to decide what kind of justice this costs. That is your choice, not mine. She does not know what to do with that. The room feels different now, smaller. He has handed her something she did not ask for. Not power, not protection, a decision, clean and unbundled from his own need to retaliate. If I ask you to let it go, she says slowly, will you? His jaw tightens. Yes, even if it leaves a vulnerability inside the estate. Even then, she studies him. The set of his mouth, the way his hands hang at his sides instead of crossing his arms. He is not performing restraint. He is choosing it, visibly, with the cost already calculated. Why? He takes a breath, long enough that she thinks he will deflect. Because the first time I saw you walk into my boardroom, I assumed you were a liability I needed to manage. I was wrong. That assumption cost us time, cost us trust. He meets her eyes. I will not make the same mistake with your decisions, Odessa. If I take that choice from you, I become the version of this family you are trying not to be trapped by. Her name in his mouth. Not Mrs. Ammerand, not a title. Her. The cracked watch on her wrist catches the light. She checks it without meaning to. You do not have to say anything, he says. I am not keeping score. Her phone rings. It is Sabine. Odessa answers. Tell me. Sabine's voice is thin, stretched. I found something. In the margin of the trust copy Simeon tipped. A name I did not recognize at first. Whose name? Someone who worked for Eleanor. A woman who handled the estate's private correspondence for 30 years. She retired to a village outside Inverness 8 years ago. I called the number Simeon had on file. Silence on the line. And? The woman is alive. She remembers Eleanor's instructions about the Berwick payments. She says there was a second letter. One Eleanor wrote after the affidavit, hand-delivered to the same courier who carried the prediction to the midwife. Odessa's hand tightens on the phone. She says the letter names the witness Eleanor left for you. The one person who watched Eamon sign the payment chain and can testify that every link in the chain was Eleanor's design, not Whiston's. Where is the witness? I am standing outside the Edinburgh train station right now. She is on the 607 from Inverness. She agreed to meet. Sabine pauses. Her name is Margaret Alderson. She was Eleanor's compliance archivist, and she's been waiting 31 years for someone to ask. Chapter 32. Sabine gives them the address. A tea house off Waverley Station, ground floor, windows that face the street. Margaret Alderson chose it herself. Odessa ends the call and looks at Idris. 40 minutes until her train arrives. We go now, he says. Bexley is already reaching for her keys. I drive. You two sit in the back and look like people who belong together, instead of two people holding a company together with string. Calla stays with Sabine at the station concourse. Bexley extracts a promise before she hands over her phone. If anything moves wrong, Calla calls the emergency number Simeon programmed into every device in their group. The tea house is quiet, wood-paneled, smells of bergamot and old linen. They take a corner table where Odessa can see both entrances and the street beyond the windows. Idris orders tea, because sitting without purpose makes him visible. The server brings a pot and 3 cups, and Odessa watches the door. 23 minutes. She does not open Clara's letter, does not open Margot's letter. Those are for after, for when the evidence chain is locked and she can afford to feel whatever they will make her feel. 18 minutes. A man in a gray coat walks past the window. Odessa tracks him until he turns at the newsagent and disappears. Your hands are still, Idris says. She looks down. He is right. I do not shake when it matters. I know. Bexley drums her fingers against the table. You two are exhausting. You know that, right? Sitting here, communicating in half sentences, radiating tension. No one answers. The bell above the door chimes. Margaret Alderson is smaller than Odessa expected. 70, maybe 72, with white hair cut short and glasses on a silver chain that match Sabine's. She carries a leather handbag worn soft the corners and moves like someone who spent decades walking archive corridors, precise and unhurried. She stops at the table, looks at Odessa, and says, You have her chin. Odessa stands. Mrs. Alderson? Margaret. She pulls out a chair and sits before anyone can offer it. I have been waiting 31 years to say what I came here to say. I would rather not waste time on formality. Bexley signals the servers for fresh tea. Idris stays still, letting Odessa lead. Margaret opens her handbag and pulls out a manila folder, flat, worn at the edges. I kept copies. Eleanor taught me that originals burn, but copies survive if you hide them well enough. What is in the folder? The Berwick chain. Every authorization, every routing number, every signature. Eleanor required paper trails even when the trail was meant to disappear. She slides it across the table. This is the chain that paid for your mother's hospital records. It is also the chain that paid the admitting physician and the register clerk. Odessa does not touch the folder. And Eamon Caver's signature? Page 4, second signature block. He signed the release authorization 3 weeks after you were born. His signature is witnessed by a man named Philip Hartson, the estate executor who died 6 years ago. The name hits like a pulse. Philip Hartson, Odessa repeats. Eleanor's personal executor. He handled all her private correspondence. He was the one who hand-delivered her letters to the midwife and to me. When he died, his records were transferred to the firm that now represents Veldmere. Idris leans forward. Hartson signed the witness block on Eamon's authorization. Signed and dated, Margaret says. He knew exactly what he was witnessing. He also knew that Eleanor designed the entire payment chain to look like Whiston's work, if anyone ever traced it. She wanted the treble to point at him. Why? Because she knew Whiston would come for the bloodline heir the moment the trust surfaced. She built a false trail to occupy him, while the real evidence stayed hidden. Margaret taps the folder. This is the false trail. It points at Whiston. It ties him to payments he never authorized. It ties him to a conspiracy he did not design. Odessa feels the shape of it. Eleanor, 30 years dead, still fighting. Where is the real trail? In here. Margaret touches the folder. The false trail and the real trail are the same document, filed in a way that makes them look identical, unless you know which line to read. Eleanor left a marginal code. Her compliance archivist would recognize it. You, Bexley says. Me? Odessa opens the folder. The pages are crisp, old ledger stock, filled in fountain pen and typewriter. She finds page 4, Eamon's signature block. The witness line reads P. Hartson, executor, in ink that is faded to brown. And in the margin, a symbol she recognizes. A small, precise circle with a line through it. Eleanor's personal mark, the same one that appeared on the midwife's register. She looks up at Margaret. What does the code mean? Flip the page. She does. The reverse side of page 4 contains a second set of routing numbers, written in pencil so faint it is nearly invisible. Beside them, in Eleanor's hand, Care Facility, 3rd floor, private suite. Signed admission under Berwick Trust holding name. Discharge date matches birth date. Odessa's breath stops. Where is the care facility? Margaret folds her hands on the table. I do not know the address. I was never told. But I know who signed the admission order. The same man who signed the discharge order. Who? Philip Hartson, Eleanor's executor. He signed both. The admission was processed under a Berwick Trust holding pseudonym. The discharge was processed the day after you were born, under your mother's real name, with a sealed destination that was never entered into the facility's main system. Margot was in a care facility, not a hospital, not a home birth, a discreet private facility where she was admitted under a fake name and discharged under her real one, the day after Odessa was born. Odessa's hand rests on the folder. The facility name, it is not in the documents I carried out. Margaret's voice softens for the first time. But it is in the records I left behind. In a safe deposit box at a bank in Inverness. The key is in my bag. Then we go to Inverness. We cannot. Margaret shakes her head. The bank does not open until 9 tomorrow, and you have a hearing in, she checks her watch, 6 hours. Odessa looks at Idris. He is already calculating. 6 hours to the freeze hearing, he says, plus 2 hours to file the midwife's testimony before the deadline, plus the time it would take to reach Inverness and back. We do not need the facility records for the hearing, Odessa says. We need the chain, the false trail pointing at Whiston, the marginal code proving Eleanor designed it. Then take the folder. Margaret pushes it closer. That is what I came to give you. The rest can wait until after. Odessa closes the folder, then stands. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. Margaret's eyes hold hers. Eleanor built this trail to protect you, but she also built it to test you. If you file the false trail without understanding the real one, you will hand Whiston the very argument he needs to discredit the trust. Which is that the chain was forged by Eleanor, by Mill, by anyone who wants to destroy the family from inside. Margaret pauses. The false trail is true enough to convict Whiston in the court of public opinion, but false enough to collapse under forensic scrutiny. Eleanor wanted you to have a weapon you could use, then discard, before the real evidence emerged. Odessa stands very still. She was playing 3 moves ahead. Always, Margaret says. They leave the tea house at 5:47 a.m. The sky is starting to lighten over Edinburgh, pale gray pressing against the street lamps. Bexley walks ahead, keys in hand, scanning the street. The car is parked as she left it, a rusted hatchback that smells of antiseptic and coffee. Bexley stops. Bex, Odessa calls. The door. Bexley's voice goes flat. I locked the door. She is standing at the driver's side. The handle is pushed in, not forced, opened with something precise. Odessa reaches the car as Bexley pulls the door open. The glove compartment hangs open. The back seat is scattered with papers. Bexley's spare jacket lies crumpled on the floor. But the folder is gone. The manila folder Margaret brought. The one with the Berwick chain. The one with Eamon's signature and Eleanor's marginal code. Bexley is already on her knees, pulling out the empty folder she left under the seat. I kept the copies there, separate from the originals. Where are the originals? Odessa asks. I handed them to you. Odessa looks down. Her hands are empty. The folder is not in her hands. She left it on the table, in the tea house. She turns and runs back inside, but the corner table is already being cleared by a server who shakes her head at the question. No, miss. No folder. Someone from your party must have collected it. Margaret is still standing by the door. Her face has gone pale. I did not leave it on the table, Odessa says. No, Margaret says. Someone took it while you were walking to the car. Bexley appears behind her, phone already in hand. I uploaded the encrypted scans to Simeon's archive. The originals are gone, but the data texts. Odessa's pulse slows. So we have the proof. We have copies, Bexley says. but whoever took the physical folder now knows exactly which chain Eleanor built and how it points at Whiston. They stand in the empty tea house as the city wakes around them, and Odessa realizes the missing folder is not a loss. It is a message. Someone was watching. Someone knows exactly what they have, and that person now has a weapon of their own. Chapter 33. The Edinburgh sky is a bruise of gray and orange by the time Odessa reaches Simeon on the phone. She stands in the tea house doorway, one hand pressed against the doorframe, the other holding her phone so tightly her fingers ache. "The folder is gone," she says. "Taken from the table while we walked to the car." A long pause on Simeon's end. She hears the click of a keyboard. "Bexley's scans arrived," he says. "I have them. The chain, the marginal code, Eamon's signature, everything. But the physical original is in someone else's hands." "Yes. Can we still file?" Another pause. Longer this time. "We can file," Simeon says, and something in his voice has shifted. "But let me be clear about what that means." Odessa waits. "The digital copies are admissible if we can authenticate them through Margaret's testimony and the midwife's register. But the moment I file, I am no longer Pelham's general counsel acting in the company's interest. I become a witness, a participant in a claim against the sitting chairman. There is no institutional middle ground after that. I know. Whiston will come for everyone attached to this filing." Simeon's voice drops. "Me, Sabine, Margaret, Bexley, Calla. He will not stop at the boardroom. He will go after the people who made it possible, personally, publicly, and without restraint." Odessa looks at Bexley, who is watching her from the car with the same flat, ready expression she wears when a trauma call comes in. Bexley knows. Bexley has known since the first anonymous threat landed on Odessa's phone. "Then we protect them," Odessa says. "How?" She thinks of the midwife's register, still safe in her jacket. Of Margaret, standing in the tea house door, pale but steady. Of Sabine, sitting in a station concourse with Calla, watching the entrances. "We spread the evidence," she says. "One copy with Simeon, one with the midwife, one with Margaret's safe deposit box in Inverness, and one somewhere Whiston cannot reach." "Where?" Odessa looks at Idris. He has been standing at the edge of the conversation, silent and watchful, the same stillness he carried through the conservatory. "With someone he cannot touch," she says. Idris's eyes meet hers. He does not ask who. They reassemble at Sabine's flat, a narrow Georgian walk-up on Dublin Street with tall windows and radiators that clank. Calla sits on the floor with her duffel bag beside her, knees drawn up, watching the adults move around the room like pieces on a board. Margaret has recovered some color. She sits at the small kitchen table with a cup of tea she has not touched, her glasses on their silver chain catching the low light. Sabine pulls up a chair across from her. "The scans, how complete are they?" "Every page," Bexley says from the counter, where she is typing on her phone. "Front and back, including the marginal notes on page 4. "But not the physical paper stock," Simeon says through the speakerphone Odessa has placed in the center of the table. "Not the watermark, not the ink age. A court can accept digital evidence, but the original carries weight the copy cannot replicate." "The original is gone," Odessa says. "We work with what we have." Simeon is quiet for a moment. "Then we change the filing strategy. We do not lead with the chain. We lead with Margaret's testimony in the midwife's register. The chain becomes corroboration, not the foundation. And if they challenge the chain's authenticity, then we produce Margaret in person. Her recollection of Eleanor's instructions, her 30 years of service, her lack of motive to fabricate. That is a witness a jury trusts more than paper." Margaret looks up. "I have not testified in 30 years. "Then you remember how much it matters to tell the truth slowly," Simeon says. "Let them rush. You do not." Odessa watches the dynamic form. Simeon already thinking like a litigator. Margaret, steadying herself to become the hinge. Sabine, cataloging every document in her mental archive. Bexley, scanning the room for exits and threats. And Idris, still standing, still watching, still waiting for the moment when his role becomes clear. "Simeon," Odessa says, What do you need from us to file? 3 things. Margaret's sworn statement that every authorization in the Berwick chain was designed by Eleanor and witnessed by Hartson. The midwife's register page showing your birth name written by Eleanor, and a signed affidavit from you confirming that the marriage clause has been satisfied in real time, that you and Idris have been living as spouses under the same roof since the civil ceremony. We have all 3. Then I file at 9. But Odessa, Simeon's voice tightens. Once this goes in, there is no calling it back. The freeze hearing this afternoon will become a battlefield. Whiston will know exactly what we have and exactly who gave it to us. Then we make sure the evidence is spread wide enough that taking any one of us cannot stop it. How? She looks at Idris. Idris takes Calla and goes to the bank in Inverness, opens the safe deposit box, retrieves the facility records before Whiston's people think to look there. Idris's jaw tightens. And you? I stay in Edinburgh with Bexley and Sabine, prepare the filing package, keep the midwife and Margaret within reach. That splits us. It protects Calla, and it protects the evidence. He holds her gaze for a long moment. She watches him weigh the logic against the instinct to keep her within arm's reach. She is right, Calla saith from the floor. Everyone turns. Calla meets their eyes without flinching. If they come for all of us together, they get everything. If we split, they have to chase pieces. Idris exhales. When did you get so strategic? Calla shrugs. I watch. Bexley snorts. Kid's got more sense than half the boardrooms I have seen. Margaret sets down her untouched tea. Then we have a plan. No, Odessa says. We have a direction. The plan forms when Simeon files and we see where the blows land. Simeon's voice comes through the speaker. I will program a secure line for each of you. Encrypted texts only. No calls that can be traced. If the meeting goes bad, you go dark and wait for my signal. And if you go dark, Sabine asks, then you assume I have been compromised, and you activate the 3rd protocol. What is the 3rd protocol? Sabine, Simeon says. You have the emergency numbers I programmed into your phone. If I do not check in within 2 hours of filing, you call the first number. They will know what to do. Sabine touches the chain of her glasses. Who is the first number? Someone Eleanor trusted. That is all I can tell you. The room goes quiet. Odessa looks at the faces around her. Margaret, steadying herself. Sabine, holding her phone like a grenade. Bexley, already calculating routes. Calla, small and fierce on the floor. And Idris, watching her with an expression she cannot read. She picks up her phone. Simeon, file at 9. Understood. And Simeon? Yes, thank you. A pause. Then his voice, softer than she has ever heard it. I swore an oath to Eleanor 30 years ago. I am only keeping it. The line goes dead. Odessa sets the phone down and looks at Idris. Take Calla. Go to Inverness. We will meet you at the hearing. He does not move. Odessa. Yes? This is not strategy. This is you sending me away so you can be the one Whiston comes for. She does not deny it. I am the claim, she says. He cannot top the inheritance without stopping me. But he can stop you. He can use Calla. He can use Bexley. He can use anyone I let myself depend on. And you think I will let you stand alone? I think you will let me choose. He stares at her, long enough that Calla looks up, long enough that Bexley stops typing. Then Idris crosses the room, takes Odessa's face in both hands, and kisses her. It is not gentle. It is not the careful, controlled contact of a contract husband. It is hard and desperate, and tastes like the Edinburgh morning. When he pulls back, his forehead rests against hers. Come back to me, he says. That is all I ask. Odessa says, what? She has 6 hours until the freeze hearing. 6 hours to build a case that can survive whatever Whiston throws at it. 6 hours to prove that belonging is not surrender. And a missing folder somewhere in Edinburgh, held by hands she cannot see, that may already be deciding whether she wins or loses before she ever steps into the room. She picks up her pen and begins to write. The green ink bleeds into the paper like a signature she has been making her whole life. She just never knew what she was signing for. Chapter 34. The phone rings at 6:14 a.m. Sabine answers, listens, her face doing something careful and controlled. She holds the phone out to Odessa. He is not supposed to have a phone. Who? Eamon Cater. Odessa takes it, presses it to her ear. Where are you? Somewhere they let me keep a landline. His voice sounds hollow, stripped of the professional weight he carried through every boardroom. They want me to sign a statement saying Eleanor's affidavit was drafted under duress, that the Berwick chain was my invention, not hers. And if you refuse, then I stay in this room until the hearing is over and my signature appears on whatever document they need it to appear on. Odessa's fingers tighten on the phone. She looks at the papers spread across Sabine's dining table, the midwife's register page, Margaret's notes, the encrypted scans Bexley uploaded before the folder was stolen. You called me, she says. What do you want me to do with this? I want you to know that I am going to refuse anyway. The words land like a stone dropped into still water. Eamon, I have spent 31 years carrying what I helped bury. The only thing worse than prison is dying with it still inside me. He pauses. But I need you to know, your mother did not disappear because she wanted to. She disappeared because she was told her child would be safer if she did. Odessa's breath catches. Who told her? Eleanor. She feels the room tilt. Eleanor, the grandmother who wrote the affidavit, who designed the marriage clause, who built a false trail to occupy Whiston while the real evidence stayed hidden. The same woman who told her own daughter to disappear. I do not believe you. That is your right. Eamon's voice does not argue. It just sits there, tired and clean. But I was in the room when Eleanor gave Margot the choice. Stay and watch your child become a weapon in the family war, or leave and let the child grow up unknown, unharmed, and unwatched. Where was my father? Your father was never in the room. I do not know if your father ever knew you existed. Odessa closes her eyes. The green ink pen is still in her hand. The papers in front of her still carry the case that will prove her bloodline. But the woman who built that case, who protected her from 31 years away, also told her mother to vanish. She opens her eyes. Why are you telling me this now? Because I am going to testify, and when I do, they will ask me who I served, Eleanor or Whiston. He pauses. And I will tell them the truth. I served both, and neither. I served the company. And the company is not the family. It is not the truth. It is a machine that eats whoever feeds it. The line hums. Eamon, where are you? He gives her an address, a street in Leith, a number. If you send anyone, they will know I called, and they will move me somewhere I cannot call from. Then why did you call? Because you are the one person who needs to know that Eleanor loved your mother. She loved her enough to let her go. That is the cruelty of it. She did not erase Margot because she hated her. She erased her because she loved her too much to watch her get destroyed by the men who ran the estate. The line goes dead. Odessa holds the phone against her ear for 10 seconds after the call ends. Bexley is watching her. Sabine is watching her. Margaret has gone very still at the table. What did he say? Bexley asks. Odessa sets the phone down. He said Eleanor told my mother to leave. The silence stretches. Sabine touches her glasses chain. That does not match the woman who wrote the affidavit. Maybe it does, Odessa says. Maybe protecting me meant protecting me from the family, not just from Whiston, from all of them, including her. She looks at the papers. 6 hours until the freeze hearing, a missing folder, a stolen docket, a mother who is told to disappear, and a grandmother who built a 30-year trap to save her and broke her mother to do it. I need air. She walks out of the flat before anyone can stop her. The Edinburgh morning hits her cold and damp. The street is quiet, cobblestones wet from a rain that stopped an hour ago. She stands on the pavement and breathes. The cracked wristwatch on her arm ticks. She checks it without thinking. Singh is lying. Not to anyone else, to herself. She told Idris she would come back. She told Calla she would not leave. But standing here, with Eleanor's love and Eleanor's betrayal tangled into the same knot, she does not know if she can stay inside a family that broke itself to save her. Her phone vibrates. A text from an unknown number. Heard you are at Edinburgh. We need to talk. There is a cafe at the corner of Broughton Street and Union Street. I will be there in 20 minutes. Come alone. P. Hartson, Philip Hartson, Eleanor's executor. The man who witnessed Eamon's signature on the Berwick release. The man whose record transferred to Felbinier's firm after he died 6 years ago. But the text is from a living number. Odessa stares at the screen. Philip Hartson died 6 years ago. which means the person who just texted her is either someone who has his phone, someone who knows his name, or someone who never died at all. She looks up at the gray Edinburgh sky and feels the trap close around her like a hand she cannot see. Chapter 35. The address on Broughton Street is a wine bar's, not a cafe. Odessa stands across the road watching the glass front, the black tile interior, the single figure at a corner table. The morning light is thin and gray, and the street is quiet. Too quiet for a Thursday. Bexley is 2 blocks north in the hatchback, engine running, phone in her lap. Odessa told her to stay back. Told her if she did not come out in 15 minutes to call Simeon's 3rd protocol number and tell Sabine to file everything without her. "You are walking into a dead man's invitation," Bexley said. "I am walking into the only lead I have. You do not even know if it is really him. I know someone used his name. That is enough." The crossing light changes. Odessa moves. The wine bars smells of stale cork and cleaning solution. The man at the corner table is maybe 60, silver at the temples, a dark coat draped over the chair beside him. He watches her cross the room with the stillness of someone who has been waiting a long time. He does not look like Philip Hartson. She has studied Hartson's photograph from the Pelham archives. Narrow face, wire-rimmed glasses, a certain academic severity. This man is broader, softer in the jaw, and his eyes are a different color. But he knows her name. Odessa Renwick. He does not stand. "Sit down. We do not have much time." She stays standing. "Who are you?" "Someone who worked with Philip Hartson for 23 years. Someone who has been holding a document he gave me the day before he died." He slides a manila envelope across the table. It lands between them with a flat, final sound. "I am going to open this envelope and read what is inside," she says. "And if it is a trap, I will walk out and your name will be on every police report I file within the hour." "That is fair." She opens it. Inside is a single sheet of paper, handwritten. Eleanor Ammerand's handwriting. She recognizes the slant, the sharp descenders, the way the ink pools at the bottom of each letter. "To whoever finds this, I did not tell Margot to leave because I stopped loving her. I told her to leave because I loved her enough to know she would not survive the war I started. If you are reading this, you already know who you are. You have already paid a price for my protection that I cannot repay. But I need you to know one thing more. Your father came looking for you. 3 times, and each time I turned him away. I told him you did not exist. I told him Margot never had a child. He believed me because he wanted to believe me. He wanted to believe he was not a father because being a father would have meant choosing you over the life he built. And he was not strong enough for that choice. So I made it for him. I do not know if that was mercy or cruelty, but I know I would do it again." Odessa reads it twice. The 3rd time her vision blurs. She looks up. The man is watching her with something like grief. "Philip gave me this letter the day before his heart attack," he says. "He told me to wait until someone came asking about Eleanor Ammerand's executor. He said I would know who that person was when I saw them." "How did you find me?" "I did not find you. I have been watching the news since the Pelham Investment Conference. When the story broke about the marriage and the contested trust, I knew it was time." Odessa folds the letter. Her hands are steady. That surprises her. "You have kept this for 6 years. Philip was my closest friend. He spent the last decade of his life trying to understand what Eleanor asked him to do." The man pauses. Witnessing the Berwick release, watching Eamon sign, knowing the payment would erase a woman's existence from every official record. It ate him alive. Then she should have spoken while he was living. He was afraid. The man's voice drops. Not of Whiston, of the machine, the company, the family, the thing that eats whoever feeds it. Odessa hears Eamon's voice in her head saying the same words. She holds up the letter. "I am taking this. It is yours. And you? What do you want?" The man looks at her for a long moment. Then he reaches into his coat and pulls out a second envelope. Smaller, cream-colored, sealed with a single initial stamped in black wax, E. "The second letter," he says. "The one everyone has been looking for." Odessa takes it. Her fingers know the weight before her mind does. The same paper stock, the same seal from the envelope hidden in the archive. Philip kept this one separate. He said if anyone ever found the first letter, they would need the second to understand why Eleanor did what she did. Why did you not bring both together? Because I needed to see your face when you read the first one. I needed to know if you were strong enough to carry the second. Odessa meets his eyes. And? You have not looked away. You have not asked me to explain it to you. You are reading Eleanor's confession, and you are still standing. He slides back from the table. That is what she would have wanted. He stands, drops a 20-pound note on the table. Philip Hartson died believing he helped bury a truth that should have been protected. He spent his last night writing a letter to the woman who asked him to witness the burial. He looks at her. You carry his name now. Use it well. He walks out before she can answer. Odessa sits alone in the wine bars with 2 letters in front of her. Eleanor's handwriting. Eleanor's concession. Eleanor's admission that she turned away her father 3 times because he was not strong enough to choose her. She opens the second envelope. The paper inside is older. The ink has faded to a soft brown. The handwriting is Eleanor's. But earlier, before the illness, before the arthritis that made her letters jagged. My dearest Margot, you will never read this letter because I will never send it. But I need to write it so I can remember who I am asking you to leave. I am asking you to leave because I love you. I am asking you to leave because if you stay, the men who run this family will destroy you. They will use your daughter as a weapon. They will turn your love into a liability. They will make you watch as they strip everything from her that makes her whole. I cannot stop them. I have tried. I have spent 30 years trying to build a wall around this family that keeps the cruelty out. But the cruelty is already inside. It is in the blood. It is in the contracts. It is in the trust my father wrote and my brother enforced, and my son will inherit if I do not find another way. So I am asking you to go. Take the child. Disappear. Let them believe you never existed. And when she is old enough, when she is strong enough, I will find her. I will give her everything I could not give you. I will make sure the machine that ate us does not eat her. That is my promise. That is my atonement. Your mother who loves you more than she knows how to show. Eleanor Odessa reads the letter twice. Then she folds it, places it in her jacket pocket beside the Faust, and stands. The machine that fed us. She walks out of the wine bars into the cold Edinburgh morning. Bexley is waiting in the hatchback, engine running, her face tight with relief when she sees Odessa emerge. You were 14 minutes. I have them. Them? Emma. Both letters. Odessa climbs into the passenger seat. Eleanor wrote to my mother, and Eleanor wrote to me. Bexley looks at her. What do they say? That the machine is still hungry, and that I am the one who is supposed to stop feeding it. She pulls out her phone. Text Idris. Got the letters. Coming back. There is more to the story than we knew. She stares at the screen. Then she adds, Your grandmother turned my father away 3 times. He never knew I existed. She sends it before she can change her mind. The reply comes 30 seconds later. I am coming to find you. Do not go anywhere. Odessa looks up through the windshield. A black sedan is parked at the end of the street. Not moving, not idling. Just sitting there, engine off, watching. She does not know how long it has been there. She does not know who is inside. But she knows the machine has found her again. Bexley. Drive. Bexley does not ask why. She just puts the car in gear and pulls away from the curb. The black sedan does not follow. Not yet. But Odessa watches it disappear in the side mirror, and she knows it will. It always does. Chapter 36. The hatchback eats the Edinburgh streets as Odessa watches the mirror. The black sedan does not follow, but she feels it anyway. A pressure at the back of her skull. The machine tracking her through every turn. Bexley drives with one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the door. You want me to circle back? No. Then where? Odessa pulls out her phone. Idris's message still burns on the screen. I am coming to find you. Do not go anywhere. She types, Where are you? The reply comes in seconds. Pulling into Sabine Street now. You, 2 minutes behind you. She looks at Bexley. Sabine's flat. Bexley nods and takes the next left, cutting through a service alley that opens onto Dublin Street. The sky is a pale, bruised gray, the kind of Edinburgh morning that never quite decides to become day. Sabine's flat door is open when they arrive. Odessa steps inside to find Calla on the floor with her duffel bag, Margaret at the kitchen table with a cup of tea gone cold, and Idris standing by the window with his phone in his hand. He turns when she enters. The look he gives her is not the CEO look, not the controlled, assessing gaze that measures angles and outcomes. It is raw, unguarded, a man who has been standing at a window waiting for someone to come back. "Both letters," Odessa says before he can speak. "From Eleanor. One to my father, one to my mother." She pulls them from her jacket, holds them out. Idris takes them carefully, as if the paper might dissolve. He reads the first letter in silence. His jaw tightens. He reads the second, and his hand stills. When he looks up, his voice is low. "She turned him away 3 times. Yes." And he believed her. Yes. Idris sets the letters on the table, does not look away from her. "That is not a man who deserved to know you." The words hit her somewhere she did not expect. A soft place, a place she has been keeping guarded. "He never got the chance to choose," she says. "She took that from him. She took it from you too." Odessa feels the crack widen, the space between what Eleanor gave her and what Eleanor cost her. "I keep trying to hold both truths," she says. "That she loved me enough to build a case that could save me, and that she broke my mother to do it. That she sacrificed my father so I could grow up invisible. That the empire she was trying to protect me from is the same empire I am now standing inside." She stops. Her voice is steady, but her hands are not. "Every time I look at you, I see the shares. I see the clause. I see the marriage that started as a deal because your grandmother needed a mechanism to restore what your family erased. And I cannot tell anymore whether I am falling for you or falling into the trap she built." The room goes still. Calla has stopped breathing. Margaret's teacup hovers halfway to her mouth. Bexley stands by the door, ready to intervene. Idris does not flinch. He steps toward her, close enough that she can see the faint shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the thing he is carrying that he has not yet put down. "You are right," he says. "The marriage started as a deal. The trust was her mechanism. The empire was built on the theft of your bloodline. I cannot undo any of that. I cannot go back and make my grandmother choose differently." He pauses. "But I can choose now." Odessa watches him. "I cannot save Pelham by repeating the theft," he says. "If the only way to keep the company is to keep pretending your mother never existed, to keep you as a convenient wife while the machine runs on, then I do not want the company." Idris meaned. "I mean it." His voice is quiet, absolute. "I have spent my entire life protecting something that was built on a lie. I did not know it was a lie, but I benefited from it. That ends now." He reaches into his jacket and pulls out his phone. The screen is lit with an incoming message. He reads it. His face does not change, but something behind his eyes shifts. A door closing. A decision made. "The board has been convoked," he says. "Emergency session, tomorrow at 8. Simeon's name is on the message. He says Wiston is moving to force a foreclosure vote before the trust can be fully validated. He has the lenders ready to call the covenant breach by noon if the board does not act." Odessa feels the air change. The machine is accelerating. "I need to be in London by midnight," Idris says. "Simeon has prepared the filing, Margaret's testimony, the midwife register, your mother's letters. Everything goes into the record at 9 tomorrow morning, or Wiston's vote passes and Pelham belongs to Veldmere before the trust can stop them." He looks at her. "I am not asking you to come because of the contract. I am asking you to come because I do not want to do this alone." The cracked wristwatch on Odessa's wrist catches the pale morning light. She looks down at it, her foster mother's watch, the one she touches when she lies about being unaffected. She is not lying now. She is terrified, but she is also still standing. "Then we go together," she says. Idris's phone pings again. He reads the message. His hand tightens on the device. Simeon says the midwife's house has been broken into. Chapter 37. The flat, On Dublin Street, smells of cold tea, old paper, and the particular tension of people who have stopped pretending they are not afraid. Odessa stands at the kitchen counter with Eleanor's letters spread before her. Margaret sits at the table, her glasses on their silver chain, hands wrapped around a mug that went cold 20 minutes ago. Bexley leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching the street through the curtain gap. Sabine's laptop glows on the sideboard, document windows stacked like cards waiting to fall. Simeon's voice comes through the speakerphone, thin with distance and the weight of what he is about to do. I have the filing structure ready. Margaret's sworn statement, notarized and scanned. The midwife's register page, authenticated by Sabine's declaration. Odessa's affidavit confirming the marriage clause and the trust activation. 3 pillars. If one crumbles, the other 2 must hold. Which one is most vulnerable? Idris asks. He stands apart, near the window, his phone dark in his hand. The midwife's register. His friends swapped up the Nyklum hop strapping in the day's methody fasty. I've like the Tenro fex him for me. We just told the signed steedy, gold, with steps this glent. I took automated the loving minal clowns hymns, even he's his ladder's pretty dead a stance. I tell us I don't get another groating everyone a rimble. The midwife's register. If the break-in compromised her records, we lose the physical proof of Odessa's birth name written in Eleanor's hand. The scan is admissible, but Whiston's lawyers will argue chain of custody. They will say we manufactured it after the fact. Bexley turns from the window. Then we need the midwife to testify in person. She is 73 years old and her house was just broken into. Sabine says quietly, she may not be willing to travel to London. Then we bring London to her, Odessa says. Everyone looks at her. She touches the edge of Eleanor's letter to Margot. The paper is soft, worn at the folds, as if it has been read many times by hands that were not supposed to see it. We file remotely. Simeon submits the evidence packet to the court by 9. The board votes at 8. If Whiston moves to foreclose before the court can rule, we need the board to see the evidence anyway. We present it in the room, in real time. Simeon is silent for a moment. That requires someone inside the room to call the question, to force the board to look at the documents before they vote. I will be in the room, Idris says. You cannot present evidence of your own family's crime without destroying your credibility as CEO. Then I do not present it. Idris looks at Odessa. She does. The room goes still. Odessa feels the weight of it, the shift, the moment where the marriage stops being a legal mechanism and becomes something else entirely. He is right, Simeon says slowly. Odessa appears as the beneficiary and petitioner. She presents the edited packet. She makes the case for why the trust must be validated before foreclosure can proceed. Idris recuses himself from the vote on grounds of conflict of interest. It strengthens the legal position and leaves me powerless while my uncle dismantles everything, Idris says. Leaves you untouchable while your uncle tries to dismantle everything. Odessa watches him. The decision moves behind his eyes, visible only because she has learned to read the small shifts in his jaw, the way his stillness is not calm, but a careful management of turbulence. Then that is what we do, he says. Bexley's phone buzzes. She checks it, and her expression hardens. We have a problem. She turns the screen toward the room. The message is from an unknown number. No name, no label, but the tone is unmistakable. Withdraw the claim. End the marriage quietly. Pelham will be spared a public war. You have until midnight. Odessa reads it twice. Who sent this? Sabine asks. Nadine, Odessa says. It has her rhythm, the calculated generosity, the implied threat dressed as an off-ramp. She cannot make that offer without Whiston's approval, Idris says. She does not need his approval. She needs his leverage. She is offering him cover while offering us an exit. Odessa sets down the phone. If we withdraw, Whiston gets the company without a fight. If we refuse, she tells the lenders we chose instability over resolution. Either way, the narrative is hers. Calla speaks from the floor, where she has been sitting with her duffel bag, drawing patterns on the carpet with her finger. So she wins. The question lands like a stone in still water. Odessa crouches beside her. No, she does not win. How do you know? Because she is offering us a way out that costs us everything. People only make offers like that when they are afraid they will lose. Calla looks at her. 12 years old, with her mother's chin and her uncle's eyes, and a stillness that should not belong to someone so ill. But you might lose anyway. Odessa does not look away. Yes, I might. Then why fight? Because if I do not fight, I have already lost. The only question is whether I lose on my terms or on theirs. Calla holds her gaze for a long moment. Then she nods, a small, sharp movement, and returns to her drawing. The room breathes again. Odessa stands and faces the group. Nadine's offer is a test. She wants to see if we fracture, if Idris and I are united, or if the marriage is still the weak point she can exploit. She will know by midnight, Idris says. She will know now. Odessa picks up her phone. I am going to call her. Odessa, Simeon says through the speaker, if you call her directly, you give her a recording, a statement she can use. Then I will give her a statement she cannot use. She dials. The line rings twice before Nadine answers, her voice smooth and unhurried, as if she has been expecting this call. Odessa, I was hoping you would call. I am sure you were. Have you considered my offer? I have considered that you are offering me a way out that protects Pelham from a public battle while leaving Whiston in control of everything we have spent weeks uncovering. Pelham is a company. It employs 15,000 people. It manages contracts worth billions. A public war over a contested trust and a marriage of convenience is not a battle for truth. It is a spectacle that destroys jobs, reputations, and lives. I am offering you the chance to walk away with your dignity and a settlement that secures your future. I do not want a settlement. Then what do you want? Odessa is aware of the room watching her. Idris, still as stone. Bexley, ready to move. Calla, drawing her pattern, listening to every word. I want the truth in the record. I want the theft acknowledged. I want my mother's name restored to the family she was erased from. Nadine sighs, a sound of practiced regret. That is not something I can give you. Then you cannot give me anything I want. Odessa, Nadine's voice sharpens, the polished surface cracking just slightly. You are about to walk into a boardroom where the chairman has spent 40 years consolidating power. You have a notarized affidavit from a dead woman, a retired archivist's testimony, and a marriage that started as a contract. That is not a fortress. That is a house of cards. I know. And you are going to fight anyway? Yes. A pause. Then Nadine's voice again, softer now, almost curious. Why? Odessa looks at Idris, at Calla, at the letters on the counter, Eleanor's handwriting curling across pages written 30 years ago for a daughter she was about to lose. Because I have spent my whole life being erased. I grew up in 3 foster homes with a name that was given to me by people who had no right to it. I learned that belonging costs you something, and that the only safe thing is to be so competent, so untouchable, that no one can make you disappear again. She stops. Idris Ammerand built a machine to protect me from people who would use me, but the machine also erased my mother, turned away my father, and left me standing in a flat in Edinburgh holding letters from a dead woman who loved me enough to save me, and also loved me enough to break me. She draws a breath. I am not fighting because I think I will win. I am fighting because I refuse to let my mother's erasure be the price of my survival. The line is silent. Then Nadine speaks, and her voice is different. Not weaponized, not calculated. Something quieter underneath. I will not tell Whiston you called. Why? Because if I were in your position, I would want someone to give me the same courtesy. The line goes dead. Odessa lowers the phone. The room is silent. Calla looks up from her drawing. The carpet beneath her finger is a circle with a line through it. Eleanor's marginal code, the mark that separates the Foss trail from the real one. That was my mother's mark, Margaret says softly. I know. Calla does not look away from the carpet. I have been drawing it all week. Odessa crouches beside her again. Why? Calla's finger traces the circle one more time. Because it means the truth is hidden in the thing that looks like a lie, and I wanted to understand how that works. The room holds the moment. Then Idris moves. He crosses to the counter and picks up Eleanor's letter to Margot. reads the first line again. My dearest daughter, whom I have sent away to save. He looks at Odessa. Midnight is not far. Then we file now. We file now. Bexley straightens. I will drive you to the airport. Simeon closes her laptop. I will stay with Margaret and prepare the midwife for a remote deposition. Simeon's voice comes through the speaker, final and steady. I will have the filing on the court's docket by dawn. Calla stands. Her duffel bag is in her hand. She looks at Odessa. Are you coming back? The question hangs in the air. The same question she asked in the kitchen at the estate. The same question that started this. Odessa does not look away. Yes. Calla holds her gaze. Then she nods once and moves toward the door. Odessa follows. Behind her, the letters remain on the counter. Eleanor's confession and Eleanor's warning, side by side. The machine and its cost. The love and the theft. The truth she has spent her whole life searching for. She has it now, and she is about to walk into a room full of people who have spent their whole lives hiding it. The car is waiting at the curb. The black sedan is gone, but Odessa knows it will find her again. The machine does not stop. Neither will she. Chapter 38. The car pulls up to Pelham House at 20 to 8. Dawn is a thin, gray line over the river, the building dark and dense against it. Odessa steps out before the driver cuts the engine. She feels the weight of the envelope in her jacket, the letters, the register, the affidavit. Idris is beside her, one hand at the small of her back, steady and present. They are met at the entrance by a security guard who checks their names against a list. No warmth, no welcome. The corridor is empty. Footsteps echo off marble. Somewhere above, the boardroom waits. As they reach the foot of the staircase, a door to the left opens. Whiston stands there, alone. His black signet ring catches the light as he gestures toward the room behind him. 5 minutes. Idris moves to block. No, it is not your meeting yet, nephew. Whiston's voice is flat, almost courteous. I want to speak with your wife before the board convenes. I will not harm her. I will not touch her. I only want to talk. Odessa looks at Idris. She does not need his permission, but she sees the tension in his jaw, the barely contained refusal. It is fine. Odessa, I can handle him. She does not say it to prove anything. She says it because it is true. The man standing in the doorway has spent 40 years erasing people. She spent 31 being erased. She knows his weapons because she learned them in foster care, the soft voice that hides the steel hand, the offer that comes with a chain. Idris holds her gaze. Then he steps back, 1 inch, 2. I will be at the boardroom doors. I know. He leaves. The corridor empties. Whiston holds the door open. She walks past him into a small anteroom, a round table, 2 chairs, a window that overlooks the river. No lawyers, no witnesses. She does not sit. Whiston closes the door and turns to face her. You look like her. It is the first thing he has said that she did not expect. Eleanor. Margot. He says the name carefully, as if testing it. Your mother had the same resistance to being managed, the same refusal to see that the world does not bend for the righteous. Odessa says nothing. He moves to the window. His reflection hangs over the water. I have spent my life protecting this company. Do you understand what that means? Not managing it, not profiting from it, protecting it. From itself, from sentiment, from people who would tear it apart for the sake of a purity test. I am here to put the truth in the record. He turns. The truth is a luxury. Companies cannot afford it. The truth does not build roads. It does not protect jobs. It does not feed children. He steps toward her. The truth about your mother, the truth about Eleanor, the truth about the payments that erased a name. All of that is a story that, if told, will collapse a structure that supports 30,000 families. She holds his gaze. And you are telling me this because you believe I will fold. I am telling you this because I believe you are not stupid. His voice drops. I have watched you. You are not like Idris. You did not grow up with a silver spoon and a moral education. You grew up in foster homes. You learned to survive. You know that sometimes the cleanest choice is also the wrong one. He reaches inside his jacket and pulls out an envelope, plain white, unsealed. Inside is an offer, a settlement, more money than you have ever seen, a non-disclosure agreement that protects your name, your mother's name, and a provision that places a memorial bench on the Ammerand estate in Margot's memory. Public acknowledgement of her existence, private silence about how and why she was removed. He sets the envelope on the table. You take this. You withdraw the claim. You end the marriage quietly after the 90 days are up. You walk away with enough wealth to never be erased again, and the company survives. Odessa looks at the envelope, then at him. And if I refuse? Then we fight, and you will lose. He says it without malice, not because your evidence is weak, not because your claim is invalid, because I have 40 years of alliances, favors, and leverage. I have lenders who trust me. I have a board that does not want to see their equity vaporized for a moral victory. And I have an army of lawyers who will tie this up in litigation until every witness you have is too old or too tired to testify. She feels the weight of her own breath, the watch on her wrist, cracked and still running. You are offering me a way out. I am offering you survival. He gestures toward the envelope. You know how to survive. You have always known. This is another survival decision. Take the money, take the bench, let the machine keep running. She is silent for a long moment, then she reaches for the envelope. Whiston's eyes flicker with something like triumph. She opens it, reads the first page. The numbers are generous, the terms are precise. The bench is described in detail, a small stone seat beneath an oak tree, Margot's name carved into the backrest. It is a beautiful offer. It is a lie wrapped in silk. She sets the pages back into the envelope and places it on the table. No. Whiston stills. I am not stupid, she says, but I am also not a child anymore. You are right that I learned to survive in foster homes, but what you do not understand is that survival costed me everything I did not know I had. I learned to move fast, keep quiet, and never need anyone. I learned to be untouchable. She steps closer. And then I found out that my mother was erased so that I could be safe. That my grandmother built a machine that protected me and broke her. That my father was turned away 3 times and told I did not exist. His jaw tightens. I am not fighting to win. I am fighting so that my mother's name does not stay buried, so that the machine does not get to add one more silenced woman to its foundation. She picks up the envelope and holds it out to him. Survival bought with her erasure is not survival. It is surrender, and I will not surrender to you. He does not take the envelope. You will destroy this family. Your family was already built on destruction. I am only telling the truth about the foundations. He is silent. For a moment she thinks she sees something flicker behind his steel-gray eyes. Not regret, not guilt, something older, something tired. Then he turns and opens the door. The board is waiting. She walks past him into the corridor. Idris is at the end, standing in front of the closed boardroom doors with his hands at his sides. He sees her face and does not ask. Simeon has filed the affidavit. Good. Are you ready? She looks at the doors, oak, heavy, carved with the Ammerand crest. I am not ready, but I am going in anyway. He nods, then he reaches for the handle. The doors swing open. The room is full. 12 directors in their chairs, lenders along the rear wall. Nadine Verhoeven at the far end, her face unreadable. And at the opposite end of the table, flanked by 2 men in suits, sits Eamon Cater. He looks up as Odessa steps through the doorway. His face is bruised, but his eyes are clear. He does not look away. Odessa's hand tightens on the envelope. The doors close behind her with a sound like a lock engaging. Chapter 39. The room is colder than she expected. Not temperature, something else. The quality of air in a space where power has already decided what it will hear. The doors are closed. She stands just inside them, the settlement envelope still in her hand, and feels every pair of eyes measuring her. 12 directors in their chairs, lenders along the rear wall, Nadine Verhoeven at the far end, her face unreadable, her hands still on the tabletop like she has already calculated every possible outcome and is waiting for the numbers to confirm her. And Eamon Cater, bruised, sitting between two men who do not look like lawyers. His eyes find hers and hold. She moves to the empty chair at the center of the table. Idris does not sit beside her. He takes the position against the wall, arms crossed, his face a mask of professional neutrality. Recused, untouchable, powerless. The chair at the head of the table belongs to Wistan. He rises. Thank you all for attending on short notice. His voice carries the same polished steel she heard in the anteroom. We are here to address a governance matter that threatens the stability of this company. You have all received the filing submitted by Mr. Velour this morning. He gestures, and Simeon steps forward from the corner where he has been standing, a leather folder in his hands. General Counsel. Simeon does not look at Wistan. He opens the folder and begins. The filing contains 3 evidentiary pillars. First, the sworn testimony of Margaret Alderson, former compliance archivist for the Ammerand estate, confirming that a standing instruction from Eleanor Ammerand authorized the Berwick Trust Holding payment chain. Second, the authenticated register entry from midwife M. St. Clair, written in Eleanor Ammerand's own hand, recording the birth name of her granddaughter, Odessa Marguerite Ammerand. He pauses. Third, Eleanor Ammerand's sworn affidavit, notarized 6 months before her death, confirming that Odessa Renwick is her biological granddaughter and the sole living issue of her daughter, Margot Ammerand. The room shifts. Papers rustle. A lender at the back writes something down. All 3 pillars establish that the trust appendix is genuine, that the marriage clause was intentionally designed to restore the controlling shares to the rightful bloodline, and that the trust activation is legally valid. Wistan does not interrupt. He waits until Simeon finishes, then inclines his head. Thank you, Mr. Velour. A thorough presentation. He turns to the board. I will not waste your time disputing the authenticity of these documents. I have reviewed them myself. They are what they appear to be. A ripple of surprise passes through the room, but authenticity is not the same as wisdom. He lets the words settle. Eleanor Ammerand was a grieving, elderly woman when she wrote that affidavit. She had lost her daughter. She was dying. She was desperate to correct a perceived wrong, and she wrote a document that, if activated, would hand controlling equity in a multinational infrastructure conglomerate to a woman who has never managed a division, never sat on a board, never run anything larger than a forensic audit team. He looks at Odessa. That is not a correction. That is a destruction of value. A director near the window shifts in his chair. What are you proposing, Wistan? I am proposing we honor the trust in form, not in substance. Recognize the claimant, grant her a seat on the board, allocate a reasonable trust distribution, but do not hand her the controlling shares. Do not let a 31-year-old auditor with no operational experience decide the future of 30,000 employees. He turns back to Odessa. I offered you a graceful exit. You refused. Now we ask the board to choose stability over sentiment. Silence. Then Eamon Cater speaks. His voice is rough, bruised, but clear. You want stability, Wistan? Then let me tell them what stability cost. The 2 men beside him shift. One reaches for his arm. Eamon shakes him off. I processed the payments. He looks at the board, not at Odessa. 3 payments, £300,000. 1 for Margot Ammerand's silence. 1 to delete her admitting physician's records. 1 for the birth register clerk. A woman near the center of the table goes still. I signed the release authorization, witnessed by Philip Hartson, Eleanor's executor. Dead 6 years now. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a folded sheet of paper. I kept the carbon copy, because I knew I would need it someday. He slides it across the table. The payment chain is here. Every signature, every authorization. It leads back to Wistan Ammerand. Wistan does not move. Those payments were authorized by your mother, Eamon. You know that. My signature is on the line, not hers. I took the money. I buried the truth, and I have lived with it for 31 years. He turns to Odessa. I am sorry. I should have said it sooner. The room is motionless. Then Wistan speaks again. Admirable, genuine, but irrelevant. He looks at the board. None of this changes the fundamental question. Can this company survive a contested transfer of control? Can we afford a legal war that will take years and millions? Can we afford to let a stranger hold the deciding votes while Veldmere circles? He turns to Idris. Your CEO has been silent, perhaps because he knows the answer. Perhaps because he knows that if he supports this claim, he destroys everything he has spent his life building. All eyes shift to Idris. He is still against the wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. The room waits. Odessa waits. And Idris Ammerand looks at his hands. Then he looks up at the board, and he says nothing. Chapter 40. The silence in the boardroom stretches until it becomes its own presence. Odessa stands, the room watches. Idris does not move from the wall, arms crossed, face immobile. But his eyes are on her, and there is something in them she has never seen before. Permission. She turns to the board. You heard, Eamon. You saw the carbon copy. You know the documents Simeon filed are authentic. She keeps her voice level. The question is not whether the trust is real. The question is whether you will honor it, or whether you will let Idris Ammerand decide that truth is optional when it inconveniences power. Idris's jaw tightens. Let me be clear about what is in that filing. Eleanor Ammerand designed the Berwick trust payments. She built the chain that paid for my mother's silence. She constructed the false trail pointing at Idris to occupy him while the real evidence stayed hidden. She wrote the affidavit. She set the marriage clause. She did all of this because she knew the men running her family would destroy her daughter, and she could not stop them. So she built a trap that would spring 30 years later if someone strong enough came looking. She looks at each director in turn. I am that trap. And I am here to tell you that the foundation of this company is not my marriage, not the trust, not even Eleanor's plan. It is a payment made to erase a woman so the Ammerand name could stay clean. A director near the window clears his throat. And you expect us to hand you controlling shares based on that? I expect you to look at the evidence and decide whether you want to keep building on stolen ground. Idris rises from his chair. Enough. His voice is quiet, but it cuts. We have heard the testimony. We have seen the documents. The question before this board is practical, not moral. Can this company survive a contested transfer, a legal war, and a CEO who has recused himself? He looks at Idris. Young man, this board needs to hear from you. The room shifts. Idris uncrosses his arms. He walks to the table, not to his seat at the head, but to the empty chair beside Odessa. He pulls it out and sits. I will tell you what I know. His voice is level, controlled, but there is a rawness underneath. I grew up believing my grandmother was cold, calculating, and that her death was a relief. I believed mine Uncle Idris was the one who held the family together. I believed the Ammerand name was built on discipline, foresight, and sacrifice. He pauses. I was wrong. Idris's face goes still. Eleanor Ammerand was not cold. She was fighting a war she could not win with the only weapons she had. Contracts, trusts, paper. Idris looks at Odessa. She wrote my wife's name into a sealed appendix 40 years ago, knowing the men around her would try to bury it. And she built a marriage clause that would force the truth into the open if someone brave enough found her trail. He turns to the board. Idris has spent 40 years telling you he is protecting the company. He is not. He is protecting the version of the family that arrest Margot Ammerand from history. He is protecting the lie that says some people are disposable when they become inconvenient. A director shifts. Idris, you cannot be suggesting. I am not suggesting, I am stating. He looks at Idris. I support Odessa's claim, all of it. The controlling shares, the board seat, the correction to the family record. I will not stand in the way of the trust activation. The room detonates. A lender in the back speaks over the noise. Idris, that would hand control of the company to someone with no operational experience. You cannot be serious. I am serious. Then you are destroying everything you built. No. Idris's voice sharpens. I am refusing to keep building it on a crime. Idris's hands are flat on the table, white at the knuckles. You would give her the company. No. Idris meets his uncle's gaze. I would give her what is hers, and I would let the company survive on the truth instead of the lie. Wiston's voice drops. You will destroy the family. Your family, Wiston, not mine. A long, terrible silence. Then a director at the far end speaks. The board will need to vote. Odessa feels the room tilting. The directors are shifting, weighing, calculating. Wiston's grip on them is real. 40 years of alliances, favors, pressure. But Idris's public surrender changes the math. A woman near the center clears her throat. I move. We accept the trust activation and recognize Odessa Renwick as the controlling shareholder, pending judicial confirmation. Second, says a man beside her. Wiston's face is stone. Then we vote. The hands go up, slowly, one by one. 6, 7, 8, 9. The motion carries. Wiston does not sit down. He looks at the board, at Idris, at Odessa, and for the first time, she sees something flicker in his steel-gray eyes. Not defeat. Calculation. Very well. He straightens his jacket. You have chosen sentiment over stability. I hope you survive the consequences. He walks toward the door. It opens before he reaches it. Simeon Velour stands in the doorway. His face is pale. Wiston stays, he says. Everyone stays. We have a problem. The room goes still. Simeon steps inside. His phone is in his hand. Velbenier has just filed for an emergency injunction in the High Court. They are arguing the marriage was retroactively filed to appear legally valid before the contract was signed. He looks at Idris. They have the registry clerk's testimony. Someone inside the family fed them the exact date of the backdating. The room is motionless. Odessa's hand goes to her wrist, the cracked watch. She knows what it means. The trap was never the boardroom. It was the paper trail she and Idris left behind. And they have proof, Simeon adds. Photographs of the original filing, witness statements. They are asking the judge to freeze the trust activation and invalidate the marriage on grounds of fraud. Wiston smiles. It is small, barely a movement, but it is there. And Odessa understands. She walked into a room she thought she had won, and someone in this building has been feeding Velbenier everything. Chapter 41. The room is still. 9 hands voted in favor. 9 directors chose Odessa over Wiston. But the victory evaporates as Simeon's words settle. Emergency injunction, backdating proof, registry clerk testimony. Wiston's smile stays small. Idris moves first. He steps away from the wall and crosses to Simeon, taking the phone from his hand, reading whatever is on the screen. His jaw tightens. When? Filed 30 minutes ago. The duty judge signed an interim freeze pending full hearing tomorrow at 10. Odessa's wristwatch ticks against her skin. She checks it without thinking. The crack in the crystal catches the light. He knew. He knew before Simeon walked in. The calculation on his face when the vote carried was not resignation. It was timing. She crosses the room to Idris. We need to see the filing. Simeon nods. I have a copy. The court server delivered it to my office 10 minutes ago. Then we go. Idris looks at her. Odessa, the hearing is tomorrow. There is nothing we can do tonight except prepare. Then we prepare. She does not lower her voice. But I am not sitting in a room somewhere while they decide whether our marriage is fraud. I am going to the High Court in the morning, and I am going to answer whatever Sullivan asks. The room shifts. No one expected her to say it aloud. The backdating is a fact. The marriage certificate was filed retroactively. In the cold language of the law, that looks like fraud. But she will not let it stand unchallenged. Odessa, Simeon steps closer. If you testify, they will cross-examine you on every detail. The timing, the contract, why you agreed. They will paint it as a scheme. It was a scheme. The words land hard. She does not flinch. It was a scheme to stop Wiston from handing the company to Velbenier. It was a scheme to unlock a trust that should never have been buried. And if the court wants to call it fraud, then I will explain exactly why Idris Ammerand wrote that clause 40 years ago and why she knew her own family would try to destroy the person who found it. Wiston's smile is gone now. Idris watches her for a long moment. Then he nods once. We go together. The High Court chambers are cold. Odessa has been in courtrooms before. Financial disputes, audit findings, corporate fraud depositions. She knows the weight of wood and silk and waiting. But this is different. This is her name on the docket. She sits beside Idris on the respondent's bench. Simeon is at the table with their barrister, a woman named Hartnell who specializes in inheritance litigation and has the calm of someone who has watched judges tear apart better cases than this. Valdemir's team is already in place, 4 lawyers in tailored suits, a stack of binders that suggests weeks of preparation, and at the center of their table, Nadine Verhoeven. She has not looked at Odessa once. The clerk calls the court to order, just as Sullivan enters, takes her seat, and opens the respondent's filing without preamble. I have reviewed the submissions. Her voice is measured. The applicant argues that the marriage between Idris Ammerand and Odessa Renwick was retroactively documented to satisfy a trust condition, constituting a fraud on the court and on the beneficiaries of the estate. She looks up. Respondent, how do you answer? Hartnell stands. My lady, the marriage was entered into in good faith. The timing of the civil ceremony and the subsequent filing of the certificate were administrative decisions made under extreme time pressure. There was no intent to deceive. The trust itself was designed to activate upon marriage, and the marriage did occur. The paperwork followed. Sullivan's eyebrows rise slightly. The paperwork followed. Yes, my lady. So the respondent concedes the certificate was not filed on the day of the ceremony. Hartnell does not hesitate. We concede the administrative timeline was compressed. We do not concede fraud. A pause. Sullivan turns a page. Then let me ask the petitioner's counsel a question. Everyone waits. The lead barrister for Feldemir rises. My lady, I have reviewed your affidavit evidence. You have a registry clerk who states the filing was submitted 3 days after the ceremony. You have the original filing date stamp, and you have a witness who confirms the parties signed the marriage contract after the ceremony, not before. Correct, my lady. Sullivan nods slowly. Then tell me this. If I accept that the marriage was retroactively filed, I must also accept that the trust condition requiring 90 days of marriage was activated on the date of the ceremony, not the date of filing, which means the 90-day clock has already been running. The petitioner is asking me to freeze an asset that the trust intended to vest. Silence. Odessa watches Nadine, still not looking at her. The barrister recovers. My lady, the issue is not the vesting date. The issue is whether the marriage itself was legitimate. If the court finds the filing was fraudulent, then the marriage is void, ab initio, and the trust condition was never satisfied. Sullivan sets down her pen. I will take the matter under advisement. She looks at Odessa. But before I do, I would like to hear from the respondent directly. Odessa's chest tightens. Hartnell turns, meets her eye, nods. Odessa stands. She walks to the witness box, takes the oath, and faces Justice Sullivan. Miss Renwick. Sullivan's voice is not unkind. Tell me in your own words. Why did you marry Idris Ammerand? Odessa's hand goes to her wrist, the cracked watch. She stops it. Because I found my name in a 40-year-old trust appendix, she says. Because the woman who wrote it was my grandmother, and she built a clause that would only unlock if someone brave enough came looking. And because Idris Ammerand looked at me across a boardroom table and told me that if we did not do this, his uncle would hand his company to a consortium that had spent months planning to destroy it. She pauses. I married him to stop a theft, but I stayed because I found a family I did not know I was looking for. The courtroom is silent. Sullivan watches her for a long moment. Then the door at the back of the room opens. Nadine Verhoeven stands, walks forward, and places a single document on the judge's bench. My lady, she says quietly, before you rule, there is something else the court should see. Odessa's blood goes cold. Nadine steps back, hands folded, face unreadable. Sullivan picks up the document, reads it. Her expression does not change, but her hand stops moving, and Odessa knows, before the judge speaks, that whatever Nadine just handed her has changed everything. The chronologies is time-stamped, countersigned, and logged against the same backdated filing the petitioner's table. Nadine rises, elegant, unhurried. Because this document addresses a question the court has not yet asked, my lady, And I believe the court should have the complete picture before ruling on the injunction. What is it? A payment chronology from Pelham Industries' own treasury system. It shows that 13 hours after the civil ceremony between Idris Ammerand and Odessa Renwick, a standing instruction was triggered that released the first tranche of trust voting rights into a holding account controlled by the marriage. She pauses. The chronology is time-stamped, countersigned, and logged against the same backdated filing the petitioner has challenged. Odessa's chest goes tight. The document does not prove fraud, Nadine continues. It proves synchronization. The marriage, the filing, the trust activation, all of it timed to move before the market opened. The respondent can argue good faith all she wants. The system record shows coordination. Sullivan studies the paper. You are telling me this marriage was a financial operation. I am telling you, my lady, that the marriage, the trust activation, and the transfer of voting control were executed as a single sequence. Whether that sequence was love, strategy, or both is for the court to decide. But the sequence existed. Odessa's hands grip the witness rail. She wants to speak. To say that Eleanor designed the trust 40 years ago, that the timing was not a scheme but a mechanism Eleanor built when she knew she was dying. That the synchronization proves nothing except that Eleanor understood how the machine worked. But Hartnell is already on his feet. My lady, this is prejudicial and irrelevant. The respondent has never denied the marriage was connected to the trust activation. That is the entire purpose of the arrangement. The grandmother who created a trust designed it precisely this way. Sullivan holds up a hand. I will decide what is relevant. She looks at the document again. Then she closes the file. This matter will move to chambers, counsel only. Miss Renwick, you will remain in the court. Mr. Ammerand, you will remain with her. She stands. The clerk calls. All rise. Sullivan exits through the side door. The courtroom exhales. Nadine gathers her papers without looking at anyone. The Veldmedier barristers lean toward her, speaking in low voices. She answers without stopping. Whiston is still seated. He is not looking at Nadine. He is looking at Odessa, and he is smiling. Not a victory smile. Something slower. Something that says he has been waiting for this moment. That the injunction was never meant to win, only to pull her into a process he controls. Hartnell appears at Odessa's side. Chambers, 5 minutes. What was that document? Payment chronology from Pelham's treasury system. Real, time-stamped. It does not prove fraud, but it gives the judge a reason to pause. Will she freeze the trust? Hartnell's jaw tightens. She should not. The trust mechanics are clean. Eleanor's letter authorizes the standing instruction. But Sullivan is careful. She will want to see everything before she lets this move forward. Odessa turns. Idris is standing behind her, his hand brushing her arm. That document was not part of the filing, he says. I know. Someone inside Pelham fed it to Veldmeri. Odessa looks back at Whiston. His smile has not changed. Simeon, she says. Now. Idris pulls out his phone. Chambers is smaller than the courtroom, wood-paneled. A single window looks onto the inner temple gardens. Justice Sullivan sits at a desk that holds 3 files and a cup of water. Odessa sits across from her. Idris beside her. Hartnell at her shoulder. Nadine sits at the far end. Whiston is not present. He is not needed. Sullivan sets down her reading glasses. I have reviewed the payment chronology. I have also reviewed the grandmother's trust instrument, the midwife's register, and the affidavit. She looks at Odessa. This is not a straightforward case. The marriage was retroactively filed. The trust activation was synchronized with the filing. And the respondent concedes the marriage was entered into, in part, to satisfy the trust condition. My lady, Hartnell starts. Sullivan holds up a hand. I am not ruling on fraud today. I am ruling on the injunction. She turns a page. The applicant asks me to freeze the trust shares pending a full evidentiary hearing. They argue the marriage was a mechanism to transfer control, that the 90-day condition was circumvented by backdating, and that the trust activation is therefore void. She pauses. The respondent argues the trust was designed to activate upon marriage, that the grandmother anticipated this exact challenge, and that freezing the shares would harm the company and its stakeholders. She sets down the paper. I am not convinced the marriage was fraudulent, but I am not convinced it was clean either. Her eyes find Odessa. The evidence is too close, too curated. The grandmother built a machine that was designed to survive this exact challenge, which means she knew the challenge was coming. That does not make the trust invalid, but it makes the court cautious. She reaches for her pen. I am denying the request for an immediate freeze. Odessa's chest loosens. But I am ordering a compressed evidentiary timetable. The parties will return in 14 days for a full hearing on the validity of the trust activation and the marriage. All evidence, all witnesses, all documentation must be submitted by noon on the day prior. She looks at Nadine. I want the payment chronology authenticated by Pelham's treasury officer. I want the original trust appendix produced. And I want the grandmother's medical records from the period when she drafted the instrument. She looks at Odessa. If this trust was built to survive challenge, it should survive scrutiny. If it was not, it should not. She sets down her pen. 14 days, dismissed. The corridor outside chambers is empty. Odessa stands against the wall, her hand pressed to her chest. The relief is there, thin and sharp, but Whiston's smile is still in her head. He did not fight the ruling. He let it happen. 14 days, she says. Idris is beside her, phone in hand. Simeon is already pulling the treasury records. He says we have everything we need. That is not why Whiston smiled. Idris goes still. He wanted this, Odessa says. He wanted the delay. He wanted us locked into a process he can control. She looks at him. What is he doing for through 6? Idris's phone buzzes. He looks at the screen. His face changes. What? He turns the phone toward her. It is a photograph. A woman in a hospital bed, pale, connected to monitors. Her face is older than the portrait, but the bones are the same. The caption reads, "She is alive, and she will testify." There is no signature, but Odessa knows who sent it. This tenor's already started free from as they cupboard out at the harvest starter of the Skos and Pradio table street shows of the attental gaved. A rash that imposited would have verily franding, to man's favry assistance were spy from very. This steel prods would have a recitation for the crossed, stests, lags, statemans, this occasionalness space. He was hoingly amendus, that holesing about little out. He prose over these over penalty and blood of Evie, for the shot Competence moved to gone with their sweet crilly, and the Sapredius do not know ambiation. He wants a vote, provisional recognition of your trust rights, pending judicial confirmation or provisional denial. Either way, he locks the board into a position before the 14 days start running. Idris is still holding the phone with Margot's photograph. His face has not reset. The control is there, the mask is intact, but she sees a crack. A mother, he was told, was dead, a woman who paid for her daughter's survival with her own erasure. Temples lowering secretly, she studying finding my paintses. Can he win a provisional denial? Odessa asks. No, Simeon says. Not cleanly. The board voted 9 in favor before the injunction, but he can force a public fracture. Half the directors will want to wait for the hearing. The other half will want to lock in their support now. Either way, the division becomes a story. Then we give him the story. She hangs up. Idris looks at her. The question is in his eyes, but he does not ask it. He waits. Your uncle wants a fight before the hearing, she says. He wants the board split so the press writes about instability instead of evidence. And if we win the vote? Then he uses the covenant breach. Idris goes still. Simeon did not mention a covenant breach because he does not know yet. She holds up her phone. Nadine's document was a payment chronology. If the lenders have that chronology, they already know the trust activation and the marriage were synchronized. They do not need to prove fraud to call the covenant. They only need to prove risk. He stares at her. You saw this in the courtroom. I saw Whiston smile. The rest is arithmetic. Pelham House is a different building when they arrive. The corridors are full, not of directors, of staff. Assistants carrying binders, security standing at intervals that were not there this morning. The air is tight, machine breath, and Odessa recognizes it. The feel of a building braced for impact. Simeon meets them at the boardroom doors. Wiston is already inside. He has circulated a draft resolution. Provisional recognition of your trust rights, conditional on the court's final confirmation, with a governance clause that limits your voting power until the hearing concludes. His are giving me the shares, but not the voice. He is giving you the appearance of victory while preserving his operational control for the next 14 days. Simeon's voice is flat. If the court rules against you, the shares revert and you never held voting power. If the court rules in your favor, he challenges the governance clause on procedural grounds. Idris steps forward. And the lenders? Simeon hesitates. Pelham's lead lender has requested a private meeting, tomorrow morning, before market open. Odessa feels the arithmetic lock into place. Not a covenant breach, not yet. A warning. The boardroom is full when she enters. 12 directors, the same faces from the morning. Some avoid her eyes, some hold them too long. Wiston sits at the head of the table, his signet ring tapping against the wood, slow and deliberate. Nadine Verhoeven is not present. Neither are the lenders, just the board, the family, the machine. Wiston stands. The court has granted us 14 days, he says. I propose we use them wisely. This resolution recognizes Ms. Renwick's equitable interest in the trust shares pending judicial confirmation, while preserving the board's authority to act in the company's interest during the interim period. He slides a paper across the table. The governance clause is standard. She holds the economic benefit of the shares. She does not exercise voting control until the court confirms the trust activation. A director speaks. And if the court confirms? Then the clause dissolves automatically. Silence. Odessa looks at the paper. She does not need to read it. Wiston has given her exactly what she asked for, stripped of what she needs. I want an amendment. Wiston's eyebrows rise. The governance clause expires if the court confirms the trust activation, or if Pelham's lead lender issues a formal notice of covenant breach before the hearing concludes. The room shifts. Wiston's hand stops tapping. You anticipate a covenant breach. I anticipate your next move. The silence stretches. Then Wiston smiles. The amendment is acceptable. He says it too fast. Odessa knows why. He has already called the meeting with the lender. The covenant warding is coming whether the amendment exists or not. He is letting her believe she won. She lets him believe it. The vote is 9 in favor, 3 abstentions. Wiston's allies, unwilling to oppose him openly, unwilling to oppose her at all. The resolution passes. Provisional recognition, 14 days. Odessa stands. Idris is beside her. Simeon is already gathering papers. And then the boardroom door opens. A woman in a charcoal suit steps inside. She is not a director. She does not carry a binder. She carries a single envelope. Ms. Renwick. Her voice is quiet. Pelham's lead lender has asked me to deliver this directly. Odessa takes the envelope. She does not open it. I am authorized to inform you that the lender is reviewing the covenant compliance schedule in light of this morning's court filing. A formal notice will be issued by close of business tomorrow if the board cannot demonstrate that the trust activation does not constitute a material change in control. She pauses. That is not a breach. It is a courtesy. She leaves. Odessa opens the envelope. 1 page, a single paragraph. The lead lender's review clause. It states that any change in beneficial ownership exceeding 23% of voting equity, whether by trust activation, inheritance, or judicial ruling, triggers an automatic covenant reassessment. If the reassessment finds increased risk, the lender may call a default, and the reassessment begins now. She looks up. Wiston is watching her. His smile is gaudy. His face is unreadable. But his signet ring is still. He did not send the envelope. The lender acted alone, which means the machine is no longer following anyone's script. And Odessa has 14 days to prove it does not eat her alive. Chapter 44. Simeon's office smells of old paper and legal dust. The afternoon light falls flat through windows that have not been cleaned in weeks. Odessa sits in the chair across from his desk, the lender's envelope folded in her coat pocket, the weight of it pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Sabine arrives first. She carries a leather portfolio, worn at the corners, and her reading glasses hang from their silver chain. She does not speak. She places the portfolio on Simeon's desk and steps back. Simeon enters last. He looks tired. The kind of tired that settles in the bone and will not leave until the fight is over. "I have prepared the correction," he says. He opens the portfolio. Inside is a single page, heavy stock, official seal at the bottom. The Ammerand family register, open to a blank line beneath Margot's name. Odessa stares at the empty space. Her mother's birth name is there, Marguerite Delonore Ammerand, born 1965, no death date, no spouse listed. A single annotation in the margin, issue. Below it, nothing. 31 years of nothing. "I need to know what name you want entered." Simeon's voice is careful. "The trust names you as Odessa Marguerite Ammerand. You were registered at birth under that name in the midwife's ledger, but your legal identity for the last 30 years has been Renwick. If you want to keep Renwick as your surname, I can structure the correction as a branch notation rather than a full re-registration." Odessa does not answer immediately. She looks at the blank line, at the space where her name should have been written 3 decades ago, before someone decided to erase it. "What do you recommend?" "I recommend you choose what allows you to sleep at night." Sabine steps forward. The branch notation is cleaner, legally. It acknowledges the bloodline without requiring you to abandon the name you built. But it is also compromise. You would be in the register, but not fully of it. Odessa looks at the page. She thinks about the foster homes where she was always the guest, never the resident. The schools where she learned to make herself small enough to fit into spaces not designed for her. The name Renwick, which she chose herself at 18, pulling it from a map of a Scottish village she had never visited because it meant nothing and therefore could not be taken from her. Idris is at the back of the room. He has not spoken since they left the boardroom. He stands by the window, arms crossed, watching her with an expression she cannot read. She meets his eyes. "What do you think?" "I think you should not ask me." His voice is quiet. "I think this is yours. It always was." She turns back to the page. The green ink pen is in her hand before she decides to use it. She uncaps it. The smell of peppermint rises from her coat pocket as she leans forward. She writes, "Odessa Marguerite Renwick Ammerand." She signs it in her own hand, the green ink sharp against the cream paper, the hyphen a bridge between who she was and who she is becoming. There. Her voice does not shake. "I want the hyphen. I want the record to show I came here on my own terms, and I want my mother's name restored to the register with a living notation. If she testifies, I want the court to see that her daughter corrected the record before she ever spoke a word." Simeon nods. He takes the page, examines the signature, and seals it in a fresh folder. It will be filed before close of business. Sabine reaches out and touches Odessa's wrist. Brief, warm. Well done. The estate is quiet when they return. Calla is in the library, curled on the sofa with a book she is not reading. She looks up when Odessa enters, her eyes scanning Odessa's face for something. "You did it. Part of it. Did you keep our name?" Odessa almost smiles. "I kept both." Calla nods. She picks up her book again, but Odessa can see the tension in her shoulders has eased. The girl who packed a duffel bag and waited for abandonment has seen someone choose to stay. The anonymous message comes 3 hours later. Odessa is in the study, reviewing the lender's covenant clause for the 4th time, trying to find a loophole that does not exist. Her phone buzzes. Unknown number, no preview text. She opens it. "You corrected the register. Good. But you should know your mother was not the only one they hid." Her throat closes. She reads it again. "Ask Wiston about the boy." The screen goes dark. Odessa sits in the silence, the phone cold in her hand, the words repeating in her skull. The boy. Not the only hidden descendant. A second claimant. A brother. A cousin. Someone else whose name was erased before she ever knew to look for it. She looks at the closed door. Idris is on the other side. She has not shown him the message yet. She does not know if she will. Chapter 45. The study clock reads 4:47 a.m. when Odessa's phone lights up for the second time. Not a text, a news alert. Pelham Industries faces leadership crisis. Forensic auditor's claim divides board. She reads the headline twice. The article beneath it is worse. Someone has leaked the board vote count, the provisional governance clause, and language from Odessa's own testimony twisted to suggest she admitted the marriage was a scheme. The byline belongs to a financial desk reporter who broke 3 Veldmere exclusive stories in the last 6 months. Odessa's thumb hovers over Idris's contact. She does not press it. Instead, she opens the blinds and watches the estate lawn darken toward dawn. The phone vibrates again. A second alert. A third. Then a cascade of notifications that she silences without reading. At 5:12, footsteps in the hallway. Idris finds her at the window, still dressed from yesterday, the phone face down on the sill. "You saw. It found me before I found it." He holds up his own phone. The screen shows a stock chart crawling red. Pelham opened 30 minutes early on foreign exchanges, down 7% in the first hour. "Because of me. Because of the uncertainty." He says it like a correction, but his eyes are on her face, not the chart. The leak did exactly what it was designed to do. Create enough doubt that lenders freeze, the board fractures, and the court hearing becomes a referendum on your character instead of Eleanor's trust. She thinks about the anonymous message still burning in her pocket. "Your mother was not the only one they hid. I need to say something. To the press? On the record, before they finish writing the story without me in it." Idris studies her for a long moment. His stillness is not coldness. She has learned to read the difference. He is weighing risk, not withholding. "Simeon can have a statement ready by 7. I do not want a statement. I want to stand in front of a camera and tell them what I found, what was stolen, and why I am not leaving. You will be attacked. I am already being attacked." She picks up her phone. "At least this way I choose the words." The courtyard outside Pelham House is cold and white with early light. Odessa stands alone at the podium. No makeup. Hair still damp from a shower she took, because standing still felt better than waiting. The cameras are a wall of black glass and red lights. A reporter from the Financial Times asks the first question. "Ms. Renwick, do you deny that your marriage to Idris Ammerand was a condition of accessing the trust shares?" "I do not deny it," murmurs. "I also do not deny that my grandmother wrote my name into a sealed trust appendix 40 years ago, that my mother was paid to disappear from the family record, and that the man who orchestrated her erasure sits on the board that is now calling my legitimacy into question." She speaks without notes. "I married Idris Ammerand because the trust clause required it. I stayed because the truth required it. I will not apologize for using a legal mechanism designed by a woman who knew her family would bury me if she did not build a cage around the shares." The questions come faster after that. She answers each one with the same flat precision she uses on an audit trail. Dates, names, payment chains, the midwife's register, the sealed affidavit. At 6:43, a producer holds up a phone and the energy in the courtyard shifts. "Ms. Renwick, is this your mother?" The screen shows grainy security footage, a woman being helped from a car to a glass door. The building reads, "Hartfield Private Clinic" in discreet silver letters. The timestamp in the corner reads 15 years ago. Odessa's chest goes tight. "Yes, that is Marguerite Ammerand entering a private mental health facility under an alias. Can you confirm the alias used was Clara Ashford?" The name hits like a blade. Clara, the woman who hired Odessa for the Pelham audit. The woman who died 3 weeks after Odessa signed the engagement letter. The woman whose sealed letter Odessa still carries in her coat pocket, unopened. "Ms. Renwick?" She finds her voice. "I can confirm that my mother was hidden under a false identity. I cannot confirm the circumstances of that footage." "Then can you confirm that your mother has been diagnosed with a condition that would affect her credibility as a witness?" The question hangs. Odessa looks at the frozen image on the producer's phone. Her mother's face, blurred by distance and time, being led through a door that was supposed to erase her. "I can confirm that my mother was kept in a facility for 30 years under a name that was not her own, by people who wanted her story buried. I can confirm that the same people are now trying to use her medical history to discredit her testimony before she has given it." She grips the edge of the podium. "I cannot confirm what they did to her inside those walls, but I intend to find out." The clip goes viral within the hour. Odessa walks through the hall alone, past the empty gold frame, past Eleanor's portrait, past every curated surface that still feels like a museum of other people's claims. She takes out the anonymous message. Ask Whiston about the boy. She has not told Idris. She has not told anyone. The phone buzzes. A new number. The clinic footage was a warning. The real evidence comes next. Be ready to move. Do not bring the CEO. Odessa reads it 3 times. She does not know if she will show Idris this one either. The silence of the estate presses in around her, heavy with portraits and closed doors, and the weight of a mother she has never spoken to, and a brother she never knew existed. Chapter 46. The phone is still warm in Odessa's hand when footsteps sound in the corridor. She does not turn, does not hide the screen. Bexley, her foster sister, stops in the doorway, leather jacket still zipped, dark circles carved beneath her eyes from the drive down from Edinburgh. You look like someone who just found another body in the foundation. Odessa holds up the phone. Bexley crosses the room in 4 strides, takes it, reads. Her jaw tightens. Do not bring the CEO. That is what it says. And you are standing here alone deciding whether to follow it. Odessa does not answer. Bexley hands the phone back and looks at her for a long moment. Then she pulls a folded piece of paper from her jacket pocket. I found something in the intake logs. The kitchen is the only room that does not feel like a mausoleum. Odessa spreads Bexley's paper across the island counter. Calla is still asleep upstairs. Mrs. Felder has left a tray of covered dishes on the stove that neither of them touches. Bexley traces a finger across the photocopied intake form. Hartfield Private Clinic. Admission date, 14 March, 15 years ago. Patient name, Clara Ashford. Next of kin, none listed. None? None. Bexley taps a line near the bottom. But look at the referring party. Odessa reads the handwritten entry, referred by Pelham Estate Legal Affairs, care of A. Morrison. The name pulls at something in her chest. Morrison, she says. The Edinburgh clerk. Same family, same name. Odessa's throat tightens. The man who bought the sealed docket. The man who told Whiston where we were. Bexley's eyes go flat. So your mother was not just hidden. She was moved into that facility by the same people who have been tracking us since Edinburgh. Odessa reads the form again. The handwriting is precise, administrative. A signature at the bottom, illegible, initials that could be anything. There is more. Bexley pulls out a second page. Discharge notations. She was never formally discharged. But there is a line here, see? She points to a marginal note in a different hand. Patient transferred to private accommodation under Berwick Trust instruction. Date, 8 September, 30 days after subject's birth. Odessa's chest goes cold. She was moved the month I was born. 30 days after, Bexley says. Which means she was in Hartfield for 15 years, then moved somewhere else under the Berwick Trust's authority. And the Berwick Trust was Eleanor's. Odessa stares at the date. Her mother had been in a private facility for 15 years before being moved again. By Eleanor's trust. By the same machine that built the false payment trail and the marriage clause. Who signed the transfer authorization? Bexley flips to a 3rd page. The signature block is an empty rectangle. Someone cut it out of the record before the file was archived. They sit in silence. The dishes on the stove cool. The clock on the wall ticks past 7. Your mother was not in Hartfield the whole time, Bexley says. She was somewhere else for the last 15 years. Somewhere the Berwick Trust paid for. Somewhere Eleanor's mother type craning. And the person who authorized the transfer cut their name out of the file. Which means they had access to the archives. Which means they knew someone would come looking. Odessa's hand goes to her coat pocket. The anonymous phone. The sealed letter from Clara. I need to find out where they moved her. Then you need someone who can route a Berwick Trust payment trail. Bexley pulls out her own phone. I have a contact in the Scottish care regulator. Old friend from the job. She owes me. Can she trace the Berwick payments? She can try. Bexley's thumbs move across the screen. But if they cut signatures out of intake logs, they buried the financial trail true. It will take time. Time we do not have. The words hang between them. 14 days until the hearing. 14 days until the lender decides whether to trigger the covenant. 14 days until Whiston's trap closes. And somewhere in those 14 days, Margot Ammerand is supposed to testify. The kitchen door creaks. Calla stands in the threshold, barefoot, wearing a faded navy jumper that hangs past her knees. Her hair is mussed from sleep, but her eyes are clear and watchful. Mrs. Felder said you were back. Odessa straightens. I did not mean to wake you. You did not. Calla steps into the room, her gaze moving from Odessa's face to Bexley's to the papers spread across the counter. What is that? Records, Odessa says. From the clinic where my mother was. Calla's breath catches. She walks to the counter slowly, not asking permission, and looks at the intake form. Her fingers hover over the cut signature rectangle. Someone took their name out. Yes, because they did not want to be found. Odessa watches the girl's face, the stillness in her shoulders, the way she does not flinch. Probably. Calla looks up. Does that mean dead people can still be hidden? The question lands like a stone in still water. Odessa kneels so she is at eye level. What do you mean? Calla's hands stay on the counter. Her voice is carefully flat. My mother Margot. Her name was erased from the register, but you found her. She is alive. She pauses. If people can be hidden while they are alive, can they be hidden after they die too? Odessa's throat tightens. Who told you that you needed to ask that? No one. Calla's gaze does not waver. But if the family hid your mother twice, and they hid the boy twice, maybe they hid other people too. People who are not coming back. Bexley goes still at the counter. Calla. Odessa's voice is softer than she intends. What do you know about the boy? Nothing. The answer comes too fast. But I heard Simeon's voice on the phone last night. He said, the boy changes everything. The kitchen is silent. Odessa stands slowly. Simeon said that? He did not know I was listening. Calla's chin lifts. I was not supposed to hear it. The anonymous message burns in Odessa's pocket. Ask Whiston about the boy. You did not hear it from me, Calla says. But if the family hid him the way they hid your mother, then somewhere there is a record, an intake form, a payment trail, a signature someone cut out. Odessa looks at Bexley. Bexley's phone is still in her hand. I will call my contact, she says, and I will ask about 2 aliases, your mother's, and whoever the boy was signed in as. Calla does not look away from Odessa. Is that enough? Odessa pulls the girl close, not a hug, just a hand on her shoulder, brief and warm. It is a start. Bexley steps into the garden to make the call. Odessa stands at the counter with Calla beside her, both of them staring at the empty rectangle where a name used to be. Will you open the letter now? Calla asks. Odessa's hand goes to her coat pocket, the sealed envelope from Clara, the woman who was her mother, wearing another name. Not yet. Why? Because she wrote it before she died, and whatever she knew, she wanted me to have it when I was ready. Odessa's fingers brush the paper. I am not ready yet. Calla does not argue. She just reaches out and touches Odessa's wrist, brief, the way she did at the wedding. When you are, she says, I will be here. The garden door opens. Bexley walks back in, phone still in her hand. There is a problem, she says. Odessa's stomach drops. What kind of problem? Bexley holds up the screen. My contact just sent me a list of all Berwick trust payments to medical facilities in the last 30 years. There are 3 new entries, dated this morning, flagged as pending disbursement. To where? Bexley's face is unreadable. A private nursing facility in Perthshire, one I have never heard of, and the recipient name listed is Marguerite Eleanor Ammerand. The air in the kitchen goes thin. Odessa's hand tightens on the counter. Someone is still paying for her care. Someone pre-authorized those payments before you corrected the register. Bexley's voice drops. Which means someone knew she was still alive. Someone has been paying her bills all along. Calla's hand finds Odessa's sleeve. And that someone, Bexley says, just updated the payment instructions this morning, before your press conference. The anonymous message glows in Odessa's memory. The real evidence comes next. She pulls out the phone. The screen is dark. No new messages. But the weight of what is coming presses down on her chest, heavy and cold, and she knows with a certainty that has nothing to do with proof that whoever is paying for Margot's care has been waiting for Odessa to find this trail, and they are not done leading her. Chapter 47. The first photographer is waiting at the gate. Odessa sees him before the car stops. 30 yards past the estate entrance, standing beside a silver hatchback with a long lens pointed at the windshield. She does not need to see the press badge to read the intent. Keep driving. Idris's hands tighten on the wheel. He has already seen him. I know. The car accelerates past the gatehouse. The photographer lowers the lens, watches them go, does not follow. He does not need to. He already has the shot he wanted. The school sits at the end of a private lane in Weybridge, a Victorian brick building with iron gates and a playing field that slopes toward the river. Odessa has only been here once, the morning after the register signing, when Calla insisted on showing her the art room before the first bell. That morning felt like a truce. This morning feels like a line drawn in sand. The car pulls into the drop-off circle. Calla sits in the back with her rucksack strapped across her chest, her face turned toward the window. She has not spoken since the estate. Stay in the car, Idris says. I will walk her to the door. Odessa's hand finds his wrist before he can open the door. That is exactly what they want. He looks at her, reads the concern in the grip. What do you mean? If a photographer is at the gate, they already know where she goes to school. They are waiting for you to react, to look protective, to confirm the story they are writing. Idris's jaw tightens. I do not care what story they are writing. I care about getting her inside safely. So do I, but walking her to the door with your hand on her shoulder feeds the narrative. They will print it as proof, the CEO clinging to the last innocent thing in his life. She holds his gaze. Let her walk in alone. She is not afraid. Calla's voice comes from the back seat. She is right. Both adults turn. Calla has her rucksack strap in one hand. Her face is composed, a mask Idris has worn 1,000 times, but that she is still learning. If you walk me in, they will take pictures. Then everyone in my year will see them, and they will ask questions I do not want to answer. Idris's hand stays on the door handle. Calla, I know. She reaches for the handle herself. I know you want to protect me, but the way to protect me is to let me walk in like nothing is wrong, because nothing is wrong. You and Odessa are still married. I still live at the estate. The only thing that changed is that someone wrote words on a screen. She opens the door. The air rushes in, cold and damp. Pick me up at 3:15, she says. Do not be early, do not be late, and do not park where they can see you waiting. She steps out, closes the door, walks toward the gate without looking back. The second photographer is inside the school grounds. Odessa sees him through the windscreen, positioned near the main entrance, camera raised. Calla walks past him without breaking stride, hands her 499 card at the side door, disappears into the building. The photographer lowers the camera. He has his shot anyway. Idris's hands are white on the wheel. Drive, Odessa says, before I get out and take that camera from him. He looks at her. A flicker of something like gratitude crosses his face. You would. Absolutely. He goes away from the curb. The car stops at a pull-off half a mile from the school, overlooking the river. Idris cuts the engine. The silence rushes in, louder than the morning. She handled that better than I did, he says. She's been preparing for people to watch her whole life. You have only been preparing for people to watch you. He turns to face her. Is that supposed to make me feel better? It is supposed to make you see her clearly. Odessa's voice is quiet. She is not fragile. She is strategic. She has been watching us since the wedding, learning when to step forward and when to disappear. And what has she learned about us? The question lands. Odessa holds his gaze. That we are trying. That we do not always know the right move. That we love her more than we know how to show. The word love hangs between them. Neither reaches for it. By noon, Simeon calls. Odessa is in the passenger seat, Idris driving loops around Weybridge to avoid settling anywhere too long. The photo of Calla entering school is already online, captioned, CEO's Wharf enters alone amid airship battle. It is spreading, Simeon says. Nothing explicit yet, but the framing is hostile. They are implying you let her walk into danger. We let her walk into school, Odessa corrects. The only danger is the lens they aimed at her. The lens is enough. I have spent the last hour fielding calls from 2 board members who want an emergency statement distancing Pelham from the story. Then issue 1. Calla is a minor. She is protected. Anyone publishing photographs of her on school grounds is breaking Rewritten guidelines. Simeon is quiet. That will not stop them. I know. But it will cost them if we file a complaint. A complaint will take weeks. This story moves in hours. Odessa watches the river slide past the window. What do you need? Time, and a witness who will talk before the hearing. Witness? Silence on the line. Then, I have found someone. A retired estate solicitor's clerk who handled off-book courier packets for Pelham in the 80s. She remembers the Berwick instructions. She remembers who signed them. Then bring her in. She wants immunity first, and she will only talk to you in person. Odessa's hand tightens on the phone. Where? A care home outside Guildford. She moved there 2 years ago. Her name is Judith Parrish. She kept a personal log of every courier packet she processed for Berwick Trust. 30 years of records. Odessa's pulse quickens. And she wants to talk now, because she saw the morning news. Simeon's voice drops. She says the Berwick money trail is not the only thing Eleanor Ammerand built. She says Eleanor made 2 protections, not 1, and the second one has gone missing. The air in the car changes. Odessa looks at Idris. He is already watching her. When? Today. She is nervous. If we wait, she may change her mind. Odessa makes the decision before she finishes thinking. I will be there. Send me the address. She ends the call. Idris does not ask what she is doing. He just puts the car in gear and waits for the direction. Guildford, she says. Care home. Witness who wants immunity. Alone. Her pocket burns with the memory of 2 messages she has not shown him. Do not ding the CEO. She looks at him. Together. Something shifts in his face. Relief, gratitude, trust offered without negotiation. He pulls onto the main road. By 3:15, they are back at the stool. Calla comes out with a girl from her year, both of them laughing at something on a phone. She sees the car, says something to her friend, and walks over with the same measured composure she had this morning. She climbs into the back seat, closes the door, puts her seatbelt on. The art teacher wants to see you both for parents' evening next week, she says. I told her you would probably both come because you are still in the proving you care phase. Odessa turns in her seat. The proving we care phase? Calla's face is unreadable. You are not the only one who watches people, Odessa. The car is silent. Then Idris reaches back and touches Calla's knee. Parents' evening next week. We be there. Calla's composure cracks, just slightly. Together. Together. She looks at Odessa. Is that the same thing as permanent? The question lands like a weight. Odessa does not have an answer. Neither did Idris. And before either of them can try, Odessa's phone lights up with a name she does not recognize. She opens the message. Judith Parrish is not the only one who remembers. Meet me first. The muse behind the Guildford post office. 4:30. Come alone or she disappears. She reads it twice. Then she looks at Idris. His eyes are on the road ahead, trusting her with the direction. And she does not know if she will show her this message either. Chapter 48. The Guildford post office sits on the high street, red brick and ordinary, with a mews tucked behind it that smells of damp stone and discarded cardboard. Odessa reads the message one more time. Come alone, or she disappears. The car is stopped at a roundabout. Idris' hands rest on the wheel at 10 and 2, waiting for her to give him the direction. He does not know what she is holding, does not know there is another secret sitting in her palm alongside the 2 she already buried. She could show him, she should. The roundabout presses and goes. Idris takes the exit toward the high street because that is the direction they were already traveling, not because she prodded him to. Left here. Idris cuts the engine. The witness is in a care home. The post office is not a care home. There is someone else. Someone who wants to talk first. His jaw tightens. She watches him decide whether to challenge her, and she watches him decide not to. The trust he gave her by the river is still warm between them. He does not want to be the one who cools it. How long? 10 minutes. If you are not back in 10, I come find you. She nods. Then she walks into the mews alone. The alley is empty. Garage doors, a skip half full of plasterboard, a fire escape bolted to the rear wall of the post office. No one visible. No movement at the windows. Odessa stops at the center of the mews and waits. The seconds stretch. Then a door opens halfway down the alley, a service entrance painted the same gray as the wall. A woman steps out. 65, maybe older, with shop features and a wool coat that cost something once but has been worn past its prime. She looks at Odessa. "You came alone. You said I had to." The woman gestures toward the open door behind her. "Inside, we do not have long." Odessa does not move. "Who are you?" "Someone who worked for Eleanor Ammerand longer than anyone still alive. Someone who watched them bury the second protection and has been waiting 31 years for someone to come looking." "You sent the messages." "The first two. Not the one about the clinic footage. That was not me." Odessa's pulse ticks up. "Who sent that?" The woman's mouth presses into a thin line. "Someone who wants the same thing I do, but for different reasons." "Which is?" "To make sure the second protection surfaces before Whiston finds it and burns it." Odessa holds still. "You know about the second protection." "I helped Eleanor seal it." The woman steps back to the shadow of the doorway. "I was the courier. 23 packets over 18 months, all off book, all hand-delivered to a private depository in Zurich. Eleanor told me exactly what each packet contained. She wanted someone outside the family to know, in case the machine ate her too." "Did it?" "No." The woman's voice drops. "But it ate her daughter, and it is trying to eat yours." The word lands like a blade. "Yours." Odessa's throat closes. "I do not have a daughter. You do not know that." The woman reaches into her coat and pulls out a sealed envelope, cream stock, no marking except a single green marginal code drawn in the corner. The same code Calla has been drawing all week, the same code Eleanor used to mark truth. "Open it when you are ready, not before, and do not let Idris see it until you have read it first." Odessa takes the envelope. It is heavier than it looks. "The second protection," the woman says. "Eleanor built it the same week she built the trust. The Berwick payments were the decoy. This is the real thing, and Weston has been hunting it for 30 years. Why now? Because you are alive. Because you proved you are strong enough to carry it." The woman's eyes hold hers. "I processed 70 thrill courier packets for the Berwick Trust between 1983 and 1986. Every one of them was signed by Eleanor personally. I kept a log because I knew the packets were going somewhere the board did not approve." "Where?" "Zurich. A private depository registered to a shell company that dissolved the same year Eleanor died." "Did you know what was in them?" Judith's eyes hold hers. "Securities, bearer bonds, and a sealed deed of trust naming a second beneficiary." Odessa's breath catches. "A second beneficiary?" "Eleanor built 2 protections. The first was the trust that brought you here. The second was a private fund, off-book, untraceable, meant for the child she could not protect." "The boy." Judith goes still. "You know about the boy." "I know he exists. I do not know who he is." Judith looks at her for a long time. Then she says, "Neither did Eleanor." The words hang in the glass air. Odessa's pulse slows to something cold. She did not know who she was protecting. She knew he existed. She knew he was blood, but whoever hid him from her hid him well. Judith's voice drops. She spent her last 5 years trying to find him. She never did. The envelope against Odessa's chest feels heavier, and somewhere in the back of her mind, the question she has been avoiding surfaces with terrible clarity. If Eleanor could not find him, what makes me think I can? But before she can ask it, Judith reaches into the pocket of her cardigan and pulls out a brass key on a plain ring. The Zurich depository is still active. The box is registered to the marginal code Eleanor used on every document she wanted protected. Judith holds the key out. Odessa takes it. The brass is warm from Judith's hand. "The box was accessed 3 weeks ago," Judith says. "For the first time in 31 years. Odessa's blood goes cold. "By whom?" Judith's eyes meet hers. "The registry logs show a woman matching your mother's description. But your mother is in a Pershire facility, sedated, under constant observation." The room tilts. "So who accessed the box?" Judith does not answer, but her silence says everything. "It was the flock, the lake's term shine, a straight flowlow, by the street Appendix. which size the edges. The way Shanes were agree, the erasing end by burning, the anons, the bare conservatory military. It's spoken by a book, so most clesurely. You wants the deasons. Like who? Eleanor. Not the face, the stillness. Judith's voice is dry, precise. She had the same way of sitting in a room and letting the silence do the work. Odessa waits. Judith's hands settle in her lap. I professed 73 courier packets for the Berwick Trust between 1983 and 1986. Every one of them was signed by Eleanor personally. I kept a log because I knew the packets were going somewhere the board did not approve. Where? Zurich. A private depository registered to a shell company that dissolved the same year Eleanor died. Did you know what was in them? Judith's eyes hold hers. Securities, bearer bonds, and a sealed deed of trust naming a second beneficiary. Odessa's breath catches. A second beneficiary? Eleanor built 2 protections. The first was the trust that brought you here. The second was a private fund, off-book, untraceable, meant for the child she could not protect. The boy. Judith goes still. You know about the boy? I know he exists. I do not know who he is. Judith looks at her for a long time. Then she says, neither did Eleanor. The words hang in the glass air. Odessa's pulse slows to something cold. She did not know who she was protecting. She knew he existed. She knew he was blood. But whoever hid him from her hid him well. Judith's voice drops. She spent her last 5 years trying to find him. She never did. The envelope against Odessa's chest feels heavier. And somewhere in the back of her mind, the question she has been avoiding surfaces with terrible clarity. If Eleanor could not find him, what makes me think I can? But before she can ask it, Judith reaches into the pocket of her cardigan and pulls out a brass key on a plain ring. The Zurich depository is still active. The box is registered to the marginal code Eleanor used on every document she wanted protected. Judith holds the key out. Odessa takes it. The brass is warm from Judith's hand. The box was accessed 3 weeks ago, Judith says. For the first time in 31 years. Odessa's blood goes cold. By whom? Judith's eyes meet hers. Chapter 49. The brass key sits in Odessa's palm, still warm from Judith's trembling fingers. 3 weeks ago, Odessa repeats. Someone who looks like my mother. Judith's eyes do not waver. The registry clerk described a woman in her 60s, dark hair threaded with gray, walking with a cane. She knew the marginal code. She knew the box number. She signed the access log with a name the clerk said matched. What name? Clara Ashford. The breath leaves Odessa's chest. Clara Ashford is dead. Clara Ashford is dead and buried, and Odessa stood at her grave in a black coat and watched them lower the coffin into February mud. Unless, Judith says quietly, your mother was never inside that coffin. The conservatory feels smaller. Tell me about the second protection, Odessa says. Everything. Judith's hands settle in her lap. Eleanor came to me in 1983, a year after the Berwick payments began. She did not trust the men who were managing the estate. She said the trust she had built to protect her daughter's child would be challenged the moment it activated, and she needed something that could not be buried. A contingent notice. Yes, a sealed deed of trust, filed separately from the main instrument, naming the same beneficiary but triggered only if the family contested the activation. If Whiston or anyone else tried to invalidate your claim after the marriage clause was satisfied, the contingent notice would surface and override the challenge. Where was it filed? In the Pelham private deed vault. Eleanor insisted it stay inside the company's own archive, nested with the original trust documents, invisible unless someone knew exactly where to look. Odessa's jaw tightens. And now? Judith's eyes dim. Gone. The word lands like a stone. When did you last confirm it was there? 1986. Eleanor showed me the vault entry herself. She wanted me to witness the filing. Judith's voice catches. I checked again last week, after Simeon Velour contacted me. I still have a contact in the corporate records office. She ran the vault inventory. And? The contingent notice is not listed in the current deed register. It was removed from the vault at some point in the last decade, and no internal transfer record exists. Odessa's pulse hammers. Who has vault access? Only 4 people in the company's history: the sitting CEO, the corporate secretary, the senior trust officer, and the chairman of the board. Judith's voice drops. The vault log is digital since 2010. My contact pulled the access history. Show me. Judith reaches into her cardigan pocket and produces a folded sheet of paper, creased along decades-old lines. Odessa's takes it. The printout is dense, columns of timestamps and badge numbers spanning 12 years. Her eye tracks down the page, searching for anomalies, for late-night entries, for anything that does not fit. Then she sees it. March 14, 2023, 2347, badge number 1248, W. Ammerand. Odessa's pulse hammers. Who has vault access? Only 4 people in the company's history: the sitting CEO, the corporate secretary, the senior trust officer, and the chairman of the board. Judith's voice drops. The vault log is digital since 2010. My contact pulled the access history. Show me. Judith reaches into her cardigan pocket and produces a folded sheet of paper, creased along decades-old lines. Odessa takes it. The printout is dense, columns of timestamps and badge numbers spanning 12 years. Her eye tracks down the page, searching for anomalies, for late-night entries, for anything that does not fit. Then she sees it. March 14, 2023, 2347, badge number 1248, W. Ammerand. Whatever. This solage noticed the word of glory by the engine. The keys loose goes stabbed. Check the Eads Phalafradiance, still shardus altreth in the Baclass, completely reaches to the shipless carbons. Broken freeze whited again the cables of listening, will never the releads, until, after leered to the trip dot of completely traumenched, once now. It does not came for to verse. If it's alaved with why stolenly comedant senges, the suits of their ends chest drops clear delity slightly. A member consisting the pans leak gived actually entirely. The kale heaven thim datus caris different commist. We don't give you next one. Do not even row. I were with your emergence when he's congregated we revoked. Someone kept a copy. He takes the paper, reads it once, reads it again. I need to get into the vault. Without a court order, the vault requires dual authorization, Simeon says. The corporate secretary and the acting CEO. Then get Idris. I already called him. He is 10 minutes out. Simeon's voice tightens. But there is another problem. Odessa waits. The vault log also shows an entry from this morning. 4:17 a.m. badge belonging to Pelham's senior trust officer. The trust officer who reported the contingent notice missing. The same. Odessa's stomach drops. They accessed the vault at 4:17 a.m. and the inventory was run at 9 a.m. Correct. So someone either planted the missing notice to make it look like it was there, or removed the last trace of it before anyone could confirm its existence. Simeon does not answer, but his silence is answer enough. Headlights sweep the reception window. Idris's car pulls into the drive. Odessa steps outside before he kills the engine. He sees her face and does not ask. He simply opens the door. Get in. She does. The deed vault, she says. Now. He puts the car in gear. The gates of the care home fall away behind them. And somewhere inside Pelham's private archive, a sealed document that could end the fight before it truly begins, is either waiting to be found or already ash. Chapter 50. The vault door opens with a sound like bone breaking. Odessa steps inside before the seal finishes hissing. The air is cold, dry, sterile, and smells of aged paper and metal shelving. Sabine follows close behind, reading glasses already on their chain, a leather case pressed to her chest. The Pelham deed vault is smaller than Odessa expected. A single room, climate-controlled, lined with floor-to-ceiling shelves. Each shelf holds gray archive boxes labeled by year and document class. The lighting is clinical, fluorescent, and unforgiving. Where was the contingent notice filed? Sabine points to the third shelf from the left, middle row, between labels reading Berwick Trust 1983 Correspondence and Ammerand Estate Covenants Vol. 3. That bay contained a single sealed dossier. Cardboard, not archival grade. Eleanor's personal code on the spine. Odessa steps toward the empty space. The shelf looks undisturbed. Dust settles evenly along the metal edge. No gap, no shadow, no sign that anything ever sat here, except the labels are not original. She runs her finger along the edge of the Berwick Trust label. The adhesive is fresh, still slightly tacky. The paper beneath it has a faint rectangle where an older label was removed. These were replaced. Sabine leans in. Recently. Someone rehung the shelf to make the gap disappear. Odessa turns to the corporate security officer standing in the doorway. A woman in her 40s, gray suit, badge clipped to her lapel, face carefully neutral. What is your name? Detweiler, head of physical security. Who authorized the label replacement? Detweiler does not blink. The request came from records management 6 months ago. Standard inventory reorganization. Who signed it? Truitt, senior trust officer. The same name from the 4:17 a.m. vault access. Odessa holds Detweiler's gaze. Did you witness the reorganization personally? I approved the access schedule. I did not supervise the work. So someone could have removed or added material without your knowledge. Detweiler's jaw tightens. That is not how protocol works. Protocol is what got us here. Idris steps forward. His voice is low, controlled. Detweiler, I need the original vault inventory from before the reorganization, not the current register, the physical log that matches the last inspection. That would be in the corporate secretary's office. Then call her. Detweiler withdraws into the corridor. Her footsteps echo, then fade. Sabine is already on her knees, examining the shelf. Her fingers move slowly, tracing the metal underside. There is a seam here. The shelf was reinstalled backwards. What does that mean? The manufacturer stamps a production code on the rear lip. This shelf shows the code on the front edge. She looks up. Someone removed it, then put it back facing the wrong direction, to hide the size of the removed packet. Exactly. Odessa crouches beside her. The fluorescent light catches a faint scratch on the shelf surface, a thin arc of displaced metal, as if something heavy was dragged across it. How many boxes did this bay originally hold? Sabine pulls a folded sheet from her leather case, a hand-drawn diagram years old, showing the shelf layout. The original Berwick section held 4 boxes. The current arrangement shows 5. Someone added a decoy, or split one box into 2 to fill the gap. Odessa stands. Her knees ache. Her pulse is steady. She looks at the shelf again. The empty space where the contingent notice should sit is not truly empty. The dust, the labels, the repositioned metal, they are all evidence of removal. But there is something else. Behind the shelf, pressed against the wall, a thin rectangle of off-white card. She reaches past the metal edge and pulls it free. It is an inventory card, yellowed at the corners, typed on a manual typewriter. The ink is faded but legible. Contingent Notice 1983-4. Duplicate original. Field per EA instruction. Copy location. Surrey residence. Sealed cavity. Behind removed portrait. Key. EA personal code. Idris reads over her shoulder. His breath catches. That is my grandmother's instruction. She said it would be filled when the time was right. Sabine takes the card carefully, holding it by the edges. If the duplicate original is still there, it contains the sworn statements Judith described. The midwife, the physician, the DNA comparison. Everything Wieston tried to suppress. Odessa's hand tightens around the card. The missing notice is not missing. It has been waiting in the estate all along. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it from her pocket. A text message from an unknown number. No context, no salutation. The real evidence is in the house, but you will not find it alone. Someone is already inside. She looks up. Idris sees her face. What is it? She shows him the screen. His jaw tightens. Detweiler returns, phone in hand, expression shifted. Sir, I need to inform you that Mr. Miston Ammerand has just filed a temporary injunction against altering Surrey family property, including the Surrey estate. The order was granted 30 minutes ago. Odessa's stomach drops. The Vart door is still open behind them, but the path to the portrait is already sealed. Chapter 51. The Bentley eats the miles back to Surrey in a silence that none of them break. Sabine holds the inventory card on her lap, tracing Eleanor's marginal code with her fingertip, the circle with the line through it, the mark that separates truth from decoy. Odessa watches the hedgerows blur past. Her phone is dark in her pocket. The text is still there, the warning still burning. Someone is already inside. EA's personal code, Sabine says finally. That is the binding language. The duplicate original is behind a removed portrait, keyed to that code, which means the cavity will be sealed with a mechanism that requires it. Eleanor's handwriting, Idris says. His voice is flat, controlled. She used a variation of her signature for her personal safe, a specific pressure point on a specific letter. Then we need to find the right portrait. Not a portrait. Odessa's eyes stay on the road ahead. A frame. An empty gold oval frame hanging beside your grandmother's portrait in the south corridor. I noticed it my first night. You told me it would be filled when the time was right. Idris's jaw tightens. The gate opens as they approach. The estate looms beyond the trees, dark windows catching the last of the afternoon light. No police cars, no security vans, but the air feels different, charged, as if the house itself knows they have been sealed out. They are through the front door in under a minute. Calla is waiting in the entrance hall. She stands with her arms crossed, her school blazer still on, her face unreadable. Mrs. Felder told me about the injunction. She heard it from the solicitor's office before you did. Odessa crouches to meet her eyes. We're not going to do anything illegal, but we need to check something in the south corridor before the order physically locks us out. Calla's gaze flicks to the inventory card in Sabine's hand. The thing Eleanor left behind the picture frame. Yes. I saw you looking at that frame the first night. Calla's voice is quiet, steady. You touched the edge of it. Odessa remembers. The slight tilt, the way the frame hung differently from the others, as if something had shifted inside the wall behind it. They moved down the corridor together. 4 of them. Idris behind her, Sabine beside her, Calla at her elbow. The south corridor runs the length of the east wing. Portraits of Ammerands line both walls, generations of dead faces watching from gilded cages. Eleanor's portrait catches the light, her painted eyes following them as they pass. And then the empty frame. Gold. Oval. Hung slightly off-center from the others, as if it belongs somewhere else. There is a seal, Sabine says, touching the frame's lower edge. A wax seal set into the back paneling, the same marginal code. Odessa presses her palm flat against the wall beside the frame. The plaster feels solid. No give, no hollow echo. The inventory card says sealed cavity behind removed portrait. She runs her fingers along the frame's inner edge, which means the portrait was removed and the cavity was closed behind it. The evidence is inside the wall. Then we open the wall, Idris says. We cannot. Sabine's voice is measured. The injunction prohibits altering any family property. Cutting into this wall is altering. Calla steps forward. She reaches past Odessa and touches the frame's bottom corner. Her fingers find something, a small notch, invisible unless you know where to look. This frame unlocks, she says. Eleanor showed me when I was 7. She said the best secrets set in plain sight. She twists the corner. A soft click. The frame swings open on a hidden hinge, revealing a rectangular panel set into the wall behind it. Odessa's breath catches. The panel has no handle, no visible lock, just a thin seam at the edges, barely wider than a hairline. Sabine moves closer. The code. Eleanor's personal code. She would have embedded it in the release mechanism. Odessa stares at the panel, the marginal code, the circle with the line through it. She presses her thumb to the seam and traces the shape. Nothing. Idris steps beside her. Her signature. She always crossed the T in Ammerand with a sharp upward flick. That flick was her release mark on the estate safe. Odessa looks at the seam again, the faintest indentation at the top right corner, almost invisible against the wood grain. She presses her thumb into the indentation and traces a sharp diagonal. A whir. Hydraulic. Barely audible. The panel slides sideways into the wall. Behind it, a shallow cavity, roughly the size of a filing box. And inside the cavity, a single cream envelope. No seal, no marking. Just the same marginal code in the corner, drawn in faded green ink. Odessa reaches for it. Her phone buzzes. She stops. The vibration is sharp against her thigh, insistent. She pulls the phone out. The text is from the same unknown number as the vault. The injunction you think blocks you? It blocks him too. He is already inside. He has been waiting for you to find it. Turn around. Odessa's blood goes cold. She turns. The corridor behind them is empty. The portraits stare. The light is steady. But the house feels different now. Inhabited in a way it was not 10 seconds ago. What is it? Idris's voice is low. She shows him the screen. He reads it once, reads it again. Then he looks up at the corridor, his eyes moving slowly, scanning shadows, checking angles. Sabine has her phone out. I am calling Simeon. If someone is inside the estate, we need to secure the perimeter. Calla does not move. Her face is pale, but her voice is steady. The text said, he, not they. One person. Odessa looks at the envelope still sitting in the cavity. The real evidence. The proof Whiston has been hunting for 30 years, and according to the text, someone else in this house has been waiting for her to find it. She reaches for the envelope. Her fingers close around the paper. Thick, cream, warm. She pulls it free. Behind her, from somewhere deep in the house, a floorboard creaks. Idris moves, fast. He puts himself between Odessa and the corridor, his body a shield, his eyes locked on the darkness at the far end. The creak does not repeat. But the silence that follows is worse. Someone is in the house, someone has been waiting, and the injunction will not let her leave. Chapter 52. The cream envelope is warm in Odessa's hand. The corridor holds its breath. Idris does not move from his position, body still angled between her and the dark end of the hallway. His eyes track the shadows, waiting for the creak to repeat. It does not. He could be anywhere, Sabine says quietly. Her phone is pressed to her ear. Simeon is calling the security firm. 15 minutes. We do not have 15 minutes. Odessa's voice is steady, but her heart is not. She feels the envelope's weight, the thickness of the paper, the faint resistance of the seal beneath her thumb. He has been waiting for me to find this. That means he wants me to open it. Or he wants you to open it here, Idris says, where he can see. Calla steps closer. Her face is pale, but her eyes are sharp, tracking the same shadows Idris watches. The text said, he'd. One person. If he wanted to hurt us, he would have done it already. Unless he is waiting for something, Sabine says. Odessa looks down at the envelope. No seal, no marking, just the marginal code in faded green ink. She turns it over. The back is blank. She slides her thumb under the flap. The glue gives easily, too easily, as if someone has already opened it and resealed it. The paper inside is single fold, cream, same weight. She pulls it out. One page. Eleanor's handwriting, unmistakable. The sharp slant, the precise pressure, the way the T in Ammerand cuts upward like a blade. She reads the first line. The air changes in her lungs. If you are reading this, I am already dead, and the trust has been activated, which means you married him. Her eyes move down the page. I do not know your name. I do not know what you look like, but I know you exist because I made sure of it. The trust was never about the shares. It was about finding you. And if Idris is reading this beside you, then he has done what I asked of him. Odessa stops. She looks up at Idris. He is still watching the corridor, but his jaw is tight. Idris. He turns. She holds out the page. He takes it, reads. His face does not change, but his hand tightens on the paper. "What did she ask of you?" Odessa says. He does not answer immediately. His eyes move over the words again, as if verifying something he already knows. "To choose you," he says, "over the company, over the name, over everything." The words settle between them like stones. Calla shifts. "What else does it say?" Idris reads on. His expression does not crack, but something in his posture changes. A fraction of tension released. A breath he did not know he was holding. He folds the page and hands it to Odessa. "Read the rest." She takes it. "The shares are yours. The name is yours. But the choice is his. I raised him to believe control is the only safety. If he is standing beside you now, he has already chosen differently. That is the only inheritance that matters. The rest I left behind the wall." Odessa looks up. "The rest?" She says the rest is behind the wall. Sabine moves to the cavity. Her fingers trace the edges, the seams, the empty space where the envelope sat. This cavity is deeper than the envelope. There should be more. Odessa reaches into the space. Her fingers touch the back wall. Wood, solid. She presses. Nothing. She runs her hand along the bottom. The wood gives slightly at the seam. A false floor. Her fingernail catches the edge. She pries. The panel lifts. Beneath it, a thick manila folder. Yellowed. The edges soft with age. She pulls it out. The folder lands in her hands with a weight that feels heavier than paper. Heavier than decades. She opens it. Inside, a sealed envelope. Smaller, addressed in the same handwriting. Idris. No marginal code, no seal, just his name. And beneath it, a stack of documents. Typewritten. The paper brittle at the edges. Odessa does not look at them. She holds out the envelope. Idris stares at it. His name, in his grandmother's hand. He does not reach for it. "She never wrote to me," he says. "Not once. Not a single letter." "Idris." Odessa's voice is quiet. "She is writing to you now." His hand moves slowly. The envelope passes from her fingers to his. He holds it like it might break. Or like he might. Calla watches him, her face unreadable. Sabine is gone still, her phone forgotten in her hand. The creak comes again. Closer. Idris moves. Fast. He tucks the envelope inside his jacket, unopened. "Not here," he says. "Not while someone is watching." Odessa nods. She slides the manila folder into her coat, the documents pressed against her ribs. They move. Down the corridor. Past Eleanor's portrait. Past the empty frame that now gapes open, its secret exposed. The entrance hall is empty. The front door is still locked. The alarm panel shows no breach. But the house feels wrong. Inhabited in a way it was not before. Idris reaches the door. His hand touches the lock. His phone buzzes. He pulls it out. A text. From the same unknown number. "She did not tell you everything. Ask him why he has not opened it." He looks up at Odessa. She sees it in his eyes. The same thought. The sender is inside this house, watching them. Right now. Idris's jaw tightens. He turns the lock. The door swings open. Cold air rushes in. They step onto the grassy drive. The night is still. The estate stretches dark and silent around them, but Odessa feels the weight of eyes on her back. The injunction blocks them from altering the property, but it does not block whoever is already inside. And he has been waiting. She looks at Idris. His hand is on the unopened envelope inside his jacket. Some inheritances still feel like verdicts. Chapter 53. The car eats the dark road in silence. Odessa sits in the passenger seat, the manila folder pressed against her ribs, the documents still unread. Calla is in the back with Sabine, her face pale in the passing streetlights. Idris drives with one hand, the other pressed against his jacket where Eleanor's envelope rests. He has not opened it. The estate recedes behind them. The injunction blocks the turn, blocks the driveway, blocks every attempt to go back for whatever else might be hidden in the walls. Sabine breaks first. "We need to stop somewhere. We need to read what she left." Idris does not answer. His jaw is set, his knuckles white on the wheel. A service station appears ahead, fluorescent light bleeding onto wet asphalt. He pulls in. The car idles. No one moves. Then Idris cuts the engine. The silence is immediate. Heavy. He reaches inside his jacket. The envelope comes out. Cream paper. His name in Eleanor's hand. No seal, no marginal code. Just Idris. He holds it like it might burn him. Idris. Odessa's voice is quiet. You do not have to read it here. Yes, he says. I do. His finger slides under the flap. The paper gives easily. He pulls out a single sheet, typewritten, the same precise typeface as the letter to Odessa. He reads. His face does not change, but his breathing slows, deepens, as if the words are pulling him under. Odessa watches him. She does not speak. Calla leans forward between the seats. What does it say? Idris does not answer for a long moment. Then he reads aloud. His voice is flat, careful, controlled in the way a voice is controlled when it is trying not to break. Idris, if you are reading this, the trust has been activated and the inheritance challenged, which means Whiston has done what I always feared he would. He has chosen to suppress the truth rather than let it surface. I built 2 protections. The first was the trust itself. The second was a contingent notice filed in the Pelham deed vault, sworn by the midwife who delivered Odessa, the physician who signed her birth certificate, and an independent DNA comparison I commissioned. That notice was designed to surface only if the family contested the bloodline claim. I suspected Whiston would find it eventually. I hoped he would not. But I could not risk the notice being the only record. So I hid the original sworn documents behind my portrait, sealed with my personal code, to be found by whoever came looking when the time was right. If Odessa has found them, then you are holding this letter in the house where I raised you to believe control is the only safety. I am asking you now to choose differently. Choose legitimacy over control. Choose the truth over the empire. Choose her over everything you were taught to protect. The company will survive the truth. It will not survive the cover-up. The rest is in the envelope. EA. Idris stops. The paper trembles in his hand. Odessa reaches for it. He lets her take it. She turns it over. On the back, in Eleanor's handwriting, a single line. Depository 714, Threadneedle Street. Code EA marginal. A bank box number. Odessa looks up. She left a bank box? Sabine leans forward. Threadneedle Street. That is the private bank attached to the old Pelham trust accounts, the one Eleanor used for the Berwick payments. Was it in the Zurich depository? Odessa asks. No. Sabine's voice is careful. Threadneedle is domestic. If Eleanor put the originals there, they are in London, not Zurich. Idris stares at the address. When was the box opened? The question lands like a blade. Odessa pulls out her phone. Her fingers move fast. She calls the number Bexley left her. The contact at the bank. It rings. Rings again. A click. A woman's voice. Professional. Guarded. Tell him private trusts. How can I help? Odessa identifies herself, gives the box number, asks when it was last accessed. A pause. Keys clicking. Box 714 was accessed this morning at 8:47 a.m. Odessa's throat tightens. By whom? Another pause. Longer. I am sorry, Mrs. Ammerand. The access was authorized under the original trust registration. The visitor presented Eleanor Ammerand's marginal code and a valid identification matching the registered signatory. Who was the signatory? The pause stretches. I cannot disclose that without a court order. Odessa's hand tightens on the phone. The box is my grandmother's. I am her sole living issue and the activated beneficiary of the controlling trust. I understand, Mrs. Ammerand, but the registered signatory for this box is not you. It was filed as a joint access with a second named party. Who? I am sorry. I cannot disclose that. The line goes dead. Odessa lowers the phone. She meets Idris's eyes. Someone accessed it this morning, before we found the envelope. He stares at her. The fluorescent light above them flickers. The night presses in against the glass. Calla's voice is small. Whoever it was, they already have what was in the box. They got there first. The caw feels smaller, tighter. Idris looks at the envelope in his hand, the letter, the address. She knew, he says. She knew Whiston would come for it, so she put a bank box in London, with a second signatory. Who? Sabine says. Who did she trust enough to share access with? No one answers. Odessa looks at the manila folder in her lap, the documents beneath the envelope. She pulls them out, typewritten, dense, signed, sworn statements. The midwife, the physician, the DNA comparison, Eleanor's original protections, the evidence that could prove everything. She looks up at Idris. Someone got to the bank box this morning, before we even knew it existed, before we found the envelope. He holds her gaze, which means whoever is inside the estate, he says slowly, is not the only one watching. Calla shifts in the back seat. Then who opened the box? Workins times and final, waiting, 3 fres in heb. And this is my stay which in Shistry's wrestlance, dom out arrested in her eckers, merid. The convergent is many funning brazed, the paper creased where his fingers pressed too hard. Who else would she have trusted? Sabine shakes her head. I processed her papers for 20 years. She never mentioned a second signatory on any account. She told you about the trust, Idris says. She told you about the Zurich depository. Why not this one? Sabine's jaw tightens. Because she knew I would put it in the record. She wanted this one off every list. Calla shifts in the back seat, her voice careful. If she hid it from everyone, then the person who opened it today was someone she hid it for. Odessa looks at her. The girl is 12 and already thinking 3 steps ahead. Which means, Calla continues, whoever it is, they were supposed to find it. Odessa's hands move before she finishes the thought. She pulls out her phone again, scrolls to Bexley's contact, types fast. Can you get me into Threadneedle Street before close of business? The reply comes in under a minute. Already on it. Meet you there. Bring the letter. Odessa looks up. Threadneedle. Now. The bank sits at the corner of Threadneedle Street, an old broad, a Victorian stone facade polished to a cold gleam. The lobby is all marble and brass, hushed lighting, security guards in tailored jackets who watch every entrance. Nadine Verhoeven is already there. She stands at the counter in a steel gray coat, her back to the entrance, speaking to a bank officer in low tones. 2 men in dark suits flank her. Legal team, ready to file. Odessa stops at the threshold. Idris steps beside her. She knew. Of course she knew. Odessa's voice is flat. She's been waiting for us to find the box so she could lock us out of it. Nadine turns. Her face is composed, almost pleasant. Mrs. Ammerand, I was beginning to wonder if you would make it before close. What do you want? Nadine gestures to the bank officer. I want to ensure this box remains sealed until ownership is determined by the court. Given the pending evidentiary hearing, the bank has agreed to a temporary hold on access pending verification of the registered signatory's identity. The bank officer clears his throat. Mrs. Verhoeven has presented a preliminary injunction request filed with the High Court this afternoon. Until the court rules, we cannot permit access to Box 714 without confirmation from both registered signatories. Odessa's stomach tightens. I am the activated beneficiary of Eleanor Ammerand's controlling trust. I am her granddaughter. I am the person she wrote this box for. The officer's expression does not shift. I understand, madam, but the box was registered under a specific joint signatory structure. Without both signatures or a court order overriding the registration, I cannot open it. Simeon steps forward. He has been standing at the edge of the lobby, phone pressed to his ear, and now he lowers it. I have the original trust registration on file, he says. It was never amended to remove Eleanor's marginal code as the primary access key. The secondary signatory is a failsafe, not a requirement. If Mrs. Ammerand can produce the marginal code, and a valid family document proving her standing, the bank is obligated to honor the original terms. The officer hesitates. Nadine's voice is cool. The original terms are precisely what is in dispute. The trust registration may be valid, but the identity of the rightful heir is the subject of active litigation. Odessa pulls Eleanor's letter from her coat. The paper is warm for her body heat. Then let me prove it. She holds the letter out to the officer. He takes it, reads. His eyes widen slightly. He looks at Nadine. This is written in Eleanor Ammerand's hand. I recognize the formation of the marginal code. She used this bank for 40 years. Nadine's expression does not flicker. Handwriting is not proof of identity. Anyone could have written that. Odessa steps closer. Her voice drops. Then let me answer the question the box will ask. The officer looks at her. The original trust registration included a security question, he says slowly. A phrase Mrs. Ammerand specified would be asked of anyone claiming access who was not the primary signatory. Nadine's ancient has not scrit her. Handwriting is not proof of identity. Anyone could have written that. Odessa steps closer. Her voice drops. Then let me answer the question the box will ask. The officer looks at her. The original trust registration included a security question, he says slowly. A phrase Mrs. Ammerand specified would be asked of anyone claiming access who was not the primary signatory. Nadine's extion does not flicker. Handwriting is not proof of identity. Anyone could have written that. Odessa steps closer. Her voice drops. Then let me answer the question the box will ask. The officer looks at her. The original trust registration included a security question, he says slowly. A phrase Mrs. Ammerand specified would be asked of anyone claiming access who was not the primary signatory. Nadine's hand moves toward her coat pocket. I am filing a formal objection. Then file it. Odessa does not look at her. But let me answer the question first. The officer turns to a terminal, types, reads. His face changes. There is a parallel trust, he says slowly. A separate fund, for you, for the daughter Eleanor could not protect. Odessa looks at the second envelope, the one sealed with green wax. She picks it up. The wax is unbroken. She turns it over. On the back, in Eleanor's handwriting, open only when you have decided whether to stay. Idris watches her. She holds the envelope. She does not open it. Not yet. Outside the glass door of the private room, Nadine's lawyers are still standing at the counter. Their phones are out. Someone is already filing a motion. Simeon appears at the door. His face is tight. We have a problem. The bank's security team just flagged an unauthorized vehicle in the underground garage. Black sedan, no plates. Odessa's pulse spikes. The sedan from Edinburgh. The sedan that watched her. The sedan whose driver always finds her. Before she can speak, the lobby doors open and a woman walks in. She is in her 60s, dark hair threaded with gray, a walking cane, and she moves with the same precise, unhurried gait Eleanor's courier used. She stops 10 feet away. She looks at Odessa. Then she speaks. Hello, Odessa. I have been waiting to meet you properly. The woman's voice is familiar. Odessa has heard it before, over the phone, 3 times. The anonymous texts, the warnings, the instructions. This is the woman who sent them. And she is standing inside the bank, 5 feet from the box Odessa just opened, with a key in her hand. I believe that envelope is for me, the woman says. She holds out the key. It matches the lock on the box. Odessa does not move. Who are you? The woman smiles. Your grandmother's courier, the one who delivered the Berwick packets. The one who watched you walk into the estate and knew exactly who you were. She gestures to the box. I am also the second signatory on that account. Chapter 55. The woman's hand remains extended, the key catching light over her palm. Odessa does not take it. You sent the texts. I did. The warnings, the instructions, the threats. The woman's mouth tightens. Not the threats. That was someone else. I sent the invitations. Odessa's grip on the cream envelope tightens. Why not just tell me who you were? Because you would not have believed me. The woman steps closer, her cane tapping once against the marble. And because Eleanor made me promise I would only show myself when you had already found the truth, when you held it in your hands. Idris moves to Odessa's side. His voice is low, controlled. Who are you? Her name was Margaret Alderson, the woman says. I am her sister. Odessa's breath catches. Margaret died 8 months ago. I have been finishing what she started. The lobby hums with distant voices. Nadine's lawyers are still at the counter, phones pressed to ears. Simeon stands at the door, one hand on his phone, the other raised in a hold gesture to someone outside. Odessa looks at the key in the woman's hand. You accessed the box this morning. At 8:47, I left a copy of the codicil and the letter for you. I needed to confirm the bank would honor Eleanor's access protocol before I brought you here. Odessa's mind races. The black sedan, the garage. Not mine. The woman's eyes flick toward the entrance. That one is not on our side. Before Odessa can respond, a sharp crack splits the air. The lobby lights cut. Darkness slams down. Odessa's pulse detonates. She grips the envelope, the folder, the green wax seal pressed to her chest. Her other hand finds the table edge. Everyone stay still, Simeon's voice cuts through the dark. Do not move. Footsteps, rapid, receding. Then the emergency lights flicker on. Dim. Amber. The lobby looks wrong in the half-light, shadows stretching, angles unfamiliar. The woman with the cane is gone. The key lies on the floor where she stood. Idris is already moving to Odessa. His hand finds her arm. Are you hurt? No. She looks at the empty space where the courier stood. She ran. The bank is in lockdown, Simeon says, phone already at his ear. Fire alarm. Someone triggered it from the stairwell. Odessa's stomach drops. The CCTV. Simeon's face tightens. By the time the fire brigade clears the building and the bank reopens the vault room, the corridor cameras are blank. 47 seconds of footage, wiped clean. Whoever triggered the alarm bought someone enough time to copy the external feed. But the originals remain. Odessa holds them against her ribs as she walks out of the bank into the gray London afternoon. The folder, the letter, the green wax envelope she has not opened. Simeon drives. Idris watches the rear window. Odessa sits in the back with Calla, who has not asked a single question since they collected her from the bench where Simeon left her. They stop at a solicitor's office off Chancery Lane, a room with windows, a table large enough to spread documents. Odessa lays out the contents of box 714, the midwife's statement, the physician's test results, the DNA comparison, notarized, signed, sealed, Margot's letter, already read, already wept over, and the codicil. It is 3 pages, typed on Eleanor's personal letterhead, dated 6 months before she died. Odessa reads it once, then again. Toward the bottom, a single paragraph stops her. To the daughter who was taken from me, I leave what could not be hidden. A token held in the morning room, untouched since the day she was carried from this house. It waits for the hand that will open it. Odessa looks up. Idris is watching her. The morning room, she says. At the estate. His jaw tightens. It is locked. Locked? It has been locked since before I inherited the house. I never asked why. Calla shifts in her chair. Her small voice cuts through the silence. I have seen it. Odessa turns. Calla's hands are wrapped around the edge of the table. Her knuckles are white. There is a music box, on a shelf under a dust sheet. I saw it through the keyhole once, when I was looking for somewhere to hide after my parents died. She hesitates. It is carved, dark wood, and there is a name on the bottom. She meets Odessa's eyes. I could not read the whole name, but it started with O. The room goes still. Odessa's hand moves to the green wax envelope. She still does not open it, but her fingers trace the seal. Outside the window, the black sedan is waiting at the end of the street. Chapter 56. Mrs. Felder will not let us through the front door, Calla says. Her voice is small but certain. The injunction says we cannot alter the property. Walking through a door is not altering. Odessa looks at her. The girl's hands are steady now, wrapped around a paper cup of tea Simeon pressed into them before they left Chancery Lane. You know another way in? Calla nods. The old servants' corridor. It runs behind the morning room wall. There is a panel in the butler's pantry that no one uses anymore. Eleanor showed me when I was small. Idris shifts beside Odessa. His face is unreadable, but his hand finds the small of her back, a grounding pressure. The sedan is still at the end of the street, Simeon says from the window. It has not moved in 20 minutes. Then we do not let it follow us, Odessa says. She looks at the green wax envelope in her hand. Still sealed, still waiting for a decision she has not made. She tucks it into her coat pocket. Take us there, Calla. The drive is silent. Simeon takes 3 unnecessary turns, watching the mirrors. The sedan does not follow. Calla directs them to a service gate Odessa has never noticed, half hidden behind yew hedges that have grown wild along the eastern edge of the estate. The lock is rusted. Idris forces it with a crowbar from Simeon's boot. The path is narrow, overgrown. Calla leads without hesitation, her small frame slipping between branches that scrape at Odessa's coat. The ground floor windows are alarmed, Calla says over her shoulder. But the butler's pantry has a cellar hatch. The alarm was disconnected in the 1980 seconds. Eleanor told me. How do you remember that? Odessa asks. Because she told me to remember it. Calla does not turn around. She said one day someone would need to get in without being seen. The hatch is exactly where Calla says it is. Rusted hinges, a padlock that has not been changed since Eleanor's time. Idris breaks it with the crowbar in 2 strikes. The cellar stairs groan under their weight. The air smells of cold stone and old dust. Calla's footsteps do not falter. She stops at a wall that looks like every other wall. There. She presses her palm flat against a section of paneling. Push here. Odessa pushes. The panel gives. A narrow corridor opens, barely wide enough for one person. The morning room light bleeds through a gap at the far end. The room is smaller than Odessa expected. Heavy curtains drawn against the afternoon. Dust sheets draped over furniture shapes. A chandelier wrapped in muslin, catching the light like trapped spiders. Calla walks to a corner shelf. She pulls the dust sheet. The music box sits beneath it. Dock wood carved with birds and vines, small enough to hold in 2 hands. The name on the bottom is worn, but Odessa reads it. O-M-R, Odessa's eyes. She turns the photograph over. On the back, in handwriting she recognizes from the codicil, from the letter, from the trust appendix. Marguerite and her daughter, July 14th. July 14, 2 months before the official record claims Odessa was born. 2 months before the transfer authorization that placed Margot in Hartfield under a false name. 2 months before the timeline was fabricated. Odessa's breath stops. She was erased before I was even born. The words come out raw, scraped from somewhere she did not know had a voice. Idris is behind her. She feels him step closer, feels his hand hover near her shoulder, not quite touching, waiting for permission. He moved the date, Odessa says. Whiston, or whoever signed the transfer order. They changed when I was born so the timeline would not match. So no one would connect Margot's confinement to the birth of a child. Calla is watching her with those steady eyes. That is why the morning room stayed locked, Calla says. Eleanor knew. She could not open it without admitting what happened. So she sealed it and left the key for you. Odessa looks down at the photograph in her hands. Her mother, holding her. Before the erasure. Before the trust. Before any of it. A floorboard creaks behind them. Odessa turns. The black sedan is parked in the estate drive, visible through a gap in the curtains. The driver's door opens. Chapter 57. The sedan door opens. Odessa's hand moves before her brain catches up, pressing the photograph flat against her chest like the paper itself needs protection. The music box lid clicks shut. Silence fills the morning room. They know we are here, she says. Idris is already at the curtain gap, body angled to block the window, one hand raised to hold them still. That is not the sedan's driver. What? He parts the curtain another inch. The door opened. Nobody got out. Calla moves before Odessa can stop her, slipping past Idris to look through the gap with the practiced silence of a child who learned early how to disappear. The seat is empty. The engine is still running, They left the car open on purpose. A trap. Or a message. "We need to move," Simeon says from the corridor. "Now." Odessa tucks the photograph into her coat pocket next to the unopened green wax envelope. The music box stays in her hands for one more second. The weight of it, the initials worn into the wood, the proof that someone carved her name into this house before she could speak it herself. She sets it down. "No," Calla says. "If we leave it, they will take it." Odessa looks at Idris. He is already reaching past her, lifting the music box with both hands, careful not to jostle the mechanism inside. "We take everything," he says. "Nothing stays for them." The cellar corridor is narrower on the way out, darker. Odessa feels the walls pressing in, feels the photograph burning against her ribs through the coat fabric. July 14th, 2 months before the official date. 2 months before someone decided she should not exist on paper. The service gate groans shut behind them. Simeon has the car running. They pile in. Calla sits in the back with the music box on her lap, her small hands holding it steady. Idris drives. Odessa watches the rear window until the estate disappears behind the trees. Bexley is waiting at the solicitor's office when they arrive. She takes one look at Odessa's face and does not ask questions. Just pulls out a chair, pushes a cup of tea across the table, and sits down opposite with her arms crossed. "Show me." Odessa places the photograph on the table. Bexley's breath catches. Her hand hovers over the image, not quite touching. "That is Margot. That is definitely your mother." "July 14, Odessa says. "I was supposed to be born in September. The official records say September." Bexley's jaw tightens. "They pushed the date forward so nobody would connect Margot's confinement at Hartfield to a live birth. If you were born in September, she could have been admitted to the clinic in July without anyone asking why a new mother was being institutionalized instead of holding her baby." Sabine arrives 10 minutes later, her satchel dripping rain onto the floorboards. She takes the photograph without a word, pulls a magnifying lens from her bag, and studies the date stamp for a long minute. "The handwriting on the back is Eleanor's," she says. "I have authenticated enough of her marginalia to be certain. The date matches the postmark on a letter she sent to her solicitor in July of that year. I have a copy of that letter in my archive." "So the photograph is real," Odessa says. "The photograph is real, the date is real. Eleanor wrote it herself." Sabine looks up. "Which means the official timeline is a fabrication signed by someone with authority to alter a birth record." "That is a criminal offense," Simeon says from the doorway. "Only if we can prove who signed it." Sabine pulls out her phone. "I have the Hartfield intake register from 1983. Margot was admitted under the name Clara Ashford on July 16, 2 days after this photograph was taken. The discharge notes in the margin say, 'Patient transferred to private care,' with no destination listed." "They moved her straight from holding her baby to a locked ward," Bexley says. Her voice is flat, controlled, the kind of control that comes from holding back something violent. "She never got to say goodbye. She never got to name you out loud in front of anyone who mattered." Odessa's hand moves to her coat pocket, to the envelope, still sealed, open only when you have decided whether to stay. She leaves it there. The news alert hits at 6:13 p.m. Odessa is in the back office with Bexley, tracing the Huntfield timeline on a legal pad while Sabine cross-references the July 14th date against Pelham's internal transfer records. The phone buzzes. Then Gerd's phone. Then Simeon's, from the front desk. Bexley gets to the headline first. "Pelham heir allegedly manufacturing evidence," she reads aloud. Her voice turns to stone. "Codicil photograph called into question by independent analysts." Odessa is already scrolling. The article is fast, well-sourced, and devastating. It cites unnamed forensic document examiners who claim the photograph dated July 14 shows signs of modern chemical processing, that the ink on the back is consistent with a pen model not manufactured until 1995, that the music box itself cannot be verified as belonging to the Ammerand estate because no inventory record includes it. Someone inside the estate talked, or someone inside the bank, or someone who has been watching them the entire time. There is more, Idris says. His voice is controlled, but his jaw is not. He is holding his phone out. An audio segment froze on the screen. They are running a panel discussion. One of the commentators just mentioned an unnamed second heir. Odessa takes the phone. The commentator is a woman in her 50s, sharp cheekbones, designer glasses, a voice that cuts through the studio noise. If the photograph is a forgery, it suggests the trust claim Felf may be part of a larger scheme. And in the background, there is persistent chatter about a second beneficiary, a male descendant whose existence would throw the entire inheritance into question. Bexley is already reaching for her own phone. I can find out who fed her that rumor. That is not the problem, Odessa says. She is staring at the frozen image on the screen, at the commentator's face, at something she cannot quite name. The problem is that whoever leaked the photograph knew we had it within hours of us finding it. Silence. Idris takes the phone back. The black sedan, the empty car with the engine running. They did not need to stop us. They needed to confirm what we found. Odessa looks down at her coat pocket, at the sealed envelope. Open only when you have decided whether to stay. The decision is no longer hers alone. The commentator has already named the second heir on live television. The rumor is now public. And somewhere in the estate, in the bank records, in the sealed files that Eleanor left behind, there is proof that the rumor is true. Odessa pulls out the envelope. Her fingers trace the green wax seal. She looks at Idris, at Calla, at Bexley. I need to know what she wanted me to find before the news cycle buries it. She breaks the seal. Hoplex spitus dive and delling. Still last under the exaster as majestic. Chapter 58. The green wax gives way with a sound like a small bone breaking. Odessa does not tear the envelope open. She works the seal loose the way she has seen Sabine handle old paper. Patient, careful, letting the wax separate rather than shatter. The room has gone still around her. Bexley's phone screen glows face down on the desk. Idris stands at the window with his back to the street. Calla has moved closer without making a sound. Inside the envelope is a single sheet of paper, not parchment, not the heavy linen stock Eleanor used for her trust documents. Ordinary writing paper, folded twice, the edges soft with age and handling. Odessa unfolds it and sees handwriting she recognizes now without being told. The same upward flick on the T, the same slant. Eleanor's hand. If you are reading this, you have chosen to stay. Then you already are more than they wanted you to know. But you do not know everything, and you will not find the rest by hunting alone. The records you need are scattered because I scattered them. I could not keep them together and keep them safe. The photograph is real. The codicil is real. Your mother loved you longer than she was allowed to show you. Do not let them bury this again by outlasting you. You have 90 days to prove what they spent 40 years you hiding. Use every one of them. And when the clock runs out, do not let them tell you that you were never wanted. You were wanted before you existed. You were wanted the day you were born. You are wanted now. Eleanor. The date at the bottom is 3 months before Eleanor died. Odessa reads it twice. The first time to absorb the words, the second time to feel the shape of them, the way Eleanor wrote, wanted, with a pressure that pressed through to the back of the page. She looks up. She knew I would not open it until I had decided to fight it. Bexley takes the letter when Odessa holds it out, reads it in silence, and hands it back. Her jaw is tight, but her eyes are not hard. She was banking on you. She was planning on me, Odessa says. She built a 40-year game, and she needed someone willing to play the last move. Idris turns from the window. He has not read the letter, but something in his face says he does not need to. What do you need? Odessa's hand moves to her coat pocket. To the codicil. To the photograph that is already being called a forgery on every news feed in the country. I need to stop them from burying it again. She looks at Simeon, who has been standing in the doorway with his phone pressed to his ear. He ends the call and meets her gaze. That was the registry, he says. The record office has received 2 formal challenges to the corrected lineage. One from a solicitor claiming to represent the second male heir. The other from Valdemir Consortium, filed as an interested party. Odessa absorbs this. The second heir is no longer a rumor. He has a solicitor. He is organized enough to file before the news cycle has even finished branding her photograph of forgery. Idris turns from the window. He has not read the letter, but something in his face says he does not need to. What do you need? Odessa's hand moves to her coat pocket. To the codicil. To the photograph that is already being called a forgery on every news feed in the country. I need to stop them from burying it again. She looks at Simeon, who has been standing in the doorway with his phone pressed to his ear. He ends the call and meets her gaze. That was the registry, he says. The record office has received 2 formal challenges to the corrected lineage, one from a solicitor claiming to represent the second male heir, the other from Valdemir Consortium, filed as an interested party. Odessa absorbs this. The second heir is no longer a rumor. He has a solicitor. He is organized enough to file before the news cycle has even finished branding her photograph of forgery. How did they file that fast? Simeon's hesitation is barely visible. The challenge was drafted yesterday. They were waiting for the story to break. Whiston, he knew the photograph existed before they found it. He knew because the empty sedan confirmed it, and the sedan's driver reported back, and the machine has been moving pieces into position while Odessa was still reading Eleanor's handwriting. She looks down at the letter again. You have 90 days to prove that they spent 40 years hiding. Then we stop waiting. She turns to Simeon. File the codicil. File the photograph provenance with Sabine's authentication. File the corrected lineage with the midwife's statement and the DNA comparison. File everything we have into the public record. Simeon's eyebrows lift a fraction. That will put every document into the open. The press, the consortium, Whiston's legal team, they will all have access. Good, Odessa says. Let them see what we have. Let them try to call Eleanor Ammerand's handwriting a forgery in open court with her own solicitors still alive to testify. Let them explain why the birth date was moved 2 months before I was born. Idris is watching her with an expression she cannot name. Not surprise, not concern, something closer to recognition. You are sure, he says. It is not a question. I am done letting them control the timeline. Odessa meets his eyes. They leaked the photograph to discredit it. They filed a challenge before we even knew they had standing. They have been 3 steps ahead because they assumed I would play defense. I am done playing defense. She looks at Simeon. How fast can you file? 40 minutes if I drive it myself. Then go. Simeon does not argue. He takes the folder from the desk, checks the contents, and is out the door before anyone can add another instruction. His footsteps fade down the corridor, and then there is only the hum of the fluorescent light and the distant sound of traffic. Bexley breaks the silence first. That filing is going to put your face on every screen in the country before midnight. Odessa nods, and it is going to make the 90-day countdown the story, not the evidence. Another nod. Are you ready for that? Odessa folds Eleanor's letter carefully, precisely, the way she folds audit notes before filing them. She tucks it into the inner pocket of her coat, close to the cracked wristwatch that has been counting time she did not know she was running out of. I have been invisible my whole life, she says. Let them look. The filing hits the public docket at 7:42 p.m. By 7:58, the first major outlet has rewritten its headline. Pelham files codicil and photograph provenance into public record. Neutral. Factual. The shift is subtle but unmistakable. The story is no longer about a possible forgery. It is about a legal submission with authenticated supporting documents. By 8:15, a legal analyst on cable is explaining why the Whiston investigation is now inevitable. When a sworn codicil from the late matriarch enters the public record containing a direct accusation of record tampering, the authorities cannot ignore it. This is no longer a family dispute. Chapter 59. The estate kitchen has never felt small. Vaulted ceiling, granite island big enough to seat 6, a cold hearth that could hold a fire big enough to warm a hunting party. But tonight, with takeaway cartons spread across the island and Calla perched on the counter swinging her legs, it feels almost domestic. Normal. The word settles in Odessa's chest like something foreign. This is cold. Calla pokes at a spring roll with her fork. Properly cold. Like scientifically cold. The driver took 40 minutes. Idris is at the stove pouring boiling water into 3 mismatched mugs. They put the order through before the filing hit. By the time Simeon drove it to the docket, the food was already cooling. Heated in the microwave, Odessa says. Calla stares at her. We do not microwave in this house. Mrs. Felder once gave me a lecture about it lasting 37 minutes. 37 minutes? Something about the plates, the conductive material, the porcelain memory. Calla picks up the spring roll, examines it, drops it back. I stopped listening after the first 9 minutes, but the point stands, no microwaving. Odessa reaches across the island, takes the carton, and carries it to the microwave in the corner of the kitchen. She presses the button. The machine hums. Calla watches with the expression of someone witnessing a sacred violation. He is going to have an opinion about this. He can have an opinion, Odessa says. It will still be warm when he eats it. Idris does not turn around, but his shoulders shift the way they do when he is holding back something that wants to escape. A laugh, a word, the line between control and surrender. The microwave beeps. Odessa sets the carton back on the island. There, edible. Calla picks up the spring roll, bites into it, chews. Her eyebrows lift. Okay, that is better. Told you. You did not tell me. You demonstrated. That is the same thing. It is not. Calla reaches for another carton, passes it to Odessa without being asked. Demonstrating means you already know something, and you are making me watch you do it. Telling means you trust me to understand without watching. Odessa pauses, the carton warm in her hands. In the corner of her vision, Idris has gone still at the stove. That is a good distinction, Odessa says carefully. Calla shrugs. Eleanor taught me. She said most people tell because they are too tired to demonstrate, but the ones who matter will show you. The name hangs in the air. Eleanor, the grandmother who hid her, named her, built a trust to find her, and died before Odessa could ask a single question. Calla does not look away. She would have liked you. Odessa's throat tightens. She does not trust her voice. She would have. Calla takes another bite of the spring roll. You microwave things and you do not apologize for it. She would have respected that. They eat standing at the island, the way Odessa has seen construction crews eat at job sites. Fast, utilitarian, one eye on the clock. Except there is no clock here, no schedule, no deadline pressing against the windows. Idris eats standing, one hand braced on the granite, the other working through a container of noodles that has gone cold again. He does not reheat it. You hate it, Odessa says. I do not hate it. It is cold. It is food. That is not an answer. He looks at her. Something shifts in his face, the controlled surface thinning. It is the best meal I have had in this kitchen in months. Calla makes a sound that could be a cough or a laugh. That is because you normally eat standing in the study with your phone in your other hand. I do not. You do. I have watched you. Idris sets down the chopsticks. You are supposed to be in bed? I am eating. You are interrogating me. I am observing. Calla slides off the counter, carries her empty carton to the bin, rinses her hands at the sink. There is a difference. Observing means I am gathering data. Interrogating means I already know the answer and I am testing whether you will tell the truth. She dries her hands on a towel, turns, and looks at them both. You two are bad at this. At what? Odessa asks. At pretending you do not want to be here. Calla walks out of the kitchen before either of them can respond. Her footsteps pad up the back staircase, light and sure, and then a door clicks shut somewhere on the upper floor. The kitchen is quiet. Odessa is aware of the space between them, the length of the island, the warmth of the overhead light, the fact that Idris has not moved since Calla spoke. She is not wrong, he says. Odessa's hand tightens on her fork. About which part? Any of it. She sets the fork down. The metal clicks against the granite. You have been measuring this marriage in days since the beginning. 90 days. The countdown. The expiration date. I have. And you think I have not been doing the same thing? He moves around the island. Slow, deliberate. The way he moves through boardrooms, measuring the distance, reading the room before he speaks. I stopped, he says. Odessa's pulse shifts. When? I do not know exactly. He stops an arm's length away, close enough that she can see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands stay at his sides instead of reaching. Sometime between the Voth audit and the morning room. Sometime when I stopped thinking about whether you would stay and started hoping you would. The word lands in the space between them. Hoping. Idris Ammerand does not hope. He plans, calculates, controls outcomes. He does not leave things to chance. Idris, you do not have to answer. His voice is steady, but his hands are not. He curls them at his sides, a gesture she has learned to read. He is afraid. I am telling you because I want you to know, not because I am asking for something. You are asking. I am not. You are asking without saying it. Odessa steps closer, close enough that she can see the flecks of silver in his eyes, the exhaustion at the corners, the hope he is trying to hide. And I do not know how to answer you because I have spent my whole life learning how to leave, and you are asking me to learn how to stay. His breath catches. I am not good at this, she says. I do not know how to be wanted without waiting for the moment it stops. But I am still here. That has to count for something. It counts for everything. He reaches for her. His hand brushes her wrist, thumb pressing against the cracked face of her foster mother's watch, the one she checks when she lies. She does not look at it. She looks at him. And in the quiet kitchen, with takeaway cartons cooling on the island and Calla's footsteps faded into the sleeping house, Odessa lets herself be seen. His mouth meets hers, soft, testing. The way he enters a negotiation, reading resistance before committing. Her hand rises to his jaw, fingers tracing the hard line of it, and she feels the shudder that runs through him at the contact. Odessa, his voice is rough. Her name in his mouth sounds like something he has been holding too long. She kisses him again. This time there is no testing. His hand slides to her waist, pulls her closer, and the warmth of his body against hers is so alien and so natural that she cannot separate the two. The cracked watch presses between them. She does not pull away. His lips trace her jaw, her throat, the hollow where her pulse beats too fast. Tell me to stop. Not yet. He pulls back just enough to meet her eyes. Tell me what you want. She wants to stay. She wants to believe that being wanted does not mean being owned. She wants to know what it feels like to belong without surrendering. I want to figure this out, she says, slowly, honestly, without the contract telling us what we are supposed to be. He exhales, a breath he has been holding since the registry, since the first boardroom, since the moment she found her name in a trust she was never supposed to see. Slowly, he repeats, honestly. That is the only way I know how. He nods. His hand is still at her waist, grounding them both. Then we start here. The kitchen is quiet. The takeaway cartons have gone cold again, and Odessa Renwick, who has spent 31 years learning how to leave, stands in an estate that does not feel like a cage, with a man who is not counting the days. Her phone vibrates on the island. She does not want to look. Every instinct tells her to stay in this moment, to let it breathe, to pretend the world outside the kitchen does not exist. But she looks. Helena Croft, the solicitor who called at 8:30, the one who represents the boy Eleanor hid, the one who wants a meeting. One message. He is ready to talk. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., the Wallace Collection. No lawyers, no press. His name is Reese. Chapter 60. She sets the phone face down on the island. Reese. The name hangs between them, strange and weightless. A word that means nothing and could mean everything. Idris's hand is still at her waist. He does not pull away. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., the Wallace Collection. She reads the message again, as if repetition will make it feel real. No lawyers, no press. He is controlling the terms. Of course he is. She looks up. He is an Ammerand. The edge in her voice is not for him. He does not take it personally. His thumb traces a slow arc across her hip, a grounding rhythm. You are going. It is not a question. I have to. Then I will drive you. Idris, you do not have to decide anything tonight. His voice is steady, but his thumb keeps moving, that small circle against the cotton of her shirt. You do not know how I want to know one of the eye. I was dying so far, at the motions just hearted off. You do not have to decide what he is to you. You do not have to decide what we are. You just have to stay in this room for the next hour and let yourself breathe. She wants to argue. She wants to point out that breathing is not the problem, that the problem is the weight pressing on her chest from every direction. The problems are the photograph, the filing, the 90 days, the boy who might be her brother, the man whose hand is still on her waist. Instead, she stays. The kitchen settles around them. The fridge hums. The clock on the wall reads 10:47. The takeaway cartons are still on the island, congealed and forgotten. She turns to face him fully. His hand falls to his side, but he does not step back. They are close enough that she can feel the warmth coming off him, can see the way his pulse moves in his throat. "This is not how I planned tonight," she says. "Neither did I." "What did you plan?" He considers the question. "I planned to tell you I stopped counting. I planned to see if you would stay after you knew. And now? Now I am hoping you will stay because you want to, not because I asked." She lifts her hand to his chest, feels the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the fabric. Solid, real. He is not pulling away, not calculating the next move, not waiting for her to fail. She does not know what to do with that. "Idris. Yes. I do not know how to do this. Neither do I." She kisses him. This time there is no testing, no hesitation. Her hand curls into the fabric of his shirt and pulls him closer, and he makes a sound against her mouth that she feels in her own chest. His hands find her waist, her back, the curve of her shoulder, as if he is mapping territory he has been afraid to touch. The kiss deepens. His mouth is warm and certain, and she feels the hunger beneath his restraint, the years of control cracking open at the edges. She wants. That is the problem. She wants his hands on her. She wants to believe this is real. She wants to stop being the woman who measures every exit before she enters a room. But wanting has always been the first step toward losing. She breaks the kiss. Her forehead rests against his. Their breath mingles, harsh and uneven in the quiet kitchen. "Odessa, I know. I am not going to push you. I know that too." She opens her eyes. His are still closed, his jaw tight, his hands still at her waist but no longer pulling. "That is not why I stopped." He opens his eyes. "Then why?" She does not have a clean answer. She has fragments, instincts, the old familiar dread of being claimed before she is chosen. "Because I wanted that too much," she says. "And I need to know that what I want is mine. Not something the contract made possible, not something the crisis accelerated." She pulls back. His hands fall away. "I need to choose you," she says. "Not fall into you because we are in the same house with the same deadline." He watches her. The kitchen light catches the exhaustion in his face, the hope he is trying to contain. "That is the most honest thing anyone has ever said to me. I do not know how to be anything else with you." He reaches for her hand, lifts it to his mouth, presses a kiss to her knuckles, a gesture so formal and so tender that it steals her breath. "Then we wait until you are ready to choose." His phone rings. They both look at the screen. Simeon Velour. Idris answers on the second ring. "Simeon." The silence on the other end stretches. Odessa watches Idris's face shift, the controlled mask sliding into place as he listens. "Understood." Pause. "When?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Tell me the rest." Whatever Simeon says, it makes Idris close his eyes. His grip on the phone tightens. "I will call you back." He ends the call. Odessa's heart has already started its climb. What happened? The board stripped Wiston of operational authority tonight. Unanimous vote. He is no longer on any Pelham committee. Relief flickers, quick and sharp. That is good news. It is. Idris sets the phone down carefully, too carefully. And then he filed a personal inheritance challenge in civil court. Not against the company, against the estate, against your bloodline claim. How is that different from the other challenges? He is not fighting the trust anymore. Idris meets her eyes. He is fighting you directly. He is claiming that Eleanor's codicil was signed under duress, and that your mother's commitment to Hartfields proves hereditary instability. The word lands like a slap. Hereditary instability. He is not just challenging her inheritance, he is challenging her competence, her right to claim anything at all. "When?" she manages. Filed an hour ago. Simeon has already started preparing the response, but the civil court calendar means a hearing within days, not weeks. Days. She has days to prove that her mother was not unstable, that Eleanor's codicil was not coerced, that she is not a liability walking into an empire. The phone on the island glows with Helena Croft's message, still unread beyond the first few lines. Tomorrow she meets Reese. Tomorrow she finds out if the boy Eleanor hid is her brother or her enemy. And behind her, in the pride of the estate kitchen, a man who stopped counting the days is watching her with a hope she is not sure she can carry. Chapter 61. The Pelham House boardroom is empty when they arrive. No directors, no lenders, no Nadine Verhoeven at the far end of the table. Just Simeon Velour standing at the head of the polished mahogany, a single folder open in front of him, and a security guard stationed at the side door. The guard's presence tells Odessa everything she needs to know. "Where is he?" Idris asks. "Still in the building. He is cleaning out his office." Simeon's voice is flat, professional. "The board asked him to vacate by end of day. He requested an hour. And they gave it to him. They gave him what they could. The unanimous vote strips him of committee authority and operational oversight effective immediately. But he still holds shares. He still has a voice at general meetings. They could not take that without a separate proceeding." Idris nods. His face is carved stone, but Odessa sees the tension in his jaw, the way his hand stays half-curled at his side, as if he is still holding the phone that brought the news. She steps closer to him, not touching, present. Simeon slides a document across the table. The formal resolution, signed by all 9 directors, filed with the company secretary 30 minutes ago. Idris reads it. Odessa reads over his shoulder. "Be it resolved that Idris Ammerand be removed from all committee assignments and divested of operational authority pending investigation into," the language is careful, "corporate." It does not say for burying evidence or for forging documents or for paying to erase a woman from her own family, but it does not need to. The votes are what matter. "Has he seen this?" Idris asks. He was present when they passed it. He did not speak during the vote. He stood, walked out, and went to his office. Odessa imagines the scene. Wistan in his tailored suit, silver hair catching the fluorescent light, listening to the board dismantle 40 years of his influence without a single word of defense. That silence is worse than a fight. "He will appeal," she says. Simeon looks at her. "He has already filed a notice. Civil court. Personal inheritance challenge against your bloodline claim." "I know," Idris told me. "Then you know the hearing is set for Friday. 3 days. 3 days to prove her mother was not unstable. That Eleanor's codicil was signed freely. That she is not a liability walking into an empire built on her own erasure." The side door opens. Idris Ammerand walks in. He is not in handcuffs. He is not flanked by lawyers. He is wearing the same black suit he wore to the board meeting, the same silver hair, the same signet ring catching the light. He looks at Odessa first, then at Idris. Simeon watches from the far end of the room, still as a monument. Wistan straightens. His hands leave the table. "Do you know why I did not fight the vote?" "Because you lost," Idris says. "Because I know what is coming." Wistan turns to Odessa. "You found one erased bloodline. You think that is the end. But bloodlines rarely stop at one surprise." Her pulse jumps. He is talking about Reese. "I do not know what you found," he continues, "or who has contacted you, but I know Eleanor. And I know she did not stop at one contingency. If there is a second heir, a third, a fourth, the estate will fracture. The company will fracture. And you will be standing at the center of a collapse you cannot control." He reaches into his jacket. The guard tenses. Simeon takes a step forward. Wistan pulls out a cream envelope, sealed. No marking except the name written across the front in black ink. Odessa Marguerite Renwick. Her restored name. The name she chose to register the stake under. He sets it on the table between them. A notice of appeal, filed in civil court as of this morning. It challenges the validity of your bloodline claim on the grounds of hereditary competency. "I know what it says." "Then you know it will be heard Friday. And you know that if the court rules against you, The trust activation is voided, the shares revert to the estate, and Idris Ammerand will decide the fate of Pelham Industries. He holds her gaze for one long moment. Then he walks to the door. The guard opens it. Idris steps through without looking back. The door closes. The room is very quiet. Simeon crosses to the table. He picks up the envelope, turns it over. It is sealed. I know. Do you want me to open it? Odessa looks at the envelope. Her name. Her restored name. Written in the hand of a man who spent 40 years erasing her from existence. No, she says. Leave it. Idris is watching her. His face is unreadable, but his hand finds hers. Warm. Steady. What are you thinking? He asks. She looks at the envelope. I am thinking that bloodlines rarely stop at one surprise. She picks up the envelope, feels its weight. The paper is heavy, expensive. The seal is firm. Tomorrow she meets Reese. Friday she faces Idris in court. And somewhere, in a locked morning room, or a Zurich depository, or a file cabinet full of erased names, there is another truth waiting to surface. She has 3 days. She has no idea if that will be long enough. Chapter 62. The morning light falls across the kitchen table in long, indifferent bars. Odessa sits with her coffee cooling beside her, Idris's sealed envelope propped against the salt cellar like a judgment she has not yet read. Idris is on the phone in the study. Calla is still upstairs, moving slow, as if the house itself is holding its breath. The crunch of tires on gravel stops her hand mid-reach. She looks through the window. A black car, not the sedan, a courier car. A woman in a dark coat steps out, envelope in hand, and walks toward the front door without checking her phone or looking at the house. She knows exactly where she is going. Odessa meets her at the door. The woman holds out the envelope. For Odessa Renwick, personal and confidential. Odessa takes it. The woman turns and walks back to the car without waiting for acknowledgement. The car pulls away. Odessa closes the door. The envelope is heavy, cream stock. The return address is a law firm she does not recognize, a name embossed in dark blue foil. She opens it standing in the hallway. The letter is short, 2 pages, single-spaced. At the bottom, a signature she recognizes before she reads the name. Nadine Verhoeven. Odessa reads it once, standing. Then she walks to the kitchen, sits down, and reads it again. The offer is elegant, generous. It offers her a full financial settlement independent of Pelham's controlling shares. A trust fund valued at 8 figures, paid in quarterly installments with no clawback provisions. She would retain the Berwick Trust in full. She would keep the restored family name. The inheritance challenge would be withdrawn by all parties, including Idris, with Nadine serving as guarantor. In exchange, Odessa would surrender voting control of the Pelham Trust shares to a newly constituted independent board. She would retain a non-voting stake, full financial interest, but no operational authority. She would not sit on the board. She would not attend shareholder meetings. She would be wealthy, protected, and invisible. Nadine writes that this is not defeat. It is the difference between owning a company and being owned by it. Odessa's hand moves toward the edge of the paper, ready to tear it down the middle. Then she sees it. A single clause, buried in the second page, couched in the dense legalese of the operational transfer section. The Berwick Trust shall be administered independently of this settlement, with the beneficiary retaining full rights under the original instrument, subject to standard verification of the beneficiary's legal identity and competent standing. Standard verification, legal identity, competent standing. Nadine knows about the Berwick Trust. She knows about the hereditary competency challenge, and she is offering Odessa a way to secure the personal trust money while surrendering the controlling shares. An elegant divorce between wealth and power. But the clause is wrong. Odessa reads it again. The wording is too precise. It references the Berwick Trust by name, not its instrument number, not the trust code, the name. The Berwick Trust is not public. It is not filed with the family division. It exists in shadow paperwork held by Judith Parrish and Eleanor's courier. Nadine should not know it exists, unless someone told her. unless someone inside Odessa's circle is feeding information to both sides. She sets the letter down flat. Idris appears in the kitchen doorway. His phone is in his hand, his face unreadable. The courier who just left. Simeon traced the car to a fund that represents Veldmir's outside counsel. Nadine sent it. He steps closer. What does she want? Odessa slides the letter across the table. He reads it standing, his jaw tightening as he reaches the second page. She's offering you a way out. She is offering me a cage with a nicer lock. He looks up. She references the Bowick Trust by name. I noticed. Who else knows about it besides us and Eleanor's courier? Odessa's mind moves through the list. Sabine, Simeon, Bexley, Calla, the courier herself. No one else. Not even Wheaston knows the name. Nadine should not have that information. Unless she has a source inside our group. The words hang in the silence. Odessa thinks of the mole, the intruder in the estate, the watcher who knew about the photograph before they found it, the person who wiped the bank corridor CCTV, the same hand or a different one. She picks up her phone, types a message to Bexley. Who else knows about the Bowick Trust name? The response comes within seconds. Only us. Why? Odessa types back. Because someone just used it against me. She sets the phone face down. Idris is watching her. What are you going to do? Odessa slides the letter across the table. He folds it standing, his jaw tightening as he reaches the second page. She is offering you a way out, at 2 o'clock. That is a trap. It is a negotiation. She knows something about Eleanor's second protection. She wants me to come find out what. Or she wants you isolated so Wheaston's people can act without witnesses. Odessa meets his eyes. Then I need to be fast enough that they cannot react. She folds the letter, slides it into her jacket pocket, and reaches for her coat. Chapter 63. Sabine's hands are shaking when she sets the codicil flat on the kitchen table. The estate has gone quiet around them. Calla is upstairs, moving slow, as if the house is holding its breath. Idris stands at the counter, coffee going cold in his hand. Odessa watches Sabine's reading glasses catch the light as she leans over the document, her silver hair escaping its clip. This is not what I thought it was. Odessa steps closer. What do you mean? Sabine traces a finger down the margin, not touching the ink. The codicil Eleanor left. I assumed it was a single instrument, a trust amendment, a supplementary bequest. She looks up. It is 2 documents, folded together. The same paper stock, the same hand, but 2 separate legal instruments. She separates them with careful pressure, revealing the faint crease line where they were nested. The first one is what we expected. The corporate trust, controlling shares. Conditions for activation. She sets it aside. The second one is something else entirely. Odessa's chest tightens. What kind of something else? A personal family trust, private assets, property, art, liquid holdings, a separate fund held outside Pelham Industries entirely, managed by a different trustee. Sabine's voice shifts, gaining weight. Eleanor designed it to preserve assets for the erased daughter's descendants, independently of company control. A safeguard. Against what? Against exactly what Wheaston is doing now. Idris sets his coffee down. The sound is loud in the stillness. Show me. Sabine turns the document so he can see. The disbursement clauses are tied to bloodline verification, not marriage. No 90-day condition, no CEO requirement. The personal trust activates solely on proof of lineal descent. If Odessa is confirmed as Eleanor's granddaughter through Margot, this trust passes to her regardless of what happens with the corporate shares. Odessa's pulse hammers. Wheaston never disclosed this. He could not. He did not know. Sabine's voice is low. Look at the trustee designation. Odessa reads the line. The name has been inked over, the original obscured by a layer of sealant and fresh handwriting. Eleanor changed the trustee 6 months before she died, removed the family solicitor, appointed a private fiduciary firm with no ties to Pelham or the Ammerand name. Who? The Bryan Group, Zurich-based, independent of English probate jurisdiction. Idris lets out a breath. She hid a separate fortune outside Wheaston's reach. Not just a fortune. Sabine turns the page. The asset schedule lists properties: a house in Cornwall, a flat in Paris, a rural estate in the Scottish borders. Holdings she acquired personally, not through the company. If Odessa's claim stands, those assets transfer to her directly. No board vote, no shareholder challenge. Odessa stares at the inventory of places she has never seen. She bought property for a granddaughter she knew might never find her way home. She hoped you would find it. Sabine's voice cracks. She built the door. She could not force you to walk through. Idris moves closer, his shoulder brushing Odessa's. She does not pull away. Read the beneficiary clause, he says quietly. The final line. Sabine adjusts her glasses. Her hand stops. What is it? Odessa asks. Stay. Sabine's voice has gone flat. There is an incomplete designation. She turns the document so Odessa can see. The line reads, Beneficiary, Odessa Marguerite Renwick. Sole living issue of Marguerite Eleanor Ammerand, formerly Renwick, and her lawful issue, if any, to be verified. The last three words are smaller, cramped, as if Eleanor added them after the main text was written. Odessa's throat tightens. If any, to be verified. It leaves a gap. Sabine's eyes are dark. Any future challenge could argue the verification requirement was never satisfied, that the trust should be held in abeyance until every possible lineal claim is settled. Idris goes still. That is the opening Wistine needs. Sabine nods slowly. If he can produce another claimant, someone who argues they are also lawful issue of Marguerite, or if he can delay verification long enough to freeze the personal trust, it becomes a separate battleground. He loses the corporate war. He fights the private one. The civil court hearing, Odessa breathes. Friday. He will raise it there. Idris's voice is hard. He will argue the trust cannot vest until verification is complete, that the incomplete clause creates a material ambiguity requiring judicial review, which means another hearing, another delay. While Pelham hangs in the balance, while we bleed out waiting for a ruling that satisfies the clause, Odessa's eyes stay on the three cramped words, if any, to be verified. She thinks of Reese, the meeting tomorrow, the boy Eleanor hid. Who else could claim lawful issue of Marguerite? Sabine's voice is barely audible. That is what we need to find out before tomorrow afternoon. Silence stretches across the kitchen. Then Odessa pulls out her phone. I will ask Helena Croft directly. What Reese knows, what he is claiming. She will not tell you before the meeting, Idris says. No, but she might tell me what she is not allowed to say. She dials. The line rings. Helena Croft answers on the third ring, her voice professional, guarded. Miss Renwick, I did not expect to hear from you before the morning. I am sure you did not. Odessa keeps her tone even. The codicil I filed into public record tonight. You read it. A pause. I did. There is a personal trust clause with an incomplete beneficiary designation. Issue, if any, to be verified. Do you know what that means? Another pause, longer. I know what it could mean, Miss Renwick. I do not know what it will mean. That depends entirely on what my client wishes to disclose tomorrow. Does your client claim lawful issue of Marguerite Ammerand? The silence stretches into something weighted. Miss Renwick, my client asked for one meeting. No lawyers, no press. He did not ask for a deposition conducted by telephone 12 hours before he is willing to speak to you in person. I am not asking for a deposition. I am asking if I am walking into a trap. You are walking into a room with someone who has been alone for 30 years. Whether that is a trap or a lifeline is not something I can answer for you. The line goes dead. Odessa lowers the phone. Sabine is watching her. What did she say? She said Reese has been alone for 30 years. And that is not a denial. Idris reaches for her hand. His fingers are warm, steady. What are you thinking? Odessa looks at the codicil, at the incomplete clause, at the inventory of houses she has never seen, bought by a grandmother who spent her last years building doors for descendants she might never meet. I am thinking someone is going to weaponize that uncertainty. At the hearing, before the hearing, she meets his eyes. If Whiston knows about the personal trust, he will move before Friday. He will file a motion to freeze it pending verification. He will argue the incomplete clause creates a cloud on title. That would take days, unless he already drafted the motion, which he did. Her voice is flat. He has known about the photograph. He knew about the second heir before the news broke. He prepared challenges in advance. The personal trust is another front. He's been waiting for us to find it so he can spring the trap. Idris's jaw tightens. Then we move first. How? We file a motion of our own, affidavit of sole lineal descent, sworn testimony from the midwife, Eleanor's authenticated handwriting on the codicil. We preempt the verification challenge before he can frame it as a cloud. Before the hearing tomorrow? Tonight. Sabine is already pulling her laptop toward her. The midwife's statement is on file. Eleanor's handwriting samples are authenticated. I can draft the affidavit framework within the hour. Odessa looks at the codicil, at the cramped last 3 words, if any, to be verified. Then let us verify it. She reaches for a pen, her green ink, her signature, and she begins. Chapter 64. The preemptive affidavit went through at 3:47 a.m. Sabine filed it electronically, then drove the hard copies to a night docket clerk who accepted them without looking up. By dawn, the motion is lodged. Whiston cannot claim he did not have notice. Odessa has not slept. She stands at the kitchen window in yesterday's shirt, watching the estate gardener clip hedges that do not need clipping. The coffee in her hand is gone cold twice. Behind her, Calla eats cereal in careful silence, and Idris is on the phone with Simeon, his voice low, controlled. We need the lenders to see her, he says, before the hearing, before the press spins it as a woman hiding behind lawyers. A pause. Then, the Tilbury site, 10:30. He hangs up. Odessa turns. Tilbury. Pelham's largest infrastructure contract. Marine terminal, 800 workers. The lenders have been watching it as a bellwether. He sets the phone down. If you walk the site with me, they read it as continuity, that the trust activation did not destabilize operations. And if protesters show up, then they see you do not run. She looks at her shirt, at the cold coffee, at the girl eating cereal who has started watching her with the same quiet assessment she used on the first day. I need to change, Odessa says. The Pelham Marine Terminal rises out of the Thames estuary like a steel skeleton mid-construction. Cranes arc against a gray sky. Barges sit at the jetty, waiting for loads that have not arrived yet. Hard hats dot the scaffolding like orange punctuation marks against the rust and concrete. Odessa steps out of the sedan into diesel and river salt. The site manager meets them at the gate. She is in her 50s, sun-leathered face, hard hat tucked under one arm, eyes that have been reading people for decades. Mr. Ammerand, a nod. Then her gaze shifts to Odessa, and something in her posture softens. You must be the one who found the hidden trust. I am the one who found the hidden trust, Odessa says. The site manager almost smiles. Good. We were tired of fighting for a company nobody would tell us the truth about. She leads them through the site. Workers glance up from welding torches and load manifests. Some nod, some just watch, measuring. Odessa feels the weight of 800 livelihoods pressing against her ribs. These are not boardroom abstractions. These are people who need the payroll to clear, the contract to hold, the project to finish so they can go home to houses they are still paying for. A crane operator leans out of his cabin. Is it true? The old man is out? Whiston Ammerand has been removed from all operational authority, Idris says. His voice carries, the trust that controls the voting shares has been activated in Mrs. Ammerand's name. A ripple through the men near the crane. Murmurs. Somebody laughs. About damn time, a voice says. Odessa keeps walking. Her boots find rhythm on the steel grating. She sees a young woman in coveralls checking a pressure gauge, a man in his 60s hauling cable, a supervisor arguing over a delivery manifest. They are all watching, all waiting to see if this changes anything. 800, she says quietly, so only Idris hears. 1,200 when you count the supply chain. I did not ask for this. Neither did they. He does not look at her. But they are here anyway. She feels the truth of that settle into her bones. The first shout comes from the gate. Fraud! Odessa turns. A crowd has gathered at the perimeter fence. Maybe 40 people. Signs on sticks, cameras held high. One banner reads, "The heiress is a lie." "Bloodline thief," a woman screams. "You are not an Ammerand." The site manager steps forward, hand raised. Security is on the way. Odessa does not move. She watches the faces at the fence. Some are genuine protesters, angry, convinced. Others have press credentials hanging from their necks. And at the back, standing apart, a man in a dark coat with no sign, no camera, just his phone pointed at her. "Odessa Renwick," another voice. "How much did you pay to fabricate that photograph?" She feels Idris step closer. His hand brushes her elbow. "We can go inside the site office until they clear the gate." "No." The word is out before she decides it. She looks at the man in the dark coat. He is not shouting. He is recording, feeding the footage somewhere. "We do not run," she says. "That is the whole point of being here." The crowd surges against the fence. A bottle arcs over the barrier. It misses her by 3 feet, shatters against a steel beam. Then the paint. It comes from her left, thrown by a woman in a red coat with a face twisted by certainty. The red liquid splashes across Odessa's shoulder, her collar, the side of her jaw. Warm. Sticky. She does not flinch. The site goes silent. Workers freeze. The security team is running now, but they are too far. Odessa reaches up, touches her jaw, looks at the red on her fingers. Then she turns to face the crowd directly. "Is that all you have?" The woman in the red coat gapes. The man in the dark coat lowers his phone for half a second, then raises it again. Behind her, Idris moves. His hand finds her back, steady, not pulling. "Odessa." She does not answer him. She is looking past the fence now, past the protesters, at something else. A black sedan has pulled up on the access road 100 yards away. Engine running. No plates. The same sedan. The man in the dark coat follows her gaze. His hand drops to his pocket, and the crowd at the gate goes still. Chapter 65. The red is still warm on her skin when Idris's hand closes around her arm. "Inside. Now." His voice is low, controlled, but she feels the tremor running through his fingers. The CEO mask is cracking at the edges, fury bleeding through where he cannot quite hide it. "No," she says it quietly, for him alone. The crowd is still watching. The man in the dark coat still recording. The sedan still idling on the access road, exhaust rising into the gray light. "They threw paint at you." Paint washes off. She turns to face him fully. His jaws set so hard she can see the muscle jumping beneath the skin. "If we run inside, they win. The footage goes out looking like I was driven off the site." "I do not care about the footage." "I do." She holds his gaze. "This is what they want. A picture of me fleeing, a headline that says, 'Heiress cowers at protest.' The story writes itself." He does not answer. His chest is moving too fast. "You are about to do something you cannot take back," she says. "Do not give them that either." The words land. She watches the recognition move through him, slow and unwilling. He straightens. His hand drops from her arm. "Finish the walk," he says, not a question. "Yes." She turns back to the fence. The woman in the red coat is still standing there, arms crossed, waiting for a reaction that is not coming. The rest of the crowd has gone quiet, uncertain. The moment is tipping. Odessa steps forward until she is close enough to see the woman's pupils. "You are wrong about me," her voice carries. "But you are not wrong to be angry. You have been lied to for 30 years. I am here because someone finally decided to stop lying." She touches a paint up on her collar. "This does not change what I found. It does not change whose name is on the trust. And it does not change that 800 people on this site need the payroll to clear on Friday." The woman in the red coat opens her mouth, closes it. The man in the dark coat lowers his phone. Odessa waits 1 heartbeat, 2, then turns and walks back toward the crane operator's cabin. She does not look at the sedan. She does not look at Idris. She just walks, and after 3 steps, she hears his boots on the steel grating behind her. The site manager falls into step on her other side. "That took nerve," the woman says. "That took knowing I had no other option." "Same thing." They walk the rest of the site in a bubble of watched silence. Workers nod as she passes. A woman in coveralls holds her gaze and says, "My father worked this yard for 30 years. He would have liked seeing this." Odessa does not know what to say to that, so she nods. By the time they reach the far end of the terminal, the protesters have started dispersing. The sedan is gone. The man in the dark coat is gone. Only the paint remains, drying to a rust-brown crust on her collar. The site manager leads them to a canteen at the edge of the yard. A prefab building with plastic tables and a coffee urn that smells like it has been on since dawn. Odessa sits. Idris sits across from her, still strung tight, but his hands have stopped shaking. "I need you to know something," he says. "Tell me, if that had been a bottle of acid instead of paint, I would have killed him. I would not have stopped to think about it." "Idris, I need you to know," he repeats, "because I did not know I was capable of that, and now I do." She reaches across the table and takes his hand. His fingers close around hers like she is the only fixed point left. "Nothing was thrown that will not wash off," she says, "including that." He looks at her for a long moment. Then his thumb traces across her knuckles once, a gesture too small for anyone else to notice, and he lets go. The canteen fills slowly as the shift changes. Workers in coveralls and hard hats, carrying packed lunches and travel mugs. They glance at Odessa. Some stare, but no one shouts. A man in his 50s sits down at the next table with a sandwich and a copy of the Financial Times. His partner, a woman with a welding mask pushed up on her forehead, slides in across from him. "Did you see it?" she asks. "Saw it from the platform." She did not even flinch. "Would you have flinched?" "I would have thrown something back." The woman laughs. "That is why you are not a billionaire. It is ordinary, mundane. Two people talking about their day." But Odessa cannot stop listening. "Mortgage is going up again," the man says. "If this contract does not clear the next phase, we are going to have to remortgage." "We will figure it out." "We always do. But I am tired of figuring it out." Odessa watches them. They are not abstractions. They are people who will lose their homes if she loses the fight. People who will have to tell their children they cannot afford the things they need. Idris watches her from across the table. "What are you thinking?" She looks at the dried paint on her collar. "I am thinking that I used to audit companies for a living. I found the fraud, wrote the report, and walked away. The people inside the numbers were not my problem. And now," she meets his eyes, "now I know their names, and I cannot unknow them." Her phone buzzes against the table. A text from an unknown number. The footage is already edited. It will air in 30 minutes unless you walk away from the trust by 5 o'clock. She turns the screen toward Idris. His face goes still. Below the text, a video thumbnail. Her standing at the fence, the paint hitting her face. The angle is wrong, the context missing, cropped to make it look like the crowd is attacking her for a reason she deserves. Idris reaches for his phone. "Do not call anyone yet," she says. "If that airs before the hearing, the judge sees a woman the public already convicted. Then we give them something else to show." She stands. "Where is the man in the dark coat feeding his footage?" "We do not know who he is." "Then we find out." Her phone buzzes again. A second message, same number. 1 hour left. Walk away, and the footage dies with me. Refuse, and it airs on every channel in London. Idris reaches over her shoulder. "It is a trap," he says. "Of course it is." She pockets the phone. "But I am going to step into it anyway." He stands, blocking her path. "Odessa." "Idris." She holds his gaze. "I am not letting them control the story. Not today, not ever." She steps around him and walks toward the canteen door, the paint stiff on her collar, the phone hot in her pocket, and the clock already running. Chapter 66. The estate library smells of old paper and the faint trace of lemon polish. Odessa stands at the long oak table where Sabine has spread the documents, the Hartfield visitor log, the enhanced stills from the courier's body-worn camera, and a single page of the clinic's administrative ledger from July 1983. Bexley is bent over the table with a magnifying lens and a tablet. She has not looked up in 7 minutes. The rest of the household is silent. Idris stands by the window, his back to the room, his phone dark in his hand. The blackmail deadline is 40 minutes away. "It is her," Bexley says. Odessa crosses to the table. Bexley pushes the enhanced image toward her. A black and white still of the signature line on the visitor log. The redacted name now visible as a ghost of pressure indent and ink residue. Under the enhancement, the signature resolves. Idris Ammerand, Idris's mother. Odessa's hand stops over the image. She stares at the name. The woman who died when Idris was 14. The woman who raised him in the doctrine of duty before tenderness, who watched Wisdom turn him into a weapon for the company. The woman who signed off on Margot's confinement at Hartfield. "That is not possible," Idris says from the window. Bexley does not flinch. The forensics are clean. The redaction was done with a heavy black marker, but the pressure transferred through 3 pages. The courier's camera picked up the ghost imprint under UV light. Idris turns. His face is gray. She was the one who signed the transfer authorization, not Wisdom. Odessa looks at the signature again. The loops are controlled, elegant, the hand of someone who learned penmanship in a private school. It matches the sample Sabine pulled from the state archives. Idris Ammerand's signature on her marriage certificate, her son's birth record, the deed transfer when Idris's father died. The same hand that signed Margot away. "She knew," Odessa says quietly. Idris does not answer. "Your mother knew about Margot. She knew about the confinement. She signed the paper that sent my mother to a place where no one could find her. She was protecting the company. She was burying evidence of a crime." The words hang between them. Idris's jaw tightens. His hands stay at his sides, but she sees the tremor run through his fingers. "I did not know," he says. "I know. I spent my whole life believing she was a victim of this family, that Wisdom was the one who made every cruel decision." Odessa waits. She was not a victim. She was an accomplice. The silence stretches. Bexley watches them both, her gaze steady, her hand resting on the enhanced image as if she could hold the weight of it steady. "Where is the journal?" Bexley asks. Idris looks at her. "What journal?" "Your mother kept a bridal journal, leather-bound, brass lock, kept in the estate library's locked case behind the Holbein portrait. I found a reference to it in Sabine's inventory of the restricted shelves." Idris is already moving toward the library's far wall. He pulls a chair to the section beneath the Holbein, reaches up, and presses the gilded frame's lower corner. A hidden latch clicks. The panel swings open to reveal a narrow shelf. Empty. He stands there, his hand still pressed against the release mechanism, staring at the bare wood. "It was here 3 weeks ago," he says. "I saw it when I was looking for the deed to the Scottish property." Odessa crosses to him. "Who else knows about this hiding place?" "Only my mother, and possibly Mrs. Felder." "Possibly. She was the one who cleaned the library after my mother died. She may have seen me access it once." Bexley is already on her phone. "I will call Simeon. If the journal is missing, it means someone took it before the injunction sealed the estate, before we knew what we were looking for." Idris lowers his hand. The empty shelf glares at them. "The journal covers the year my father died," he says. "She wrote every night for months. I never read it. I was too young, and then she was gone, and I could not bring myself to open the lock." "Who could have taken it?" Odessa asks. "I do not know." He turns from the shelves. "But if my mother knew about Margot, the journal will say why she helped bury the truth, and whoever took it does not want us to find that out." Odessa's phone buzzes. She looks down. The blackmailer. Again. 25 minutes. The broadcast slot is confirmed. Walk away, and I walk away too. She looks at Idris. The weight of the day presses against her chest. His mother signed the paper. His mother knew. And now his mother's journal is in the hands of someone who will use it against them. "Whoever took it," she says slowly, "is the same person who leaked the Berwick Trust name to Nadine, the same person who fed the footage to the blackmailer. They have been inside this house, inside your mother's secrets, the entire time." Idris looks at the empty shelf. "Then we find them," he says, "before they find us." Odessa pockets the phone. The clock is still running. But for the first time since the paint hit her face, she knows exactly where to look. Chapter 67. The library smells of old paper and dust, disturbed by the hidden latch. Odessa stands at the empty shelf where Clarissa's journal was 3 weeks ago, her hand still pressed against the frame. Idris has not moved from the window. "She knew," he says again, as if the words need repeating to become real. "My mother signed the paper that sent your mother to Hartfield. She knew what they were doing, and she helped them do it. She also kept a journal." He turns. His face is gray, but something else moves beneath the surface. A crack he is trying to seal before it splits open. "A journal she hides behind a painting," Odessa continues. "That means she knew what she was doing was wrong. People who are comfortable with their choices do not hide the record." Idris stares at the empty shelf. 3 weeks ago, he says. "I saw it 3 weeks ago. Before the injunction, before the photograph, before any of this broke open. Whoever took it knew you would come looking." He crosses to the portrait, runs his fingers along the frame's edge. The hidden latch clicks again. The panel swings open, revealing nothing but dust. There is another compartment. Odessa moves closer. "What?" "The Holbein was my mother's favorite. She used to say paintings hid more than they showed." He presses the upper corner of the frame, harder this time. A second latch, deeper in the mechanism, releases with a sound like a bone settling. A narrow drawer slides out from beneath the shelf. Inside, a leather folder. Not the journal. Idris pulls it free. His hands are steady now. The folder is unmarked, the leather cracked with age. He opens it on the library table, and Odessa sees what is inside. Loose pages, torn at the edges as if ripped from a binding. Journal pages. Clarissa's handwriting loops across the paper in the same controlled strokes that signed Margot away. But these pages are not complete. Some are half pages, torn diagonally. Others are fragments, a few lines each, preserved like evidence. "What is this?" Odessa asks. Hidden deeper than the journal itself. Idris spreads the pages across the table. She kept the parts she could not destroy. They read in silence. The first page is dated 3 months before Idris's father died. Clarissa writes about a meeting she was not supposed to attend, where men discussed the Margot problem in terms that made her cold. She does not name the men. She does not name the solution. But the next page, torn and partial, reads, "I signed it because he said it was the only way to protect the company. I believed him. I was a fool." "He," Odessa says. "Who is he?" Idris shakes his head. He is reading the next fragment, his jaw tight. "She has a child. I did not know until today. A daughter. They have already moved the records. By the time I learned her name, she was gone." Odessa's breath catches. They call it protection. They call it stability. They call it many things. But I know what it is. It is theft. The next page is a single line, written larger than the rest, as if Clarissa needed it to be visible in the dark. "I cannot undo what I have signed, but I can make sure someone knows." "There is more," Idris says. His voice is barely a whisper. He pulls out a fragment, smaller than the others, the edges torn roughly. The ink is faded, but the words are still legible. "If the first resurfaces, they will use the second. I must hide this where no one will find it until it is too late for them to act." Odessa reads it twice. "The second child," she says. She knew about another one, before Reese was ever named publicly. Idris is staring at the page. She was not just an accomplice. She was trying to protect someone, or warn them. The footsteps are soft, deliberate, coming from the corridor beyond the library door. Odessa's hand freezes on the edge of the torn page. She looks at Idris. He has heard it too. The footsteps stop. The library door is closed. The lock is engaged. They are alone in the room, but someone is standing on the other side of the wood, waiting. Idris moves without sound, crossing to the door. He does not touch the handle. He stands beside it, listening. The silence stretches. Then came a knock. 3 measured taps, spaced evenly. Idris, a woman's voice. Low, calm, familiar. I know you are in there. I need to speak with you. Odessa recognizes it immediately. Mrs. Felder. Idris does not open the door. Mrs. Felder, I know about the journal. The words drop into the silence like stones. I took it, she says through the wood, 3 weeks ago, before the injunction sealed the estate. I took it because I knew what was coming, and I knew you would need it. Idris's hand moves to the lock. He turns it. The click echoes through the room. The door swings open. Mrs. Felder stands in the corridor, still in her starched apron, her gray hair pulled tight. Her face is unreadable, but her hands are clasped in front of her, and they do not tremble. The journal is safe, she says. I have kept it where no one else could find it, but I cannot hold it much longer. She looks past Idris, directly at Odessa. They are coming for you, she says. The ones who took the first child. They have been waiting for you to find the truth, and now that you have, they will move. Odessa steps forward. Who are they? Mrs. Felder's gaze holds hers. The same people who made Clarissa sign the paper. The same people who buried Margot's name. They have never stopped watching, and they have never stopped waiting for Eleanor's bloodline to surface so they could finish what they started. She reaches into her apron pocket and pulls out a key. Come with me, she says. There is more, but we do not have much time. They are already inside the house. Chapter 68. Mrs. Felder moves down the corridor without checking whether they follow. Odessa matches her pace. Idris a step behind, his hand still on the small of her back where he placed it when they left the library. The house feels different now. The walls hold shadows that did not exist before. Mrs. Felder stops at the door to the butler's pantry. He is in the cellar, she says. I locked him in. Who? Idris's voice is flat. The one they sent. Mrs. Felder pulls the key from her apron pocket. She pulls out a digital SLR and a compact camera, then a card case. She hands the card case to Odessa. Odessa opens it. 4 memory cards labeled in black marker. Surrey exterior, estate grounds, bank approaches, timeline. Timeline? She holds the last card up. The man's jaw tightens. Who hired you? He does not answer. Idris moves. Not fast, not violent. He simply steps into the man's space until there is no distance left between them. The man flinches. Who? Syndicate. The word comes out rough. Gossip syndicate. They wanted your movements documented. Every door you entered, every person you met. Odessa turns the card over. And this one? The timeline card? The man's eyes drop. Mrs. Felder produces a small card reader from her apron pocket. She has been prepared for this. She inserts the card, pulls up the files on a compact viewer, and scrolls. Odessa watches over her shoulder. The first images are exterior shots of the estate. The second group shows the bank facade at Threadneedle Street. Then the Muse address where Nadine's courier delivered the settlement offer. Then something else. A woman, mid-40s, dark hair pulled back, standing at a table in what looks like a solicitor's office. Across from her, a man Odessa recognizes. Wystan Silditter. The files on the table have a label Odessa can read even at this angle. Ammerand issue, bloodline verification. Her breath stops. Who is she? The PI shakes his head. I do not know. She was not my primary subject. I captured her by accident at the coffee shop near Lincoln's Inn. But the solicitor recognized her, pulled her into a private room. How long ago? 2 days. 2 days. Before the blackmail footage. Before Clarissa's journal was confirmed missing. Before any of tonight's revelations. Mrs. Felder zooms in on the woman's face. The features are sharp, familiar in a way Odessa cannot place. Send this to Simeon, Idris says. Now. Odessa already has her phone out. She photographs the screen and forwards the image to Simeon's encrypted line with a single message. Identify this woman. She met Wyston's solicitor with bloodline files. Her phone rings within 30 seconds. Simeon's voice is strained. Where did you get this? It was on a PI's camera card. He was hired by a gossip syndicate to tail us. This was incidental capture. Incidental. Simeon goes quiet. She is Margaret Alderson's successor, the woman who took over the courier routes after Margaret died. I have been trying to trace her for a week. Odessa's grip tightens on the phone. She is the one who has been feeding information. No, she has been protecting it. Simeon's voice shifts. Margaret trusted her. Eleanor trusted Margaret. If she is meeting Whiston's solicitor with bloodline files, she is either defecting or being coerced. Or she has found something she cannot handle alone. Silence. Pull the PI into protective custody, Simeon says finally. I will send a car. Do not let him walk out of that house, or the syndicate will know you have the images before dawn. Idris is already on his phone, arranging the transfer. Odessa looks at the woman's face again. The sharp cheekbones, the set of the mouth, something in the angle of the jaw that tugs at a memory she cannot reach. I know her, she says aloud. Mrs. Felder turns. From where? Odessa searches the hollow spaces of childhood. A woman at a door, a hand reaching down, a voice saying you will be safe here. But the memory is smoke. She cannot hold it. I do not know yet. The PI speaks from his crate. She is not who you think she is. Odessa's attention snaps to him. He meets her eyes. The syndicate hired me to watch you, but I have been watching her longer. She has been moving through the Ammerand network for months, asking questions about a child no one will name. What child? The PI's mouth curves, not a smile, a grim acknowledgement. The one born before you. The seller goes cold. Idris' phone chimes. He reads the screen, and his face changes. Simeon's car is 5 minutes out, and the certification hearing has been moved up. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Odessa does not look away from the PI. What child? But the man's eyes have gone flat. He has said everything he is going to say. Mrs. Felder touches Odessa's elbow. We need to move. The people inside this house will not stay still much longer. Odessa pockets the camera card. The woman's face veins in her mind. A child born before her, a second hidden heir, a conspirator who has already breached the estate. She looks at Idris. His jaw is set, but she sees the crack in his composure. Tomorrow at 9, the certification hearing will decide whether she is the rightful heir. And someone is already moving to prove she is not. The PI's camera card holds the answer, but it also holds a question she does not know how to ask yet. Who was born before me? The answer walks in the dark outside this house, and it is coming for her before dawn. Chapter 69. The courtroom smells of old wood and waiting. Odessa sits between Idris and Simeon, her hands flat on the table, the memory card still warm in her pocket. The judge is a woman in her 60s, with silver hair cut sharp as a blade. She reads the filing without looking up. Simeon's voice is low and precise. He walks through the sequence. The marriage certificate filed within hours of the civil ceremony, the trust activation recorded with company's house, the 90-day conditions satisfied in full. He presents the certified copies of Eleanor's affidavit, the codicil, the photograph provenance, the DNA comparison. The judge turns pages. The gallery holds a handful of reporters, 2 of Whiston's legal team, and a woman Odessa does not recognize near the back. She does not look at Odessa, but she is not looking at the judge either. Her eyes track Simeon's hands. 40 years of erasure. 40 years of someone else's choices written into law, into records, into the shape of a life that never got to be lived on its own terms. Her hands stay still. The judge asks 3 questions. Simeon answers each one with a document, a date stamp, a signature. The answers exist in paper, in the physical proof of what happened, of what was done and what was hidden and what was finally pulled into the light. Whiston's solicitor speaks once. He states that his client does not contest the certification of the corporate trust activation or the satisfaction of the marriage conditions. The words are flat, procedural, stripped of anything personal. Then he says the second part. His client reserves the right to challenge the broader family estate on behalf of undisclosed interests. The judge's pen stops. Simeon turns, and Odessa sees the calculation in his face. Broader estate means the personal trust, the Zurich holdings, the properties Eleanor left outside Pelham. Undisclosed interests means someone else, another claimant, a name not yet spoken in this room. Odessa keeps her expression still. The judge asks whether the reservation has been properly filed. Wiston's solicitor confirms it was lodged this morning before the hearing opened. This morning, before Odessa even walked into the room. The judge nods once and resumes reading. Odessa looks at Idris. His jaw is set, but his hand moves under the table, finds hers, and holds. The ruling comes in measured language. The court recognizes that the conditions of the dormant trust appendix have been satisfied. The marriage clause has been executed in accordance with the original instrument. The corporate trust shares are vested in Odessa Marguerite Renwick, described in the records as the lawful living issue of Margot Renwick, née Ammerand. The gavel taps once. Odessa's chair scrapes against the floor as she stands. The reporters are already typing. The woman near the back is rising, moving toward the door without haste. Wiston's solicitor is packing his briefcase. Simeon touches her elbow. It is done. The corporate trust is yours. She hears the words. She understands them. 42 years of being written out, and now she is written back in. But she does not feel finished. The woman at the hearing, Margaret Alderson's successor, the PI's images, the question that burns in the dark. Who was born before you? She turns to face the gallery. The woman is gone. The corridor outside the courtroom is polished marble and fluorescent light. Reporters press forward. Odessa keeps walking, Idris beside her. Simeon catches up at the elevator. The reservation is a warning. Wiston knows about the personal trust, or he has found another claimant, or he is bluffing with nothing to lose. He is not bluffing, Odessa says. The elevator doors open. Standing inside is the woman from the hearing. She is taller than the PI's photograph suggested. Dark hair pulled back. A face that holds the same sharp familiarity Odessa felt in the cellar. The woman meets her eyes. Helena Croft, she says. We spoke on the phone. Odessa's body goes still. Simeon steps forward. Miss Croft represents the second heir. The woman nods. I represent Idris Ammerand. I came to see the ruling in person. Because? Because my client wants to know if you will still meet him after today. The elevator chime sounds. The doors begin to close. Odessa puts her hand out and stops them. I said I would meet him. I keep my word. Helena Croft studies her. Tomorrow morning, Wallace Collection, 10 a.m. No lawyers, no press. I remember. The elevator doors close. Helena Croft disappears behind them. Odessa stands in the marble corridor with the certification papers in her hand and the weight of 42 years lifting from her shoulders, but the question pressing harder than ever. Who was born before you? She turned to Idris. That woman is not just Reese's solicitor. He waits. She is the one who took over the courier routes, the one Simeon has been trying to trace. She is Margaret Alderson's successor. Idris's face changes. The woman in the PI's photograph, the one meeting with Wiston's solicitor. Yes, and she is also Reese's solicitor. Odessa holds his eyes. She is the person who has been protecting the second hidden child, the one Clarissa wrote about, the one they would use if the first resurfaced. The corridor is empty. The reporters have followed the other exit. Simeon's phone rings. He answers, listens, and his face goes gray. That was my contact at the registry, he says. The reservation Wiston's solicitor filed this morning. It names a beneficiary. Odessa's breath catches. Who? Simeon reads from his phone. The estate of Idris Ammerand, deceased, represented by a guardian ad litem. The name hits like a blow. Elara, the girl Idris told her about in the beginning, the one he said he knew about, the one whose name was written in the erased appendix. The girl who was supposed to be dead. Idris stows still beside her. Odessa turns to him. You told me she was erased. You told me the records were destroyed. They were. Then who is representing her estate? Simeon's voice is barely audible. A guardian has been appointed by the court. The filing does not name them, only the deceased's estate. The deceased. Elara is dead. The child born before Odessa, the one the PI mentioned, the one Clarissa knew about, the one Helena Croft has been protecting, that child is gone. But someone is speaking for her, and that someone has shown up on the morning of Odessa's certification, filing a reservation that could unravel everything. Odessa looks at the elevator doors, already closed. Helena Croft is on her way to deliver news to Reese, the second heir, the one who asked if Odessa is his sister, the one who has been alone for 30 years. And somewhere in the dark, walking through the Ammerand network, a player whose name she does not know is preparing to use a dead girl's estate to take everything back. The certification papers in her hand feel like paper again. She has won the corporate trust, but the war for the Ammerand bloodline is only beginning. Chapter 70. The boardroom at Pelham House has never felt like hers. Not yesterday, when she sat between Idris and Simeon and watched the certification land. Not last night, when she lay awake in the Surrey estate with the papers on the nightstand and the photograph of Margot propped against the lamp. But this morning, walking through the glass doors at 7:42 a.m., the room feels different. The table is set with fresh water glasses, a leather portfolio at every seat, and a single folder at the head of the table bearing her name. Odessa Marguerite Renwick. Not the auditor's name, not the temporary wife's name, the name carved into the bottom of the music box. The name Eleanor wrote into a trust 42 years ago because she refused to let history erase what powerful men wanted buried. Simeon is already there, standing by the window with coffee. He turns when she enters. "Good morning. Tell me about the agenda." He gestures to the head of the table. "It is your meeting." The words land differently than they did yesterday. Yesterday they meant the court ruled in your favor. This morning, they mean the company is now your responsibility. She takes the seat. The directors file in over the next 10 minutes. Men and women in tailored suits, faces she has studied in annual reports and governance filings. They nod to her with varying degrees of acceptance. Some are cautious, some are curious. One, a woman in her 60s with silver hair cut sharp as a blade, meets her eyes and holds them. "Ms. Renwick." "Mrs. Chen." The woman's mouth twitches. "You did your research." "I read every board transcript from the last 5 years. You voted against Whiston's offshore realignment in 2021. You read the footnotes." "I read everything." Mrs. Chen takes her seat and something in her posture shifts. Less assessment, more acknowledgement. Idris enters last. He does not take the head of the table. He takes the seat to her left, one chair down, leaving the position of control entirely hers. The gesture is not lost on anyone in the room. Simeon calls the meeting to order. "Ms. Renwick." The floor is hers. She stands. "You all know why we are here. Yesterday's certification vests the controlling trust shares in my name. That gives me the same voting power Idris holds, which means any governance change requires both of our signatures." She pauses, lets the weight of that settle. "I am not here to dismantle the company. I am here to make sure this never happens again." She pulls a single sheet from her portfolio, a draft resolution, written in her own hand, signed in green ink. "This is a governance amendment. It requires mandatory third-party oversight on all sealed trust instruments held by the Pelham estate. Any document qualified as a legacy instrument must be reviewed by an independent fiduciary every 5 years, with the review results filed in the public registry." She reads the silence in the room. 42 years ago, Eleanor Ammerand wrote my name into a trust and sealed it because she knew the people around her would destroy it if they found it. She was right. They did destroy the evidence. They bribed a midwife. They falsified a birth date. They committed my mother to a facility under a false name and told no one. Her voice does not waver. This company was built on that silence. It profited from it. The people who made those choices are dead or retired or hiding behind privilege, but the structure that allowed it is still in place. Any trust instrument can still be sealed and buried if the right person decides it should be. She looks at Mrs. Chen, then at the man on her right, then at the woman at the far end who has not stopped watching her since the door closed. "I am not asking you to confess. I am not asking you to apologize. I am asking you to vote on this amendment so that no future director can ever bury a bloodline again." The silence stretches. Mrs. Chen speaks first. "Second the motion." The vote moves fast. No one objects. No one asks for delay. The amendment passes 9-0. Odessa sits down. Idris's hand finds her knee under the table. Brief. Solid. A single point of contact that says, "I see you." The meeting continues. Operational updates, supply chain timelines, the Tilbury contract clearance. Notes from lenders requesting a formal stakeholder introduction. Odessa answers each question. She does not look at notes. She does not hesitate. By 9:15, the room is empty, except for Simeon and Idris. Simeon places a folder on the table in front of her. The registration forms for the trust shares. You need to sign the beneficiator designation before noon. The Zurich holding requires a physical signature. She opens the folder. The first document is the corporate share registration. A clean form, her name printed in the beneficiary field. Odessa Renwick. She picks up the pen. Green ink. She signs. The second document is the personal trust deed from the Bryan Group. The same beneficiary field, but there is a note clipped to the top. Beneficiary clause incomplete. Verification of lineal descent required for full vesting. See attached schedule. The cramped edition Eleanor wrote before she died, if any. The words that leave room for another claim. Odessa sets the pen down. The reservation Whiston filed. Alara's estate. Simeon nods. The Guardian ad litem has until close of business today to file supporting evidence. If they do, the personal trust vesting is stayed until a separate hearing. Can they prove the claim? Not without the records that were destroyed. But they do not have to prove it today. They only have to raise enough doubt to delay vesting. Idris speaks for the first time. And if they succeed? Then the personal trust enters a parallel proceeding. The corporate shares are yours. The properties, the Zurich holdings, the assets outside Pelham, those are contested. Odessa closes the folder. She looks at the portfolio before her, at the green ink signature, at the legal weight of the name she just claimed. Then she sees it. A separate sheet tucked behind the registration form. The marriage contract. She pulls it out. The document is unchanged. The same clauses she negotiated in Idris's office 66 days ago. The same terms. The same 90-day countdown. But there is a date highlighted in yellow at the top of the first page. November 12th, 5 days from now. The expiration of the contract. Idris follows her gaze. His hand stills on the table. She looks up at him. 5 days. The corporate trust is vested. The governance amendment is passed. She is Odessa Renwick. Lawful heir, majority stakeholder, permanent name in the family record. But the marriage. The marriage still has an expiration date, and no one has asked the question. She sets the contract down. Simeon clears his throat. There is one more matter. Odessa does not look away from Idris. Helena Croft's office called. The meeting with Reese has been moved to this afternoon. It was o'clock, same location. She nods, still looking at Idris. Simeon gathers his papers and leaves. The door cleaks shut. Idris does not move. 5 days. His voice is low, careful. Yes. You could stay. I could. But you do not have to. She watches his face. The man her proposed marriage as a legal solution. The man who surrendered control in a boardroom to save a truth worth billions. The man who held her hand through a courtroom and did not let go. What if I want to? His breath catches. I am not asking you to decide today, he says. I am not asking you to decide on a deadline. I promised you I would not use the contract to trap you. You did. I meant it. She looks at the contract, the highlighted date, the 90-day term that was supposed to be a legal mechanism, not a life. I know you meant it. She stands. Sheet of clock, Wallace collection. He stands beside her. I will be there. She picks up the folder, the registration forms, the green ink pen. At the door she stops. Idris. He waits. I am not leaving because I have to. She does not say the rest. She does not need to. She steps into the corridor and lets the door close behind her. The clock is ticking. But for the first time, it is not the contract she is counting down. It is the chance to choose. Chapter 71. The estate feels different when she walks through the door. Not the house itself. The same polished floors, the same high windows letting in the gray November light. But the air has changed. Charged. Waiting. Odessa sets the folder on the hall table and stands still, listening. Mrs. Felder appears from the kitchen corridor, drying her hands on a cloth. She does not ask about the meeting. She does not need to. Miss Calla is in the morning room. She asked for tea. For me? For all of you. She made it herself. Odessa nods. The gesture feels inadequate, but Mrs. Felder has already turned back toward the kitchen. The morning room is warm. Calla sits cross-legged on the window seat, a tray on the cushion beside her holding 3 cups, a pot, and a plate of biscuits arranged in a precise circle. She looks up when Odessa enters, and there is something careful in her face that was not there this morning. You came back. Of course I came back. Calla picks up a biscuit, examines it, sets it down. I know the contract expires in 5 days. The words land flat. No accusation, no plea, just a fact laid on the tray beside the cooling tea. Odessa sits on the opposite end of the window seat. Who told you? No one. I counted. 90 days from the registry. You have been here 65. I am not an idiot. I never said you were. Calla looks at the window. The garden beyond is bare, the lake a sheet of gray metal under the low sky. Are you leaving? The question is not new. Calla has asked it before, in different ways, at different times, but this time there is no defiance underneath it, only a quiet readiness that is worse. I do not know yet. Calla nods. She picks up the biscuit again and bites it deliberately, as if proving she can still eat through the weight in her chest. That is more honest than last time. Odessa takes a cup. The tea is too strong, steeped too long. She drinks it anyway. Where is Idris? His study. He has been there since you came back from the boardroom. He told me he had a call, but he was just sitting in the dark. Odessa sets the cup down. The corridor to the study is longer than she remembers. The portraits on the walls watch her pass. Eleanor, Clarissa, men in dark suits whose names she is still learning. The Ammerand dead, pressed into oil and varnish, waiting to see what she will do. She knocks. No answer. She opens the door. Idris is standing behind his desk, facing the window. The room is dim, the curtains half drawn. He does not turn when she enters. Idris. His hand moves. A piece of paper in his fingers. The top sheet from his desk calendar, the one he keeps beside the leather blotter. November 12. He tears it in half. Then again. The pieces fall into the wastebasket. He does not watch them land. I will not ask you for an answer bought by fear. His voice is quiet, controlled, the same tone he used in the boardroom, in the courtroom, in every room where he has had to hold himself together. I meant what I said at the estate, the night you found the photograph, that I do not want a wife I have to keep by contract. She steps closer. Then what do you want? He turns. His face is bare in a way she has never seen. No mask, no composure, no CEO architecture holding the walls up. I want you to stay because you wake up every morning and choose it, not because a piece of paper made the choice for you. Idris, I am not proposing again. He moves around the desk, stops 3 feet from her, close enough to see the pulse in his throat. I am telling you the truth. I do not know how to be anything other than the man who marries you to save a company. I do not know how to be soft without feeling like I am failing. But I am learning. Her chest tightens. 5 days, she says. 5 days. I do not know what I will decide. I know, and you are not going to try to convince me. He shakes his head. I have already given you every reason I can think of. The company, the trust, Calla, the truth about your mother. If none of that is enough to make you want to stay, then I will not add pressure to the list of reasons you have to resent me. The silence stretches. She looks at the wastebasket, the torn calendar page. He did not just remove the date, he removed the marker, the daily reminder of what is ending. You are letting me go before I have even decided to leave. I am trying not to track you. That is not what I asked. He holds her gaze. Then what are you asking? She does not have the words, not yet, but she knows the shape of them, the weight they carry. She presses her palm against his chest, over his heart. I am asking you to trust that I will not break in the 5 days it takes me to figure it out. His hand covers hers, warm, steady. Then I will wait. The sound of footsteps in the corridor. Calla's voice pitched too bright. Mrs. Felder says if we do not eat the biscuits now, they will be stale by dinner. She also says she will not make fresh ones. Odessa pulls her hand back. The spell breaks, but something remains. A thread between them that did not exist before. She steps towards door. Calla is right. The biscuits are already stale. Idris follows her into the corridor. Calla stands at the end, her face carefully neutral, but her eyes move between them like she is reading a document only she can translate. The tea is cold, too. Then make fresh tea, Idris says. Calla blinks. You are letting me boil the kettle myself? You are 12. I trust you not to burn the house down. Calla stares at him for a long moment. Then she turns and walks toward the kitchen, her steps lighter than they were before. Odessa watches her go. 5 days, she says again. Yes. Plenty of time to learn how to boil water. Idris almost smiles. That is not what I am worried about. She knows. She is not worried about the water either. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. A text from Bexley. The glacier-eyed just filed. Simeon says it is bad. Below the message, a photograph, a document, a name. She reads it. Her hand drops to her side. Odessa? She looks up at Idris. The thread between them pulls taut. The glacier-eyed they filed. And? She holds out the phone. The name on the document is one she has never seen before, but the photograph beside it, the face staring back at her is Margot's, alive, and as of disfiling, represented by counsel. The contract expiration suddenly feels very far away. Who much too? If you look at it, I am actually grade for this. I am not wanted to find nobody is building and I haven't made here ever more. He changes the breedling for this name, it's nothing to the best. But the photograph beside it, the face staring back at her is Margot's, alive, and as of this filing represented by counsel, the contract expiration suddenly feels very far away. I wipe that mat everything long when I can see the screen back. I hear you come to the Cass. I am not proposing again. He moves around the desk, stops 3 feet from her, close enough to see the pulse in his throat. I am telling you the truth. I do not know how to be anything other than the man who marries you to save a company. I do not know how to be soft without feeling like I am failing. But I am learning. Her chest tightens. 5 days, she says now. 5 days. I need not incredibly know. Now I want to get my own custom. I am just only finanically. I am no low cases. I remember that. I need such letting all the ones to make it over to be time. I mean, I am doing so much to dying a 60 speecher. We'd always perceive that exactive sister. I know why I will sotify everything that is around to me. For everything it probably does. It is completely battling. Where are you having about? Bland's darks, the fear time strange retendants. I'm rumming differently any morning. You are so big strengther that we've still expect in the droths to our secret las histely damefulness. Only my paper shares the ever-imagining desk. I am just tapping at a Y-month win about simple spires and race seals, inviting dermix to the sile mean iron, found a swint. I'm dissesting, a wow-logist, and a minical dosports. I feel instead, I see the frux of me frether, looking major. I all about the current, crest through being a broven, a more expire one of the entire least. The same stamp sticking around, Chapter 72. The document sits between them on the library table, photograph clipped to the corner, Margot's face, silver hair now, lines at the eyes, but the same cheekbones, the same quiet defiance in the set of her mouth. Odessa cannot stop looking at it. Who filed this? Simeon's voice on speaker, low, careful. The guardian ad litem, a barrister named Corinne Deakins. I have never heard of her. And the name on the petition? Jocelyn Parr, represented by counsel, domiciled in Perthshire. The photograph matches the woman who accessed the Zurich depository 3 weeks ago. Odessa's fingers trace the edge of the paper. My mother, using a different name, filing against me. Represented by counsel, Simeon repeats, which means she has legal standing, which means she has advice, which means someone has been preparing for this. Idris stands by the window, his back to her, hands in his pockets. Say it, Odessa tells him. He turns. His face is unreadable. But his eyes are not. I did not know. I believe you. I should have found her. Before this, I should have. You buried your own mother's signature 3 days ago, Idris. You were allowed to have missed something. He does not move. She looks back at the photograph. Jocelyn Parr. The name feels wrong in her mouth. Too careful, too chosen. She is alive. She has been alive this whole time, and she has not contacted me. She may not have known, Simeon offers. The Coulter woman used an alias for decades. Parr may be another. Or she knew, Odessa's voice steady, and she chose not to find me. Silence. Simeon clears his throat. The filing requests us go on the personal trust vesting pending verification of all living issue of Margot Renwick. They are not contesting your corporate shares. They are contesting the bloodline. Because she is living issue. Yes. Which means she has a claim. A claim that would supersede yours, yes. She is the direct descendant. You are the descendant of the descendant. Odessa closes her eyes. The numbers shift in her head. The trust structure, the Bryan Group, the incomplete clause, if any, to be verified. The verification was always the weakest link. Dakins filed at 4:58 p.m., Simeon says. 15 minutes before the deadline. They have timed it perfectly. The court will not rule until morning. Then we have tonight. Odessa. Idris steps toward her. What are you planning? She opens her eyes. I am going to meet my mother. Absolutely not. She filed against me. She knows where I am. She has counsel. I want to hear her explain why she has been dead for 30 years and suddenly surfaces to block my inheritance. You do not know that she is safe. She is represented by counsel. She is more protected than I am. That is not the standard I am using. Odessa stands, facing him, close enough to see the muscle jumping in his jaw. Then what standard are you using? His hand moves, not to her face, not to her shoulder. He reaches past her and picks up the document, folds it without looking at the photograph, and sets it aside. I cannot protect you from Margot. The sentence lands. I have spent 90 days trying to protect you from everything. Whiston, Vilbenier, the press, the board, the house, the ghosts. He exhales. But I cannot protect you from your mother. I cannot decide whether you should see her. I cannot tell you that she is safe. I can only stand here and watch you walk toward her and hope you come back. She stares at him. Idris, I am telling you what I will release. What? If you walk, if you decide that this family, this house, this history, if it is too much, I will release it. You are not making sense. I will sign the shares back to the trust. I will resign from Pelham. I will transfer the Surrey estate to Calla with a lifetime right of residence for Mrs. Felder. I will give you full custody of the Bryan Group assets. I will take nothing. You would walk away from everything you built. I built it to protect a family that was already broken. His voice cracks on the last word. I am not protecting anything if I am holding you in place. She feels it. The thing he is doing. He is not trying to keep her. He is making himself small enough that she can leave without feeling guilty. This is not love, she says. His face goes still. This is surrender. Those are not the same thing. Then tell me what love is. She does not have the words either, but she knows the shape of them now. She has been learning it. In the mornings when he leaves her coffee hot, in the way he looks at Calla, in the boardroom when he sat one chair down and let her take the head. The trust is not love, she says. The contract is not love. The money is not love. Then what is? Staying when you are afraid. He does not answer. She steps closer, lifts her hand, presses her palm to his chest. The same motion from the study. His heart is fast. I will not let you surrender everything so I can walk away clean. Then stay. The word hangs. She wants to. She has wanted to since the night he tore November 12th from his calendar, since the night he told her he was learning how to be soft. But the photograph of Jocelyn Parr is watching from the folded paper on the table. Tomorrow, she says. I will decide tomorrow. Odessa. One night. No lawyers, no contracts, no deadlines. She holds his gaze. I want to know what I am choosing, not what I am running from. He takes her hand, lifts it to his lips. He does not kiss her palm. He holds it against his mouth, breathes in. One night. Idris. He waits. If I stay, yes. If I stay, I need you to promise me something. Anything. She pulls her hand free, steps back to the table, looks at the petition folded there. I need you to promise that you will not try to protect me from Margot's story, from whatever she says, from whatever she did. I need to hear it without you trying to shield me. You think I would keep her secrets. I think you would keep mine, and I think you would destroy yourself to do it. He is silent too long. I know you, she says. I know you would let her tell me she never wanted me, and then you would spend the rest of your life trying to make up for it. And I need you to promise that you will not do that. He looks at her, his face bare, no mask, no CEO architecture. I promise. She does not know if she believes him, but she chooses to. We have until morning. Then we have until morning. They stand together in the library, the document between them. Margot's face watching from the corner of the table. Outside, the estate settles into darkness. Somewhere in Perthshire, a woman who has been dead for 30 years is alive, and Odessa has one night to decide who she wants to be when the sun rises. Chapter 73. The estate settles into a silence that does not feel like peace. Odessa stands at the library window, watching the dark river move past the yews, the petition still folded on the table behind her, her reflection hollow against the glass. She hears the car before she sees it. Engine cuts, door opens, footsteps on the gravel, fast and certain, the stride of someone who has never asked permission to enter. Bexley lets herself in through the kitchen. No knock, no announcement, just the scrape of boots on stone and the smell of night air trailing behind her. Odessa does not turn around. I heard, Bexley says. From who? Simeon. Idris. A pause. Calla called me. Said you looked like someone who needed to be reminded she has people. Odessa presses her forehead to the cold glass. I told you not to come. No, you did not. You said you needed one night. You did not say spend it alone. The truth of that lands somewhere in Odessa's chest. She turns. Bexley stands in the library doorway, leather jacket still zipped, dark hair escaping a messy ponytail, face carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who drove through the dark on purpose. You look terrible, Bexley says. Thank you. I mean it in the way that means you look like you are about to make a decision you will regret. Odessa does not answer. Bexley walks past her to the table, looks at the folded petition, does not touch it. This is her? Margot. Yes. And she is alive and filing against you. Apparently. Bexley studies the photograph visible at the edge of the fold. She does not flinch, does not soften. She just looks at it the way she looks at a car crash scene, assessing what is salvageable, what is lost, what needs to be cut free. She does not look like a monster, Bexley says. She is not a monster. She is a woman who gave me up and has been dead for 30 years and is now somehow alive and petitioning the court to delay my inheritance. Right. So she looks like a complicated woman with a 30-year hole in her story. You are defending her. I am not defending anyone. I am telling you that you can survive whatever she says to you. You cannot survive running from your own life because you are afraid of what a stranger might tell you. Odessa's hand moves to her wrist. The cracked watch, her foster mother's watch. She catches herself and drops her hand. That is a tell, Bexley says. What? The watch. You check it when you are about to lie to yourself. I am not lying. You are standing in a house where a 12-year-old girl packed a bag in case you leave, where a man who could buy your entire foster history 10 times over tore a calendar date off his desk because he does not want to count the days you have left, and you are standing at a window pretending you are deciding whether to stay. Then what am I doing? Trying to find a reason to leave before you get left. The words hit like a door closing. Odessa does not answer. Bexley walks past her to the table, looks at the folded petition, does not touch it. This is her? Margot, yes. And she is alive and filing against you. Apparently. Bexley studies the photograph visible at the edge of the fold. She does not flinch, does not soften. She just looks at it the way she looks at a car crash scene, assessing what is salvageable, what is lost, what needs to be cut free. She does not look like a monster, Bexley says. She is not a monster. She is a woman who gave me up and has been dead for 30 years and is now somehow alive and petitioning the court to delay my inheritance. Right. So she looks like a complicated woman with a 30-year hole in her story. You are defending her. I am not defending anyone. I am telling you that you can survive whatever she sends to you. You cannot survive running from your own life because you are afraid of what a stranger might tell you. Odessa's hand moves to her wrist, the cracked watch, her foster mother's watch. She catches herself and drops her hand. That is a tell, Bexley says. What? The watch. You check it when you were about to lie to yourself. I am not lying. You are standing in a house where a 12-year-old girl packed a bag in case you leave, where a man who could buy your entire Pfister history 10 times over tore a calendar date off his desk because he does not want to count the days you have left, and you are standing at a window pretending you are deciding whether to stay. Then what am I doing? Trying to find a reason to leave before you get left. The words hit like a door closing. Odessa does not answer. Bexley steps closer. Her voice drops. I know you. I have known you since you were 16 years old and refused to let anyone call you family because family was the thing that broke. But this is not foster care, Odessa. This is not a placement that expires. This is a man who offered to burn his entire life down so you could walk away clean. That is exactly why I cannot stay. No, that is exactly why you can trust him. Odessa shakes her head. You do not understand. Then knock me understand. She tries to find the words. They are somewhere between her ribs and her throat, tangled in the fear that staying means letting the Ammerand man claim her, that choosing Idris means surrendering the self she built out of nothing. I have spent my whole life being no one, she says. No family, no history, no one who stayed. And now I am standing in a house that wants me to be someone. They're someone, and I do not know if I can be that without losing who I became surviving without them. Bexley watches her for a long moment. Who did you become? Someone who does not need anyone. And is that who you want to keep being? The question hangs. Bexley does not wait for an answer. She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out her phone, unlocks it, scrolls. I was not going to show you this tonight, she says. I was going to let you sleep on it. But you are not sleeping. You are standing here inventing reasons to leave. What is it? Bexley holds up the phone. The image is an enhanced crop of the PI's memory card photograph. The woman at the table with Whiston's solicitor. Margaret Alderson's successor. The courier who took over the routes after Margaret died. The enhancement is sharp, the lighting corrected, the face clear. Odessa stares. The woman is mid-40s, dark hair threaded with silver, high cheekbones, a mouth that curves like she knows something no one else does. But it is not the structure that stops her. It is the resemblance. The same jawline Odessa sees in her own mirror, the same eyes she saw in Margot's photograph. Bexley's voice is quiet. Simeon ran the enhancement through a facial recognition check against the Ammerand family records, the closed ones, the ones not in the public register. And? Bexley lowers the phone. She matches the arrest branch, the one between Margot and Ilara, the one that was never supposed to exist. Chapter 74. The house settles around her like a held breath. Odessa moves through the downstairs corridors with no destination, her bare feet silent on the oak, the petition still folded in her pocket because she could not leave it behind and cannot bear to read it again. The photograph of the courier lives in her phone now. The face that might be kin, the face that might be another truth she is not ready to name. She passes the library where she and Idris sat through the blackmail deadline, passes the kitchen where Calla made tea with her own hands, passes the morning room whose door stays locked because the music box is gone, already packed in Odessa's suitcase upstairs, already ready to leave if she decides to go. The house no longer feels like a museum of other people's claims. It feels like a place she has already learned to read in the dark. She stops at the foot of the stairs and looks up. The second-floor landing is dim, the sconces turned low the way Mrs. Felder does after midnight, saving the wattage no one needs. The door to Calla's room is closed. The door to Idris's study is closed. The door to the bedroom she has slept in for nearly 90 days stands open, the duvet tangled from when she got up and could not go back to sleep. She should go to bed. She should close her eyes and let the morning come with whatever the morning brings. Instead, she climbs. The stairs creak in the same places they have creaked since the first night she crept down for water. Years of small surrenders built into the wood. She reaches the landing and turns toward Calla's room, not planning to knock, not planning to speak, just needing to stand near the door where a girl who packed a bag in case she leaves is probably dreaming of better outcomes. But the door is not closed. It is open 6 inches, and the chair outside it is occupied. Calla is asleep. She sits curled in the armchair that usually lives against the far wall, pulled into the doorway as if she has been sitting guard. Her legs are tucked under her head tilted against the wingback, her mouth slightly open, her breath steady and slow. She has changed into her pajamas, the ones with the small blue flowers, the ones she wore the night she asked Odessa if 90 days was long enough to stop leaving. She is holding something against her chest, a piece of paper, folded, protected. Odessa crouches. The movement is silent, but Calla stirs anyway, her brow pinching, her fingers tightening on the paper before her eyes flutter open. She blinks, focuses, recognizes. "You are still here," Calla says. Her voice is sleep rough, not surprised, like she has been checking this fact all night. "I am still here. Why are you walking around? Why are you sleeping in a chair outside your door?" Calla does not answer. She shifts, and the paper slides from her grip, landing face up on her lap. It is a drawing. 3 figures by a lake. A woman with dark hair cut to her chin who wears a dress that catches the wind. A man with broad shoulders, his hand raised as if pointing at something on the far shore. A girl between them, smaller, her arms spread wide, her head tilted back like she is laughing or shouting or both. She looks at Calla. "Can I tell you something?" Calla watches her. "I was afraid," Odessa says, "that staying here would make me someone I did not recognize, that I would lose the self I built out of nothing. And I think I already lost it." Calla's face flickers. "But I think that is all right," Odessa says, "because the person I am becoming here, she does not want to leave yet." Calla goes still. How long is yet? Odessa looks at the drawing, at the 3 figures holding hands by a lake that is the wrong shade of blue and the exact right shape of home. "I do not know yet," she says, "but I know it is longer than tomorrow." Calla does not speak. She reaches out and takes Odessa's hand. Her fingers are small and warm and certain. "Good," she says. "I was running out of space in my hiding places." Odessa laughs. It comes out wet and surprised. She stands, pulls Calla gently up from the chair, walks her to the door of her room where the duvet is rumpled and a single lamp is still on. "Get in bed," Odessa says. "I will check on you before I go to sleep." "You promise?" The word lands. Odessa thinks of all the promises she has made in this house, the ones she kept, the ones she is still learning how to honor. "I promise," she says. Calla climbs into bed. Odessa pulls the covers up. The drawing is still in her hand. She does not give it back. "Can I keep this?" she asks. Calla's eyes go wide. "For real?" "For real." Calla nods, a small, quick motion like she is afraid Odessa might change her mind. Odessa folds the drawing carefully and tucks it into her pocket beside the petition. The paper rustles. The 2 documents, side by side, one that threatens to take everything and one that promises nothing except that she was seen. She steps to the door. "Odessa," she turns. "Sunrise," Calla says. "It is good from the lake, if you are still here in the morning." Odessa holds her gaze. "I will still be here." She closes the door gently and stands in the hallway with her hand on the wood, feeling the vibration of a girl settling back into sleep, feeling the weight of a drawing pressed against her chest, feeling the shape of a choice that is no longer theoretical. She walks to the study. The door is closed, but light shows beneath it. She knocks. Idris's voice, low and careful. "Come in." She opens the door. He is at his desk, a single lamp burning, a file open in front of him that he is not reading. His tie is loose. His sleeves are rolled. He looks like a man who has been waiting for news he is afraid to hear. "Odessa. I found Calla asleep in a chair outside my door." His jaw tightens. "She has been doing that," he says, "since her parents died. She sleeps where she can see the exits. Tonight she was guarding mine." Idris says nothing. Odessa pulls the drawing from her pocket, lays it on the desk in front of him. He looks at it. For a long time he does not move. "She drew this," he says. "It is not a question. She drew it this afternoon," she wrote on the back. He turns it over, reads. Idris looks up. His eyes are dark, unreadable, but his hands are shaking. "Keep if real," he says. "That is what she wrote. But I know it is longer than tomorrow." Calla does not speak. She reaches out and takes Odessa's hand. Her fingers are small and warm and certain. "Good," she says. "I was running out of space in my hiding places." Odessa laughs. It comes out wet and surprised. She stands, pulls Calla gently up from the chair, walks her to the door of her room where the duvet is rumpled and a single lamp is still on. "Get in bed," Odessa says. "I will check on you before I go to sleep." "You promise?" The word lands. Odessa thinks of all the promises she has made in this house, the ones she kept, the ones she is still learning how to honor. "I promise," she says. Calla climbs into bed. Odessa pulls the covers up. The drawing is still in her hand. She does not give it back. "Can I keep this?" he asks. Calla's eyes go wide. "For real?" "For real." Calla nods. A small, quick motion, like she is afraid Odessa might change her mind. Odessa folds the drawing carefully and tucks it into her pocket beside the petition. The paper rustles. The two documents, side by side, one that threatens to take everything and one that promises nothing except that she was seen. She steps to the door. "Odessa?" She turns. "The sunrise," Calla says. "It is good from the lake, if you are still here in the morning." Odessa holds her gaze. "I will still be here." She closes the door gently and stands in the hallway with her hand on the wood, feeling the vibration of a girl settling back into sleep, feeling the weight of a drawing pressed against her chest, feeling the shape of a choice that is no longer theoretical. She walks to the study. The door is closed, but light shows beneath it. She knocks. Idris's voice, low and careful. "Come in." She opens the door. He is at his desk, a single lamp burning, a file open in front of him that he is not reading. His tie is loose, his sleeves are rolled. He looks like a man who has been waiting for news he is afraid to hear. He sets the drawing down carefully, as if it might tear. "What do we do with that?" he asks. Odessa meets his gaze. "We keep it," she says, "and we figure out what real means." Chapter 75. The phone buzzes at 11:58. Odessa is sitting on the edge of her bed, still dressed, the drawing folded in her pocket beside the petition she still has not opened. She has been sitting here for an hour, watching the clock change, feeling the minutes drag and race at the same time. She picks up the phone. Simeon's message is brief, stripped of ornament. Contract terms satisfied as of midnight. No further marital obligation binds either party to the trust conditions. You are free. Free. The word sits on the screen like a foreign object. She has been waiting for this, counting toward it, measuring every day against this invisible deadline that has governed her movements, her choices, her pulse, since the moment she signed her name beside Idris's in green ink. And now it is gone. She reads the message again, then again. The phone buzzes a second time. Simeon again. Copies filed. Hard copies in your hands by morning. Congratulations. Congratulations. She almost laughs. It comes out wrong, caught somewhere between her chest and her throat, and dies before it becomes sound. She stands, pockets the phone. The drawing rustles against the petition paper, two documents that have no business sharing the same space, but have been pressed together all evening, like passengers on a train that has just reached its final station. She walks out of the room. The corridor is dark. The house is breathing the way it does at night, settling into its bones, the old timbers shifting, the river audible through the walls if she listens hard enough. She does not listen. She walks. Her feet know the way to the study now. The floorboards under the runner, the third step that creaks, the angle of the door frame where the light spills through the crack. She has memorized this path in the dark, the way she once memorized escape routes from foster homes that never felt like hers. This one does not feel like an escape. She stops outside the door. The light is on. She can hear voices inside, low, careful, intimate in a way that makes her hesitate with her hand raised, not yet knocking. Calla's voice first. "Are you going to ask her to stay?" A pause. Then Idris, softer than she has ever heard him. "No." "Why not?" "Because I promised I would not trap her." "That is not trapping her," Calla says, and there is something in her voice that sounds older than 12, older than grief, older than the duffel bag under her chair. "That is asking." Odessa stands motionless in the corridor, her hand still raised, her breath held. Idris does not answer. "You love her?" Calla says. It is not a question. "Yes." "Then why will you not say it to her?" A longer pause. Odessa can hear the clock on the study mantel, the one that has been running fast for 40 years, ticking its way through the seconds that are no longer contractually binding. "Because she needs to know," Idris says slowly, "that she can walk out that door without me making it harder. If I tell her now, she will wonder if I am saying it to keep her, and I need her to know that what I feel is not a strategy." Calla is silent for a long moment. "That is stupid," she says finally. Idris lets out something that might be a laugh if it did not sound so much like surrender. "It probably is." "If you do not tell her," Calla says, "she might thinking you never wanted her to stay." "Then she will leave. And you will just let her?" "Yes." "You will let her go?" "I will let her choose." His voice cracks, just barely on the last word. "Because if I have to make her sure to believe she wants to, then I do not actually have her at all." Odessa's hand drops. She stands in the corridor, her palm pressed flat against the wood of the door frame, feeling the grain under her fingers, feeling the weight of the phone in her pocket with the message that says she is free. She is free. She could walk away right now. Down the stairs, through the kitchen, out the back door that leads to the lake path. The estate gates are open. The night is dark. There is a train from the village station that runs to London until 2:17 a.m., and from London she could go anywhere. She has her passport in her bag. The music box is packed. The drawing is in her pocket. She could leave, and no contract would ever pull her back. She presses her hand flat against the wood, and she does not move. Inside, Calla speaks again. Her voice is smaller now, the armor cracking. "I do not want her to go. I know. What do we do if she says?" The silence that follows is the longest one yet. Odessa imagines Idris reaching for the right words, the way he reaches for a file, a clause, a margin note, something precise enough to hold its shape under pressure. "We keep going," he says. "We keep being here. We keep the door open. And if she comes back, we are still here. And if she does not, then we were lucky she was here at all." Odessa's eyes burn. She has never been lucky. She has been chosen last, placed temporarily, moved when it became inconvenient. She has been an assignment, a case file, a number in a system designed to process children who do not belong anywhere. But she has never been lucky, until now. She pushes the door open. The study stops. Idris is on the sofa with Calla curled beside him, a head against his shoulder, his arm around her. They look at her, both of them, frozen in the middle of a conversation neither of them expected her to hear. Calla sits up first. "How long have you been standing there?" she asks. Odessa steps into the room. Long enough. Idris watches her. His eyes are dark, unreadable, but his hand is gripping the arm of the sofa like he is holding himself in place. Simeon sent confirmation, Odessa says. The contract is satisfied. We are both free. Calla goes still. Idris does not move. There is a long, terrible silence. Then Odessa pulls the drawing from her pocket, crosses the room, holds it out to him. I already know what free means, she says. I have been free my whole life. It is not as good as everyone says it is. Idris takes the drawing. His fingers brush hers. He does not let go. Odessa. I am not leaving, she says. The words land in the space between them, simple and final. Idris's hand tightens on the drawing. His jaw works, his throat moves. Why? He asks. And Odessa looks at him, at the man who was willing to let her go because he refused to trap her, at the girl watching from the sofa with hope written raw across her face, at the house that has stopped filing like a museum of other people's claims and started feeling like a place where she could choose to belong. Because I want to be here, she says, not because I have to, because I want to. Calla makes a sound. Small, muffled, pressed behind her hand. Idris stands, slowly, as if he is afraid the movement will break whatever spell has settled over the room. He does not touch her. He does not have to. Tell me tomorrow, he says, when the sun is up and you have had time to think. Tell me then, and I will believe it. Odessa meets his gaze. I will tell you now, she says, and I will tell you again in the morning, and I will keep telling you until you believe it. She reaches out, takes his hand. His fingers close around hers, warm and steady and sure. 90 days, she says. That was the clause. And now? She looks at Calla, who is watching them with eyes too bright, eyes that have already been through too much and are daring to hope again. Now, Odessa says, we start from the beginning, without the clause. The phone in her pocket buzzes again. She ignores it. The phone buzzes a second time, a third. She pulls it out, expecting Simeon, expecting confirmation, expecting paperwork. She reads the message, and her hand goes still. It is not Simeon. It is an unknown number, a message preview that shows only the first line, enough to turn her blood cold. I am your mother's sister. I have been looking for you for 30 years. You are not the only one. We need to talk. Chapter 76. The study is still. The lamp on Idris's desk casts a low gold circle across the papers he has not been reading. Calla is gone, sent to bed with a promise Odessa intends to keep. And now it is just the two of them, the drawing between them like a third presence in the room. Odessa sets her phone on the edge of the desk, screen down. I am not going to answer that tonight, she says. Idris's eyes stay on her face. You should. I will, tomorrow. But tonight I am exactly where I want to be, and I do not want to split my attention between this room and whoever has been waiting 30 years to find me. He exhales, slow, deliberate, like he has been holding something and only now allows himself to release it. 30 years, he repeats. That is what she says. And you are not curious? Odessa looks at him. I am terrified, but I have been curious my whole life, and it has never once made me feel less alone. Being here does. The words hang in the air between them, raw and unguarded. Idris does not move toward her. He stands beside the desk, one hand resting on the edge, the other loose at his side. He is wearing the same shirt from earlier, sleeves rolled, collar open. He looks tired. He looks like a man who has been braced for impact so long he forgot how to stand without waiting for the blow. I have been thinking, he says, about what happens now. And I do not know how to do this without a clause. Odessa feels the corner of her mouth lift. The great Idris Ammerand, lost without a contract. I am serious. So am I. She steps closer, stops when they are close enough to touch, but not touching. I have spent 31 years building a self that does not need anyone. I am good at it. I am the best at it. And I am stand here telling you that I want to unlearn it, and I do not know how, and I am going to fail at it, probably more than once. His jaw tightens. Odessa, I am not finished. She holds his gaze. I cannot promise you perfection. I cannot promise I will never get scared and pull away. I cannot promise that the version of me who learned to survive by trusting only numbers will magically turn into someone who trusts easily. But I can promise you this. She takes a breath. I will not leave just to prove I am free. I have been free. I know exactly what it costs, and I am choosing to stay because the cost of leaving is higher. Idris's hand moves, slow, like he is giving her every chance to step back. His fingers brush her wrist. Light, testing. Is that a yes? He asks. It is a yes. To staying? To staying, to trying, to figuring out what real means without a deadline. His hand cozies around hers, warm, steady. The same hand that signed contracts, sealed deals, held a boardroom in line through sheer force of will. And now, it is holding her like she is the only thing that matters in this room. I do not want the contract back, he says. I want to begin, with you, honestly, without a single clause telling us what we owe each other. That sounds terrifying, Odessa says. It is. Good. She steps into the space between them. Terrifying I know how to do. His other hand comes up, cups her face. His thumb traces the line of her cheekbone, featherlight, like he is memorizing her by touch. I love you, he says. The words land differently now. Not overheard, not confessed to a child in the dark, but spoken directly, deliberately, with no one else in the room to absorb the weight of them. I know, she says. I heard you earlier. He does not flinch. Good. I wanted you to. And I love you. The words leave her mouth before she can second-guess them, and they feel like stepping off a cliff and discovering she knows how to fly. I did not expect to. I did not want to. But I do. He kisses her. It is not the careful, controlled kiss of a man who measures every move. It is the kiss of someone who has been waiting, who has been patient past the point of reason, who is finally allowed to touch what she has been afraid to claim. Odessa's hands find his chest. His shirt is warm beneath her palms. She feels his heartbeat, fast and strong. A rhythm matches her own. His mouth moves against hers, slow and deep, asking nothing, giving everything. She rises into him, and his arm wraps around her waist, pulling her closer. And for a long, suspended moment, there is nothing else. No trust, no board, no hidden hairs or erased bloodlines, just them. The kiss breaks when they need air. Idris rests his forehead against hers, breathing uneven. That, he says, was not in the contract. No, she agrees. It was not. Good. His voice is rough. I'm glad we burned it. We did not burn it. We should have. She laughs, a real laugh, surprised out of her, and the sound of it makes him smile, a slow, unguarded smile that transforms his face into someone she barely recognizes. There she is, he says. Who? The woman who walked into my boardroom and told me my protocols were insufficient. I was afraid I had lost her. You have not lost me. Odessa touches his jaw. I am right here. The door creaks. They both turn. Calla stands in the doorway, barefoot, clutching the edge of the frame. Her hair is tangled from sleep. Her eyes are red, like she has been crying, or trying not to. I heard voices, she says. Odessa does not feed for Idris's hand. She holds it out to Calla instead. Come here. Calla crosses the room in 3 quick steps. She stops in front of them, looking from Odessa to Idris and back again, her face a study in fragile, desperate hope. Are you staying? She asks. Odessa crouches down, brings herself level with Calla's face. Yes. For how long? I do not know. She says it honestly, because Calla has earned honesty. But I am not leaving because a piece of paper says I can. I am staying because I want to be here. With you, with him, with all of it. Calla's chin trembles. Promise? I promise. And if it gets hard? Then we get through it together. Calla looks at Idris. Did you hear that? He kneels beside Odessa, the 3 of them forming a triangle on the study floor. I heard it, he says. Good. Calla wipes her nose with the back of her hand. Because I am not letting her go just because you are bad at talking about your feelings. Idris makes a sound that might be a laugh. Noted. Calla throws her arms around both of them. Odessa feels the girl's small body press against hers, feels Idris's hand find her back, steady and sure. She closes her eyes and lets herself be held. Her phone buzzes on the desk. She ignores it. It buzzes again and again. A rhythm, not a call, a message. Then another, then another. Calla pulls back. Are you going to get that? Odessa looks at the phone, screen glowing face up on the polished wood. Not yet. Who is it? She thinks of the aunt. 30 years of searching. A family she never knew existed. A question I am not ready to answer tonight. Idris rises, retrieves the phone, and folds it out to her. His eyes ask nothing, demand nothing. Whenever you are ready, he says. Odessa takes the phone, does not look at it, slides it into her pocket beside Calla's drawing. And then she looks at them, the two people who have made a place for her without requiring her to shrink, and she lets herself believe, for the first time, that she might not have to leave. The screen in her pocket stays dark, but the weight of it is waiting. A new clause she did not sign, carrying a name she has never let herself hope for. Aunt. Chapter 77. Light breaks through the study windows, pale and cold, and Odessa wakes on the floor with her head on Idris's chest and a wool throw tangled around her legs. Calla still curled against her side, breathing slow and even. For a long moment, Odessa does not move. She feels the rise and fall of Idris's ribs beneath her cheek, the small warmth of Calla's hand tucked into her own, and the weight of the phone in her pocket, the one carrying a message from a woman who claims to be her aunt. She should move. She should think. She should decide. Instead, she stays. Idris's hand finds her hair, gentle, tentative. You are still here, he says, his voice rough with sleep. I told you I would be. You also told me you would confirm in the morning. She lifts her head, looks at him. His eyes are tired, wary, hopeful in a way he is daring to hide. I am confirming, she says. I am staying. I chose you last night. I choose you this morning. I will choose you tomorrow. He exhales like he has been holding it for hours. Good, he says, because I do not know what I would do if you changed your mind. You would survive. Barely. Calla stirs, blinks, looks at them both, then at the window. Did I sleep here all night? You guarded the doorway until about 2, Odessa says. Then you migrated. Calla's face goes pink. I did not. You did. It was very tactical. You blocked the exit twice. Calla tries to look offended, but a smile breaks through. I was making sure you did not leave in the dark. I told you I would be here in the morning. I know. Calla sits up, rubs her eyes. But I wanted to see it. Odessa's chest tightens. She reaches out, touches Calla's shoulder. Then see it. I am here. Calla nods, quick and fierce, then stands and pads toward the door. I am going to get breakfast, she announces. Mrs. Felder said she would make pancakes if you stayed. Tell her I stayed. Calla pauses at the door, looks back. I will tell her you stayed forever. She is gone before Odessa can answer. The silence settles. Idris reaches for her hand, and she lets him take it. Forever, he says. That is a long time. Scared? Terrified. Good. She squeezes his fingers. So am I. He laughs, low and warm. Then we are evenly matched. They sit in the quiet for a long moment. The river catches the morning light beyond the window. The house breathes around them. Finally, Idris speaks. What happens now? With the board? With the press? With the story everyone is telling about us? Odessa considers the question, the weight of it. Nothing, she says. Nothing? We do not perform certainty, not for the board, not for the press, not for each other. He frowns. Explain. We spent 90 days pretending we knew exactly what we were doing. Agreements, clauses, deadlines. We had an answer for everything. She meets his eyes. I do not want to do that anymore. I want to admit we do not know what comes next. that we are figuring it out as we go. And if the board asks for a statement, we tell them we are still learning how to be married, that the contract is over and we are starting from the beginning. His thumb traces the inside of her wrist, slow and deliberate. Starting from the beginning, he repeats, dating our own marriage from the start. Yes, that is not how CEOs handle uncertainty. I know. He is quiet for a moment. Then his mouth curves, just slightly. I like it. You do? It is honest, and it terrifies me. He lifts her hand, presses his lips to her knuckles. I have not done honest in a very long time. She feels the kiss like a brand, warm, claiming, true. Then we learn together. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She ignores it. It buzzes again and again. Idris's eyes flick to her jacket. That is not going to scalp. I know. Are you going to answer it? She slides the phone out. The screen shows 7 unread messages, all from the same number, the one claiming to be her mother's sister. She stares at the preview text. I know you are afraid. I have been afraid too, but I have been looking for you for 30 years. Please, let me tell you who I am. Let me tell you who you are. Odessa's thumb hovers over the screen. Idris does not push, does not ask. He simply waits, his hands steady around hers. She thinks of Calla's drawing in her other pocket, the 3 of them at the lake. Keep, if real. She looks at Idris. Not yet, she says. I need the rest of today. Just today. Take it. She slides the phone back to her pocket, and then her phone rings. Not a message, a call. The same number. She tenses. Let it go to voicemail, Idris says, but her thumb moves before she can stop it. She answers. Silence on the line. Then a woman's voice, low and careful, like she has been rehearsing this moment for decades. Odessa? Yes. The woman lets out a breath, shaky and uneven. My name is Lena, she says. I am your mother's sister, and I have been trying to find you since the day you were born. Odessa's hand goes cold. Your mother did not abandon you, Lena says. She ran. She ran because she knew they would kill her if she stayed, and she ran because she knew they would use you to destroy everything Eleanor built. The world tilts. Who? Odessa's voice is barely a whisper. Who would kill her? Lena is quiet for a long, terrible moment. Whiston, she says. And everyone he has been protecting for 40 years. Chapter 78. The estate gate opens at 8, and Odessa steps through it not as a wife under contract, but as a stakeholder who has chosen to be here. The car Idris arranged is black and unmarked. No company logo, no driver in Pelham livery. She asked for anonymity, and he delivered it without question. The first small test of their new, unscripted beginning, and he fast. She sits in the back with the petition folded in her bag beside Calla's drawing. The 2 documents touch paper to paper. Legal threat against emotional truth, and she lets them stay that way. Pelham House, she tells the driver. The main entrance. Idris is already there. She told him she needed to do this alone, and he did not argue. He simply said, I will be in the building if you need me, and she felt the weight of that offering, his presence without his control, more than any grand gesture he could have made. The building rises as they approach, glass and steel and the morning light catching the top floors. She has entered this building as an auditor, as a bride, as a defendant, as a certified shareholder. Today she enters as something else entirely. The lobby is busier than she expected. Staff in clusters, a few people she does not recognize standing near the security desk with notebooks and phones in hand. Someone has told them she is coming. She walks through the revolving door and the lobby goes quiet. Not hostile, watchful, the way people watch when they are waiting to see whether a story is true. Odessa keeps walking. Her heels strike the marble in a steady rhythm. She does not slow, does not glance at the press visitors, does not offer a statement before she is ready. Simeon meets her at the elevator bank. His tie is straight, his face unreadable, but she has learned to read the slight tension at the corner of his jaw. There are reporters in the East Wing, he says quietly. Financial desk. Someone alerted them you would be arriving. Who? Internal call. Not traceable before it was made. Of course, the mole is still inside the walls. Good, she says. Simeon's eyebrows lift. Good? They want to see me perform certainty. She presses the elevator button. I am not going to give them certainty. I am going to give them the truth. The elevator doors open. She steps inside. Tell them I will speak in the main conference room in half an hour. Employees first. Press can watch from the gallery. Simeon hesitates. Odessa, you do not have to do this today. You have the legal standing. You have the shares. You do not owe them a performance. She meets his eyes. I am not performing. I am showing up. He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he nods. Half an hour. She uses the time to walk the floors, the 23rd, the 12th, the ground-level project rooms where junior analysts work in clusters of monitors and coffee cups. She does not announce herself. She simply appears in doorways, walks past desks, nods at the people who look up and recognize her. Some stare. Some look away fast. A few offer small, uncertain smiles. She does not try to win them. She only wants them to see her moving through their space like someone who belongs there, not someone who is stealing something from it. By the time she reaches the conference room, word has spread. The room is full. Employees packed into chairs lining the walls. The press gallery behind the glass wall is already crowded with notebooks and phone cameras. She stops at the door. Idris is standing against the far wall, arms crossed, face neutral. He is not at the head of the table. He is not positioned as her support or her authority. He is simply present, a witness among witnesses, and she feels the weight of what that costs him. She steps to the front. The room settles, a low hum of expectation, of held breath. She sets her bag on the table, does not open it, does not pull out notes. My name is Odessa Renwick, her voice carries. She has not used a microphone. She does not need one. 3 months ago, I arrived at this company as a forensic auditor. I was hired to find irregularities in the merger books. I found them. I also found my own name embedded in a trust appendix that had been sealed to 40 years. She pauses, lets the silence hold. The trust named me as a beneficiary of a controlling share block. It came with a condition. I had to marry the CEO and remain married for 90 days. A rustle in the press gallery, cameras adjusting, fingers moving over keyboards. That condition has been met. The contract expired at midnight. I am not here because I am bound to this company by a clause. I am here because I chose to stay. She looks at the employees, the analysts, the project managers, the people who have been watching the power struggle from the bottom of the hierarchy, waiting to see whether their jobs would survive. The story you have been told is that I am an outsider who married into power. That is true. It is also incomplete. I am the granddaughter of Idris Ammerand, whose bloodline was erased from this company's records 40 years ago. The trust was not a gift. It was a correction. She lets that land. Pelham Industries was built on work that was hidden, paid for with silence, and protected by people who believed the truth was too dangerous to keep. I am not here to burn that history down. I am here to make sure it is not repeated. A hand goes up in the press gallery. She nods. Does your marriage to Idris Ammerand continue now that the contract has expired? The question lands like a stone in still water. She could deflect, could protect the private probatus she and Idris are only beginning to build. Instead, she thinks of Calla's drawing. Keep if real. That is not a question I will answer for the press, she says. But I will tell you this. The relationship I have with Idris Ammerand is not for public consumption. It is for us, and we are choosing to build it without clauses, without deadlines, and without the expectation that we owe anyone an explanation for how we love each other. The room is absolutely still. She turns back to the employees. Your jobs are secure. The merger will proceed. The governance amendment I passed this week requires independent oversight of every sealed instrument in this company's archives, so that nothing buried can stay buried again. I am not here to be a figurehead. I am here to make sure this company survives by facing its history, yet by hiding from it. She steps back from the table. Thank you for listening. For a bet, nothing. Then a woman in the back row, gray-haired, wearing a Pelham badge with 20 years of wear on it, begins to clap. It spreads, not thunderous, reluctant at first, then steadier. hands coming together in a rhythm that sounds less like approval and more like recognition. Odessa lets herself breathe, and then she sees her. At the back of the press gallery, a woman standing alone, not writing, not recording, not holding a phone. She is wearing a dark coat, her hair is pulled back, her face is partially in shadow. But Odessa knows that jawline, knows those eyes. The courier, the woman from the enhanced photograph, the arrest branch between Margot and Alara. She is watching Odessa with an expression that is almost impossible to read. Recognition, wariness, something that looks like grief held very still. Their eyes meet. The woman does not move. Odessa's hand goes to her bag, where the photograph is stored on her phone. And then someone steps between them, a reporter raising a hand asking a question. The crowd shifts. When Odessa looks again, the woman is gone. The space where she stood is empty, the gallery door swinging closed, and Odessa is already moving before she knows she has decided to follow. It says, "I am not performing. I am showing up." He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he nods. Half an hour. She uses the time to walk the floors, the 23rd, the 12th, the ground-level project rooms where junior analysts work in clusters of monitors and coffee cups. She does not announce herself. She simply appears in doorways, walks past desks, nods at the people who look up and recognize her. Some stare, some look away fast. A few offer small, uncertain smiles. She does not try to win them. She only wants them to see her moving through their space like someone who belongs there, not someone who is stealing something from it. By the time she reaches the conference room, word has spread. The room is full, employees packed into chairs lining the walls. The press gallery behind the glass wall is already crowded with notebooks and phone cameras. She stops at the door. Idris is standing against the far wall, arms crossed, face neutral. He is not at the head of the table. He is not positioned as her support or her authority. He is simply present, a witness among witnesses, and she feels the weight of what that costs him. She steps to the front. The room settles. A low hum of expectation, of held breath. She sets her bag on the table, does not open it, does not pull out notes. "My name is Odessa Renwick," her voice carries. She has not used a microphone. She does not need one. 3 months ago, I arrived at this company as a forensic auditor. I was hired to find irregularities in the major books. I found them. I also found my own name embedded in a trust appendix that had been sealed for 40 years. She pauses, lets the silence hold. The trust named me as a beneficiary of a controlling share block. It came with a condition. I had to marry the CEO and remain married for 90 days. A rustle in the press gallery, cameras adjusting, fingers moving over keyboards. That condition has been met. The contract expired at midnight. I am not here because I am bound to this company by a clause. I am here because I chose to stay. She looks at the employees, the analysts, the Chapter 79. She finds the lake before she knows she has chosen it. The estate paths carry her past the kitchen garden, past the summer pavilion Mrs. Felder airs twice a year whether anyone uses it or not, past the bench where Calla sat the first week and asked if she was going to leave like everyone else. The water is gray and still, the late autumn light draining out of the sky in slow bands of amber and slate. She stops at the edge where the grass gives way to mud and reeds, and she breathes. The building hum of the day recedes. The speech, the cameras, the clapping that started with a woman who has worked here 20 years and will probably work here 20 more. The face in the gallery that vanished like it had never been there at all. She pulls her phone from her pocket. No signal at the lake. Good. She stands there until her fingers go numb and the last light is a thin gold line along the far tree line. She does not think about the courier, does not think about the woman who shares her jawline, does not think about Lena, who is still waiting for her to call back with whatever truth she has held for 30 years. She thinks about the lake. She thinks about Calla's drawing. The three of them at the water's edge, simplified into figures that mean more than any photograph could. Keep, if real. Is this where you come to disappear? She turns. Idris is standing 20 feet back, at the point where the lawn meets the path. He has not changed out of the suit he wore to Pelham House. The knot in his tie is loose, pulled down half an inch. Didn't know I was hiding, she says. You left the building without telling anyone. Simeon is still standing in the lobby trying to look like he knows where you went. Poor Simeon. He'll survive. Idris takes a step closer, stops when he reaches the edge of the damp ground. You saw her, the woman from the photograph. It is not a question. Yes. And you let her walk away. I didn't let her do anything. She was gone before I could reach the door. He studies her. The fading light catches the lines around his eyes, the tension in his jaw that has been there since the morning of the certification hearing and is not fully released. Do you know why she came? No. She turns back to the water. But I know she was watching me. Not the press, not the story. Me. The silence stretches. A bird calls once from the reeds and goes quiet. The first time I stood here, he says, I was 11 years old. My father had just told me I would run Pelham one day. I came down to the lake because I did not know what else to do with the weight of it. She looks at him. He is not looking at her. He is looking at the water the same way she was, as if it holds something he has been trying to read for a long time. What did you decide? Nothing. He almost smiles. I threw stones until it got dark, went back inside, ate dinner. The decision made itself. That's not how decisions work. No, Lo meets her eyes. I learned that later. She waits. I thought I could manage this the way I manage everything. Identify the variables, calculate the risks, execute the plan. He takes a breath. I did not account for the variable that would change all the other variables. What variable? He takes another step. The damp ground squelches under his shoes. He does not look down. Yo. She feels the word land somewhere in her chest, warm and dangerous. You are not a variable, he says. You are not a clause I can satisfy or a problem I can solve. You are the thing that made all my calculations meaningless, and I do not know how to plan for a future that contains you, because I do not know what that future looks like, only that I want it. The water laps at the reeds. The last gold line bleeds into gray. I want to build one here, she says. His breath catches. I do not know what it looks like either. She says it to the lake, to the sky, to him. But I know I want to try. With you, with Calla, with this house and this lake and whatever comes at us next. He crosses the damp ground in 3 strides and takes her face in his hands. His mouth meets hers, and it is not the careful, measured kiss of a man who calculates variables. It is the kiss of a man who has stopped calculating entirely. She presses into him. Lets the kiss say what she cannot, that she is done running, done hiding behind precision and detachment, done treating belonging like a trap. When they break apart, his forehead rests against hers. I do not know how to be soft, he whispers, but I am learning. You are learning, she agrees. That is enough. A shout from the house. They turn. Calla is running down the path, her school shoes slapping against the stone, something white clutched in her hand. Her face is flushed, her breath coming hard. Odessa! She skids to a stop a few feet away, bent over, gasping. Mrs. Felder said to come find you. Someone left this at the gate. She holds out the envelope. It is cream-colored, heavy stop, no postage. The seal is plain wax, no crest. Odessa takes it. Her fingers feel cold. Who left it? No one saw. It was wedged between the stones. Calla's eyes are wide. She found it when she took the bins out. Odessa looks at Idris. He is watching the envelope with an expression she cannot name. She breaks the seal. Inside, a single sheet of heavy paper. A certified copy of a birth certificate. Registered name, Lena Ammerand. Date of birth, August 14, 1972. Mother, Margot Renwick. Father, unrecorded. Place of birth, Hartfield Clinic, Perthshire. Odessa's hand goes still. The year is wrong. 1972. That is not her. That is someone else. Another child of the erased branch. The piece of paper that proves there is then more. Someone born before Alara's daughter. Someone born before Odessa. Another hidden bloodline. And it was left at her gate by someone who knows where she lives. Idris reads over her shoulder. She feels the moment he understands, the breath he stops taking. Calla looks between them. What is it? Odessa cannot answer. The lake is still, the light is almost gone, and somewhere in Perthshire, a woman who looks like her is waiting to her to call. Chapter 80. The paper is cold in her hand. The name is clean and official, typed in black lettering on heavy stock, as if the state had no idea it was stamping a bomb. Lena Ammerand. August 14th, 1972. Hartfield Clinic. Unrecorded father. Odessa's thumb moves over the raised seal, once, twice, as if she can read the truth through the texture. Who is she? Calla's voice is small and steady, the voice of a child who has learned to ask the right questions. I don't know. Odessa hears how hollow she sounds. I thought I did, but I don't. Idris takes the certificate from her hand. She lets him. His face is unreadable in the fading light, but she watches him read it twice, the way she did, searching for a detail that will make it make sense. The year, he says. I know. 1972, before the records were sealed, before Margot married, before me. She finishes it for him. She had another daughter, and someone kept the proof. The lake has gone dark. The last light is a gray smear along the horizon, the reeds black against the water. The cold is starting to seep through her clothes, but she cannot move. Calla steps closer. Is she coming here? The women from the gallery? Odessa looks at the envelope. No postage, no sender. Delivered by hand to a gate someone had to walk past to reach. She already knows where we live. The words hang in the air, heavier than the paper. Calla's hand finds hers. The fingers are small and cold and steady. Then we know where to find her back. Odessa looks down at her. Calla is not asking. She is stating. A fact as solid as the certificate. We don't know if she wants to be found, Idris says quietly. Someone left this at our gate. Calla does not look away from Odessa. People who leave things want them picked up. Odessa feels the corner of her mouth twitch. Something not quite a smile. Something closer to recognition. Your mother would say that. Calla shrugs. She said a lot of things. Some of them were good. The three of them stand at the edge of the water, the dark closing in, the certificate passing between them like a piece of evidence that does not know what crime it belongs to. Odessa folds it carefully, slides it into her pocket beside the drawing, beside the petition she still has not opened. The three papers touch each other, legal and emotional and blood, all of it demanding something from her. She turns to Idris. We need to know where Hartfield keeps its old records, not the ones they showed us, the ones they buried. He nods. I will call Simeon. And the courier, the woman from the gallery. If she is Lena, she was watching me for a reason. You think she wants something? I think she left a birth certificate at my gate within hours of seeing me speak. Odessa pulls her coat tighter. That is not a coincidence. That is a message. What kind of message? She looks at the dark line of the house, the lighted windows, the home she has chosen. The kind that says, I know who you are. Now you know who I am. What happens next is up to you. Calla shifts her weight. Are we going inside? Odessa looks at her, at Idris, at the house that holds the drawing under Calla's pillow and the unopened envelope on the kitchen table, and the journal fragments Mrs. Felder is still guarding. Yes. She takes Calla's hand. Idris's hand finds hers on the other side. We are going inside. They walk up the path in the dark, three figures moving toward a house that is still learning how to hold them. The kitchen is warm. Mrs. Felder has left a tray with tea and a plate of biscuits on the table, covered with a cloth. The unopened envelope from Whiston is still there, untouched, the cream paper catching the light. Calla pours herself tea without asking. Lets the bag steep, does not add sugar. Odessa watches her, this 12-year-old who has learned to make tea and guard exits and draw pictures of families she is afraid to lose. Can you show me the drawing again? Calla looks up, surprised. Then she nods, sets down her cup, and runs upstairs. Odessa sits. Idris sits across from her. The envelope sits between them like a patient animal. You could open it, he says. I could. You are not going to. Not tonight. He does not push. The silence is the kind they have learned to share, the kind that does not need filling. Calla comes back with the drawing, the one from under her pillow. She places it on the table beside the envelope, the two objects side by side, the same table, the same night, the same family. The lake, Calla says. We are all at the lake. Odessa looks at it, the three figures, the water, the sky with its single boat. Keep is real, she says. Calla meets her eyes. It is real. Yes. Odessa touches the edge of the paper. It is. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it out. A message from an unknown number. Not the aunt, a different one. You opened the certificate. Now you know her name. She wants to meet you. Tomorrow. The Wallace collection. Same time Helena Croft was supposed to meet you. Odessa's hand tightens on the phone. Come alone. She will know if you do not. The phone goes dark. Idris is watching her. What is it? She reads the message again. The Wallace collection. The same time. The name. Lena Ammerand is not the woman from the gallery. Lena Ammerand is the one who left the certificate, and she is the one who wants to meet. Not Helena Croft's meeting, a different one, a parallel one. Someone is rewriting the itinerary. Tomorrow, Odessa says slowly. I have 2 meetings. One I knew about, one I did not. She turns the phone so Idris can read it. He does not react, not visibly, but she sees the calculation behind his eyes, the instinct to plan, to manage, to control. Then she watches him stop. What do you want to do? The question is genuine. No strategy behind it, no hidden clause. She looks at the drawing, at the envelope, at the certificate in her pocket. I want to go. She meets his eyes, but I do not want to go alone. He holds her gaze. Then you will not. Calla looks between them. Can I come? No. Odessa is surprised by how fast she says it. Not this time. Calla's face flickers, then she nods, once. The nod of someone who understands that protection sometimes looks like exclusion. Then I will guard the house. Odessa's chest tightens. Yes, you will. The 3 of them sit in the warm kitchen, the dark pressing against the windows, the birth certificate heavy in Odessa's pocket. The door to the garden is unlocked. The lake is invisible beyond the glass. The certificate arrived out of the dark, and tomorrow Odessa will walk into another room to meet the woman whose name it bears. She does not know if Lena is ally, enemy, or something in between. But she knows one thing. The erased branch is no longer erased. It is standing in the light, waiting for her to answer.